Welcome. Good morning. This is Hannah Painter here, commentating for this year's 2023 Saratoga Invitational Regatta. I'll be joined by Megan Goodman, fellow Orion athlete. Saratoga has an elite rowing program here, so Megan and I row full-time. We are out of college. This is our profession, rowing, so we will be bringing you our expert takes on and some color commentary on today's racing. Day one of the Saratoga Invite here in Saratoga Springs. Great. All right, so we should have our first race coming down the course right now. We'll try to get it is raining, so it is a little bit more difficult for our drones to get up in the sky, so we'll try our very best to get you the best coverage we can. All right, let's see, Megan, let's get our racing schedule up for today. I believe we're starting with novice fours. I looked at the schedule last night before bed so I could just, absorb that information. So I wouldn't even have to think. It would just be ruminating through my REM sleep all night. By the
end of the day.
The novice quad, excuse me. Girls freshman novice quad.
So, Hannah, tell me what a girls freshman novice quad means. Those are a lot of words.
All right. So you'll see a lot of notations here on our racing schedule. So girls and boys, pretty self-explanatory. The programs will send out just boats of young women and young men. Freshman is first year in high school. Novice, though, does not necessarily mean first year in high school. So if you don't see the word freshman, you might have novices that are coming to rowing as a senior, as kind of a fun
who either
sport switch up.
Get into a new sport or start a new sport or just.
But they're new.
Let's make some new friends.
They're new and they're figuring it out.
New to the water.
And then you'll see some notation for what boat class it is. So 4X, as you see here in this first event of the morning, means quad. So I remember I was a high school rower explaining to my parents what all this meant, and they'd say,
I've been rowing for a decade, and my mom
they would say, "Oh, that 4," and I'd be in a quad, it's not a big difference, but it'd be. I'm trying to think of what other type of sport it'd be silly like.
Like swimming, butterfly versus freestyle. You're still going down the course, but you're doing something.
But if your mom said, "Go be a butterfly," and you were doing freestyle, you'd be like, "Mom,
so
please
we've
no."
got our crews coming into camera here. Girls freshman novice quad. Lane 1, Litchfield Hills. Lane 2, Augustine Classical. Lane 3, Friends of Shen. Lane 4, Niski. Lane 5, SA Rowing Club. Lane 6, Maritime. Lane 7, Saratoga Rowing B. Lane 8, Albany Rowing. And Lane 9, Ridley College. Looks like there's some orange blades coming in.
Oh my gosh, they're going so fast.
Shore.
So again, these are novices, so this is often some of the first race experience these athletes will have. And it's super cool to see these crews going so fiercely at their racing, because oftentimes novices, it's like either you don't know anything, so you're a bit afraid, or you don't know anything and
so
you're just
fearless.
Recklessly fearless. And so really cool to see these athletes picking that fearless track. Good, and we're seeing what you're seeing. We don't have eyes right on the ground there, so we're trying to pick out, I think that's Albany.
That's my guess too, followed by that Saratoga Rowing B crew. But in the lead, we've got some inside lane teams, maybe Litchfield Hills, Friends of Shen. We'll try and see some bow numbers here as they come through those red buoys. 250 meters left of the course, turns our buoys red, so that's time to turn it up, time to go.
Who's this in the outside lane? Are, I think, Litchfield or August, I can't tell. I think it might be Litchfield Hills making a charge in the outside lane.
And then potentially
Sneak attack.
Oh
my gosh. Megan, this is the first race of the day. It's going to be down to the wire. Bow seats and two seats looking over, trying to give their crews the information that they need to go as hard as possible.
Albany and
oh Oh my gosh, pardon me.
Looks like that's Litchfield on the outside. Litchfield with about half a bow on Albany, I believe. We're gonna
Wow.
try and get a clearer look at these bow numbers so that we
I
can
have
give you that
goosebumps.
updated. But yeah, what a way to start
the
the
heck?
regatta. Let's go, freshman, novice, girls.
And here we go
quads.
again. Over there in the far lane, looks like lane 2.
That's gonna be
Or lane
Augustine
3, sorry.
Classical.
Lane 3.
Lane 3 will be Friends of Shen.
This
Yeah,
might have-
ladies.
Yeah, because this was a 9-lane race.
Here comes Ridley College across the line.
Beautiful. Oh my gosh, they look so good. One swing all together. Green and white.
That might be Friends of Shen. Again, bear with us as we figure out our live stream camera bow numbers. Here comes Saratoga home course.
Really nice. One collected finish together. You can even hear it, Megan,
Woo!
as each person's blade comes out of the water in unison. You can actually hear the oars kind of rotating, which we call feathering in rowing, because just like the bird's feather. But you can hear those oars rotate in the oarlocks as the athletes take the blade out of the water and then feather so they have more clearance, aerodynamic.
Got one last crew coming across the line here, maybe 10 strokes to finish. A little bit lower in stroke rating, but those blades are off the water and they're moving their bodies together. It's beautiful.
Looks like 2 seats not run, so something might have happened. We might have had some like damaged equipment, might be just figuring things out.
Hey, there we go. Race number 1, Saratoga Invitational 2023.
And that was the girls' freshman novice quad final 1. So if you liked what you saw, we have more.
20 more
We have
hours to come.
9 more boats, 4 people each, coming down the course right about now.
You can see on our live stream here, we've got supporters, parents, coaches, people trying to get...
Oh my gosh, a cowboy hat.
Oh, cowboy
Shout out
hat.
to cowboy hat.
That's some good rain protection if I've ever seen. So rowing is maybe not the most glamorous spectator sport. Other than our view on the live stream, I think you can probably see the last 30 strokes out of like a 250
And then
stroke
it's at
race.
an angle.
And it's
So
at an angle.
It's
so who
really
knows
hard to
who's ahead.
tell.
There's our safety launch. You see it just passing the camera. And
And
then far
some
shore,
warm up.
our little singles warming up. There'll be maybe boys varsity singles in the next hour or so here.
And you might think, oh yeah, this race is super long. I can hardly see the start.
How long is this race, Hannah?
1,500 meters.
Whew.
It's just under a mile.
And results will eventually be available on Streamline Rowing. Again, early in a long weekend regatta, it might take our teams a little bit longer to figure the setup and the results and the timing. And we've got a lot of volunteers out here, parents,
Shout out to all the
masters,
volunteers.
making it happen. So some of them might be in a new role, never having clicked a timing button before. So I presume that as we get the day going, things will just continue to go smoothly. Knock on wood.
Knock on wood. And again, if you're just tuning in, just to have the live stream open during the racing, we are inviting all athletes, coaches, even parents if you want. Go ahead, head to Instagram, and you'll see the Saratoga Rowing Story has a question box for you to fill out. Fun facts, team mottos, stories about your boat or your child's boat. Just help us or get a better sense of your lives so we can help give some color commentary to these races and what this means to the athletes.
Even on a gloomy day like today, we'll still try and give some color commentary.
Exactly, Megan, exactly.
All right, our second final of girls freshman novice quads are out there. You can see those boats, 4 ladies, 2 oars each, coming down the course. In lane 1, we've got Greater Lawrence, lane 2, Manhasset High, lane 3, Connecticut Boat Club, lane 4, Maritime Rowing B, Lane 5, Narragansett. Lane 6, Oak Neck. Lane 7, Row America Rye. Lane 8, Saratoga Rowing A. And Lane 9, Niskayuna Rowing A. So you can see in the screen, we've got a couple of launches heading back up. Those will be safety launches, or I know we've got a camera launch out there, or people transporting race officials, things like that. And then you'll also see that there'll be a launch following the race. And that will be an official, someone who can start the race and then deal with any sort of misadventure. So should crews steer a little bit wiggly or lose control of any equipment or anything like that, that's what they're there for. So you're not sitting on a basketball court. Referee can't get to you in 1 second. This is why we've got all those safety launches out there, because these freshman novice girls are out there on their own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and especially we were kind of talking a little bit, Megan, about different boat classes or categories that these athletes are racing in this weekend. So right now, again, we have the girls' freshman novice quad. So the quad, sometimes you'll see it will have a coxswain, and sometimes it does not have a coxswain. The coxswain is the team member who sits down in the boat aerodynamically and is connected through a microphone, hopefully. Sometimes not. Can't take
Sometimes
that
you
for
just got to
granted.
use your voice. Yeah.
But the coxswain was, their main jobs are to steer the boat. So they'll have steering that's attached to a rudder underneath the boat. They'll have a microphone, hopefully, for communication of kind of the logistics.
Yep.
But they'll also be tasked with the job of motivation and kind of like the goal-oriented
They're
side
a
of
coach,
things.
they're a cheerleader, they're a steerer.
And so in this event, the girls' quad without coxswain, you might call that a straight quad. That's kind of the notation. No coxswain. So these athletes are in it all by themselves. They're not only going as hard as possible and trying to do it together, but they're also steering, making sure they're centered in their lane, not hitting buoys, because that can be jarring.
Ooh.
And then they're also trying to motivate one another and stay on the same page. So if someone starts to get tired, they need to know that their teammates are there with them. You're not doing it alone. And they expect you to do everything you can, even when you have doubts, even if you get tired.
So we see our crews in the final 250 meters. We've got those red buoys. We've got that crew in the red shell. And then it looks like our Saratoga crew, lane 8 there.
Really tight.
Looks like it's going to be pretty down to these last 15
goosebumps,
strokes.
Megan. A lot of Saratoga fans here on shore with us by the commentating tent. They are moving.
Looks like Saratoga's got about a half boat up on lane 6, Oak Neck. Oak Neck not giving up yet, but Saratoga is moving.
Can we pan to these fans? There they are. They are screaming so loud I'm getting teary in my eyes. That was magical.
There's Saratoga
team
through
moment.
the line. Lane 6, Oak Neck with a close silver finish there.
We're really tight here between lanes 9 and looks like maybe lane 4.
I've got
lane
5 there. Yep, lane
Yep.
5, Narragansett, and lane 9, Niskayuna.
And then lane 4.
That's lane 3 through
3.
Connecticut Boat
Thank
Club.
Really tight finishes
Niskay
there.
right ahead of Connecticut there.
We'll have 2 more boats coming in to finish off this race in yellow. Oh, right there.
That'll be Row America Rye across the line.
Sorry, 3 more boats after this. So we have over there in lane, looks like lane 1. So we have lane 0 as our first
2.
lane.
Manhasset there. Yep. We got a yellow boat, blue unis coming across the line here. Still kicking together. Looks like that might be Maritime. Maritime through the line. And we'll keep in mind, so these ladies are either freshmen in high school or novices, meaning this is their first spring race. So first time on a fully buoyed course, 10 boats across. That's lane 1, Greater Lawrence. And there we go.
Nice racing for our first events of the day, those first and second finals of the girls' freshman novice quad. And again, a lot of these athletes might be racing twice, Megan, so this might just be the first
This
piece
is it. They've got
of a
first
long
breakfast
weekend.
down.
We'll try to pan
Little
up
bit of
to
race.
the next race, which is the boys' varsity single final 1.
We've got 3 varsity single finals in these boys.
Lots of single scullers.
There we go. Lane 8. SA Rowing Club off to a hot start in just the uni.
It's
a
cold.
bit breezy
it's 50,
out there.
It's 50 degrees. It's
But
drizzling.
He's warm, I'll tell you that.
He had a good warm-up, and he is just be bold, start cold is one of my favorite expressions.
Lane 8, SA Rowing Club, slightly ahead of Lane 6, Oak Neck Rowing Academy, D.
Oh my gosh, this is so
Who's
tight.
our outside smoke over there? It's hard
like
to hard to see that bow number. That might be a 1.
Might be a 1. Blue
That would be our
blades.
Cambridge Boat Club.
That sounds
makes
right.
sense. So these are varsity boys. 1X means single, so you can see they're all by themselves. No coxswain, no friends in the boat. 2 oars each. Looks like that lane 1, Cambridge Boat Club C, taking a nice little lead there.
And so our camera launches are riding alongside the race as it's unfolding. We'll see kind of different angles from this camera, so making sure that we know at home that we're trying to align ourselves with the buoys. So right now we're a little bit down, so it might look like it's closer than it actually is, but Cambridge has a really commanding lead here.
That nice white long sleeve, you can see his arms are just strong and long, kicks his legs, and then moves his boat backwards.
Yeah,
We
the
sit down and go
singles,
backwards.
we do.
Silly little sport.
Silly sport. But it's actually really hard because that Cambridge Boat Club facing backwards can see the whole field behind him.
Yeah.
Whereas these guys here in the forefront of your picture have no idea where that Cambridge Boat Club sculler is, unless you
just
take
saw
a
SA
big
Rowing
turn.
Club take a nice little look over, and you can see he's either picked up that leg speed. He's like, I'm gonna race today.
But
Let's
just like
go.
if you're driving on the road and you start looking over into the other lane and you find your steering wheel just going that way, it can be kind of risky actually to look over your shoulder because your whole body might actually respond more than you anticipate. And then you're going crooked and you have to take correcting strokes.
You see those little white blades and then our yellow or white buoys, and if you get caught, not speaking from personal experience or
Of
anything,
course not.
you can kind of scoop the buoy underneath, and those things are connected by a big long system of tethers and wires, and it's a little jarring.
It's true. We'll try to get you some drone footage this morning as well as we go through. It is drizzling, so drones are a little bit more vulnerable in the rain. Oh, nice. Here we go. So you can see that Cambridge sculler over there on the right
Almost
side.
out of screen. Good job, kid.
Very far ahead, but a tight battle for second and third in this first final between the Oak Neck sculler and
SA Rowing, I
SA.
think, is holding on, and then we've got over by Cambridge Boat Hill, it might be Litchfield Hills coming up to play for that third place spot, and then followed
by lane 9.
By lane 9 Star Rowing, and maybe 4 Narragansett.
And then even the beauty of 10 lanes of racing, Megan, is that you can
Everybody.
find yourself a sparring partner anywhere. So you obviously have this battle here for the top 3 and the top 6 even positions here as those
But then
boats
look at our
all
7,
tight.
8, 9, 10. Like
They're all
having
pushing.
a race.
So you have someone to push you with 10 lanes of racing. You can get yourself in the fight.
Yeah.
Depending on what fight you want,
No,
but there will be
and
a
that's
fight.
the whole beauty of these 3 finals is you're not really sure who's going to end up in your final. You're just going to make the best of whatever race you've got. So it looks like that Cambridge Boat Club making it known. He's ahead.
Oh my gosh,
really
this
good
lane
fight.
9, I think, okay, so this is a bit of a tangent, but Megan and I are elite rowers here. We spend a lot of time in the single training small boat skills, even the pair now training our sweep as well. I have the same boat as lane number 9.
Oh.
The back stays, the little bits on the ends. Shout out to M. Pocker for your 2004 construction.
All right. Yep, and his maybe 2004. Who knows? Might be a 2006. It might be
It's
a
true.
2017.
They go in waves.
But either way, Hannah's rooting for your boat out there, my friend.
I mean, in
Cambridge
a tight
Boat
battle,
Club.
so we still have our Cambridge sculler in first. You can see this beautiful picture of a dog fight between Oak Neck and SA Rowing. They are
I'm gonna
looking
say
over at each
Oak
other.
Neck has maybe a smidge of a lead here, but the rate is high.
They're running out of
They're
room.
going. Big legs.
Cambridge Sculler with that insurmountable lead.
There he goes,
Oak
crosses
Neck
the line.
really winding it up. He'll take it by half a length.
Yep. Oak Neck, SA. That looks like that might be Litchfield Hills with a close fourth.
And then here we go, lane 9. Oh no, my Empocker buddy. Just short of that finish. What is that, for 6th for our lane
Star
9?
Rowing Center.
And then again,
And then another
here's
battle,
a battle.
for 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Like, this is awesome.
And obviously it's hard to compare times from heat to heat or final to final, but these guys will also just be laying down strong times to compare against the whole field. 3 finals of men's sculling in the single.
You hear that?
Holy
That looks
moly.
like it might have been Niskayuna, followed by Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, and Arlington, Belmont. Nice race, guys. Nice race.
Racing the clock here, we have our last finisher over there in the blue uni, blue blades, long sleeve for warmth.
That is the Port Jefferson Rowing Club single in the men's varsity final one. And that's a pretty solid first singles race of the day. Looks like almost everybody had a buddy to spar with, like Hannah had said. We'll have 2 more finals exactly like that with our boys varsity singles. So often you'll have a couple kids from each club that want to row the varsity single. And the fun part about a race like this is I think we've got even some D boats. We got an F boat. Oak Neck Rowing has an A boat, a B boat, a C boat, a D boat,
The
an
whole
E boat,
team.
and an F boat. They've got 6 guys out there racing this single, and that's got to be some fun for practice.
An armada.
An
might say.
armada, if you will.
Good. Again, good morning and welcome to the Saratoga Invitational Regatta 2023.
Hannah, give us some vibes right now. What's it looking like from the camera tent, live stream tent?
I would say the vibes are good. People are in better spirits, honestly, than you might expect at home.
I
Looking
think,
at
knock
that
on
weather
wood, I'm not going to
forecast,
even say it, but it's holding up a little bit.
It's holding up. We do have a little bit of a drizzle, so making sure everyone's dressed warmly with some waterproof layers so you don't get that long
And that change
regatta
of
day
clothes too,
damp.
right? Because especially on a day like this, there are some athletes racing 2 times, 3 times, another 2 or 3 times tomorrow, and this can get a little cold, little wet. So make sure that you're bringing your layers. But in the meantime, little gloomy, little gray. But hey, it means you're not sweating through the sun.
Given the display even before the regatta began yesterday of the food tents,
We
you
were
know these people are
hyped.
coming ready with hot water for some tea, hot chocolate.
I saw
maybe some
full
hot coffee.
skillets for breakfast burritos and sandwiches and
They're going to be
pots
just
and
fine.
pans
And we've got Stewart's right next door.
Stewies.
So if you need a warm beverage, something to warm you from the inside out, so to
Inside
speak,
out.
you know, we've got you covered
got
here in
ya.
Saratoga Springs.
Boys varsity single final 2 is on the course, lane 0. So lane 0 will be closest to the Lees Park side, the side that most of our spectators are launching from, our registration tents over there. Lane 0, Niskayuna Rowing B. Lane 1, Cambridge Boat Club C. Lane 2, Litchfield Hills B. Lane 3, Port Jefferson C. Lane 5, Narragansett Boat Club B. Sorry, that was lane 4. Lane 5, Bromfield Acton Boxborough A. Lane 6, Oak Neck D. Lane 7, Arlington Belmont A. Lane 8, SA. That is why I'm all switched up. All right.
That's all right.
We're gonna restart. Those athletes had their race. They did a great job. Let's go again. Boys varsity single final 2. Lane 0, Oak Neck. Lane 1, Shaker. Lane 2, Fordham Prep. Lane 3, Oak Neck. Lane 4, Bromfield Acton. Lane 5, Cambridge. Lane 6, Litchfield Hills. Lane 7, Port Jefferson. Lane 8, Oak Neck. And Lane 9, Narragansett. Thank you for that.
We've got a battle here between some Oak Neck challengers here. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3 from right to left. So that's your second place Oak Neck over there in lane 3. And over here on the left side
Is
of our
that
picture
also
is
our Oak Neck
also
friend?
Oak Neck. And again, we have entries from Oak Neck A through F. So lots of depth in the men's sculling side for Oak Neck.
This
Not
Oak
a
Neck
not a
F.
new story.
No,
That's pretty
no.
classic for Oak Neck. That program really works hard to develop those small boat skills. It's
And you
really
can see it's paying off. Look at these two
takes a
go
lot of
at it.
finesse. It's
Yeah.
the single is the best coach you can ask
It
for.
tells you exactly when you're
Amadeus
doing
would
something
maybe
right. And
argue
Axe
he might be better.
tells you when you're doing something wrong.
And then quite a battle here for those next
That's going to be
spots.
fun.
So you have two front runners, pretty impressive displays here of sculling ability in the men's single from Oak Neck. And then you have a battle in lanes 9, 7, 6, 5, and then over there in lane 0.
9 Narragansett, 7 Port Jefferson. We said 5 Cambridge, 6 Litchfield Hills, our far corner. Lane
like
0's
Oak Neck C.
Oak Neck C trying to
Trying
get in
to
there
push
with his
for that
buddies.
third. Could you imagine Oak Neck
Boom,
for
boom,
first,
boom.
second, and third?
We'll
That's what
see.
he's trying to do.
We'll see.
That Oak Neck C over in lane 0.
There's our leader, lane 8, Oak Neck B.
So what makes a good single sculler, Megan? What are we looking at here? What is he doing so
What
much
is he
better
doing?
than everyone else?
Look at how tall he is. He's
That's
supported.
good. Leverage.
Leverage. Or tall even in like posture.
True.
Right? He's
Supported.
sitting up. He's taking that catch strong. You can see it. So for those of you who aren't super familiar with rowing, you're watching from home, waiting for your athlete to cross the line of this live stream. His seat is on a little sliding slide.
Sliding
A
slide.
sliding scale.
Yeah. Just
so
like a train on tracks.
train
your
on tracks.
Seats on wheels, and those wheels
his
are on
feet
tracks.
are locked in. He's able to push his seat, and often those legs are the biggest muscles
Oh
in
my
your
gosh.
body.
He's just going off.
taking a
He
lead.
doesn't need the win.
He
wants
hears
to
us
have
talking
the
about his
fastest
legs.
time of the day.
He's like, I'm going to use them.
Really cool. And so you still see that battle there between lane 0, Oak Neck C, and let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, lane 5.
Cambridge Boat Club B.
Really trying to battle there. You can see them right in the middle of your screen and then over to the far right, battling for that third place position, but Oak Neck in lane 8 and Oak Neck in lane 3, really commanding lead here, especially from lane 8.
What's really cool about racing the single is often our friends back in lanes 9, 7, 6, 5, they don't really know how far up anybody is.
Right.
So you're going off of margins. Your race is your race in the single, and you're just trying to hold as much as you can together. But we've got them in the last, 100, 150 meters or so. Oak Neck B not taking any chances, continuing to extend his lead, press those legs, sit up tall, move that boat.
And this is all about racing experience too, right? The high school level, this isn't the end-all be-all championship of your life. It's all about figuring out how to have the best performance in your mind
Yep.
and technically that you can. So here's Oak Neck A putting out a really strong effort, learning
Yeah.
a lot about himself
See him
there.
lean over. He's a little out of breath. We just raced
Only a
for
little. That was a
6,
good
7, 8
1,500
minutes.
meters.
Yeah.
Again, that's just under a mile. Oak Neck
That's
over
Oak
in
Neck.
lane 3.
Yep, Oak Neck F. That's Cambridge Boat Club in lane 5, followed by, I believe, that last Oak Neck. And then look at this race coming in. We'll be a little bit
Oh my
sideways,
gosh.
but boop, 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 boop.
Megan,
So
I don't know what happened.
Those 3, I think we're going to have to check in with our
I
friends
blacked
from
out.
the timing
I don't know what happened.
We had Shaker and Fordham and Bromfield Acton Boxborough.
So really big kudos to those 4 athletes for putting themselves in the fight, right? It's close, and it's really fun motivation to just not give up when someone else is pushing against you relentlessly like that.
This is Bromfield Acton Boxborough B.
We got a few
Finishing
fun
his
facts from
beautiful
them, didn't
race
we?
there.
I'm going to pull that up.
Let's take a look. Their warm-up routine is the dolphin drill. Bromfield Acton Boxborough, if you'd love to respond to our Instagram with a little bit more details
Do you
on
know
your dolphin drill.
The dolphin drill, Megan, is where on the recovery, so there are 2 phases of the stroke for those at home who've never been in a boat before. The 2 phases of the stroke, the drive and the recovery.
Yes.
The drive, as you may intuitively deduce,
Zoom,
is
zoom.
when you are applying pressure, you're actively trying to leverage your boat by using the oars moving through the water, the boat's getting thrown, propelled forward. The recovery is when you take those blades out of the water and kind of just approach the next stroke.
Yep.
And the whole name of the game is to make both phases of the stroke as fast as possible in terms of you're propelling the boat as fast as possible and you're not slowing the boat down
Yep.
as much as you can. And where was I going with this? The dolphin drill is on the recovery. So when the blades are out of the water and you're approaching that next stroke,
Do you go,
just no, I'm pretty sure it's where you just rotate the blade around or as much as you can. So it's not around the world,
kind of.
but it's like
Go,
a little
go,
bit
go,
more
go.
like a flutter of a dolphin flipper.
Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, we need confirmation.
We need help.
Send
Can
us,
you demonstrate
send us, get in our
during
DMs.
your race for us?
Get to the finish line here and let us know. So we've got, let's see, our final 3 of the boys varsity single here. You can see lane 9 will start. That'll be closest to the Saratoga Rowing Association shore. That is another boat, Oak Neck Rowing A. Next to him in lane 8 will be Cambridge Boat Club, lane 7, Port Jefferson, lane 6, Shaker, lane 5, Oak Neck E, lane 4, Wayland Weston B, lane 3, Niski, lane 2, Liverpool, lane 1, Port Jefferson. We've got an empty lane in that lane 0 closest to the Regatta shore. So lane 8, that's Cambridge Boat Club. You can see those telltale blue blades with a little bit of white on the end. So this gives a pretty good picture of what single rowing is. He might have somebody just ahead of him or just behind him, but all he's got, there we go. They heard us. There's our just ahead, lane 9, Oak Neck Rowing A. They're moving. So Oak Neck Rowing A can see the whole field in front of him. Looks like he's in the lead right now. Big benefit of getting up and out early ahead of the field is that you can kind of spend your race maybe playing a little bit of defense. Or being on the offense on your own accord. You can kind of make moves compared to everybody else because you can see them making moves, whereas our friend back here,
advantage.
Friend back here, he's like, I just got to keep pushing.
He's like, where is he?
But he's doing a really nice job at staying in line. He looks like he's staying composed. He knows he's probably in that solid second place spot, so he can see all of the other boats. He just knows he's got somebody to chase.
Yeah, just like rowing is a full body sport, it's also a full like sensory sport,
Whew,
right? Like you're really pushing yourself to the limit in every respect because it's that full body motion. But if that Cambridge Boat Club sculler can hear or can feel the kind of like puddles as the blade comes out, it leaves a little like vortex or whirlpool in the water.
Yeah.
And so if you're in like a head race or something, let's say, and you're moving or going faster than the boat ahead of you, you might not be able to see them, but you can start to feel them.
You can feel it. You can
and
sense
their wake through the water. You can start to hear them with the sound of each release. The oar rotates in that oar lock, and you can actually hear the kind of like soft clunk.
Yep.
As the oar rotates, or feathers, as we say in rowing. And so that Cambridge Boat Club rower might not be able to see Oak Neck A ahead of him, but he might be able to actually feel him.
Can sense him, yeah.
And know that he's getting closer, or maybe he starts to feel it a little less. And it's like, oh no, I need to go even harder because he's moving ahead. Or you can do the risky look over your shoulder. But you might get a little thrown by that. The single's super susceptible to small movements and obviously imbalances. You want to be super symmetrical.
Here's Oak Neck A in his last final strokes. He'll have the win by a couple of boat lengths. Well done. You can see him try and take up that rate just a little bit. He looked over. Where's the red buoy? I'm ready to be done. And there it is. Nice job, Oak Neck. We'll have Cambridge Boat Club A out of lane 8. Crossing the line right about now.
Tight finish there for 3rd and 4th as well.
Looks like lanes 2 and 3. Liverpool and Niskayuna. Well done.
And another tight finish. It looks like Wayland Weston with those red and orange following that. Oh my gosh.
Liverpool, Port Jefferson, I believe. And those nice blue blades crossing the line there. Through the line. Well done racing. That was your boys varsity single final 3.
No more boys singles for a little while.
No more single boys. Instead, we've got boys with all their friends. Coxed 8s. So 8+ you'll see on the schedule of boys freshmen 8+. So these are all freshmen in high school, 9th graders, their first year kind of in the big leagues at high school. So not only have they moved up into a school, they've moved up in rowing. They're no longer a middle school, a modified athlete. They're taking on the big freshman title. So this will be a boat of 8 athletes, 9 athletes, excuse me.
They are the future, those 9. They're the future.
8 rowers and a coxswain, so they'll have a driver, the brain of the boat, as we like to say. And then there'll be 8 rowers. This is going to be sweep rowing for the first time today. So each athlete will only have one oar.
Rowing?
You know what? I think it's when your floor gets a little dirty and you take out a broom, you sweep a little bit. So sweep rowing will be when you have one big oar on each side, so either port or starboard, left or right, instead of our 2 small oars that you've seen so far today in the quads and the singles. We've got some fun comments about our previous men's single friends through our Instagram. Thanks, guys.
Thank you to Oakneck. You guys are
Came
are
through
just
on
phenomenal. So
They're
Oakneck
like, if
A,
we have 7 singles, we're going to tell you about them.
Oakneck A entry, and you might not. So there's A through F, but I think entry F, and we'll make sure. I think that was lane number 9.
They
for
crushed
Oakneck.
their final. Well done. Sometimes those letters are not relevant
not
to
relevant.
speed, and sometimes they totally are.
For our team, so Megan and I, Hannah Painter here, we are Orion athletes here in Saratoga, so we are high performance group training for the Olympics actually, and our entries when we race are actually just our initials. So we'll have Orion H is just me.
Yeah.
Orion
It doesn't
M
mean
is just
that
it doesn't mean
all the letters
H
before.
comes before M, so H, no.
Yeah.
It's just who we are.
It's just so that our coach can look at the entries and not try and remember who we put in A, B, and C. He's like, all right, that's entry H. That's a Hannah.
But Oakneck A, not for Andrew or Abe.
Who's it
or
for?
It's for Henry Davison.
Henry.
He actually won the head of the Charles.
Oh, well done, Henry.
I
Welcome
know.
to Saratoga.
So he's just trying to rack up all the wins this year. This is his season.
Boom, boom,
Head
boom.
of the Charles, Saratoga Invite in the single. And Oakneck is a pretty cool program. They actually launch off of a beach. So they're
Hannah.
in the elements.
Hannah, talk
Megan,
to me about
have you
beach
have you
launching.
ever launched off a beach before?
Every day.
Like you'll see a lot of docks here in
a lot
Saratoga.
of docks.
We
So
don't have
we
that.
don't got no beach. I went to the University of San Diego for my undergrad, and as you might imagine, we there in San Diego launched off the beach every single day. So we'd take our shoes and socks off, we'd walk down to the water with our socks tucked into our unis, and then hop in the boat. So Oakneck, who I believe is based out of up here in New York.
Yeah, but they row out of Oyster Bay.
Oyster Bay.
I know.
Do you think
It's
they
where
gotta
Teddy
watch where they step?
It's where Teddy Roosevelt rode from his house to his yacht club in
a
the
little
morning.
piece of history for you.
It's a fun fact.
That's really cool.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt. Some of our results are updated so far. We've got both Final 1 and Final 2 of the girls' freshman novice quads. So if you were looking at, we do have full times, your time off of the winner, your time off of the boat ahead of you. So go ahead and take a look at that. Maybe useful for some coaches in terms of switches or selection or planning for the rest of the season. And then our first boys varsity single final is up. That was a Cambridge Boat Club win with a time of 6:07.
Right. Thank you, Megan. Look at this. So we have a ton of fun facts about Oakneck coming in.
Thank
you. Keep going into our Saratoga Instagram. We'll have them here live in the commentating tent. No delay. Direct feed to us. If you want to say anything funny during your race, I will have it up. If your child is racing, if your friend is racing and you want to hype them up here on the live stream, it's on YouTube. You can refer back to it years later.
It is true. I have talked about family or friends or competitors or certain athletes on previous live streams, and I will. Whatever you put out there does and can come back to haunt you.
Oh, God. But as these 8s are getting lined up, again, this is the freshman 8. So these are usually, I don't know, how old are you in high school? 15, 14?
Yeah, somewhere
in
around
there. These are pretty young athletes. They're getting situated in the starting blocks, which are kind of hard to get into.
Tell me what the heck a starting block is in rowing. I know on the track,
you can kind of see it
right?
up there. So you'll see.
Get in there.
Right. So on a track race, you have that little, what is it, a wedge that you put one heel on, the other foot's forward. Pretty standard. You can kind of figure that out. It's pretty intuitive. In rowing, we want to make sure everyone's aligned level, so no one has an unfair advantage. So we have these things called stake boats up there. A stake boat is staked. It's a staked boat. It's pretty literal. That boat is anchored to the ground. It could be called an anchor boat, I guess. It's not doesn't sound as good. So we have a stake boat that's anchored to the ground, level with each stake boat across the line. We've got it down to the inch.
Yep. Executive Director, Saratoga Rowing Association,
We
Eric
do it well.
Catalano. How many hours do you think he's spent putting this course in?
In his life? Oh, God.
He thinks he is the person who has spent the most time on Fish Creek.
Just going up
Between
and down.
coaching and putting in the race course and taking out the race course. If you are listening in and you think you can rival Eric Catalano for amount of hours on
You
Fish
can't.
Creek,
I'm sorry.
I'm going to wish you the best of luck.
So, hate to be the bearer of bad news. Anyways, stake boat. It's basically this wooden platform on flotation devices. So usually not like a pontoon, but something smaller, just like a big plastic air-filled box.
Yep.
And so this wooden platform is like a triangle and perfect width for a boat to fit just in the middle of it.
Your stern, your little stern
Oh, and there you
pointy
can see, if we can maybe pan to that camera 4. We've got a camera up there. Each stake boat has a stake boat holder.
Yep.
And so
and again, lovely volunteers.
all these crucial volunteers, they are dressed to the nines today because it is drizzling and it is 50 degrees, and they're out there for, I think, how long is their shift? A couple hours. So they're out there for a couple hours. They've got water, hopefully a warm beverage. I don't know.
Did you bring your snacks? So yeah, there's our neon orange float suited up volunteers, often our Saratoga rowing athletes or parents.
And their hands are in the water.
Oh, you're touching those boats.
You are holding that boat firmly because these boats are long. They're heavy. They're hard to maneuver. And so if you are askew or crooked in your lane, your coxswain is going to be calling on those bow seats, 2 seats. We count the boat's kind of roster from bow to stern. So the bow of the boat's the front. So that's the bow seat,
look
or
at this
1.
Shot. This is great.
2 seat, 2, and it goes all the way up to 8.
To our 7 and 8
where we
right
call
here, who are
stroke
backing
seat.
it in to try and get their spot in.
So if you're crooked, you want to make sure you're using the seats with the most leverage, right? So if you're turning the boat, the most leverage is going to come from your bow seat or your 2 seat. Those 2 in your screen right now.
Let's see.
Of the
Let's see if
Thunder.
our bow seat of the
lane
Thunder is going
8.
to make some adjustments.
And so they're going to be tapping really light pressure because you don't want to go forward.
Right.
We're trying to
You
go
just wanna
side
go
to side, right?
sideways,
'Cause
which
we're crooked. We're not down.
In rowing, you don't really want to go sideways.
Right.
But when you back it in this way, sometimes you're a little bit misaligned.
And the stake boat holder is trying to hold on to you. So if you try to pull
this
forward,
13-year-old's trying to hold on
they're
to
like,
a
please
50-plus foot
do
long
that.
boat.
And these people are strong, right?
There's lane 9, Row America Rye. You can see their bow seats that Row America coming through in the red, white, and blue unis. You can see our friends of Port Rowing there. Looking a little chilly. Where's your long sleeves, boys?
They're like,
In the
I
thunder.
don't need it. I'm warm. Be bold, start cold, my favorite expression. You might, okay, so here we see someone sculling. So you see he just handed his oar to 3 seat.
3 seat.
Because when we're trying to turn, we want to get that blade as close to the hull of the boat as you can, because that'll make the strokes more turning and less forward.
See those little baby bow seats take baby strokes. Big strong bow seats, but they're taking little baby strokes. And then there's our wonderful starters.
It doesn't take a lot.
There's
to turn.
the flag. That may mean we're close to being aligned. Flag is up. We are aligned. Let's go, freshman boys.
And we've got a microphone or walkie-talkie system up there, so everyone's communicating with all our officials.
This is not a look you get a lot in rowing, so let's watch this start. You see a red flag there from the official. We're almost ready to go. Again, weather, water, cameras, not always a good mix, so we'll do what we can up here, but this is an awesome shot. And we'll see there. Are they moving? Are we close?
I think they're moving. Hard to tell because you also have people warming up and getting ready to come in for the next race, which is the boys novice 8. So not the freshman 8. Right now, we're looking at the freshman 8. So
9th graders.
Those are all 9th graders.
Buddies.
14, 15, maybe 16. COVID kind of messed up a lot of stuff. We don't really know. But they're freshmen in high school. The next race coming up afterwards is the novice 8. So those athletes could be seniors.
You could be a senior. Yeah.
And they just came, I don't know, from baseball.
Yeah.
Who knows?
What sport did you come from? Did you go straight to rowing?
So I was a 3-sport athlete.
Oh.
I did it all 4 years of high school. I did soccer in the fall. I did basketball in the winter. Baller. And then I rowed in the spring.
Rower.
And I did like summer league basketball and rowed in the summers.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
a 2-sport actual, you know. And then soccer conditioning would start, and I was like, I'm doing all 3 at the same time.
Lot of sweat, a lot of running, a lot of exercise.
Just so
there.
much fitness.
So much fitness.
And
that's
muscle
really
groups
what's been
being
really
used.
cool about a lot of these. We're talking about the boys freshmen here, but in the novices that we'll see in the next two finals, these are athletes that might, even though we're saying they're novices, they're brand new to rowing, this could be their first spring race, they can still be a heck of an athlete. Just because you're a novice doesn't mean you're not fit and you're not strong and you're not technically sound and all of that. This is just people that are brand new to rowing. So it looks like we are off there. We can see those blades start to flash from 1,500 meters away.
Great view here of Row America Rye. They had a really strong first couple strokes.
So this is our sweep rowing. You can see some of them go out to the left and some of them go out to the right. Coach, well done prepping these long sleeves. We got pants underneath in some. Lane 8, that's...
We're not catching a cold.
Not catching no colds today. Lane 8, Friends of Port trying to look over. You can see bow seats like, I'm going to hold on. I'm going to hold on.
Yeah, and so there are a lot of rolls in the 8. We were talking a little bit about rolls in the freshman novice quads earlier in this morning of racing, but there are a lot of rolls in the 8. So, and, it's up to discretion and, what you make of it, really.
Yeah.
But typically, your stroke seat and 7 seat are kind of more tasked with the rhythm.
So that'll be in our Row America Rye boat here, the guys closest to the coxswain. So we've got a nice peach hat, salmon hat, if you will, and then the guy right behind him, you notice that they're setting the rhythm, they're pushing their legs so that everybody else can feel it.
And middle 4 is often called the engine room.
Engine room.
So if you've ever heard your child say, I'm in the engine,
Don't be worried.
worry.
Don't be worried.
They're not actually in an engine. Your
They
child
are
is,
the
your child
engine.
is fine.
Your child's strong.
They are embodying the engine because that middle 4 of the boat is where you can really apply a ton of power.
Yeah.
And really impact the speed of the boat. But it's not somewhere where you're going to be felt a lot. So it's not somewhere where that technical aspect shines the most.
Sometimes you can let strength overweigh a little bit of technicality.
They're kind of sandwiched in there between the finesse of the stern pair
and then what about
and the
bow
finesse
pair?
of the bow pair.
What the heck do the two in the front
finesse.
there?
So if you're ever wondering about the balance or set of a boat,
talk to bow.
Talk to bow pair.
Thank you, bow pair.
I mean, the whole boat will set the boat, and bow pair will tell you that. Because oftentimes maybe too much of the responsibility is put on bow pair to really set that boat up. So if the oars are coming level across as they kind of pull through or push through, we like to say in rowing, that's a good indicator. If they're coming down in front of their chest and away the same height, that'll be good. We like to call that pulling into mark. Like imagine if you had a little mark drawn right on your sternum. And then you only want to really tap down like an inch.
Enough. So you'll watch
the oar
this.
is so long.
The oar is
you don't
so long.
need
Everything is noticed.
Tap the handle down into your lap. Really only takes an inch or two. Some coaches call it tracing a C around your torso. And that bow pair is all about that handle height and making sure that their core is engaged and trying to keep that boat riding level because it can be really challenging, especially in an 8 where it's so much weight and different moving parts.
Yeah, so we've got a really good look at this Row America Rye boat, and we'll pick you apart a little bit.
I know.
But you can see even just check each freshman's handle as it comes into their body and back out of their body and then up into the catch, and you'll notice even the slight difference is really felt by the boat. Like if our friend in 6 decides not to tap down, everybody feels it. And looks like they've got quite a bit of lead on the field. Row America Rye A. There's Friends of Port. They're coxswain trying to tell them, all right, we're ahead of the field, but let's chase down. Here we go. We got a race 5 and 6.
Saratoga.
Saratoga Rowing and Niski. We have
name
some Capital District fighting it out. Niski
There's
is
a rivalry there. There's
just about 25 minutes south. They row on a river, so they're used to some current, some flow.
We've got some current.
We've got a little bit here. Maybe they feel it. Maybe they feel like they're rowing through some mud. But that Saratoga Niski, that'll be a fun battle, I hope, for these freshman boys.
And you can hear, so here on shore, we're on the Saratoga shore, right at the finish line, and we get to watch a lot of the Saratoga parents and team members come down and cheer. So if you hear them cheering through our microphones, that's just how loud they are. They're here. So great picture here of Row America Rye with about a length or 2 lengths of lead on the next boat back.
I'm not sure
Which
that's
is-
Saratoga Rowing. I believe
sorry, it
that's
was Row
Port.
America Rye.
No,
Oh,
Row America Rye there.
got it.
I'm not sure Saratoga Rowing, our other boat in the frame, is
No.
closest back, but
Still
it's a good
Port
shot.
Jefferson, I think, or Port.
Friends of Port.
Friends
Yep.
of Port, excuse
Yep.
me.
We got 2 Friends of Port boats. We got lane 3 and lane 8 here.
Really nice picture here of these freshmen swing together.
buddies.
So we call the leg drive all together, swing all together, and then the arms come in all together. Biggest muscles to smallest.
There's Row America Rye through the finish line. Well done, boys. There's your winner of your boys freshman 8.
2 lengths up on the next. Friends of Port. Port coming in strong. All together.
And then we got a race. I think Saratoga's got a little bit of a lead
Those
on this
coxswains
Niski
are
Uniboat.
duking it
But
out.
we are fighting there. This is fun.
Really cool to see that.
Saratoga and
The
Niski
sprints
Una
here,
through the
you kind of
line.
get a different rhythm in the sprint.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
You know? You
Yeah.
get a little bit more whip, a little bit more power as you really try to empty the tank.
Craziest thing to me, Hannah, between the finals we just watched in the boys varsity single where we had 10 athletes, and now we have 90 athletes on the course.
It's a lot of energies.
A lot of energy. This is, I can't see your little bow number here. I believe that is our other Friends of Port boat in lane 3.
That's a lot of freshmen.
Well done. Yeah,
Go Port, go.
go Port. You're recruiting nicely. Whatever you're doing out there is working.
So I think we have 2 more boats in this freshman event. This is the boys freshman 8. So everyone here, 9th grader. COVID, we have no idea how old you are. I'll be saying that for the next, at least, I don't know, probably. I guess this is a
until you're
generational
yep.
thing. Who knows
This
how
is
old you are.
Riverfront Recapture, I believe, through the line.
Coming all the way over from Connecticut.
Hannah, that's your neck of the woods.
It's literally my neck of the woods. A lot of woods in Connecticut, actually.
A lot of necks of woods to be
Yeah,
found.
I'm
in.
from Lyme, though. It's about same river.
Same
the
river.
Connecticut River, but I'm down on the mouth of it on the Sound
Gotcha.
in Old Lyme.
You can see here, this is our flag duty volunteer crushing it. They'll put the flag up when the boats are in that last 250 and then drop it and raise it for every crew that crosses the line. They are an unsung hero out there in the rain, on the docks. No warm snacks.
So here we've got our last boat of the boys freshman 8, lane 7, I think.
Yep, that would be Litchfield Hills.
So you can kind of see here, we can compare obviously freshmen, and some programs have different philosophies for their freshmen.
Yep.
Some people don't spend a lot of time in the 8 for freshmen because
Yep.
that small boat development can be really crucial. Some people are in the 8 all the time because it's just a little bit
Nice
easier to
work,
manage
yeah.
8 people in one
people.
boat versus 8 singles out there.
Through the line
but the
there,
8s are
Litchfield
really hard
Hills.
to match up.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people, a lot of fatigue levels, emotional levels.
Right, you could get freshmen that are already 6'5", and you got freshmen that
Oh,
are 5'6".
The height differences.
Litchfield.
Carrying the boat
Oh,
with a height
nuts.
difference, that's the worst.
Looks like Litchfield Hills has been rowing for about 40 years. They've got Learn to Row middle school, high school. So some of those freshmen may have done Learn to Row. Others might be brand new.
And you know, those winning crews, they make it look easy.
Easy.
They make it look so, and that's the coach's dream,
Uh-huh.
right? It's like,
My
all I
athletes
want,
look like they're not working hard.
I want my kids to look like it's not even hard, because that's also a psychological
Right.
thing. At a
Yeah.
certain point, it
Yeah.
becomes that attitude or confidence level. But really, you know, a crew is moving well and efficiently if it doesn't look like too much effort.
As clunky, right? You want
Yeah.
it to be smooth. Rowing's one of those sports where, holy smokes, you're working hard. There is
Right.
no doubt that no matter how fast your boat's going out there, you are it's difficult. It's very a physically demanding sport. But when you watch from afar, it looks like they're just out for a joy paddle.
Like a
And,
dance.
yeah. We've got a couple more results in. We had mentioned that boys varsity single final 1, Cambridge Boat Club. Boys varsity single final 2, Oak Neck B. And then boys varsity single final 3, Oak Neck A. I believe Oak Neck A was our head of the Charles winner.
He's
Well
actually he went to the Hungary. Let me make sure. Yes, the Hungarian National Championship
Cool.
last year.
Here we go. We are in a boys novice 8 final 1. From the Saratoga shore in lane 9, CRI, that's that red you see right ahead of us. Right next to them in the neon is Greenwich. Looks like Greenwich might have a slight bit of a lead here.
Greenwich is a pretty dominant program here.
Especially
so
in these big boats.
Exciting to see the novice level trying to put
where
out
are you gonna
those
grow?
performances as well.
Lane 7 will be Maritime Rowing A, Lane 6 will be Pittsford, Lane 5 Row America, and Lane 4 Greenwich C. So Hannah, like you were saying, Greenwich, big competitive big boat program. They've got 3 boys novice 8s.
Some programs don't have that many athletes total for boys and girls together.
Yeah.
So a lot of people going out to row for Greenwich. It's a really big program. They have, I think, the biggest food tent setup.
Oh, you'll know as you cross that bridge. You'll see the neon and that navy blue.
They put our trailer parking people through the ringer yesterday, saying, "You don't understand. We got a huge team.
A lot to do."
But here we have, we call that a 4-seat lead here, almost 4 seats of advantage. Each of those athletes would be 1 seat. So they're sitting about 4 seats up on CRI. Really cool to see the bows of the boat moving. So you can kind of see
surge.
Or get a sense of like the surge or the acceleration of these shells. So unlike a car or even like a runner, you don't have that like pretty like steady
noticeable
or constant pacing. The boat actually surges through the water and
speed
slows
is
down.
not consistent if you look at like direct
right, and so
speed
it's the
of boat.
job of these athletes. That's Row America Rye, I think, if I recognize their blades.
Got it.
It's the job of these athletes to try to accelerate the boat as much as possible while the blades are in the water, and then actually keep accelerating it on the recovery. The blades aren't in the water. There's no active like propulsion happening.
But you still want that boat to be moving.
Your body weight is moving on top of the boat in such a way that you can actually keep accelerating the boat while you don't have the oar in the water. So you're trying to keep that boat moving as much as you can, so it's not like huge peaks and valleys of boat speed, but you're trying to just keep it accelerating, tapping it along, kind of like...
Let's take a look at that bow 8 too. You can see there is definite like
it's
quicker movement and then slower movement, and that's Greenwich. They just got off their winter season, which like a lot of teams will focus on fitness and strength on their erg and the weight room.
Usually a training trip.
Training trips to go somewhere warm
and keep
see
that
some
boat
Florida
skills.
sun. And then here we go, rowing technique, speed on the water.
Yeah, you can really get a sense here, really nice legs moving together. So in rowing, the boat's really heavy. It's
a big boat.
How long is an 8? I can't remember the
like
total number.
50 plus feet.
It's a really long thing. You might look at it here in the picture and say, oh yeah, because it's just normalized by the human people in it. But you go up next to it, look down at Longwise, and
whoa, buddy,
realize
that's
this
a lot
thing
of boat.
is massive. And it gets really heavy. If you add up the weight of the boat, the weight of each athlete, the coxswain's weight, everything, all the equipment involved, the water bottles. So it's really important that these athletes are trying to sequence their drive with the strongest muscles they've got.
And together.
Right. So at the catch, you want to see these athletes pushing their legs right at the beginning of that drive. So you can see those Greenwich boys are really pushing the legs first and then adding the swing on top of that leg drive.
You can see, as they come into this last 250, we see our yellow buoys and our white buoys that we've got right now. There's our safety launch, making sure our 2 leading crews are following rules and equipment safe, and nobody's too wrecked too early. Don't pass out before the finish line.
Really
and then you can
cool.
see Greenwich here. Those buoys turn red, and that means empty the tank, time to go. That neon looks awesome here in the gloom and doom of...
It's true. Thank you, Greenwich, for your neon.
But you can see that intensity's turned up. That coxswain is probably screaming for their life.
Good job, Coach. These boys do not look like novices. They're rowing super well, super together. Each body swinging together. That takes a lot of practice, a lot of focus from each athlete, and a lot of like nitpicking from the coach and coxswain's eyes.
Beautiful flat water. Here's Greenwich, 2 strokes to the line.
And they're not paddling. They have a lead, but they're emptying the tank.
Make those margins. We'll have CRI A through the line here.
Really nice finishes together.
Way to hold that. Way to hold that. I think CRI, even though they got down a little bit early, didn't let those margins get wildly bigger, and that's that's a testament to like mental strength as a novice.
Right.
Here we have, looks like Row America Rye out of lane 5 crossing the line. They were kind of in between our 2 leaders and our 2 followers here, so maybe had a little bit more internal of a race. But well done, novice boys there.
And this event, this boys novice 8, they have a coxswain. We haven't seen a lot of coxswains. We had one in the freshman 8, but that coxswain is crucial to kind of unifying all 8 athletes in the boat.
Maritime Rowing A in that beautiful light blue through the line. And then our Greenwich C boat moving together, all bundled up in that neon. Well done. That is our first final of our boys novice 8.
Good, and if you're just tuning in, welcome to the 2023 Saratoga Invitational Regatta. We've got quite a few racing already done for the morning. We started off with the girls' novice quads, freshman novice quads, so both 9th graders in high school and novices to the sport, or newbies to the sport. So some of these first spring regattas. In the fall, we do a lot of what's called head racing, which if you're rowing in the fall, that's kind of where we do those endurance, not quite a marathon level, but more like a 5K race than a mile sprint. So right now we're at the 1500 distance. Tomorrow we'll also have the 2000 meter race distance as well. But you'll see a lot of high school programs really focusing on that 1500. That's what a lot of these programs will race for the high school championships later in May. But Youth Nationals, the U.S. Rowing kind of like ultimate championship, is a 2,000 meter race. 2,000 meters is kind of the standard distance in the adult rowing world as well. So you'll see that at collegiate levels, international levels for world championships, World Cup racing, and even the Olympics. But here this morning we have the 1500 race, more common in high school. So we have a view up there at the start line. 1500 is just about a mile, just under a mile long. Right now we're getting set for the next race, which is another boys novice 8 final. So you can see these boats kind of getting ready up there. We have pretty professional start line up there. I must say Eric Catalano and all of the Saratoga staff have really done a lot of hard work to get the best race course possible. So you'll have buoys all the way down the course. Every I think it's 10 or 20 meters depending on where you are on the race course. The red buoys are a little bit more close together down at the last 250. But the first 500 meters you'll see marked with a big white buoy on the edge, a red buoy for each lane. So as the coxswains or athletes move through the course, they can actually get a sense of where they are based on what buoys they've passed. And so sometimes a coach will work with their athletes and their coxswains to kind of make a race plan based on their physical surroundings. So as you come through the race, you're not surprised by any visual cues, right? So as you cross this 750 meter buoy, the halfway point, some coaches might have their athletes kind of visualize or plan to have some sort of motivational cue where that's like maybe you're climbing a hill in the race is this hill, and at the top of the hill you start going downhill at the second half of your race. So that 750 to go or 750 in will be that point for the athletes to kind of unify around like, okay, the end is in sight. We're going to go even faster in the second half because it's downhill. We've put in the work for the first half, climbing up this hill, those kinds of like motivational or psychological cues for the athletes. And then again, as we've kind of talked about, the last 250 you'll see turns to red, kind of like a bull, waving that red flag.
Red means go.
Red means pick it up, get ready to fight. And here we have that start going off. Really great. We're trying to get all these camera angles. It's raining, so we're a little bit limited on our drone footage this morning just because drones are expensive. And If they go down in the rain,
They go down.
Everyone's upset. Had a little bit of confusion there in this start.
Uh-oh.
Maybe a false start
We
or
got
something.
pointing. No, that looks like a collision.
Steering issue.
Steering. Again, these are novices, so not only are the rowers new, the steers
coxswains,
person,
yeah.
the driver's new. So let's
It's like
see.
a NASCAR event, really.
Referees.
F1. You've heard of F1 drivers. I represent Drive to Survive, but on the water.
On the water. So whoever's our referee is making decisions here. Do we restart? Do we let those cold singles sitting in the rain go ahead while these novice boys loop back
And
around?
we got a schedule. We got a full day of racing.
We got racing every
so
8
this
minutes.
might not seem like a big deal. Oh, they went, but now they have to get back. These 8s are hard to maneuver. They're hard to steer.
A little bit of frustrations probably happening there. Like that hype of the start.
Oh,
You want to use that adrenaline to get you through the next 1,500 meters of the race, and sometimes you can see
This guy's like, I'm
he's-
putting my hoodie back
cold.
on.
I know there's going to be a little bit before our next race. Backwards hat here in 6 is like, I need my sweatshirt.
It's crucial to be prepared for these kinds of elements too, and it's hard, right? Like,
It's tough.
gear is expensive. It's hard to know exactly what you'll need.
Oh, we got a wave to the camera there from
Perfect.
7 seat in
Let's see if we can
Who are
guess.
you?
We don't have a bow number, but we can figure it out.
Concord crew. Friends of Concord, lane 9.
Hello. Hello, Concord.
Shout out to 7 seat in your long sleeve and your brimmed hat.
You know, smiling through it, like it's chaos. But
But you're
sometimes you just gotta chuckle.
It's
like,
part of the adventure.
it's not the end of the world.
We've
This
got a
is
camera
the
out
Saratoga
there.
Invite, it's not. You're not gonna. I don't know. There's no dire.
It's early in the
consequence. There's
season,
no $1 million
right?
prize.
Yep.
We're just.
You
here
might
to
feel
race.
like $1 million
It's
if you
true.
win,
It's true.
which is worth,
medals are
which is
nice.
priceless.
The medals are nice.
Yeah, make sure as those results come up, looks like we're all the way through the boys freshman 8 there with results. They'll be available at the registration building, so that tan and red lined building over on the Lee's Parkside shore. We've got lovely volunteers doing registration packets and medals and things like that. And also, as I spoke to the lovely volunteers this morning, they have a lost and found sheet and a scratch sheet. So coaches, should you need to scratch a boat, those unfamiliar with the terminology, that's just maybe we had an injury, maybe we had logistical, maybe someone's not feeling super good, and you don't have your full lineup. So sometimes boats that are signed up and registered 2, 3, 4 weeks ago can't make it down the course, and that's called a scratch. So you can do that over at the registration building. You can also, if you find something lost and found, or you lost something lost and found, they've got a nice list there so you can keep tabs, check throughout the day, make sure you try and find those lost items. But hold on to your sweatshirts and your boots and your hats, because those of us that clean up after the regatta, and is going to be a wet, muddy cleanup, we often find some hidden gems of articles of clothing.
Hold on to your hidden gems, folks. And Megan, speaking of scratches, like, it's crazy. Obviously, right now we have the singles lining up next, but in every other event, it's a team sport like no other. Like, you have a
No
soccer
other.
team, you have a field of 11, right? And you maybe have 11, 20 people on the bench, JV ready to come fill in if necessary. And obviously there's an element of, like, expectations and knowing what the players are going to do out there on the field that is similar, right?
Yep.
Like, you're depending on people, you're trying to gel with people. But in rowing, it's so, like, crucial that, one, everyone shows up.
Yep.
You can't take
Can't
out
row
an
an
8
8
with
with
7 people.
Mm.
You can.
We have.
You
I
shouldn't.
have. But I will say it is almost not better than
definitely
just
more,
sitting on
it's
land.
a more jarring experience to play
than
with
you would
10
anticipate.
people when you got a red card than it is to row with 7 if someone didn't wake up for practice in the morning on Saturday.
Looks like they're throwing this women's varsity single into those stake boats now. Maybe a chance for those novice 8s to check for any damage to equipment, any damage to athletes. You know, nobody's injured. Everybody's probably a little shocked.
So if you're
but
here
we'll pull
looking for the final two, we are a little bit behind schedule.
Yep.
Just I think the 8s are so hard to get into the stake boats
Yep.
and get aligned and get straight.
Especially
in the lane.
novices. They might
It's
have never
hard.
done that before.
It's hard.
It's like driving a
And
car
so
for the first time.
At Saratoga Invite, we are going on 8-minute centers. Our races are 8 minutes apart. And so we are trying to squeeze as many race experiences for these athletes and for these programs as possible. And so apologies if you're coming in looking for the 8:42 race. We're on the 8:34 race. Girls
Still
varsity
waiting on the
single
8:26 race
final.
to get
Yes.
themselves back in line.
So if you're here tuning in, the schedule is a bit off. No stress. We'll get you your coverage in no time. But right now we've got the girls varsity single final one, 8:34 originally. We've got 10 lanes.
Whew.
Megan, 10 lanes.
10 ladies out there ready to rip.
So we number our lanes 0 through 9 because we don't have a lot of 10s actually. Of bound
Is that
numbers.
bound numbers?
It's a little silly, but we have more 0s and 9s, or 0 through 9. And we have our start here. These single scullers, the single actually picks up a lot of speed really
It
quickly.
goes quick,
It's
fast.
the lightest boat you can find, usually. And so these single scullers are just trying to get up to speed, use up that adrenaline, that explosive, different energy source than you'll have for like most of your race. It's kind of like free speed almost.
Yeah. Lane 9, we've got Oak Neck A. Lane 8, Brumfield, Acton, Boxborough A. Lane 7, Albany A. Lane 6, Port Jefferson A. Lane 5, Ridley College C. Lane 4, Albany Rowing B. Lane 3, Manhasset High A. Lane 2, Emma Willard A. Lane 1, Cambridge Boat Club C. And closest to the Lees Park, Regatta Shore, Oak Neck Rowing D. So really actually quite interesting. A couple A boats in this race, but a couple B, C, and D boats too. And across the field, sometimes an A boat from one school will be as fast as a B boat from another, who's as fast as a C boat from another. The depths of these programs can obviously change with the experience and the technical skill and the strength and the number of times you've been in a single for these girls. So should be some good racing regardless of whether we've got A boats or B boats or C boats or even D boats in the lead.
So the A boat from Oak Neck, and Oak Neck is definitely prioritizes that like small boat sculling. Is,
As we've seen already today.
Kate Berry.
Go Kate.
Her older sister, you might know Ella. She's actually done quite well for herself in the high school level. She kind of dominated the women's single in the past few years, but she's now a collegiate rower at Princeton after winning youth nationals last year.
Hannah, tell us about Princeton.
I myself went to Princeton and rode there all 4 years for the open weight women's team.
Go Tigers.
They're actually currently ranked number one in the
Number
whole
one.
country. So we're all kind of buzzing about it. So I bet Kate's also buzzing about it because her
Buzzing.
sister's part of
We'll see. Maybe she's got some
number one
some
ranked team.
sister
There's some genetics
intuition,
going on.
some secrets for rowing the singles, some secrets to going fast. Maybe mom just makes like a really great breakfast.
And we know Henry Davison won the junior single in the fall for Oak Neck. Kate won it in the women's single. in
Let's
the
go,
fall.
Oak Neck.
Yeah.
So we'll
super
see
cool.
the-
I'm not sure in the single actually. They just said that she won the head of the Charles. I'm
The,
making some assumptions here, taking some liberties.
The
but go Kate. Go
fall
Kate.
racing we can kind of equate it to cross country and track. So in the fall, we do a lot of 3Ks, 4Ks, 5Ks, 6Ks. Our Saratoga Rowing fall race is the Head of the Fish, end of October, often Halloween weekend. And that's
Spooky.
3.2-ish K.
Yeah.
Whereas here, you're rowing
A shorter
1.5 K. So
Yeah.
race strategy is different, training is different, like very different race prep types, different
mentality.
plans, different mentalities.
Yeah.
In the fall, it's most often a head race style, so boats will go off every 10, every 15, every 20 seconds, as opposed to our 10-lane, all at once, ready, set, go thing we got going on today, where
It's almost so fast
right
and
from the
furious that you
beginning.
don't really need to think too much.
Yeah.
The head race.
Oh,
your
you
mind
think
is
that
your
whole
biggest-
time.
is
Right,
your
head race,
biggest
you can do the
battle.
whole thing alone. In these sprint races, you'll often have someone at least within fighting distance for the whole 1,500.
Good. So it is raining. It's not drizzling anymore.
It is raining, and that radar does not look super thrilling for an outdoor sport, but honestly, Hannah, water's flat.
The water is flat.
It's flat.
But the water's usually pretty good here in Saratoga.
It is.
We are lucky.
We are lucky.
And the flow actually runs from the lake up the creek. It's bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we're in the upside down. So
welcome to Saratoga.
So
everyone.
here, Megan and I train here full time with the Orion program, which is the high performance group that's just athletes that are, just athletes.
Just us athletes.
Training to try to make the Olympics 2024 and 2028.
We're all post-college.
So we know the water well, you might say.
Oh, yes. Take many a stroke.
The flow has been pretty aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
And so coming home, like going in this race direction down the buoy lines has been slow.
You feel a little bit slow.
It's just a little slow.
So I'm interested. A lot of these.
Yesterday was actually pretty nice. Good. So I'm hopeful. We didn't get out there this morning since racing started bright and early at 7:30 was the first start time. So the athletes were starting at 6:45 probably.
I see you, Cambridge Boat Club, in that pink. Row America Rye. Emma Willard. Yeah, racing started early. Hopefully, the teams that practice on flat water don't notice a little bit of flow against them, and hopefully the teams that practice on water with current take advantage of our, honestly, pretty minimal current today.
That's true.
Is
this Leslie? So Emma Willard is kind of, I would call it almost a sister program of Saratoga.
We like to work together.
We have some shared coaching staff, and I think if that is Leslie, we're not sure. Just the lineups are hidden for us on our
final one,
view.
lane 2. That is. We've got Leslie Mayer. She's a former Saratoga
kid. She did
kid.
Learn to Row with us here.
Yeah.
We have a Learn to Row program. Oh, watch out. Lane 9, sneak attack. That's Kate. I was like, where's Kate? We talked all about her. She won Mercer sprints last weekend. So did Henry.
And you can see that boat is just flying to the finish line. She's got 10 strokes.
She's got like 6 lengths of open water here.
At least. And she knows it. But the cool part is she's not slowing down. Like, there's no part of that body
her sprint
that's, I'm up. I'm going to take the win for today. No matter how many races she still has.
Sprints are hard to do also. Like, it's hard to reach that place.
She pooped. Stop that speed, coach.
During practice,
Yeah. Here's lane 7. I believe that's a 7. Albany Rowing Center in the orange. Go Albany a little bit.
Lane 8. Some high lane strength here.
Capital District power there.
Lane 8 was Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. We got a lot of fun facts about that program.
They came
at the end of this race. We'll go over it.
Lane 6, Port Jefferson.
And over there we got the Cambridge Sculler in the bright pink.
Lane 1, Cambridge C. Well done, well done.
Here comes Leslie, Saratoga.
She's got a nice
now at Emma
red
Willard.
uni of Emma Willard and Saratoga Blades. So welcome back to Fish Creek. You know it well.
Lane 4.
Another Albany Rowing Center. We got teammates out there rowing their singles, but together and alone.
Lane 0, Oak Neck Rowing Academy D, out of Oyster Bay.
That's a 5, Ridley College Rowing.
And that'll round it out for our first girls varsity single final. So Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, they've got a lot of fun facts here. Thank you for filling out our commentating questionnaires. We take what we can get. Color commentary can only be so colorful. Our imaginations can only do so much. But
look at that. We already are on final 2. Lane 0 closest to the Lees Park shore, Oak Neck F. Lane 1, Cambridge B. Lane 2, Connecticut B. Let's go. CBC's B's side by side. Augustine Classical A. Lane 3, Narragansett C. Lane 4, Mohawk Homeschool A. Lane 5. Oak Neck Rowing C, Lane 6, Ridley College B, Lane 7, Narragansett A, Lane 8, and Litchfield Hills A, Lane 9. This is your 8:42 scheduled girls varsity single. All of these ladies are rowing solo, sculling, so 2 little oars in each hand.
Little compared to the sweep. They're still,
They're sizable.
They're sizable. Good leverage. Not too much, though, because then it can be too heavy.
There's lane 9, Litchfield Hills. She just took a look behind her. She knows she's got some people to chase down early in this race.
And, Megan, it's kind of hard to race 10 lanes across. Like, it's fun, because you'll find, right, we've talked a little bit about it this morning, like, you'll find that fight. You'll find someone to spar with in your race.
Lane 8 looking cool, calm, and collected. Narragansett.
But it can be hard to look over and pay attention to
To 9
10
lanes
lanes of
across.
space.
It's a lot
Sometimes
of water.
it's easier to be in lane 9 or lane 0 on the edges. 'cause
Just
you
look
only have
one
one
direction.
You only have one
Whereas
direction.
if you're in lane 4 this week or this weekend,
you
coxed
find yourself
and bow
looking
seats.
left. You find
Check your
yourself
ports, check
looking
your
right.
starboards, check your ports. Look at this little race we got going over there in the middle lanes.
But look at this. She's so far away. Like, that's 9 versus what?
I think
lane
that's a
1?
1. That is our Cambridge.
Almost as far apart as you can be. Your peripheral vision does not go that far. I took some neuroscience classes in college. Your peripheral vision cannot reach that far. You have to actually look over there. And in the single, that can be really hard because you can
really
kind of
hard.
throw off your balance, throw off the symmetry of your stroke. And it's really important for these athletes to be rowing symmetrically,
Yep,
each blade
nice
going
and even.
the same distance each stroke as they leverage the boat forward. Otherwise, you start going left, you start going right, and then you're not going the straightest line A to B, and therefore
fastest straight line. So that's Narragansett A cruising. We saw Mohawk Homeschool A and Oakneck C fighting it over in those lower lanes. Mohawk Homeschool's a pretty small program. They've got a beautiful bright blue trailer, which, fun fact, a previous Orion member and previous Saratoga rowing coach, Ashley Johnson, introduced all of us. Chris Meyer, her current boyfriend, was the one who built that trailer. Chris Meyer built it. His initials are in it. He
and this is
did
for
a lot
which club?
of Mohawk Homeschool.
Mohawk Homeschool.
Chris Meyer did a lot of drone stuff for Saratoga Rowing, does a lot of handyman stuff for us.
Awesome.
And so it's really cool. Saratoga Rowing's got a pretty big community. There we are with Mohawk Homeschool in lane 5 and Oakneck C in lane 6. Oakneck's got just enough of an advantage to hold off Mohawk Homeschool.
But in the lead,
5.
you still have Narragansett Boat Club, now out of picture. But over there, we have representing the oldest boat club in America.
No way.
Narragansett, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, kind of, the Northeast.
It feels right. It feels
makes
right.
sense. But that program's got 5 different, let's see, I think 5 seniors. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 5. All of them are very interesting characters. Not sure if any of these are our single sculler here, just because our commentating sheet has the club entries, no individual names. But our Narragansett sculler here, clear advantage, racing the clock, really. She's comparing her time to Kate Berry, you know?
Yep.
Like, that's the person she wants to see if she can rally with. We don't have them racing in the single again in this 1500. This is the final.
This is it. Yep.
So unfortunately, it's not quite the same. Like, you got gusts of wind, right? Wind isn't. We're not in a wind tunnel where it's one
equal. Yep.
Speed the whole time. So it's hard to compare times. Kind of not an apples to apples comparison. But she's racing the clock here.
Our Narragansett Boat Club A. The team put in that their pre-race superstition is lucky sports bras. Wonder if she's got one on. If she is, it's doing its work. It's real
true.
lucky.
It's true.
Fueled by Go-Go Squeezes and Welch's Fruit Snacks.
I love Welch. I am team Welch's Fruit Snacks.
No, I'm a Mott's girl.
Oh, it's okay.
We'll discuss this later. For now, we've got final 2 of the women's varsity single, Narragansett Boat Club. Clean across that line. Maybe 3
really
boats
tight.
open.
Between
Tight for second. I believe that's our Mohawk Homeschool and Oakneck Rowing C. Even though Mohawk was down that whole piece, she's held real tight. I think it's going to come down to the final stroke or 2.
Last 250s, all about emptying the tank and staying clean.
Go girls, go!
Oakneck just over.
Oakneck with 1/3 of a second, half a second. It was pretty
so
darn
close.
quick.
Lane 9 here finishing.
Litchfield Hills across the line in that dark red boat. Well done.
Over there in our high lanes.
I can't see who you are.
It looks like lane 1, if she's in the correct lane.
Cambridge, followed by
lane 4.
Narragansett C.
And then
We've got
lane
some
0,
high lanes out there.
Lane 2.
Oakneck, Connecticut Boat Club.
This is lane 7.
I believe that will be Ridley College in that orange striped uni. We've got 1 women's varsity single still out there on the course. Like we were talking about the novice 8s, the varsity singles are a wide spread of skills and abilities and experiences and hours in the single. There are some women out here that maybe this is their first race in the single, and there are some women, like we talked about in our previous race, that have been rowing the single for years. So huge kudos to all of our athletes here.
This is Augustine Classical Academy.
Yep, that green and purple.
Yep.
Some pretty colors.
They got a fun trailer. It's small, but it's fun.
Well done there. She's got a blue boat too. All the colors on this gloomy Saratoga day.
And just to highlight too this variety of different programs we have here at the Saratoga Invite, we had I think something like 39 trailers, some teams sharing a trailer.
Wow.
So tons of different programs coming from all different kind of situations. You have some clubs like Greenwich that have been established for a really long time and have kind of become powerhouses in the high school rowing
They're
world.
known.
They're known. Well established. And then you have smaller programs that are just kind of meeting a need or meeting an interest of their
starting
local
to build
community, and it's you just kind of find
or they're content of where they are.
There are some clubs that have written in and said, "Oh, we don't have a boathouse, we have a shipping container."
Yeah.
And then other boats don't even have a shipping container; they just have a rack outside, which is just a few posts in the ground, like a kayak rack or something, and it works. That's all you really need.
And you just get some boats and get some water. Rowing is a sport that is a little bit less accessible, I would say.
It's true, historically especially.
Historically less accessible because, you want to play basketball, you want to play soccer, you grab a ball and you head to the park.
You might not have the best shoes, but you can overcome that.
You can make it happen in a pair of Converse or whatever the kids are wearing these days. With rowing, as we can see here on the live stream, there's a lot of logistical challenges. We've got launches.
You need water.
And you need a body of water that's not going to get whipped up by currents or party goers or fishermen.
A lot of places that have water, it's it's a big fishing town or a big,
too windy, too wakey, not a good
wakeboarding
spot to get into the water.
Skiing.
So we are very lucky here in Saratoga that we have a huge rowing community, and a lot of these teams that are visiting us, regardless of the background of your program, people are out there putting in the work. We've got parents and volunteers and all sorts of fun things.
So on our screen now, we have the girls varsity single final 3. Again, 10 boats across each of these girls varsity single finals. We have 3 of them. 30 athletes total, 10 in each. Everyone's finding someone in that race to push against, whether that's yourself or someone 6 lanes over from you.
And the cool thing about racing the single this early in the season is a lot of these girls are going to see each other again at states, at local scrimmages, at things like that. So this just might be the first notch on a long
creating
spring.
A rivalry. But we're in the last 250 meters. You can see those buoys turn red here. Classic signal in not only high school rowing but international racing. Those last 250 meters are different buoys to kind of red flag like a bull to rile you up. Make sure you know to empty the tank right here, right now. You're running out of room.
Looks like that lane 8
versus
Cambridge Boat Club and lane 5 Oak Neck. So Cambridge definitely has a bit of a lead. You can see her take a look over. I'm just checking where you are, making sure I can hold you to the finish. Cambridge looks long and relaxed.
I was going to say, Megan, what's the strategy here for stroke rate? How many strokes per minute or your cadence for these athletes? You have some athletes staying low.
30, I would say, is a good starting point. That's Cambridge and Oak Neck through the line. 30 strokes a minute. So if they're rowing for 6-7 minutes,
one every
a lot
2
of strokes.
Seconds. That's a lot.
And then upwards in the sprint, you could be going 40 in an 8, 45.
So that's really quick movement. That's a full body movement to do.
Yeah.
Really tight finish here.
Ridley College just ahead of Narragansett Boat Club, and then holy smokes, coming in hot, lane 9, Connecticut Boat Club, just ahead of.
I don't know. Can you say
Sport?
Which one was ahead there?
And then our next 2, hard to tell. We've got Maritime Rowing, Row America Rye. Our finisher coming in here, lane 3, will be Maritime.
I think we've got one more boat finishing out here in this Girls varsity single final 3. So this is our last
She from Wayland
varsity
Weston,
single race here.
hailing from just outside of Boston, inside Boston.
I wonder if we have any results here from the girls singles.
So Wayland Weston, while Hannah tries to find us some single results, our hometown Olympian out of Saratoga, our teammate,
It's true.
Christy Wagner, rode for Wayland
Orange and
Weston.
maroon.
Every once in a while, she throws on that, decade-old, not going to age you, Christy.
But she aged you.
I just aged you, sorry, your age is Googleable. She throws on that uni, brings us a bit of Wayland Weston to Fish Creek. So there is our Wayland Weston single finishing, and
Yeah, sorry, we
varsity
got
women's singles.
that official launch here in front of the finish line. So the finish line, fun fact, is not the big red buoys.
It's the little
It's
ones.
the little ones that are red and yellow coupled together. So we have official results from the girls varsity single final 1, and we'll just kind of compare times here, even though we're not supposed to, but I can't help it. And hopefully give you a sense of how competitive this field is. In the first final, we had Oak Neck Rowing Academy A, Kate Berry, 6:21, over Albany Rowing Center for second, 6:35, followed by Bromfield Acton Box Row. Always a tongue twister. I've been
They're just
racing
getting us.
personally me. I've been racing against BAB since I was a freshman in high school, which is, to date myself, is
It's a minute ago. or
it's
2.
over 10 years, and I still stumble on the pronunciation. I'm so sorry.
6:21, 6:35, 6:40 in our first final.
And then in the second final, which was originally supposed to go at 8:42, so we are a little behind schedule. So if you're coming in now, Narragansett Boat Club 6:27, so pretty close to the
Yeah.
winning time of the first
And then
one.
37:38, which again would be comparable.
Really close racing. And then that third final just finished, so we won't have those official results in on Streamline just yet, but if you would like to monitor the results, super easy to find, streamlinerowing.com/regattas, then go to Saratoga Invitational 2023, and there should be a results tab in that kind of drop-down menu.
Yep.
There you can see not only the results, but the schedule for the rest of the day, the event list, teams, multiple ways to kind of find your athlete.
Go
if you're at
browse
home.
your competitors before you get on the race course.
Or just kind of
see what kind of
all the
colors you're
different
gonna look at.
events. Like we have all these girls singles. We actually have boys doubles coming
Hannah,
up.
you know who I think's actually come down the course?
The eights.
All right.
Oh,
I believe this is our
novice
boys
eights.
novice eights final
Final
2.
two.
That was the 8:26 a.m. race.
Oh, happy days.
Lane 9, Friends of Concord. Lane 8, Pelham Community. Lane 7, Wayland Weston. Lane 6, Riverfront Recapture. Lane 5, Manhasset. Lane 4, Greenwich. Lane 3, CRI. And lanes 2, 1, and 0 are empty there. So I see that neon of Greenwich. I see the red of potentially what is CRI. I believe those two crews were our top 2 in the boys novice 8s final
you're right.
1. So the fact that they've got 2 fast crews,
Got depth. Depth.
well done. Well done.
How do you make depth on a program, Megan? Like, how do these teams do it?
I think it's a lot of like word of mouth about how fun rowing is.
Yeah, no,
Like
it's true.
the more people you have to select that
get the
power,
ball
that
rolling.
talent. Yep.
Yeah.
And also like a culture mindset, right? If you've got 10 freshman kids who want to go fast, the other 10 are probably going to also want to go fast.
Right, that competitive but supportive
Yep.
environment
Yeah,
is
build each
crucial.
other up, and especially in such a team sport as rowing, like you can see here in our Greenwich crew, if bow seat, so furthest right to your screen, doesn't pull hard, 8 seat or
They're
stroke
picking
seat
up the load.
is gonna know.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think it's really, really cool. You can see, they're picking up that right here. They've got open water back to CRI, but
You can
ain't
see
stopping
they've
them
got
now.
some good catches for these novices. So these are all new people to the sport, but their blades are all going in together, coming out together.
Greenwich through the line, CRI through the line, and then we've got a race back here.
CRI will take
Pelham
second.
Community and
Wayland Weston.
Wayland Weston.
Really tight racing. Christy Wagner's alma mater here, boys, novices, repping
That
the
stripe.
home of our Olympian here, local
Maroon
Olympian,
and
regatta director.
stripe.
You probably, if you're a coach, you've talked to
You've
Christy.
talked to her.
You know her well.
That is lane 5, Manhasset. I believe this is Friends of Concord coming through.
We've got 2 more boats coming. again, this is the novice eights event, so they might be freshmen. They actually could be coming from anywhere, just not from the sport of rowing before. So these athletes are probably brand new. Some athletes are three-sport athletes, like we kind of talked about earlier. They do other sports in the fall.
You could be a real good
and
swimmer, a real good runner, and a real good basketball player.
If you
and
started
then show up.
rowing a month ago, and
You've
here
taken
you are with 8 of your friends, the coxswain, and 7 other people in the boat, and you're just doing your best.
You feel in the fight. Like, these guys are, they're pulling. They're doing what they know how to do, but novices means you might have only been rowing for a couple of months, and that's what you know how to do.
It's been cold.
It's been frozen.
Warm, but it's been, the weather up here is crazy. So sometimes you also might not have a ton of water time. If it's too windy, if whatever's
There's
going on.
Manhasset, novice boys through the line.
Something's going on there.
And
maybe they caught a
who
log
are you out there?
Do you see that? That was weird. They had something in the water next to the, what was the athletes in blue?
I believe that was Manhasset. And then our outside lane. So that'll be it for our boys novice eights final twos, our makeups. Whatever happened on that fall start. I think it was steering too. We'll get the details
during
and
the
get
lunch
back
break,
to you.
we'll try to go scouting for some inside scoops. Or honestly, DM us on Instagram. Saratoga
Tell us what
Rowing.
happened.
Let us know.
So speaking of Waylon Weston, we've been talking about our teammate, Chrissy Wagner. She was a Tokyo Olympian and former national team member.
She has a podcast now.
That's what I was just going to say.
I know.
Girl's got a podcast.
I was like so excited.
Let's go. So she started a podcast called The Other 3 Years, and just a little bit of an inside scoop about her time the other 3 years that's not the Olympics, right? So Hannah and I are sitting here. We've got 3 workouts to do today,
3.
one of which we can bump till tomorrow, but we're
We
clearly
have
sitting here talking the whole time we're talking to you guys.
A 90-minute erg. What is it? 4x20.
4x20.
Probably a little bit of warm up somewhere in there. 90-minute total. Seems kind of long. But
I did it this morning. It was actually lovely. Listen to some Taylor Swift.
And then we've got a 50-minute cardio session.
Choose your adventure.
It's kind of nice. Our coach likes to give us some open-ended, or choice, I guess. Just
run,
put it
bike,
simple.
swim.
So we've got the bike erg, which has actually become a lot more popular, I think. The concept of cross-training in general has gotten a lot more, I think, just respect in the rowing community. A lot of people thought you just needed to row a lot, and
there are other ways to get fit and strong. And
sometimes it's good for long-term development to not overuse the same muscle groups or the same movement patterns.
Yeah.
And it's good for your body to actually switch it up and get your heart rate elevated in a different way. So we do some biker. You might actually go for a bike ride outside. We do lots of rides with an ice cream break in the middle.
Yeah.
Kind of test your dairy tolerance, but or go for a run. Even some kinds of Zumba classes, or we play basketball, that kind of thing. But we got that, and then a 60-minute strength
a little bit
training.
of a strength training.
Yeah. But these athletes are just focused on one thing and one thing
today.
only:
Rowing.
racing.
Just to bookend our comment about Christy's podcast is, like Hannah and I are doing today, we're working and we're training and we're trying to fuel and sleep and hang out with friends and family and
do it all.
Do it all. And Christy's podcast is going to be about that. The other 3 years. So, like many of you out there, we turn on the Olympics and we get to watch all the swimming and the gymnastics and the ice hockey and all of the things.
The rowing race, it's over in
the
7
rowing race
minutes.
that you get to see 6.5 minutes of. And so her podcast is a little bit of an inside look into what she does, but what all of us do who are sitting here with an Olympic dream.
And some of these athletes here might graduate from high school and
go listen to Christy's podcast, be
keep
inspired,
and
now
see
you'll
just
know
how fast they can be.
Yeah, it'll give you a little bit of an inside look of what that could be. So check it out. The other 3 years, I think it's on all your streaming platforms. But
definitely Apple Music or Apple.
Definitely
whatever.
Apple Podcast.
Yeah, sorry.
Not sure what they call that. In the meantime, flag is up. We're in the last 400 of our boys varsity double. Two boys, 2 oars each.
That Christy rode. We're really bringing it full circle. I guess the women's single, but same or women's double.
Cambridge Boat Club, lane 9. Wayland Weston, lane 8. Arlington Belmont, lane 7. Star Rowing, lane 6. Niski, lane 5. Augustine Classical, lane 4. Litchfield Hills, lane 3. Friends of Concord, lane 2. Oakneck B, lane 1. And Port Jefferson, closest to your shore, in lane 0. Looks like we got some low lanes
These
up ahead
athletes
today.
are bringing the rate up over there in
This
the
is
low
cool.
lanes.
This is
or
a
those
fun
lanes
field to look
furthest
at.
from us. In your picture right now, they are sprinting here, tapping into that energy system.
A 3, a 2 out there? Oh, but we got a close.
Gosh.
Lane 9 is moving.
10 lanes of racing.
Cambridge
This is
Boat
chaos.
Club, they're trying to look over and make a move on our friends in lane 2.
Megan, these conditions look fast.
Friends
I'm
of
not gonna
Concord.
lie. Maybe they're just making it look fast. I can't tell you.
I can't tell you
We'll come
anything
back to
about
you
that
later
one.
or check
streamlinerowing.com. And look, a fight for third.
Holy
Lane
smokes.
3, lane 6. I believe that's Oakneck out of lane 1. Litchfield Hills, Niskiuna. There's Wayland Weston through the line.
So Matt and Henry in the boys
That's
varsity.
Niskiuna through the line. Go ahead,
yes,
Hannah.
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. So Oakneck, we've heard a lot about them. We love all
Augustine
this
Classical.
color commentary they're bringing in. The theme of Oakneck is life begins at the end of your comfort zone. So
It's doing well for them so far.
as we watch these athletes sprint, not only Oakneck, but all of these athletes really trying to get to that kind of limit of their comfort zone and getting comfortable being uncomfortable here this morning at the Saratoga Invite, day 1.
There's our next 2 crews through the line. And I believe that is the end of our boys varsity double final 1. We just heard the referee in that follow launch. Hey, everybody good? We feeling all right? Just checking in, especially in conditions that aren't optimal. Often heat, but sometimes cold and wet. Just making sure that somebody who just raced their heart out for 6-7 minutes, you're doing physiologically all right.
Emptied the tank, but didn't actually put your body in physical harm, you know?
Physical harm versus physical tolerance, can we say?
Yeah.
Hannah, I've got that girls varsity single time.
Oh my gosh.
We were 6:21, 6:35, 6:40 for final 1. We were 6:27, 6:37, 6:38, so pretty darn comparable. Final 2, 6:26.
They don't know how fast they
not
went.
at all. 6:26, 6:30, and 6:46. So honestly, a little bit of variance, but like that would have been a competitive final if we put those 9 athletes together, which is super fun.
True. So coming up, we have the second final for, or really like a heat. They're not seeded.
Right.
Just for folks at home, these are kind of randomized, more or less, finals here. So each of these races will have a gold medal, silver medal, and bronze medal. And we have in the second final, Matt and Henry for Oakneck. Matt is actually going to Navy in September.
Is that our A or our D? Do we know?
They didn't say.
That's okay.
But one of those Oakneck
One of those.
is going to Navy.
Go
Navy has a great rowing program if they so choose to continue rowing in college.
Right.
It's a big commitment to row
It's
in
a big
college.
commitment. Both Hannah and I rowed in college. I think we both had great times.
We did.
We loved the experience,
But you
as
know,
most of it do, but it's a totally different college experience.
It's a different prioritization kind of commitment.
Unlike Hannah. So Hannah rowed in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Hannah, where'd you run high school?
I rode for Lime Old Lime High
Lime Old
School.
Lime.
LOL. High school. I think it's the epitome of a high school name. 2 towns, tiny towns coming together.
Lime Old Lime.
Lime Old Lime.
I did not row in high school, and so I started in college. And just to give you a comparison of maybe many of your traditional first years of colleges out there, novice practice started 4:45.
Are you kidding?
Grab the boat, 4:45. So there was no shenanigans happening ever. I was eat, sleep, row from the
even
very
late-night
beginning.
study groups. College kids study
I
starting
couldn't
at
take-
9 p.m.
I couldn't
It's
take
crazy.
the 6 to 9 p.m. class because
There was a 6. Actually, in college, we had at Princeton, we had a 7. No, it was a 6:30 to. It was like a seminar.
Yeah.
And it went until 10:20.
wild. You won't find any rowers in that
It's ludicrous.
class.
I can't believe they got away with that. But
So
Yeah.
for those of you,
You just have to
thinking
make choices.
of rowing in college, I know we've got a lot of very cool seniors from different teams. We've got from BAB some athletes.
Oh my
Asher
gosh,
going
a lot
to
of people
Temple,
going to row
Charlie going to
continue,
Holy
yeah.
Cross, Matt to Yale. Cole from the Putney School is heading to Wash U. Wappinger's Crew Club has 9 seniors this year, 3 of which have been recruited. So we'll keep rolling through. I know Saratoga's got a bunch. Burnt Hills, young team, but a couple of seniors. And then, let's see, let me pick Arlington Belmont. We've got Loyola University Chicago, Carnegie Mellon. Some really cool things that a lot of these kids are doing post-high school rowing. So my word of advice for someone who didn't row in high school would be just ask around. Hey,
What's it like?
what was your experience? Talk to people that are going there. Reach out to the coaches. But
and like the day-to-day is going to be your life, you know?
Yep.
Like as you go
Yep.
through the recruiting process, the day-to-day is crucial.
right.
Like, yeah, it's cool to come in top 10 in the country,
But do you like what you're doing?
but
Are
will
you
you be
happy?
happy there? You know, that's
Are you
the
a
big
happy person there?
that's our advice, I guess.
As elders of college rowing.
Yes.
Boys varsity doubles, 2 boys, 2 oars each, no coxswain. Final 2's about 300 meters from the line. We've got some low lane speed out there. They're off the screen on that far right-hand side. Can't tell who you are yet. Are you Oak Neck rowing
it
D?
looks like
Maybe Friends of Concord?
lane 0, I think.
Can I bet you a lane 1, lane 0? Hopefully it should be empty.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it does. Looks like you were right with that furthest
Furthest lane.
lane. That's Oak Neck D. That's our boys' shout out from the Instagram. Closing in on our side in here maybe is Oak Neck A.
I don't know. Which one of you has Matt? I don't know.
Go Matt. So
But here we go. They are
Oak Neck's
finishing.
coming down to the line. Looks like that lane 8 to Oak Neck A will take the win. And then that Oak Neck D, who's far across, is going to have to look over here to lane 9, which is Narragansett. We've got...
Watch out for the oldest boat club in America.
Here they come. Looks like they've got them pretty handedly too. Oak Neck 1-2 in that race. Well done. That's Narragansett.
Looks like lane 5 or lane
That's,
6.
I think,
Sorry.
yeah, Manhasset. That looks like potentially lane 2 will be Friends of Concord through the line on this one right here.
And we still
3
have
boats, 4 boats on the course.
boats
Well,
left.
Hannah, that's a boat with 1 person out there. Something
know,
is happening.
I'm not
That's
sure
Friends
what
of
that is.
Concord. 3 strokes to the line here. Lane 4.
And we are trying to get back on schedule. So as this race is
That's-
finishing, we do have the next race already going. So we'll pan to the girls' varsity coxed 4 final 1.
That looks
Just
like
at the end
Fordham,
of this race.
Fordham Pep through the line here. Lane 4. We are bundled up in those black hoodies.
As you should be. It
As
is raining.
you should be.
It is 50
Port
something
Jefferson
degrees.
here through the line. And we will have, looks like this might have been a single. We're onto our girls varsity 4s on our screen, but a single, maybe we missed our race, maybe we snuck into something else.
But your leader there looks to be Bromfield acting back. I can't tell. Lane 9 of the girls coxed 4 final 1. Should be Bromfield Acton Boxborough. But
I think
let's double check.
SA Rowing Club.
SA,
There
you're
you
right.
are. In your black and your blue
I was
hats.
like, this is incorrect.
We're finding ourselves here. So you'll see we're back to sweeping. Each athlete has 1 oar, and then they've got a coxswain tucked in, a little bit of a coffin set up there. She's got her GPS. You can see our little pink GPS on this coxswain. She's tucked in there. She's letting them know where they're supposed to be, what they're doing. This is lane 4, Greenwich. Must not be cold enough for the ladies to wear the neon vest yet.
I know, they're warm. Speaking of warm and ready to go, our current leader from SA, We need to figure out what SA stands for. Please DM us. What does SA stand for? We'll Google it as well. But these athletes in the 4, at
St.
least
Andrews. There you are. Quick
thank
little
you.
Google.
Oh my gosh.
Nope, you're out of. Are you from Georgia? Did you come all the way up here?
Actually, they are from that far
I think
away.
so.
Their club team, founded in response to Georgia Tech wanting to start a rowing club.
Wow.
The collegiate club team was required to also start a junior club in order to gain riverfront access. So
That's
like we were talking
awesome.
about, like rowing is often super inaccessible just because
but these girls are here because
it's a lot of
they
moving
wanted
parts.
a club team, and
Yep.
and look at them
So
all the way
local
from Georgia.
church gave them
Wow.
the riverfront access, as long as the college team also started a junior program.
That's
so
awesome.
thank you to
Well,
that.
they're from way down yonder on the Chattahoochee.
They came a while up here, but
Welcome,
they
St.
pour
Andrews.
an energy drink on the bow ball before every race after each athlete has had a little sip. Not too much. 'cause
Caffeine. Let's go.
Caffeine is huge. But there's lane 6 in a blue boat. Nice. I think they're using those comp blades.
Pelham Community. And
Comp blades
lane
are just a little bit
2,
smaller. They're
Burnt
like a
Hills
little
there.
spoon.
Mercer
of a
on
big
the
spoon.
outside.
Do I
Greater
spy
Lawrence.
CRI in
There
red?
is a CRI in red. Arlington Belmont in there. We're in that last 300, ladies. Tell me about these comp blades real quick, Hannah.
So there are actually more than 2, but right now the comp blades are the most different kind of blade you can get on the market right now. I guess they're from Concept 2. It also makes your erg. You're welcome. But you'll see they're a little bit smaller blades, so it's more of like a circular blade or square blade than a rectangle. And the thought process, there's just a lot of high-level engineering going on in the rowing world
it's
right
pretty
now,
cool.
trying to figure out how to best produce and facilitate speed. Just like in running, you have different shoes that help you run super fast.
And you know who's going super fast? There's Greenwich through the line, 3 strokes. SA looked up at the start. Maybe Greenwich had a little bit stronger middle 1,000, but here's SA all the way from Georgia, St. Andrews.
Really nice together there for our
that was
second place
smart.
finish.
That might be Burnt Hills. And Pelham Community in the blue. I think that's Mercer, Greater Lawrence.
And then should be CRI.
I think so too, from Boston. And that telltale red boat and red unis with the black stripe.
These boats just keep coming in these 10-lane
There's
races.
so many. We love it. That's lane 8, which will be Arlington Belmont. And I believe followed by lane 7, which is Riverfront Recapture. Your girls' varsity coxed 4s, final 1. There's everybody through the line. You've got those green unis of Riverfront Recapture. So like any other sports team, we've got uniforms here in rowing. We call them unis, unisuits. They're like a wrestling singlet or a tank top attached to a pair of spandex. Really holds tight to the body, allows you to move those oars around without getting caught in sweatshirt pockets or extra fabric or anything. But the problem is on a day like today, when it's a little bit cold and a little bit rainy, you want to add some layers either underneath or above. And just unis, those colors are pretty easy to tell. We know some people are orange, some people are blue, some people are red, but you add a couple of layers in, and we have to start relying on, number 1, your bow numbers when we can see them, like this boat, lane 6, Connecticut Boat Club. You can see that black uni with the lime green stripe. On the outside there, it looks like lane 1, Greenwich crew. So these ladies, 4 athletes, varsity 4s, could have been rowing for a year, could have been rowing for 4 years, 6 years, just someone at that varsity caliber. Looks like we've got an outside lane there. potentially Row America Rye out of lane 0. If you pay a little bit of closer attention to that Row America Rye boat and where their oars are, you see 2 blades in the middle coming towards our camera as opposed to the every other blade that we have here. You could do that in the Connecticut Boat Club. Every other, 1 port, 1 starboard, 1 port, 1 starboard, whereas that far boat, cameraman is listening. I don't even know if he can hear us.
Just currents.
He can feel it,
The
but that's
energy
called a
of the
bucket.
universe.
So when you put 2 oars on the same side, one right after the other, that's called a bucket as opposed to your traditional every other. Sometimes make some speed. There's some science in it. There's some, does an athlete follow someone on her same side a little bit better? A lot of different reasons why you'd bucket. Sometimes it's just real fun.
It's true. The actual power of like watching someone do the exact same motion that you're doing.
It's real. Yeah.
Is a psychological like phenomenon. So it can be if someone's having a hard time really
figuring out which way to
syncing up
rotate. Yeah.
and really matching every like motion, movement, rhythm. It can be really helpful to put them behind someone doing the exact same motion.
I have a question for Connecticut Boat Club here. Our
Okay.
lane 6. Did you all choose to wear buns?
I know it seems
Or was
like
that
a
just the most
organized effort.
aerodynamic movement for a rainy day out here on Fish Creek? That's Mercer, Princeton National Rowing Association Mercer out of Princeton, New Jersey. We've got braids rolling through this boat. Maybe it's just the move is to match hairstyles. It's free speed.
You got to match everything else, so.
For those of you not super familiar with rowing, this is our girls varsity coxed for final 2. Was supposed to go off at 9:22, so we're getting back right on track. Kudos to referees and officials. That means each athlete has 1 oar moving out to a
what
left
does that
side.
plus mean?
Plus, as you see these little people tucked into the front of the boat.
They might not be that little. They look very
They
little.
they look tiny because they're sitting in it.
But their whole body's actually
Their whole
tucked
body's
into
in
the
there.
bow of the boat.
They're doing the steering. They've got hopefully a walkie-talkie, a
Microphone.
headset, a
yeah.
microphone. Yeah, so the
Cox
athletes can
box,
hear
they
them.
say.
They're telling them where they are, what they're doing. It looks like our outside lane of Greenwich B out of lane 1 with that bucketed 4. So we've got a port blade, we've got 2 starboards, and then we've got a port. Bucket means speed today, I guess. Or Greenwich has just been training real hard. Either way, kudos to those ladies through the line.
And we got a battle like 6 lanes across. Over there, I think in lane 1.
That's 3.
Lane 3? Oh gosh. And 6?
And 6. Fayetteville, Manlius, and Connecticut. And then Mercer. And
Lane 9.
Litchfield Hills.
Uh-oh, we got a launching crew clear in our vision.
Yellow, orange, Wayland Weston. CRI. Who else are you? Nichols School, potentially. Maybe a Ridley College. I know we've got that orange.
Lanes 2. And looks like lane 3.
That's Fayetteville Manlius, excuse me for calling them earlier. And I believe that's Nichols School through the line there. So even though they were middle back of the pack, like those 2 schools got a race.
It's true. It's true. You got a competitive kind of experience for you. It's always good to kind of put yourself in those positions, and sometimes it can be hard to orchestrate those kinds of competitive environments at practice.
Mm-hmm.
Coaches can try to do mixed lineups to kind of try to bring that kind of experience to the athletes, but even then it can be hard to really put them in a level neck and neck speed, and so having someone challenge you that's your exact same speed and see what your mind does. Like, how do you respond when
Do you cop out? Do you freeze up?
when someone is
you
relentlessly
fight?
going at the same speed as you? Do you find that extra gear, or do you have that little bit of self-doubt? Like sometimes, what we call them zombies sometimes. Here at Saratoga with the high performance group Orion, we call them our zombies. So when you're in that pain cave, when you're deep down in the hole of like a sprint that's way too long
When
to
your
be a
body's
sprint.
totally wasted. Your mind is a little
Like,
bit
what
nervous.
does
A
your
lot
mind
nervous.
do?
What do you go
My
to?
mind tries to convince myself to fake an injury. Like, I'm serious.
It's real.
When
How do I
I'm-
get out?
When I'm in the first 400 meters of a 2K, my mind tries to tell me, like, really persuasively,
If
fake
I'm
an
dead, I
injury.
can't finish this piece.
Like, if I say my rib hurts, like, no one's gonna look at me different,
no.
but I will be lying because
And then you
it's just like
and you've
that
trained your brain just like you
overwhelming
trained your
feeling.
mind to get over that, right?
right, and you train your response. Like, you can control. You'll have that thought. Like, I'm never not gonna
Acknowledge
be in
it.
a 2K
Yep.
and not want to fake an injury, but I can practice how I convince
you
myself
respond.
otherwise.
Yep. Looks like that was a nice shot of Row America Rye. This will be the girls' varsity coxed 4 final 3, 9:30 a.m. start. That
Really nice
beautiful
view.
blue. I think that's Friends of Port.
What color blue is that? I want that on my wall.
Is beautiful. Beautiful
right.
blue.
Beautiful
That's
blue.
Pittsford rowing. Out of lane 6, I believe.
Wow, look at this competition.
This
These
is
coxswains
fun.
are tucked down into the boat. They've got 4 boats across here that are all
Lane
within
8. My
a
bad,
few
that was
seats.
Bromfield Acton, but that's BAB in the blue.
BAB. But they are all in contention here
This
for,
is fun.
what is this? This second place finish. We'll get a full shot as soon as we can. Again, our drones are unable to really get our full picture here with the
But it's a
rain.
pretty good picture of what we've got.
But I can't tell if someone's ahead of.
I think
This
we
little
had
pack.
that.
Look at that move here.
There
on
we
the
go.
far
Row America
lane.
Rise up. That was it.
Okay, so Row
There
America
we
Ride with
go.
a convincing
Solid.
lead. These 4 athletes
Early in the race,
able
too.
to look back at their competitors. That's a huge psychological advantage in rowing. When you're up, you know you're up, and you have that kind of, I don't know,
A little bit of confidence.
confidence.
A little
right?
bit of earned
Like, you
confidence,
know,
but confidence.
you know how fast you're going. You know how fast you have to go. If someone else starts to surge, you kind of get the heads up.
You can respond.
visually
Yep.
to see
Oh, they're
that
getting
doing
closer.
it.
My time to press away.
Exactly. Like, heck no, you're not gaining on me. And when you're down, it can be kind of challenging because you have no idea what is required to get back up. You have no sense of how far you're down. Like when you're running next to someone and you see them, I don't know, 10 feet ahead of you, your body knows how much speed
Yep.
is required to
Time
catch
to
'em.
go.
And so in rowing, the coxswain really can come in a huge way to motivate their rowers and say, we are a length down. We need to go maybe this split.
This
if they
is
have a
how much
speed
I know I need
coach.
to push to get another length in a 4.
Oftentimes in like the elite level of rowing, it just takes 1% more. Like you trick yourself.
1%.
Say it
Little
just
bit of
takes
push.
1%. That's nothing. To go a little bit faster and get a little bit more speed out of your boat together.
I think that's Greenwich. That was our far that we had a little look
Mhm.
at.
Really strong move around
This
the
looks
second,
like
in the
Friends
second
of
half.
Port and Pittsford. Pittsford runs a really cool regatta
You went
in the
last
spring.
year.
I did. I took maybe last year, 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Whatever it was. I took some of the Saratoga varsity girls, and it's all like dual style through their canal.
Right, because it's
It's
a
pretty
really
cool.
narrow
Yeah.
body of water.
This is BAB, Pittsford, and it looks like Friends of Port fighting there. I believe that's lane 1, which is Greenwich.
So Greenwich down on Row America Rye, but they had a really strong move around halfway through this race. Undoubtedly, their coxswain is demanding those athletes do everything in their power to try to make up that ground on Row America Rye, and it looks like it's pretty effective.
Flag
Row
is up.
America
We're in
Rye.
our red buoys.
Still leading that charge, but
They're
you
moving.
they took risks in the beginning, right? Getting out to
Right.
that lead. It
Can-
takes a toll on the
can you hold
body
it?
to get a
Right.
lead like that.
I think my money's going to say Row America Rye is going to hold
She's
this
a
one off
betting
today.
woman. She's a
I
betting
am a
woman.
betting woman. This is lane 1. You can see Greenwich crew. Their coxswain is undoubtedly looking over. Looks like they've still got about a length down. Holy moly, here we go. Row America Rye is moving.
Yeah, but they're
3
still about a
strokes to the
length
line.
down. So now it's all about just maintaining their lead. They're out of room to catch up to Row America Rye, who will
But
take first.
Keep pushing it. Row America Rye, friends, family of those 5 ladies in that boat. That's probably the most footage you'll ever see of your child rowing, ever. Watch it again and again. Coach, go critique. And then we've got a race for 3rd here.
Bromfield Acton Boxborough not able to catch up.
I believe
That's
Friends
lane
of
5.
Port leading Pittsford.
But Bromfield Acton
who-
Boxborough, I think, beat out
Yep,
Pittsford
I
there
believe
in the
so
last
too.
few strokes.
I think so too. Good race, all crews there. We've still got 3 more boats on the race course who are out there fighting each other, which is the whole fun of these big 10-lane regattas. That's Friends of Concord through the line. We've got Emma Willard, and I believe Wappinger's Crew, and potentially Mercer as well. That's that's Friends of Concord, and then we've got 4 Emma Willard and Wappinger's Crew Club. So these ladies, even though they're back of the pack, like still a good race, still the same intensity from the coxswains.
It's the beauty of the Saratoga Invite.
It's awesome. It's so fun.
10 lanes across, you're going to find a sparring partner.
That's lane 7. Wappinger's Crew Club through the line. Love those splash jackets.
And this is a 1,500-meter race. This has taken these athletes anywhere from 5 to 7, maybe even at the novice level, 8-minute racing. So that's a lot of time.
It's a lot of
to
time.
unfold while you're trying to go max pressure. And sometimes you'll find those like really tight racing experiences in the first 250.
Right.
In the first half of the race.
Right.
And sometimes that's all you need for a race. Like sometimes the fitness
a little bit of
or
your
the strength
kick. Yep.
might fade for especially these younger athletes or less experienced athletes.
Right. What happens when you get tired?
But you still have this great experience in the first half where you're duking it out and you're fighting and you're racing each other.
Yeah.
And then it can be a little bit discouraging at first to have that speed
Get
or
moved
fitness
on or get
fade
walked
and
on.
finish last in one of these races, but you still take away something great from when you were in the mix in the fight.
Right.
And you can kind of take that motivation to train a little bit more, just be more consistent, keep showing up to practice every day, trusting that it'll pay off, and then you'll be in the fight the whole time.
Right. Both Hannah and I have coached middle school, high school athletes. I actually coach a Grandmasters men's 8, so a little bit older than your high school and your middle school. Some of these guys are in their 70s and their 80s, but no matter what age of crew we coached, I think as a coach, all you hope is that you've done enough practice to prepare your athletes, and then when your athletes get in a race, either in the first 250 or the middle 1,000 or the last 250, they can try some things out. It might not work the first race, and then you go and you have a chat, and you come back the next race, and you've either got a new strategy or you've built on your old strategy, and so
it's a learning process.
It's a learning process. Yeah. Like you can't fake the nerves of race day, being on a new course in a hotel and whatnot. And so as a coach, you just want some good racing experiences. Hannah, anything fun through Instagram DMs?
Shout out to Instagram handle AshByDiesel. Ashby? Is that I don't know.
Ash by Diesel.
Ash by Diesel.
Ash
you
but
have
why Diesel?
submitted the most comments or DMs, submissions to this question.
They're
posed
keeping
on the
us
Saratoga
talking.
Instagram story. We're getting a lot of information about Oak Neck and athlete Henry and Henry's family.
That's awesome.
It's overwhelming, to be honest. I feel like I'm a part of the team now. Henry's great-great-grandfather rode a double with his wife in the summer.
The dream.
I'm not sure just for
where,
fun
how,
or
when, but
in
it
a race,
happened.
but it happened.
All
and
right.
Wife is all caps, so it means
Wife.
it's important. So I'm learning all about Oak Neck. If you would like to share any fun facts,
About your
team
club.
mottos, race day calls, race day traditions,
Here we are.
anything for some color commentary, please share right now. We've got the boys' quads ripping down the course. These are freshman novices.
That's Albany Rowing Center right there in the orange, right next to Shen.
Hoodie with the hat on top? Question mark? I can't tell.
Sun protection, water protection.
I mean, there's nothing
just
worse than getting
vibes?
water in your eyes. So, I think it's a visor around a hoodie.
So watch these guys. I've been watching bow seat and stroke seat. They're both looking around. So you'll notice there's no little person tucked up into their bow.
No coxswain.
They're the one doing all the motivating, all the calling, all the we see.
So
I
imagine
believe that'll be
sprinting
Maritime Rowing
a
Club over
mile
there.
around a track.
But also having to look across
with
the track.
4 people that are running in the exact same time as you.
Your
Same steps.
potato sack race or something.
You've got like the rope
Three-legged
tied
one.
around
Yep.
a 3-legged race, but it's 4 people. So it's, what is that? How many legs are we
A
talking?
lot of
Many
legs.
legs. And one of you is talking.
And the
to
other
try
is
to unify.
steering.
And
a
motivating.
$20,000 boat. And the other one is looking 10 lanes across the track to see where your competitor is. So you see these guys in bow
These guys have a
clearly
lot on their
ripping as hard
minds.
as they can.
But hopefully you've practiced enough, right? This is the novice or freshman event, so maybe not as much practice as some of the varsity races we'll see later on today and we've already seen. But the goal is to automate as much as you can. So spending time in lineups if possible, spending time as a team unifying around different concepts like technical cues or motivational cues with your coach or your athletes, so that in the race everything's already been rehearsed.
You can focus on pulling hard.
And this is just like, oh, that guy is screaming. So he is trying to motivate his teammates here. You can see them unifying in rhythm too.
Out there
Sometimes
ahead
the
of
cue just
just a
unifies
little
the rhythm.
bring it
like
together.
Leg swing.
Look at that
just
water move. That is some nice flat water, boys. We had maritime rowing up ahead. There's Albany Center in the forefront of your screen. I believe that's Litchfield Hills right behind them.
Really close racing here, these two crews on our screen. And you can kind of see the bows surging here. So obviously you can try to look at the athletes. That's kind of where everyone's eyes go, you know, just psychologically. Humans, we know what to look for. We want to find our friend or our family member here in the boat. But also paying attention to how like the whole system is moving. So the bows are surging and then slowing down a little bit. The boat doesn't move at like a constant rate of acceleration. So you'll see the boat maybe surge on the drive as the oars and the athletes are propelling the boat forward. And then the athlete's job is to try to keep that boat moving as much as possible or slow it down the least
as little. Yep.
between strokes. So you'll see sometimes, especially in the novice event, some boats with more, it's called check on the boat. You'll see the boat kind of like moving more jerkily.
Because you'll notice the
abrupt
athletes are moving
change.
in the wrong direction. Like you got to get your body back up to take the stroke again.
Right.
So you're moving in the wrong direction. Can you do that with as much finesse, as much smoothness, as little distraction to boat momentum as possible? And Maritime Rowing Club B, I believe here, doing a nice job of that, coming through the last 250 with a comfortable lead in those light blue unis.
Yeah, go freshman novice.
Freshman novice quads, 4 boys, 2 oars each, doing all the work themselves, all the data, all the competitiveness, all the motivation. Here they come. Yeah, I'd say they've got, 3-4 lengths up on the field. Well done, Maritime.
Yeah, and you can see that boat surging super
moving.
smoothly. And that translates to victory here in boys freshman novice quad final 1. Work smarter, not harder sometimes.
Work smarter so that you can work harder. Sometimes a nice
Yeah,
flat boat,
true.
easier to push, right?
It's easier to go fast if you're working smart.
That's lane 6. Litchfield Hills with a silver in the boys freshman novice quads final 1. Well done there. This looks like 9. This is Albany Rowing Center. We had a lot of close-ups there of them. Well done, boys. Lane 8 will be Friends of Shen here. Our Capital District friends in the dark green. Far out there,
Lane 2.
I think that's a 2. We'll have to check in on that 2 because
Maybe it was a 3.
maybe it was a 3. Maybe that was Niski
No, because I think Niski's here coming up.
in our red.
'Cause they
Another
often wear
Capital
red.
District friend. Niski
mystery
and Shen
crew.
and Saratoga.
Maybe they were lane 4.
Maybe they're in lane 4. So
We're
Niski,
seeing what you're
Una,
seeing.
we're seeing what you're seeing. It's through the wind, there actually is no wind, not through the wind. Through the
Not
rain,
seeing. Let me look
the
at how windy it
gloominess. Results will continue to come up. That was Niski through the line there in our first final of the boys freshman novice quads. Looks like we've got results all the way through the most recent final 2 of the girls varsity coxed 4s. That was the 9:22 race. So within the next 20 minutes, these results are coming up, which is pretty quick. You barely have time to put your boat away and get back on it before your results come up. So some of those nail biter, the photo finishes of sorts, they'll be up soon. And there's no sort of progression today. Everything's a final. So there are lots of medals being handed out. You can find those over at the registration tent, the big tan building
And head
with
up the
red
vendors.
lining. Oh,
Stay
vendors.
dry. They've got tents over them.
Treat yourself. A
Step
t-shirt,
under the comfort
some
and protection
snacks.
shelter
I think
of
there's
a
jewelry
vendor tent.
over there.
You can get also hot beverages over at Stewart's as well if the line for the vendors is too long. If you want, there's a restaurant right across the street from here at Boathouse. And right across the bridge from all those vendor tents and trailers, 550 Waterfront.
It is 9:47. I feel like it's already, they don't
Is
open
it
until at
only
least noon.
9:47? Guys, we've been here for hours.
It's going to be a long day full of a lot of, I mean,
it's just been jam-packed of
10
awesome racing.
10 boats.
It's
Well,
hard
okay,
to
we'll say
believe.
5 to 10 boats going off every 8 minutes. Some heats, 9 athletes. Some heats, 90 athletes.
It's nuts.
So keep sending in those fun facts. We're happy to talk about it. And otherwise, we've got a really cool live stream camera crew doing a lot of work right now. We've got cameras at the finish line, as well as a in the boat camera alongside some of these races. As we can see right here, great timing. This is the Niski Unironing A boat out of lane 9. These are quads still, so 4 athletes, 4 blades. That's lane 8, maritime rowing. So both of these boats had their B crews in that previous final, I believe. I'll double check that for you. Yep, maritime and Niski both had boats in the B final. So that means they've at least got 8 freshman novice boys ready to go race in a quad. Purple shirt here, fashion choices being made. We love it. A little bit of flair with that red uni. This is maritime. Looks like they're looking across maybe to CRI or Burnt Hills over there. We had some darker red colors.
Interesting uni combination here too.
Ooh, are we
Some new,
alternating
some
on
old?
purpose?
It looks organized.
Correlation or causation? That's probably not the right thing to ask. But
Oh.
who are you over there? Lane 4. That's a CR. That's a Augustine Classical Academy in the purple and green.
Uh-oh, we've got a steering issue here.
Yeah, they're getting close there. So again, no coxswains in these boats. So the boys are steering with a rudder attached to a toe. So you move your toe to the left, moves, you move your toe to the right. And often, as I'm sure you can imagine, if you're exerting 110% physically, you might not have total control of where your toe's moving.
And sometimes the steering can be looser or a little bit harder to move. A lot of variables here with all of these jobs these athletes have to do in the quad boat class. So you have the stroke seat trying to set up the rhythm for the boat. You have 3 seat trying to basically just back them up and make sure that that rhythm is being transferred down the boat. 2 seat often is the one who is tasked with the motivational calls and trying to make sure that they're unifying or trying to execute their race plan. And then bow seat's really trying to make sure that anything they're seeing from the bow seat is communicated. Like if
Addressed,
they need
right?
to be
Yep.
more direct, if they're missing water. And sometimes
There's
even the
Niski
set
and
can be
Augustine
crucial on the bow
Classical.
seat as well.
Yep.
So Niski bringing it back up here. They had a little bit of a bobble there, but they're able to gain back some speed. Good, and you can really admire here the technical coaching. Rowing, while it's a full body sport, it's actually quite hard to coordinate everything. People often give rowing a bad rep for being an uncoordinated sport. Like you try a ball sport like soccer or basketball.
Because rowing, like we've talked about earlier today.
It's not quite the hand-eye coordination.
Yep. But it's the like
full body
feel.
awareness, like the proprioception. To
My
put in, like, the
outside
scientific-
pinky finger needs to match my left hip,
It's
which needs
all
to match
coordinated
my
movement.
mind, which needs to match
Yeah.
every
So
muscle
you
in
can
my
see
body.
these athletes really coordinating their motions to not only to be the most like biomechanically efficient, but also doing it together. So these athletes, legs coming down together, their swing going together as their torsos kind of leverage at the end of the stroke, and then their arms kind of follow through like
Yep.
a basketball shot.
Yep, actually.
And you can kind of see that pay off more or less as you see these novice events, especially as these athletes are just kind of figuring things out. So you see the winning crews often look a little bit more matched, a little bit more dynamic in their rhythm, and some of the crews that trail, it's not because they're necessarily less fit or less strong.
Less
but
practiced in
it's
that
just
technical
less
finesse.
finesse there, exactly, in their technical execution.
That far boat in the dark boat and green and purple unis is Augustine Classical, started by Matt Hopkins. They're a smaller team. I think rely on a lot of like community support and team culture. Everybody I've met from there has been like just really, really in it. I think as a part of a small team, you have to be the ones deciding the culture. And from everything I've heard from this team, which is going to fight Niski right down to the line here.
Coming into picture, you'll have Niski here in the lane closest to us.
I don't know, Hannah.
I think they got
I
second.
think Niski pulled through with the second, Augustine Classical with the win. But we'll have to check Streamline for that. This is Maritime Rowing in the Empacher, that yellow boat.
And over there we've got CRIB coming across the line now for a 4th place finish. Nice job to all athletes here.
This is Row America Rye across the line, followed by Burnt Hills, another upstate New York Capital District
And
team.
finishing off this boys freshman novice quad.
Hometown
Final two,
heroes.
Saratoga
There's those
rowing.
Saratoga stripes.
And a lot of these athletes, again, Megan, they're double racing. Triple.
Triple.
They're racing as much as possible.
Remember those boys freshman 8s we saw?
4 of those
Could be
boys
those
were-
guys.
They literally, I think they were. The boys freshman squad at Saratoga, I believe, is about 8 or 9 people.
I think 9 is correct. So I mean,
do one
it's-
race,
it's
turn
so
around,
impressive.
and go up and do
grab a
another,
snack.
if you can.
Let's give a little shout out to all of our food tent and food truck parents and volunteers, not only here at Saratoga Rowing, but I know we had volunteers parking all of the food trailers and tents over on the Regatta shore. And man, it's a whole community. You want a snack?
True.
You got 27 different options of hot food. Parents handing you things. I think
It takes a village.
it takes a real village. A real
We
village.
can't take it for granted. Like, it's all built through that community, the systems that parents have kind of established, and then it just takes that person to keep that tradition going every year.
Right? There's
It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of
It
work.
would be easier to not do it. And
We were
yet
here
these
yesterday
awesome
practicing.
communities.
Hannah and I were on the water in the morning, and 10 a.m.
Mhm.
yesterday, there were Saratoga parents setting up the food tent.
Yep.
And undoubtedly, there were parents in all these other cities in New York and beyond
What do they
that
call
were
them?
setting up their
Chuck
trailers.
wagons?
Chuck wagons.
Some of those are looking nice.
They got some real
I'm
fancy
impressed by
decals.
Like,
Maybe tomorrow, here's an idea. Let's do a Chuck wagon design vote off.
I'll go take some pictures.
We'll see if we can get
Yeah.
our some of our teammates, instead of getting to sit here and chat to you guys all day, or out in the rain working the Chuck wagon lines and traffic and things like that, and we'll see if we can get some details from them. But until then,
Here's the girls' junior coxed 4. So if you're looking on the event list or on the results pages, junior 4 plus means a 4-person sweep boat with a coxswain. And so you'll see that coxswain's actually tucked in the bow of the boat. So her legs, her torso mostly, is inside the boat for both aerodynamics and weight distribution purposes. You'll see some older shells with the coxswain seat, actually much more like an 8, where they're sitting in the stern,
a
facing
stern loader.
the stroke
Yeah.
seat. But newer boats, you'll see more and more, especially in 2023. You'll see almost all coxed 4s with that coxswain tucked underneath, and they're trying to give as much information and motivation as they can to their athletes. They're kind of like the coach in the boat, so they're a huge resource for a team, for a group of rowers here. You can see our leader in lane 6 is going to be Connecticut Boat Club A.
And
Followed
then lane
closely by
9,
lane
BAB, holding
Yep.
on. Looks like that boat was a 2013 national champion.
Yep,
Haha.
and then closely challenged is lane 4, CRI A. Really neck and neck here with that lane 9, Bromfield Acton Boxborough. In fact, actually overtaking them. They've just taken the lead, or for second place, over BAB, CRI, And Bromfield, really those Boston schools, you know,
Boston.
that Boston area, really competitive.
What's in
high
that dirty
level.
water?
CBC, though, rising above the fray here, maintaining their lead. That's the 750-meter mark, that green buoy. So they're in the second half of this race now, trying to maintain their rhythm as they get tired. Like, this is effectively the third 500.
Yep.
Usually in rowing, we talk about racing in terms of a 2K race.
There's
with
Pittsford
4
for you.
quarters of 500 meters each.
Yep.
At the high school level, we'll often see programs racing the 1500. And so this third quarter of the race is still that psychological, can be a slump sometimes for
It's
for
the point
crews.
where all the excitement of the start's worn off.
Watch out for Bromfield taking a charge here
There's our
against a
stroke
dominant
seat.
CBC.
Again, angle's a little hard to see here from our perspective, but man,
They're
parents of
moving.
the kids in these boats, you're not going to get to see your athletes ever this close
I know, this
in
is
any
awesome
sort of rowing
coverage
event.
here,
So we're
especially
super lucky to have this.
on the rainy day. Usually we try to give you as much drone coverage as possible. With the rain, it's really too
Bogging
dangerous
us
for our
down a little
drones to fly.
Send this to Grandma. Grandma will like to watch
CBC
this from.
taking some risks here, trying to get that early lead. We've gotten some gusts here. It's definitely picking up the wind, maybe in a cross tail condition. So lucky them.
Lucky you. Use it to
be
your
able to go
advantage.
faster. But Bromfield is taking advantage here. They're
Oh,
now
we
sitting
see
2
three
seats
seat
up.
looking over.
It's kind of wild how much of a difference it can feel like psychologically to be ahead
Yep.
in a rowing race.
Yep.
Like, feels easier all of a sudden. If you're doing well,
There's
it
some
feels
sort of
easier.
like, I'm up. I know
Perceived
I'm
level
up.
of exertion
I'm
is
strong.
down.
Yeah.
And you can see the CBC crew really trying to hold on here. They took risks getting that early lead. It takes a toll on the body to really charge out like that. So trying to hold on and fight those seeds of self-doubt that might be creeping in here. CRI is also charging. And watch out for that crew with a little bit of mismatched outfits. You got to do what you got to do in
Gotta
the
do
rain.
what you gotta do.
Let's see if we can figure out which
think
crew
that might be
is.
Greenwich.
This is a 10-boat race. So bear with us as we try to navigate with you. Same picture on this field of 10 boats across, and a little bit of spread here between our top 4 and the trailing 6.
I think that's gonna be lane 3, Greenwich in that red blues. On the outside, CRI, that middle boat. Connecticut Boat Club.
Was not really in the lead earlier in the race. From
They're
the look.
coming back.
They have a really strong
testament
second
to
half.
To
Fitness.
fitness and technical consistency.
But Bromfield really holding off a charging CBC who's trying to rally, not get rattled. It's going to come down to the wire here as Greenwich charges as well. But CBC seems to have the upper hand. Bromfield will still take first with that strong second half performance. CBC followed by Greenwich, and CRI just falling short of that medal contention will finish 4th.
But a fun little back and forth race. That's
Followed by
lane 7.
Maybe that's
Pittsford in that navy, red, and yellow. See, they're used to rowing dual style. They get
know.
10 lanes
Not
across,
used
and
to 10
Pittsburgh's
lanes
like,
across.
whoa, we have so many friends. We've got 3 boats still on the course. Riverfront Recapture, Friends of Port.
Really tight here. These coxswains looking across, trying to tell their athletes it is in fact urgent that they keep
We
going.
gotta go. This is
Riverfront will finish just ahead.
Riverfront and Friends of Concord, I believe.
And then I think in lane 1, we should have Friends of Port there.
So as it gets, we've been noticing even over here, a little bit chillier, a little bit rainier. That vendor tent has a lot of covering. Pop in there, check out some merch. I think sweatshirts are probably going to sell like hotcakes today.
Hotcakes.
Hotcakes would probably sell like hotcakes.
Oh,
And then we also, if you've got some time in between racing, Saratoga Springs has an awesome downtown, lots of cool restaurants and shops and things like that. A lot of our support comes from restaurants down there and sponsors downtown. So if you're a parent, you're a little cold, your kid doesn't race till 4 p.m., go take a nice little drive,
Yeah,
explore
go explore.
Saratoga, welcome. You know, we luck out with some flat water, which for the athletes, I think would be a win over wind.
That's true.
But for the spectators, I think the rain's a bit of a bummer. So try and stay dry.
Do a dance, you know?
Do a little dance.
Like,
Da-na-na-na-na.
it's what you make of it. It's your mindset can really make a huge difference here. It's a rainy day, but all's well.
All's well.
You know what? These kids got a lot to look forward to as well. Not just in rowing, right? We're in kind of the championship season almost.
Yeah,
It's
coming
start
May.
with some
Just around the corner.
state championships coming up. We've got regional championships after that, and then national championships. But these kids also have some fun stuff at school. AP exams, I think, start next week.
They do things other than rowing. Believe it or not, they're putting down these races.
A lot of these
just
teams
an
have
after-school program.
Yeah, and like being a senior in general, you know, you got a lot of people who started their school with a little bit of COVID craziness, and things have kind of returned to normal, and they're enjoying a senior spring and super grateful to be enjoying that kind of.
And we're excited to
senior
have
vibe.
all of those people here in Saratoga too. We didn't get to host regattas for a year or two, and now we're here.
All right, so we're looking up at the start line. I'll try to give you guys as much footage of the action as we can.
Do we think we've caught up? It's 10:02. We've got 10:02 races in the blocks. Let's
Awesome
go,
regatta
regatta
staff.
officials.
I know. They're on a mission to give you the best coverage possible. So we've got look up at the start, hopefully, if we can. We've got some, instead of a drone, we've got a media launch out there with a camera live streaming to us here at the finish line. So we're getting ready to go at the start for the girls junior coxed 4 final 2. So again, this is a sweep event. Each athlete has one longer oar in their 2 hands, and there's a coxswain tucked in there. If we can get a look at the start, maybe, but we should have 9 boats across here. From lane 0 should be empty. That lane furthest to the right on our screen right now. The start just went off, and then over here we'll start from kind of our left to right as you see it. So the high lane, Nichols, A, Row America Rye in lane 8, Ridley in lane 7, Pittsford in lane 6, Manhasset in lane 5, Greenwich A in lane 4, Port in lane 3, Emma Willard in lane 2, and Wayland Weston in lane 1. So that's Wayland Weston B. Again, a lot of Pittsford B as well. All of their crews are their A entries. You have Pittsford crew with a really nice start there. Here is our view. Lane 8, Row America Rye. Early lead here. That's the first 250 down at the green buoy. Almost a full length of open there, so they had an exceptionally good start. Wayland Weston in the orange and red, trying to stake out that second place start. Looks like we had a lane switch there, so Wayland Weston was originally supposed to be in lane 1, but it looks like they've moved over 1. So we'll try to figure out which crews are in each lane here for you as best we can. So that's lane 7, Ridley College, next Manhasset. But Wayland Weston here. It's possible that a boat from the girls' final 1, we're supposed to have 10. We did not have 10 boats cross the line, so we'll try to figure out which boat ended up moving from final 1 into final 2. That's our current theory here. And the rain's definitely coming down a bit more. Wind's picking up. So these athletes trying to adapt in the moment to the conditions here as it unfolds. Quite the race here in the middle lanes. So we've got lane 2 lane bow number 5, so we'll figure that out. We've got in orange probably Manhasset, and then in lane 4, but with a bow number 5, is most likely Greenwich right next to them. Really awesome to see these athletes relentlessly going after it here on a rainy Saturday morning. Saratoga invites a truly special regatta as these athletes are coming from all over, not only the Northeast, but sometimes all over the country. So I think that's Greenwich A there of the girls Junior 4 Final 2. So Megan, how do we get these bow numbers switched up? We've got a boat in lane
Things
0.
being a little crazy.
Things are getting a little crazy.
So sometimes coaches, I was over at the registration tent this morning, and sometimes they've got a last-minute entry or athletes that are, we call it hot seating, where you're in a race that's really close to the next race. So maybe we
lane
switch.
5 last race and you just forgot to switch it. That's Row America Rye, though, still with that lead. They had open water by the first 250. Really dominating performance here. You can see these girls all really good at matching each other here as they get the blades in together and out together. That's the first step. And then matching the kind of sequencing of your body movement is kind of the next step. And you can see these athletes really doing a good job with their legs all coming down together, bodies swinging together, and we'll pan
Look
back.
at all that wide open water.
They've got quite a lead. Whalen Weston still maintaining that hard-fought second place position. Greenwich really trying to get back into that mix as they might not have had the best first half of their race.
Looks like maybe Manhasset there right behind in the orange boat.
Yeah. Trying
Again,
to get
our
in
information
contention.
is your information. We're
We're all
coloring
out
it
here.
up.
We're doing it live. But watch out for Row America Rye. This girl's Junior 4 with coxswain. You might not even be able to see the coxswain, but they're there, tucked into the bow. You can hear them here as they come into
Flag
the red
is
buoys.
up. There's our illustrious flag bearer doing good work out there.
He's like, oh yeah. Whalen Weston still holding on to that second place. Our mystery crew over there in lane 0. We'll try to get a look at that. It looks like CBC to me with the black blades, but I'm not sure. Again, 10 lanes of racing can be really spread out from the person next to you, but you might have someone going about the same speed 8 lanes over. So these coxswains, you can see Whalen Weston actually sitting up to get a better vantage point because she can't see the
that
boat
Row
next to
America
her.
Rye, who's probably, I don't know, a boat and a half up. There's Row America Rye through the line. A bucket again.
2 starboards next to each other. Whalen Weston, open water lead for second place, followed by
Got our 2 lane
Greenwich
5s.
2 lane 5s, Manhasset for 4th with contact on Greenwich. A great race. Really tight for these last 3 spots coming up. Really nice racing. That was lane 7.
Ridley College.
And I think lane 4.
Pittsford coming down the line. That could have been Friends of Port just ahead of Ridley College there.
It could have been. Advice from Saratoga rower Olivia Lill for her team's motto, just keep breathing.
Just keep breathing.
As Ariana Grande so wisely said.
There's Emma Willard through the line. Emma's come up and practiced here on Creek quite a bit. And that's lane 9, Nichols School.
Again, as we go through these, we have a lot more 4-boat racing coming up. We've got the B4, or second varsity, coxed 4s for the girls coming up, followed by boys varsity quads and boys junior quads. So junior event means there are no seniors. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
So
You just can't be a senior. Doesn't matter if you're a novice, you're a varsity.
So it's not quite the same, like this is the future level as a novice or a freshman event.
Yep.
But it's maybe not your varsity event, which has the best out of every class,
Right.
so to speak. But please keep sending your color commentary to us. So we're doing the best with what we've got and what we know about the sport of rowing. But if you have a fun fact, a fun tradition, or any kind of tidbit about your team,
We love
your
tidbits.
coach, if you're a
Love
parent,
Timbits too. Aren't those the
do.
little donut holes from
is that what a tidbit is?
Timbit?
Oh, Timbit. Oh, like Tim Hortons?
Yeah. Little
I've
donut
never heard
hole.
that, but yeah. We'll switch as soon as we can to our girls' second varsity four race. It's underway. It's 10:10 start time. Got 9 boats across. Arlington Belmont in lane 9, closest to the Saratoga shore, closest to our camera angles. Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough in lane 8, Wappingers in lane 7, St. Andrews in lane 6,
From the Chattahoochee.
Greenwich Crew in lane 5, Fayetteville, Manlius in lane 4, Row America Rye B in lane 3, Mercer B in lane 2, and Friends of Port B in lane 1.
And we just saw in some of that footage, again, this rain's being a little buggy to our
The wind is
camera.
picking up.
A lot of those athletes are bundled up a little bit more. They've had
They
to do
are.
their whole
It's
warm-up.
true.
Maybe this is the second race of the day, but we're seeing a lot more splash jackets, raincoats, pants, things to hopefully just keep us warm enough until the start line. We know you hit that start line,
Right.
and,
Once
and
you're
blood's
racing,
boiling,
you're
legs
good.
are moving, I'm good to go. But
But you want to be
you
warm
do the
at that
warm-up.
start line.
A lot of crews will do a land warm-up. So Hannah and I, before we start our practices, we get to the boathouse, 45 minutes before
Yeah.
we need to launch. Lots of mobility, land warm-up, erging, running, biking, things like that. Just enough that when we sit down in the boat, we're warm.
We're ready to go.
And so probably a lot of these crews have done quite a bit of that on land today just because it is chillier on the water. And we only have maybe 2,500 meters of good warm-up space. Maybe 3K, I guess, once you turn around and come back to the 1,500. But this girls 2V coxed 4. So this will be maybe the 4th to 8th fastest rowers or 5th to 8th fastest rowers on the team. Maybe the 9th to 12th if you made 2 A boats.
Right. Or if you have an A boat and 2 of these second varsity entries. So this could be more of like a third varsity 4 in this race if you're
I
in
see.
these
Look
low
at
lanes.
our, we can see there's, in the boat closest to the left-hand side of your screen, we have someone in a full white hood up rain jacket.
Rihanna
We are
halftime
being
show vibe.
protected.
Yeah.
Looks like that's lane 3, potentially from Greenwich. Sorry, lane 3, potentially from Row America Rye. Greenwich will
Yeah,
do lane
that
3 in
B
the next
entry,
final.
yeah. Right, so over there on your screens, I believe you should have, it looks like Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough there.
In that
If
dark,
I can
potentially.
count, if I can count the
I
buoy
think that
lines.
second middle of your screen boat will be Mercer. I can see the classic red shoulders, white unis, navy blades. But it's tough out there. These girls, like, they've got a whole weekend of racing, and sometimes the gloomy weather is just enough to either gloom you a little bit further down, or if you can fire yourselves up a little bit, right? Like, we're here. This is an adventure. This is what we're here to do. I think the placebo effect works sometimes.
That's true.
It's warm and sunny and beautiful.
I'm smiling.
It's warm and sunny and beautiful.
Just keep saying it.
That
Keep
looks
saying
like,
it.
I'm going to say 3. Row America Rye. Might be a 2. No, that's a 3. That's a 3, I
That's a
believe.
3.
So Row America Rye with the lead coming in. They're about 3 strokes from the finish. You can see those red buoys, followed by Greenwich in our Rihanna halftime show bow seat. Oh, blade work looks good, Greenwich. Well done. Drop and go.
So this must be. Was this our Mercer entry or no? No.
I believe so.
Yes.
Yep, that's Mercer. That may be a Greenwich crew, followed by a Wappingers crew club, or that might be that BAB in that light blue boat. In that light blue boat.
And green blades here coming across the line. Probably Fayetteville Manlius if I know my
Manlius.
crew club colors. And finishing out the field, we have over here closest to shore in the maroon boat, will be Arlington Belmont.
Definitely a different kind of field in these 2V boats, because like we were saying, the 2V is often a big development squad too.
Chip on your shoulder, room to grow.
And it depends a lot on the depth of your program.
It's true.
If you've got 8 fast rowers, your 2V is going to be a hard thing to field. If you've got 16 fast rowers, the 2V is going to be maybe almost as competitive with the 1V. So that's why we get a little bit bigger spread often in these 2V boats. But that was your 10-10 race. Look at that. We're back on track. Well done, Saratoga Rowing Regatta officials. Often from U.S. Rowing they come in, help us run our race, make sure that everything is fair and safe, and in the event of crazy conditions or anything like that, they're the ones that make the call. Water is still pretty darn flat here. Again, maybe a tail cross, definitely some wind, but I think we're still at the wind point where it helps tail. I don't think the water's too churned up just yet, and hopefully we can continue that the rest of today.
It's a bit of a crosswind, so it might actually be tricky if you're in a boat without a coxswain to steer straight down the course, because the wind can actually, it's a pretty aerodynamic, heavy sport, more than you might think. And so the coxswains and the people who are in charge of steering in our coxless boats,
a little bit extra on
they got to make sure they're not going to starboard.
I got a little bit of information on our Wappingers Crew Club. Thanks for submitting answers to our commentary responses request email that we sent off. Coaches, if you didn't get that, recheck your emails. Christy sent it out with the live stream information and the updated regatta schedules and whatnot, I believe last night. Otherwise, Saratoga Rowing on Instagram, we are here, we are live, we are ready to share all of your fun tidbits. But our Wappingers Crew group, their entire coaching staff is made up of alumni who graduated from 2012 to 2013. So that 2012-2013 squad, like, we loved rowing here. We're going to come back and make it our own. In addition to that, Coach Liz, who looks like she coaches the varsity girls, Coach Liz will yell WCC for Wappingers Crew Club, and the varsity girls release all of their nervous energy into the WA. That is a capital W, capital A, capital HHHH. They were excited for the vendors here, as are we. Coaches love the live stream. We love the coaches that love the live stream.
We have a race underway here, so we'll pivot back to the second varsity coxed quads. This is the girls' final
Coxed fours.
Oh, sorry. Here I am.
Here we are. We're making our way.
This is should be a 8-boat final. Your leader there, dressed in all black, ninja
Give
mode
us your bow
activated.
number. I'm going
Very
to give a guess
nondescript
to Row
outfits.
America
They're truly
Rye.
sneaky with their ninja.
This is lane 8, Connecticut Boat Club. Live very sneaky as well, but that lime green, giving a dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway.
Sorry, can't hide here.
And then over there in the high lanes, we've got quite a few developments going on. We have someone charging for second place, I think, in lane probably Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, the third closest, or third furthest, I guess.
There's Mercer there. And our lane 9, Waylon Weston, we know that orange and maroon anywhere. Coxon is sitting up here. You'll notice maybe it can help her see across to
Takes
Mercer
a lot
and
of
to
core strength
BAB
to do
there.
that.
The Mercer Coxon is real tucked in, but there's BAB. It's sitting up as well. So big Coxon's race here. Because look at all these boats, man. We've got, 4 boat lengths separating the whole field, and that's pretty fun. There's lane 5, Friends of Port, with the navy and purple black there. And here's our Connecticut Boat Club ladies. Trying to stay ahead of the field. They can see almost everybody here, except for these guys right ahead. Whoever you may be, our mystery
Lane 6.
Row America Rye. So Row America Rye's got a definite lead on the field. They can look and push away from the competition, as opposed to everybody else who has to rely on the coxswain, rely on kind of a little bit of internal motivation to not get dropped. You want to maintain early close margins so that if it gets to the last 200 and you've got a better sprint, you have room to play.
Distance.
Right, striking distance. Yeah, buddy.
So let's see if we can get a bow number there. Looks like lane 3 potentially. That'll be St. Andrew's Rowing Club, currently sitting in 2nd place, but I'll double check. Hold on. So that's lane 5. All right, I'm going to correct myself. I think in 2nd place right now is Greenwich B. Currently, we're looking at the CBC entry over there in lane 8. But they are just about a length down on Greenwich B. We'll double check for you as we get closer.
That looks like Friends of Port. That's a Friends of Port A boat. And then in that far lane, looks like 2. I think that's St. Andrews too. I think they're furthest traveled.
I think so. All the way down from Georgia.
That's where Hannah and I got to spend our winter. Because this beautiful Fish Creek freezes right up during the winter,
so most of these clubs actually travel.
Most of these clubs get to at least have a spring break
trip.
or a winter break. But because of the nature of training being our full-time livelihood, we spent 2 months in Augusta, Georgia.
I love the port blades.
I love
Viking
the port
helmet.
Blades.
That's so fun.
It's a little scary.
It's a little scary. Not
like
as scary.
You see those blades coming?
Yeah.
Not as scary.
As Blood Street Skulls. A skull
Just
and
the
cross
name.
oars.
The name of Blood Street Skulls, that'll get you. This looks like this is our CBC boat. Charging ahead. Nondescript white blades, nondescript black outfits.
Sneak attack engaged.
We're going to get up ahead and we're going to stay up ahead.
And that coxswain is relentless. You don't see them slowing down. They're not paddling. They're pushing it firm all the way through the end here.
But that's
CBC
Greenwich
versus Greenwich. Here in your camera, trying to fight for that 2nd place position. 1st place out of reach as CBC's commanding lead. Or excuse me.
CBC. Yeah.
The CBC.
Connecticut.
Good.
There's Waylon Weston.
CBC,
you can
I
see
think,
the
was
orange.
down fighting with Greenwich earlier.
Now we've got some competition there, especially for that 3rd place.
So Row America Rye here with that commanding lead.
I think you are very right there. Row America Rye. This is the kind of rowing. That's a port right there in our field division, but crossing the line now will be Row America Rye. And this is what we mean by making rowing look nice and smooth and easy.
It's the rhythm.
Clearly fighting. They're through the line there, but a nice fight. And this was our Greenwich. Yep.
So CBC fell off the pace a little bit, unable to respond to Greenwich and Row America Rye's sprints, but they'll hold on to that medal position of 3rd place. And St. Andrews battling here with Port.
Port's going to just take about half a boat up, I think.
That coxswain did a nice job motivating her crew to just give that little bit extra. Tight finish here coming up
Mercer
between
and Waylon Weston.
Mercer. I don't know.
Mercer. Yep.
Just
Mercer
about.
with just a bow deck there.
Really awesome racing there.
I believe our far lane 2.
It's a bit of a mystery to me.
We're going to figure that one out for you. This is Bromfield Acton Boxborough here. Well, apologies if we called anything there incorrectly.
But I think we had one extra boat that we
there
weren't
was
expecting.
a surprise.
There's another one still on the course coming down in lane 1. And lane 1 is supposed to be empty, Megan.
That is true.
So we're working on the fly here.
Again,
so here
sometimes
some red unis. It could be a Niski crew.
This is a stern loader coxswain. So you'll notice instead of tucked in.
I think they're all wearing the same splash jacket. Red, white, and black. But they've got something black on the blade.
Mystery crew, lane 7. Well, it's very possible that we rerouted ourselves sometimes with these different events. We anticipate there being some open lanes or some missed results. Sometimes we call it hot seating, where your two races are too close together for athletes, and so maybe you missed that hot seat and you had to get back down around and just popped in the next lane. And that is the beauty of 10 lanes here on Fish Creek. We can continue to fill them up until they're ready.
Exactly. But really great racing, especially as these conditions take a
Just
tiny
get
bit
a little
of a sour,
ickier. Hannah and I are
turn.
just both layering up over
It's
here.
True. You think you're ready, and then
You are ready, and then you just get a little less ready. Over prepare.
over-prepare.
Hopefully all your teams have brought enough warm beverages and sweatshirts and waterproof layers. I know the merch tents got some sweatshirts for sale, and they're cool merch.
The design, I think, was done by a Skidmore art
I
design
think so
student
too. So Skidmore's the local
Local
college
art.
here.
producing us.
And, why not use our local resources? We've got Saratoga Rowing's sponsored by some local family-owned restaurants. Our gear was embroidered and designed by a local family
It's true.
company for a while, so we rely on our Saratoga. And just like that, boys, varsity quads are off. We've got closest to the camera will be Burnt Hills A, then Fordham Pep, then Friends of Shen, Port Jefferson, Litchfield Hills, Maritime Rowing, and Shaker. But gonna be a race.
Look at all these oars. So quads can almost be as fast as an 8, actually. Second fastest boat class
There's
in the
Fordham.
sport of rowing. You see, this is a pretty tight race here so far. We're just in the first half of the race. Still plenty of room to go.
That's lane 9, Burnt Hills.
Really
Looking
commanding lead
tall
here.
and strong into that finish. Really composed. I think one of the benefits, especially in a boat without a coxswain, where you don't necessarily have someone being the voice and the mind of reason all the time, is getting out up and early.
It's true.
That way,
You don't
instead of
need
needing
to
to communicate, time to go, let's make a move. Like, these boys are just looking at the field. Okay, keep pushing them away. If we
Right.
keep them away, good.
It's pretty
If we
simple.
can't keep them away, then someone makes a move. And we've got competitors over here, lanes 2 and 4, it looks like. Maybe 3 and 4, Shaker and Maritime. We'll see. We'll confirm bound numbers there. But all 3 of these boats are going to have to look across the Spud 02, going to have to make a move.
Really hard, the quad. It's a lot of roles assigned to each person. We've talked about it a little bit earlier as we had some novice and freshman quads earlier in the morning. But the stroke seat's all about that rhythm, making sure that they're setting up something that brings out the best in those 4 athletes.
Right.
And puts them in a competitive position. Oftentimes, if the stroke rate, the cadence of your strokes is too low, you will find the field moving away from you.
So what does
a
that
little
mean?
bit.
Your cadence too low?
So oftentimes you'll have a different cadence, just like if you're sprinting a running race or if you're running a marathon, your cadence might be a little bit different. And so
Right.
here in the sprint races, you'll see athletes, you don't have the technology here, unfortunately, at the invite
right.
this year, to have a live reading of each
There's
boat's
some
stroke rate.
international events where
Right, the Olympics,
we
you'll see
know
it, and
exactly the stroke rate. Sometimes they even give the heart rates of the
for the
athletes.
boat race, it's
Here,
cool.
all we've got is position and perceived exertion
Right.
or general boat moving, but
Right. So most of these athletes will be basing somewhere in the low 30s to mid 30s
Yeah.
for the base rhythm of their race, and then in the sprint they'll bring it up 2 to 6 beats somewhere
Yeah.
in there,
depending
to
how
really-
much gas is left in the tank.
depending on the athlete and kind of the skill level. It can be kind of challenging to bring the rate up because there's just so much body coordination
Yeah.
happening in the rowing
Yeah.
stroke, and to do it almost once every second,
Every second.
the full
Every
sequence of
2/3 of a
events,
second. Yeah.
is actually a really big challenge for athletes. But this is the boys varsity quad. These athletes are the cream of the crop. They're coming in representing their programs. We have quite the battle here. We think between Maritime, Shaker, and Burnt Hills. Ford and Prep was close behind in fourth early on in the race.
Flag
But
is up.
we're making
Check those
sure
red
we
buoys.
think based on bow numbers on our heat sheet, that should be Shaker there on the right side of your screen.
Like Hannah was saying, you'll notice if you watch these crews, maybe there'll be a gradual increase in stroke rate, or maybe it's in 2 we go up 5.
It's true.
Our leader here looks like lane 2. We don't have anybody in lane 2. That could be a Row America Rye uni, potentially. But then fighting for that finish is lane 4, Maritime Rowing Club.
And Burnt Hills just outpaced here in the second half. They'll come in for third, just about 4 seats down on Maritime, who came up with a strong second half performance.
That's Litchfield Hills through the line, and Burnt Hills really strong first half, and then I do think they picked it up in those last 10. So maybe there's just some middle of the pace that we've gotta think about.
That's Port Jefferson there. Lane 6.
That seems to be Shaker through the line. That blue.
So our victor is a mystery crew, Megan. I'm so sorry to those watching at home. We want to know just as much as you do. It is basically my son. I want to know who it is. We have another quad coming down the course to finish out this race, wearing green.
Friends of Shen.
That would be Friends of Shen coming down. We got bare shoulders there. It is
Chilly.
cold. It's 50 degrees. It is raining now, not drizzling. The wind's picked up. Bold, cold.
I feel like there are very few teams that are green. So when I see that dark green, especially in a race here
It's
on
either
Fish Creek
Five Manlius or
Shen.
Thank you for picking a unique color.
Thank you for helping out your live stream commentators today. Results are up on Streamline, streamlinerowing.com/regattas/Saratoga Invitational 2023. There'll be a results link on that left-hand side. We've got everything we've done from 7:30 this morning all the way up until the 10:10 race, girls 2v4 with coxed. So probably running about 20 minutes from start of race to results on the internet, which is pretty solid. We'll take it.
And of course, we're here on the live stream, so if you come in, we are now on schedule. If you want to see the replay, just go back.
It'll
2
be there.
minutes on the YouTube link from the current live timestamp, and you should be able to see that finish replayed for you. We just finished the boys varsity quad first final. We have a second final coming up, and that will be hopefully 7 boats across. We'll have CRI, Friends of Port, King School, Manhasset, Oak Neck Rowing Academy, Port Jefferson B, and Narragansett B. Now, Megan, I thought those unis looked a little pink. I wonder if Oak Neck switched from Final B or Final 2 to Final 1. That's my theory.
Okay.
For the folks at home,
Hypothesizing.
Oak Neck A may have just taken the first final. But we'll see if there's a second Oak Neck entry. And
we know there's no shortage of
best.
Oak Neck boats in sculling entries.
They did
we'll
have
tell you
A
that.
through F.
They did in their singles.
Which is not 8.
Nope.
So, but definitely at least 4.
We've got some updates as we near that 11 o'clock hour, that noon hour. At noon, we will take about an hour and a half, hour 20 little break for lunch. If you are one of the lucky ones who has a nice midday break, and it's time for lunch, and your food tent is made for the athletes, or you're not really feeling it or whatnot, in addition to all that Saratoga has to offer downtown, lots of great restaurants. The 550 by Druthers, which is right across from the Saratoga Rowing Boathouse, right across that bridge from where most of you are settled, is doing some grab-and-go food at the Dottie Lou's Barbecue and Druthers collab. Who would have thunk? They've got a pimento brisket sandwich, a traditional pulled pork, a smoky Baja chicken Caesar, and, Hannah, drum roll please, the Druthers mac and cheese, a Saratoga favorite. So some warm comfort food, grab and go, feed your athletes, feed your parents, feed your volunteers, and we've got, I don't know, another 10 races to go into lunch break here. We're cruising.
Ash by Diesel given more Instagram color commentary source material. Henry is stroking the Oak Neck quad. This is third race this morning. That blue and pink uni is based on or inspired by the Leander Club, which is Henry Royal Regatta home team, home stomping grounds. We do have the second quad final underway. Again, we have CRI, Port King School, Manhasset High School, Oak Neck Rowing Academy, Port Jefferson, and Narragansett B in this race.
Looks like that's Oak Neck and
Port Jefferson.
Port Jefferson off to an early lead with Friends of Port in that purple navy and black closest to your screen. Be bold, start cold.
Be bold, start cold. Sometimes there's something to say about the nerve endings being exposed to that cold. There is science behind it. It can make you feel
a little bit of adrenaline
more alert,
for you.
more alive, and more ready, to race. So this is the Friends of
Port, I believe,
with a
and
current
then
lead.
That yellow out there in lane 5 is Oak Neck Rowing Academy.
So I think we may have had a late second entry for the Oak Neck.
So.
Because this is the same blades, about the same uni as we saw in the first final.
Coaches were like, we don't have enough sculling boats.
We need more. So I'm not sure which of these finals has our star-studded Henry from Oak Neck's third race, but currently Oak Neck's throwing a strong performance. Maybe not as dominant as their early single performances here as Port Jefferson, the Friends of Port, here in the purple and black, give them a run for their money in the first half.
So you'll notice a bunch of different colors of boats. Now,
That's
sometimes
customized?
Sometimes that's choose your own adventure. I had a single that tragically was involved in a accident with a parking
no longer with us.
No longer with us, but I got to choose her to be teal. So she had a nice teal deck.
But oftentimes
most of these
manufacturers
boats,
are
it's manufacturers. So this white boat with the blue stripe is a Filippi.
It's pretty classic Filippi
colors. Sometimes, like with the U.S. national team, they paint blue and red stripes or the U.S. crest or things like that.
And they're moving away here.
They're walking. Go Filippi. Friends of Port. That yellow from Oak Neck Rowing is an Empacher, a German boat. I would say they're almost all yellow.
Yeah, almost. I think it's very intentional.
They have to be yellow.
The only team that wasn't allowed to have a yellow boat is the Germans themselves, which is green.
Yes.
It looks like this was actually used in a world championship or world rowing
sticker. Yeah.
Sticker. You can see that there on
that
the bow
blue
seat.
Means that at some point it was involved in some sort of international competition where there's a little bit more
and that's not
regulations.
super surprising because Oak Neck actually has quite a few international ties. Their coach Amadeus is Polish, I think. I think he's from Poland. I think that was one of our submissions. Henry competed in the Hungarian national championship last year. So you've got quite a lot of international influences going into Oak Neck, actually, rowing out of local Oyster Bay. And that looks like Narragansett Unis here, currently in that third place position.
Our Friends of Port, which are leading this race, are based out of Long Island.
Mm-hmm.
So welcome on up.
Our current head coach and program director, Mike McMinn, came from Port, actually, just 2 years ago now.
Saratoga Rowing's got a little bit of Port.
We're all friends here, collaborating together.
It's actually pretty cool. Like, so many of coaches from different programs move around, or like athletes from different schools. I mean, we saw earlier today athlete from Emma Willard that used to row at Saratoga. I know there's coaches from Niski that help out at Saratoga and vice versa. And it's just the upstate New York rowing community is pretty small. But we got a boat moving here.
I was going to say, watch out. Oak Neck is
here we
rowing
go.
with a vengeance here.
Oak Neck's trying to make a move, I'd say, in the last 10 strokes. Can Friends of Port hold them off? Hannah, what's your bet right now?
I can't bet. I'm not
a
betting woman.
You got 5 to the line.
I'm not a betting woman. I think Oak Neck's going to take it, though. They had quite the impressive sprint here.
Ooh.
And they seem to be at a bit of a higher stroke rating.
I'm going to give that one to Oak Neck.
Sometimes the higher stroke rate means the boat has less time to slow down in between strokes.
Yep.
And so you might be putting the same amount of press on, but the boat's just slowing down
quicker.
less because you're a higher stroke rate. Narragansett will take third, oldest boat club in the country. Bucket Hat here in lane 9. That'll be CRI A boat for 4th place, just short of that medal position.
Welcome from Boston, CRI. They have an unbelievable boathouse. It's like 18 stories high. I think it's 3. But beautiful, beautiful place. I think they do a lot of work in the community and kind of bringing that inclusivity to rowing.
Here's Manhasset coming across the line in orange, just ahead of what I think is King School.
I think that might be Port Jefferson out of lane 4.
Oh, you're right. The blue.
But
here comes
King. Very similar to what we were talking about in terms of boats. There are boats called King. I wonder if King School rows Kings. Get back to us on Instagram. Come
it looks
visit
like
us
they're
at the
rowing a
tent.
Windtech.
It does look like a Windtech.
But Windtech and King are friends.
They are buddies.
If you go and want to check out the different types of rowing shells, you could just walk around the trailers.
Just take a lap in the parking lot.
And make your observations. We also have a few rowing hull manufacturers here. We've got King and Windtech set up on almost the entrance to the trailer area, and then rowing by Fluid Design also had a single out yesterday. We talked about like custom colors and customized rowing shells. They're an expensive purchase, so oftentimes you'll just kind of take whatever you've got, but
or whatever was made in stock, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And Fluid is all about that custom color choices, and
Hannah, top really 3 color fluids.
Yeah. Oh, top 3 colors. Oh, I don't know. They make some really cool like carbon fiber, almost scaled boats these days that change color based on how the sun's reflecting. But
I think
another
this is
bucket hat.
Riverfront Recapture.
Yep.
Out of lane 9 in our boys junior quad. So all these athletes are juniors or younger. They're going by blind faith.
And they have no they have no coxswain in this event, right? This is
so Bucket Hat might be steering.
The boys junior quad. So you can't see it, but underneath the boat there's a rudder, and that rudder is attached to steering, which is attached to one of these athletes' foot, like shoes in the boat. So if you pivot your foot, point your toe to the left or to the right, you actually are moving the rudder underneath the boat and thus steering to try to stay centered in your lane. The quad, it's a little bit easier because it's a symmetrical rowing movement.
You'd hope that each athlete is pulling identically on both blades.
And sometimes you have maybe your dominant side is a little bit stronger, so it can sometimes be hard to steer a quad, especially if you're newer to sculling.
There's maritime rowing out of lane 7. Lane 3 will be Friends of Shen. Again, that gorgeous green, we can tell. Boys junior quads, 4 athletes, 4 oars, nobody in the driver's seat other than the athletes themselves. Shen looking real nice with that like matching outfits.
I know.
And if you take a look at Shen compared to Maritime, Shen does a nice little gather at the finish. Some coaches love it, some coaches hate it. But especially sitting up in that Shen boat, looks really clean out of the finish in lane 3. Well done.
And in rowing, we really want to try to unify and gel or match the movement of the stroke with the full boat. So each athlete in the boat trying to do the exact same motion at the exact same time. And while it might not be a ball sport with a hand-eye coordination, rowing is a full-body sport, and each movement has to be coordinated not only within your own self, but also with everybody else in
your boat.
And so sometimes those gathers or points where the stroke slows down a little bit in its rhythm can be really helpful for a younger crew or less experienced or just like a newer combination to really find each other and feel that matching.
Sometimes it's just a point of breath, right?
Sure.
Where do we take a little bit of extra breath? Where do we decide to find each other, like you said?
We do have to breathe. We have to
yeah.
we have to
This
breathe.
isn't 7 minutes, 6 minutes of holding their
breathe.
breath. We forgot.
So we have a battle there for first and second, followed by a battle for third and fourth.
There's a Riverfront Recapture in our safety launch.
For fifth right now. The beauty of the Saratoga Invite, you have competition at all speeds in each of these final races. Just the sheer kind of phenomenon of bringing crews from all over the country together is you're going to find someone just by the odds of different combinations in the development of high school athletes that are really similar speeds, and maybe not even within one race, but comparing final one to final two.
Right. I just heard the officials say find your point. And so what that means is that likely one of these crews who, again, the rowing athlete is doing the steering.
And we're in the last 250.
We're in the last 250.
We've been going hard for like 6 minutes
You
so
are
far.
empty gas tank, so potentially you might not have as much control over your foot. Here comes Shen, beautiful through the finish. Really
and it
nice
happens
job.
at all levels.
Happens at all levels.
So here at the high school, we got Shen, really powerful performance, followed by Maritime for first and second. But you see it even in the Olympics.
Right.
These athletes are pushing to that red line, that point of like
no return.
like loss of control. You're trying so hard, and they can actually like pass out or black out in these last 250 if they're pushing that hard. Here we have in the maroon to finish third,
Burnt Hills.
Burnt Hills A. Really short, tight finish.
I believe that's St. Andrews there. Riverfront recapture through the line. Who's that on our far side? Manhasset in that orange.
And here comes Albany Rowing Center.
Albany.
And finishing the field, we've got Saratoga Rowing Association. I think. Maybe not. This is Blue Blades.
Where are you? Is that BAB? Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough? Maybe we had a scratch there with Saratoga Rowing.
We might have.
I feel like I would have seen those Chev blades, but there's BAB in that beautiful blue coming through the line. That was your final one of the boys' junior quads, the 10:42 race. We are running, if anything, half a minute early.
It's true.
Won't say it too soon.
As we were saying, so we'll have more quad events coming up. And as these athletes control the steering, we don't have a ton of straight four events.
Yep.
But in the Olympics, this past Olympics, 2021, one of the male athletes from, I think it was the Great Britain GB team, literally started to black out. And unfortunately, he had the toe steering on his foot.
Yep.
And in his state of mind,
in the last, 11 strokes.
Right.
Maybe 6.
Lost control of the steering and almost collided with the sprinting Italians who were in medal contention.
Yeah. And it's a bummer.
And so they all had to stop. They had to stop.
Right. There's not an option.
Because you're now posing a danger to the crews around you. And that's not fair.
And there's no fault necessarily of that.
It's just a responsibility
to hold on to your brain. I don't know.
Right. To push as hard as you can while maintaining control and consciousness. Truly.
I've got some about that BAB boat who just recently crossed the line. They've got an athlete, Milo, going to Drexel to study music production, a senior. Their night before dinners are grilled cheese, pesto, tiramisu, and a pasta party. I would take that any day. Their favorite part about coming to Saratoga is the weather. I'm not sure that's going to hold true today, but maybe you're a rainy day team, and that's what you love. And going back, we had those 2 finals of the boys varsity quads. That first one, we weren't entirely sure what our surprise leader was. The Oak Neck Rowing Academy took both final 1 and final 2 for the boys varsity quad. So congrats there, Oak Neck. All right, here we are back at it with your boys junior quads. So all these gentlemen will be juniors or lower, so no seniors. Just a way for maybe some development athletes to have a little bit more competition, people that are going off to college or had 4 years of high school rowing, to not be in this league a little bit.
Right, and I mean, it's just a matter of, like, development, right? Like, it's nothing, it's not a personal attack.
A
or, like,
vendetta against
right,
our seniors.
It's
but
just the matter of fact that seniors tend to be a little just more developed as human beings, and so the junior event kind of allows for that to be more of a level playing field. So I believe this is the boys junior
final
quad
two.
Final two.
Yep, and there's Row America Rye out of lane 8. There's Niski Una in that classic red with the big block N out of lane 9. Again, you see the World Rowing sticker. That Philippi must have been used at an international event. We've got our friends of Shen in that green on the far side. There they are. So these are, yep, go ahead.
Sorry, it's definitely gotten colder, so you'll see some of these athletes a little bit more bundled than we had in the earlier racing. There's Saratoga Springs, our home team here. We've got all 4 of those athletes with that Saratoga uni.
Hannah, do you think
shoved blades
on a course, so every spring race will be on a buoyed straight race course.
Correct.
In the fall, we do these races that are in between bridges and
like
underneath
rivers,
things.
usually. Yeah.
Do you think it's still hometown advantage of being on a buoyed course?
I think so, because while you may be dialed into your teammates in your boat, there are some landmarks that you might rehearse with. Like every time I pass the house, you can't see it on this side. Right now we're facing kind of a marshy woodland area, so there's not as much landmark pinpointing to find. But you might kind of visualize and rehearse the landmarks that you have on shore. And even just have like a memory of the boat moving super well or super fast at this point in your race course.
Something to check back into.
Right, and those visual checkpoints can be super motivating psychologically. I think it can be super powerful to be on a course that's
Saratoga
familiar.
with a slight crab. Slight
Will
crab.
Kircher, can you
Get it up, get it up, get it up. You got it, you got it. So in rowing, this kind of thing unfortunately happens often where your blade gets stuck under, and then because of the momentum of the boat moving backwards, it is really hard to extract that blade. We call that catching a crab. No, there are no crustaceans involved, but hopefully we'll see Saratoga get that blade right back out, and like you said, rely on some.
That was a boat stopper.
Rely on some kind of like home turf feeling to just pick that boat back up and move, because Saratoga's probably caught a crab on this water before, and that's okay. There they go,
Recover,
back at
build,
it.
and breathe.
So that
you
is
gotta
lane
get the blade
7,
out, and then you got to build back up to speed.
Saratoga A. These boys are juniors.
They could be sophomores.
Could be sophomores. Could
Just
be
not
freshmen,
seniors.
but not seniors. I believe this is Manhasset High School in the orange with the lead today in this race.
They've got quite the lead
Quite
here,
a
Megan.
lead.
They've got about 3 lengths of open water back
I'd
behind
say
them.
almost even more. Go,
and
boys, go.
Again, in this quad, you have no coxswain. It's just the athletes. So that visual cue of being up and ahead is really, really helpful.
It's so
obviously.
handy.
And you can just kind of see how far each stroke can take you. So each stroke trying to leverage the boat, I don't know, 10 meters or so, about 30 feet.
Watch this Manhasset boat just up, up, up. They're clearly moving quicker, even though they've got nobody right next to them. We're going off of margins. We're trying to get big leads. I believe this will be Row America Rye.
Shen really trying to push up on them.
I can hear shouting from the guys. They're trying to convince each other just a
while
little
you're
bit more.
Sprinting is quite difficult.
Just a little bit more. There's Row America
You'd
Rye.
only do it if you
need
really
it.
thought it would help.
Oh, and here's Niski with just going to beat Saratoga. Looks like that Saratoga boat made up some time, perhaps not quite as much as they would have liked.
But I love being here at the finish line, seeing the athletes giving kind of kudos to the other boats at the finish. You'd see slaps on the backs to each other. You'd see kind of like thumbs up, good race.
Augustine Classical through the line, followed by, I believe, I believe that's
Burnt Hills B.
Burnt
No.
Hills. And then we'll have Port Jefferson bringing up the rear here.
Again, this is the quad event, so no coxswain. Each athlete has a smaller oar in each hand, just smaller than the sweep oars. So the sweep oars, it's a bit longer. I think it's about much longer is it? About
It feels big. It's not really
four-
that much of
4
a difference, but if these athletes who are used to
They're heavier.
having 2 oars that they can fully grasp just in their palm,
Feels like
and
you're
then
holding a tree trunk
one
when you switch
oar.
to sweeping.
you're like, holy moly.
Yeah. So in sculling, each athlete doing that symmetrical motion, left hand, just out in front of right hand, actually.
Left over right, right over
Yeah.
left. Which way do you like to go?
Left over right.
I would
The
say
boats are rigged.
hopefully 99% of
You
our
made me
athletes over
question
there
it.
are going left over
You
right.
made me question it.
You'll know if someone's been sculling for a while, but hasn't quite perfected it, because the top of their right hand is going to be notched with little spots from bumping. I'll
It's
say
true,
whenever
you
I start to
might
scull
trim your
again, I've got some
fingernails short.
scars.
Yeah. The blisters are slightly different too. If you have a rower at home or a friend who's a rower, the calluses and blisters you kind of develop on the hands, similar to like a gymnast. It's can be a little alarming at first if you're not expecting it, especially at the start of a season when the hands might not be as calloused
Weathered.
or weathered from a time away from the rowing motion. So scullers and sweepers, sometimes it can be more difficult on the hands than anywhere else on the body.
You're like, I can deal with the leg
This
fatigue.
is just slightly different.
I can
The
deal with the
handle's
glute
slightly
soreness, but man, oh man, my hand is on fire.
Yeah. All right, so it is 10:58. This should be the girls' 2V quads. Final one. We've got 5 boats across. I think this is one of the smaller fields that we'll see today. 5 across, just the Saratoga Invite way.
6 across is traditional on any other course.
Right, but here the norm
Here we
is
go,
9.
lane 5, Row America Rye and
Narragansett.
Narragansett Boat Club.
Oldest boat club in the country, Narragansett, out of Rhode Island. So came quite a ways to get here.
Row America Rye building that early lead a little bit. You can see, especially with those white long sleeves, the girls are leaving their hands nice and suspended. We think sometimes like you're a puppet of sorts.
Like your arms are just
Your arms are
strings.
just strings. They're just connectors to your big, strong.
And it's not to take away from your biceps. These,
Oh, no.
you know, as
We
an
could be
athlete,
jacked.
we can all appreciate.
We can appreciate some bicep, but in rowing, the big thing is going to be lower body. I think for anybody listening that's ever rowed, you tell people, "Oh, yep, I'm a rower," and they give you like the bicep flex, and you have to be like, "Oh, actually, it's 75% legs. Like I rely on the glutes." You can take a look at this Narragansett boat here, and their arms are just hanging as they push those quads. Lane 6, there's an oak neck boat. We like that navy and pink here. Just trying to play with the field. I've got a lot of looking around from all these ladies, which is valid. You're in a boat that has no coxswain to tell you where you're going to go. You're in a close race. You're trying to steer on a potentially brand new course. How do you balance the pull hard 100% and row technically well 100%? I think there's some in between level where, like myself as an athlete, if I'm working on a new technical change, I'm gonna think a little bit less about pulling hard, maybe 90%, 95%, but I might take like a smidge of the raw yamming power off.
Sometimes the yam instinct is not the fast, efficient instinct.
To think about being a little bit, what was the word that I've been maybe not quite accurately called? Oh, nimble. Just a little bit
It's
nimble.
the work smarter so you can work
So you
harder.
can work harder. So once you gather that technical skill, which these Row America Rye athletes have gathered enough of to be able to push hard out ahead of the field. They're working through those technical changes, and the water still looks pretty flat. Definitely a little bit more ripple than we've had earlier in the day, but definitely a tailwind. Hopefully, adding speed and not subtracting anything from choppiness.
A tailwind can make the boat feel a bit lighter as the wind's helping you move in the direction that you want to go. But sometimes a tailwind can make it feel slippery, if that makes sense. Like if you think about a pole vaulter and they're about to plant their pole down in the ground and then leverage themselves up over it. That's kind of what we're doing in rowing is planting the blade and then leveraging the boat past it. But imagine they're pole vaulting, planting it into like a sheet of ice.
Sand or,
right. Something that's a little bit
slippy.
slippery, and it's actually hard to get that full leverage and feel the boat sending. So sometimes the tail can turn, we like to call it unhelpful. So we'll see if these athletes are able to kind of maintain connection to the water here. The CBC crew coming down the course, looking super strong, trying to match those leg drives together and find that acceleration together.
That leader, though, right in the middle of your screen here, still Row America Rye. There's our flag man. You're doing great out there, buddy. It's almost lunchtime. Rain has dampened to a little bit of a constant sprinkle, not quite the pouring it was, so hopefully we can continue with a little bit less wetness and a little bit of the same nice flat conditions.
So this is this Oak Neck, Megan, or is this Row America Rye here in
I
our
believe
leadership position?
This is Row America Rye in lane 5.
Yep, there's that red and blue blade. Row America Rye with about 2.5, 3 lengths of open water
Looking really
for the
nice
victory
there.
here in the girls' second varsity quad.
Bowseat's like, where's my finish line? Where's my buoys? Here comes Narragansett out of lane 7. And it looks like we'll have Row America Rye here and then Connecticut Boat Club with Greater Lawrence. Definitely further back.
I think that was Oak Neck Academy there, finishing with the pink visor.
Yep. This will be Connecticut Boat Club of one of Hannah and I's teammates, Caitlin, her alma mater, a Stanford grad as well. One of the cool things about the team that Hannah and I are on is we're not Saratoga Springs athletes. We are not based out of Saratoga Springs. We're not from Saratoga Springs. We're from all over the country. But somehow we all ended up here in this little town, sitting here telling you about rowing.
So we got one more boat finishing here. You can see the Saratoga. I think that's the can't tell which squad this is, but one of the Saratoga girls 8s getting ready to launch.
A little bit quieter of a day. I feel like when it's beautiful and sunny, we get some screaming and vuvuzelas and cowbells and horns and whatnot in the docks, and I feel like just a little bit quieter. Teammates pulling for each other.
Here's Greater Lawrence coming in to finish off this second varsity quad girls final
That
one.
shiny red boat.
Blue and white blades, trying to match up those blades entering and releasing together. Really nice getting through that finish line together.
And there we go. There's your 2V quads, your first final. There'll be a second final of 2V quads. And we'll see these Saratoga ladies putting their blades in. This will be the 8. There's a whole lot of, I don't know, I guess you'd call it engineering that goes into making these boats. Your oars go into like a very specific oar lock place that allows it to rotate, allows you to do a square and a feather, horizontal and back vertical.
Physical analysis.
A lot of it.
Physics is
Your feet are set at different levels. So if you get into a boat of a seat of someone that's 6 feet tall, you got to adjust it a little bit. And that's just part of like trying to row together. But this is our girls 2v quads final 2. Looks like that's maritime rowing.
Yeah, in this race we should have 6 boats across. Concord in lane 9, closest to us here on shore and closest to the camera. Then Mohawk Homeschool. Maritime is currently in your picture in lane 7. Then Niskayuna will be in lane 6. Row America Rye in lane 5. And Narragansett in lane 4.
So Niski is a team, Niskayuna, that comes from just south of us in the Albany-Schenectady area. They are the Niskayuna Silver Warriors, established in 1987. They've got, I think, 4 or 5 seniors headed off to row in college. Hannah and I have a little connection to Niski. Their program director, head varsity girls coach, also coaches us at Orion.
That's true.
Stacy.
Stacy is the MVP. She's the
our favorite Stacy fun fact.
She's the reigning and only world champion in the women's lightweight 8 event.
Yes.
She competed at the World Championships back in the day with
the only year
United States lightweight 8, and it's the only year that race has taken place. Lightweight rowing is often a bit of a smaller field. There's just fewer lightweight women's athletes than there are open weight athletes, and so there's been actually a lot of politics around lightweight rowing, and
you'll notice there's no lightweight rowing here at the Saratoga Invitational.
Yeah, in high school it's just a little bit of a slippery slope, right? Like everyone's developing,
lightweight's
bodies are changing.
sitting at around 130 pounds, we'll say.
Right,
and
oftentimes you'll have an athlete start at 130 in the fall, and
they grow up a little bit, and it's a lot of pressure to either want to row with the same squad or your friends, or to feel competitive in a space where your weight is dominant about that. Obviously, rowing is a weight influence sport, because if you weigh 150 pounds, you got to move 150 pounds. If you weigh 180 pounds, you got to move 180.
Here's Row America Rye battling with the Mohawk
This
Homeschool
is fun.
Here for 3rd place. Maritime still holding on to that lead here as they come into
I see Mohawk Homeschool turning around, trying to get
500 meters here.
Get some tell on the rest of the squad.
Yeah, Maritime in that psychologically advantageous place, but it can be hard to be in that kind of defensive position for a long time, especially as you get tired, and other teams seem to have a lot of fitness.
And look at that, we caught another crab. So
or maybe like that they just pressure knocked their hand.
Might have just been a slippery grip. It's wet out there.
So this is getting interesting. Maritime will have to kind of recompose themselves, and I think I saw one of those Row America Rye athletes see that happen.
Did she watch it?
And there's nothing quite like watching a competitor have a little moment of weakness.
It's a little fun.
I mean,
you got to jump on it.
We're competitors here. And seeing them have that moment of weakness, knowing they might be rattled, and using that moment to surge or take a move or accelerate the boat just a little bit more.
This isn't tennis where you can fire a shot at somebody directly. You gotta take advantage of either your boat moving a little bit faster, another boat making a mistake, or other non-contact things.
Oh no!
And there goes Maritime.
It happened again.
Hold on tight. And sometimes that's enough of a rattle to let it happen again.
Oh no! So Maritime unable to regain their composure quickly.
Oh, you got it, ladies.
Looks like
Here
Row
we go.
America Rye is
back on the stroke,
away.
But we did get taken by Row America Rye and Mohawk Homeschool in the meantime.
Mohawk Homeschool didn't seem to have quite as powerful of a sprint. Row America Rye clearly had something up their sleeve here.
And this might be fun, Hannah. Are there enough strokes left for Maritime to close the gap? I don't think so.
Row America Rye will finish with about
nice lead.
3 seats of open water. Staying clean and composed is half the battle.
Good. Mohawk through the line. And
Maritime will still finish in that medal position of bronze. A lesson hard learned to kind of stay composed and clean, right? Like there's only so much fitness and strength can do if that finesse part starts to fall apart a bit.
Here's Narragansett through the line. A little bit of a solo more so race there. I feel like the lead crews got out early and Narragansett got out ahead of our trailing crew here, but maybe not quite quick enough. So maybe a more internal race. Maybe you got to work on some strategy. Here comes Friends of Concord through the line.
Yeah, and you can actually hear some athletes in that boat counting the strokes. So oftentimes when you're in that pain cave and you're facing the daunting race distance of a 1500, it can be really helpful psychologically to actually break the race down into smaller pieces so you stay like present in the moment.
Yeah.
That mindfulness piece can actually come into play a lot when you're in a long sprint race.
It is hard to look down the line and think, I have to count to 250. Or whatever amount it's going to be.
Yeah, that's
but if you can
hard
count
mindset.
your start 5 and your high 10 and your shift 10 and your base 10, all of a sudden you're 35 strokes in.
And maybe you start counting to 10 and then you get distracted.
Because
you start over
think about legs. Oh,
just start counting to 6.
Was that a call out of that I've never counted past 6 ever in my entire life? I'm not a counter. There are some athletes that are counters. Couldn't be me. One of our teammates, Savannah Bria, who just placed 3rd at the U.S. National Selection Regatta out in San Diego.
Member of the national team this past year.
Women's quad.
And coach of Saratoga athletes here.
She's a counter. She'll sit through a 6,000 meter piece and count to 100 6 times or however many it takes. And I am one who will say, all right, 10 strokes for legs. 1, 2, 3, legs. So
right.
it's
actually
it's
just the reset of a count.
Right. I'm starting over. I'm connecting to something. I'm focusing on something. So lots of different strategies out there.
Just
some
distraction tactics.
It's really just how can I think about anything other than how bad this hurts. We're a little type 2 fun out here on Fish Creek at the Saratoga Invitational.
And here's the one and only girls freshman 8 race for this regatta. So here on Saturday we've got looks like 7 lanes of racing. Burnt Hills, Emma Willard, Greenwich Crew, Niskayuna, Row America Rye, St. Andrews, and Saratoga Rowing Association. All here on your picture. We'll try to get you that live feed from this fast and furious start. We've got, how many athletes is this? 9 in each boat. Kind of crazy to see all of
Over
these energies.
60.
It's actually really loud.
It's loud.
It's just a lot. Each time the blade kind of gets out of the stroke, you'll see that the blade kind of does this feathering motion or turning in the oarlock, and so you can actually hear that clunk or that rotation every stroke.
60
and when you multiply it, right.
It's a pretty cool sound, especially if a lot of these boats are used to training alone. They don't have another freshman girls 8 to trade side by side.
It's kind of exhilarating to have a lot of friends.
It's
suddenly.
like I can only imagine, and it's like practicing basketball on an outdoor, court by yourself, and then all of a sudden getting into a big arena, and here we go. So this looks like we've got Burnt Hills here in that maroon. Lane 7 trailing a bit will be Emma Willard in the red there.
It's a little bit tough here, especially in the 8s. It's a lot of different people coming together into one, trying to be one unit together. And so we'll see the crews that are usually more ahead or dominant in these 8 races are the ones that look the most unified, the most matched up.
And leading the way there, lane 3 looks like Row America Rye. Yep. A couple of fun facts about the freshmen in this Saratoga rowing boat. I'm not sure which 9 freshmen are rowing today, but Coach Kara gave me some big, strong girl facts about these ladies. Lily learned to row this summer, deadlift 218.
Holy smokes.
Cox and Megan can do pull-ups with a 10-pound weight attached. And Olivia Lill, pull-ups 25 pounds attached. So
some strong
we're
girls.
building some strong girls, and then we're going to build together and row real fast, we hope.
Thank you for those fun facts, Coach Kara from Saratoga. Row America Rye here, just trying to hold on to that almost full length of advantage. Coxon now sitting on the bow deck, so definitely seeing some movement here. They have that advantage, but our crew from St. Andrews really making a push on them here, as you
That
see
sneaky black.
that bow seat knows she has contact on the stern deck. You can actually feel that in the peripheral vision. You can feel a crew next to you, and so in an 8, especially since it's such a long boat, that bow seat wants to pass that feeling, that peripheral vision
Sending
feeling,
it to you.
trying to get it to the 2 seat, and I'm just trying to think about a lead or a deficit down as 1 seat at a time,
And
1 inch at a time.
These 8s, 58 feet long on average.
1 inch at a time.
1 inch at a time. Like,
Yeah.
if you can do it 1 inch at a time, you'll walk through that boat at some point.
And
that boat's got to push you away 1 inch at a time. And
Exactly.
it's crazy to look at it in terms of seats. Often coxswains will call, I'm 1 seat up, I'm 2 seats up, I'm 3 seats down.
That coxswain just moved 2
She
seats.
did.
On
She
that
saw it.
move
Yep.
there.
And these 8s can cost from $20,000 to top of the line.
It's
I
an
don't know,
expensive
60
equipment,
we're
yeah.
looking at.
It's a
So
lot of
definitely a
fundraising,
privilege to be in these boats. And the cool part is they can only be rowed by teams, right? You
Right.
really have to commit to that like group mindset.
Everyone has
of
to show up.
hauling. Yep.
Yeah.
Someone decided to sleep in today or go grab lunch early. Can't make it happen.
Right. Or they're sick or they scheduled something else. They're not fully committed. It makes a huge difference. And as you can see, these boats that are matching up super well are the ones that are up out ahead. And to be able to match up like that, you need
gotta
to
practice
spend
matching
time
up.
together.
Yeah.
You need to be able to like automate as much of that full body movement as you can.
Make it be second nature, right? So here's Row America Rye leading St. Andrews. Hard to tell with this angle. I believe Row America Rye still hasn't broken full connection yet. It looks like St. Andrews is holding onto that deck. Bow seat can feel that coxswain in the light blue. Maybe Row America Rye will be able to pull away in the final 8 strokes of this race. They're doing it. They've got maybe a half seat of open.
Greenwich sitting in 3rd currently too, with open water both ahead of them and behind them. So we have pretty spaced out
Yeah.
1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Row America Rye followed by St. Andrews and Greenwich.
Finally, we
through
have
the line.
Saratoga over there in lane 2, battling with Burnt Hills over here in lane 9. Couldn't be further apart. We have a crab in the bow seat.
Saratoga bow.
Can they still hold on to their lead?
Burnt Hills might take this.
I don't know, Megan. I don't know. Holy smokes. I don't know.
I don't know. We'll have to get back to you on that. Burnt Hills Saratoga freshman 8s. And then we've got Niskayuna here through the line. And Emma Willard coming into that last 150 meters here. But I think that's a pretty cool thing to have 1,500 meters of 16 different rowing athletes pulling 2 different voices, and you can still match stroke for stroke down the line.
It's true.
Like, of all different physical
All the
abilities,
variables,
all
the
different
factors.
experiences, all different race plans, and you can
come
still
down to a
finish
photo finish.
a 7-minute, 6-minute race within a half second of each other. So here comes Emma Willard down the line.
Awesome to see those bright red shirts.
So Emma is I believe they're originally like a boarding school for women, started by a woman named Emma Willard. So this is an only ladies team.
Yeah, they're down in Troy, I think.
I believe so.
Close by. I think it's a really old school as well. It's like
More than
something in the
200
1800s.
years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So long history of empowering women and female athletics when that wasn't quite the norm.
200 years ago.
So continuing that tradition here today on Fish Creek.
Their head coach, Bob, is a Saratoga Rowing Masters coach, so he coaches all of our adults rowing out there at the crack of dawn, and then moves in the afternoon to go coach this high school ladies team on the Hudson River. They were founded in, 2004. And now they host an Emma Willard Invitational Regatta. So pretty cool to be a small, private, all-girls school and be out here hanging with the big dogs.
The big club teams,
Who have all this recruiting power and everything like that. And I think Emma is definitely a little bit of a sister to Saratoga rowing. They come up here when their waters weren't rowable, and we've done some things with their community. So
if you're just tuning in, this is Hannah and Megan here to Orion Athletes, the high performance group here at Saratoga Rowing Association. We're training to go to the Olympics, but we're here commentating for you today on the Saratoga Invite 2023. Up next, we have the girls' Novice 8 Final 1. So we have 2 of these finals, each with 7 boats. So a lot of athletes. These are novices. They might not necessarily be freshmen or 9th graders in high school. They could be coming from any year, could be coming from another sport. Maybe this is just the first sport they've ever done, coming from all different backgrounds. So that's what's kind of special about the novice event. All bets are off.
all bets are off.
And we'll see programs like CRI have a huge novice program. And sometimes being a novice, you're just trying it out. Like, this is just your first
It's just a
exposure
test run.
to rowing.
Yeah.
This might not be what you want to do with the rest of your life. You might only row for a short time and just see what kind of fun and racing experience you can get while you're here. And
or you
for
just
others,
love the water and you want to
right.
go row a boat. And for others, this is
the start of like a lifelong love of the sport. Rowing is so cool because you can just row your entire life in the different kind of like echelons of the sport. There's all like competitive levels. Some people just row to be a part
Just
of
to
like
row.
the nature
Yeah.
and go out in like this serene morning on the water.
Right.
In a single, and other people are here rowing in the novice 8. So we'll hear.
We've got to start a girls novice 8 final 1. Here we go.
Again, we got 7 boats here. So
Closest to
leading,
us.
got,
Yep,
I
go
would
ahead.
say
Leading looks like
that's
Row America
Row
Rye,
America
maybe
Rye.
Connecticut Boat Club here.
battling, and then I think that's a CRI entry. We've got Connecticut Boat Club, Friends of Concord, Greenwich, Litchfield Hills, Row America Rye, Wappingers, and CRI B.
There's that neon green of Connecticut Boat Club. You can't miss them.
It's fun to be a novice or just a new rower and put on your team colors. Like putting on that neon green hat and wearing that uni and even getting
that's
the
a
uni.
big day.
It's a big day.
And what I think is super cool about rowing is that none of those unis have the name on them. You don't get any name on your back.
It's very
All
common
you've got the name on your
just
front.
to have the logo.
Sometimes you'll have like a little embroidery or something just so that you don't lose
for
it.
laundry purposes.
For team travel laundry purposes, but there's no superstars in rowing. You can row the single and you can be a superstar, but in these girls novice 8s, it's taken all 9 of them. And all 9 of them have to have committed to showing up and learning how to row, and this stern pair is rocking.
You might wonder why a uni? Like, it's not wrestling, there's not like that physical contact part of it.
But take a look at this middle 4 right here. If they were wearing a baggy sweatshirt,
it gets
how
caught.
many times would they get caught?
You'll notice they're sitting on seats that are on wheels, so they're kind of sliding up and down the boat. And those wheels are really
finicky.
And if you are wearing something baggy like shorts or a sweatshirt or even a long shirt, like
a little bit baggier shirt,
it'll get caught in those wheels, and there's nothing worse than having your piece of clothing get caught in the wheels every stroke.
Or
totally
on the other end,
what you're doing.
You're wearing a zip up with pockets, and you see that big oar comes around the finish, comes into your midsection, stuck in the pocket. You're done.
You're done. So the uni is crucial, and it helps everyone look very unified and together. So right now we have this battle going on between CBC and Row America Rye, 2 historically powerhouse programs in women's
especially
rowing.
in these big boats.
Exactly. CBC, Connecticut Boat Club, is a women-only program. So these are all young women and girls, coached by Liz Trond, and actually coached one of our fellow Orion teammates. So going on not only to row in high school, but these athletes will go on to row for collegiate programs that are top 10 in the country.
Our teammate rowed for Stanford, is now
and she's now rowing,
Olympic
trying to make
hopeful,
the Olympics.
right?
So we're seeing kind of, especially in this novice event, like these athletes could go on.
The world's their oyster.
They could go on to huge things, and this is just a stepping stone.
Yeah.
And if not a stepping stone for a long career in rowing, a stepping stone in the spring season. This is the Saratoga Invite, April 29th We've got state
Pretty
championships coming up.
mid-season. Yeah.
Regional
right in the middle.
championships like NERA and the New York States for here in Saratoga, and Northeast regionals, and even the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship.
Right.
So these athletes are, and they're novice events at
Hannah.
those championships.
Hannah, I'm going to interrupt you. We
Yeah.
got the drone up.
We have the drone up because the
Drone
rain has stopped.
is up. She's beautiful. So
Row
there's
America
Fish
Rye.
Creek.
Look at them go.
Row America Rye leading the way.
But a tight
Connecticut
battle
Boat
for
Club.
third
I know,
here that
this
we
is
couldn't
gonna
see
shape up.
before. So
CRI and who was that in our middle lane? Greenwich, it looks like, with Friends of Concord. Looks like that might be Litchfield Hills, slightly off the pace. But look at those green hills of Saratoga in the
I
spring.
know. So here's a fun fact for you. So we were talking about landmarks. So
yeah, hit me.
there's a home court advantage, you could say, of just knowing the landmarks around you.
Right.
And if these girls went for practice rows yesterday, they got here early on
Did they?
Friday and went out
you
for
think
a
Connecticut and Row America Rye
row. And
were
I
both
bet
here?
they have a move at that beach. There's a little
gazebo
beach right there.
Here, listen
kayaks,
Listen in quiet.
I hear the coxswains coming.
No,
they are
we're
mic'd
telling
up
secrets
and
here.
ready.
You hit that beach, it's time to go.
It's time to go. That's about 300 meters to go at that beach. So it's kind of running out of room to make it
your move
happen.
now, or commit to the move you're currently making. Right, I
Don't
can
wait
hear.
until the last second.
I mean, we're screaming. These
Greenwich
novice
is making a
8
move on that
coxswains.
CRI. You saw just a minute ago, CRI and Greenwich were neck and neck. CRI has now dropped off the pace as Greenwich clearly wants to make it
busting into a little
decided
bit of
now
Row America
that they're
Rye.
going for that medal position.
Oh, I wish you could hear this intensity from the voices of.
So it'll be Row America
young
Rye in the
ladies.
last 10 strokes here. You can see all their blades going in, coming out together, and then bodies moving. Even when they're fatigued, they've been sprinting for the last 6 minutes.
They're done for.
And
the
they're
tank
still
is
together.
empty. But we're holding a little bit of that technical finesse.
And CBC will hold on to their lead for second place
Yep.
over a charging Greenwich crew.
Greenwich is wildin'. They are moving as
CRI
much as they can. It's too late.
Coming
It's-
for fourth.
Yep. Here comes CBC across the line.
The cool thing with the drone footage, too, is you can actually get a sense of these coxswains steering. So
you can
if
see that the trail,
the
if you
trail
will.
of like wake that follows each of these boats.
Here comes CRI. There's their B boat through the line. Lane 7.
Concord,
Uh,
I think.
is that that's an 8? That's an 8.
That's
Friends
an
of
8.
Concord crew. You're right.
Again, this is the novice 8. So these
You
young
could
women,
be 6 weeks into rowing.
this could be your fourth weekend rowing. You know, you don't know where these crews are coming from, if you've been sick, how much water time you get as a novice. Like oftentimes there's like
It's
a
very
rotation to get
dependent.
everybody
Yep.
some time on the water.
And you got to practice on the erg a little bit too, so you know.
And who's this?
This is, I believe, Wappinger's crew.
Wappingers, great.
And I'm just gonna. They
did fill out our survey.
their big great mid-race call, which maybe they had a little bit more of an internal race here, not being quite with the pack. Is do it for your team, do it for your family, do it for your coach.
Oh, I
So
love
that's
that.
also really cool because you're relying on your community. They're not doing it for guts and glory. It's your team, your family, your coach. And their favorite part is the vendors. So speaking of the vendors, go check out the vendors. We've got foods, we've got jewelry, we've got outfits, merch, written by what we think, merch designed by a Skidmore College student.
Keep it local.
Keep it local. Skidmore's our local college. They've got a boathouse. For those of you that have already warmed up today, it is just around the corner from that S-turn at the top of the course. And they've got some big 8s that'll come out to play later in the season for their championships and their college races.
So coming up, we'll have the second final of the girls' Novice 8 event. So again, Novice 8s, the 8 is a sweep event. They actually make a sculling version of an 8-person boat that's called an oct. It's
Hannah,
less common.
coolest fact. Not my coolest
Sure.
rowing facts, but a pretty cool rowing fact about me. I rowed a 24X. So we're talking
Pardon
the 8 plus is 8 sweep oars.
When did you
And
row in that?
8X is 8 sculling oars. A 24X.
Where do they keep it?
It breaks up into pieces.
Wow.
You have to take it apart. It comes in like
'Cause an
3
8,
or
for
4
those at home
pieces.
that have never stood
Yeah.
with an 8 or
Right.
gotten up close. They're
Right.
58 feet long.
Yep.
It's
So
a
this
huge boat.
24X was
Times
nuts.
3.
And
That's
we
crazy.
launched out of San Diego Rowing Club, so it was a beach launch. So it didn't have to have a dock that was
Mhm.
long enough, which was super handy. Tragically,
Oh, no.
obviously thrilled to row this boat, but tragically I was a 22 seat.
Oh, God.
So it really felt like I was just 2 seat of a quad with a lot
Right,
of
you're not
people
looking-
behind me. But that was pretty wild. But
so
these girls
these-
just got 1 oar, 8
they
people.
should be, I think we're a little delayed here. So if you're tuning in to watch the girls' Novice 8 Final 2, they're still in the starting blocks. We have ears up there, and they are getting aligned. I think they just got underway.
Looks like blades are moving.
This is the Novice 8, so sometimes it's a 58-foot long thing to maneuver.
Uh-huh.
And it's a little breezy up there.
You have to remember, not only are the rowers brand new, but the coxswain, the driver, the
It's like
steerer,
an
the
F1
brain,
driver, but it's not
but-
as fast.
and you've never done it before.
Yeah.
So we've got in lane 9, closest to the Saratoga shore will be CRI, Friends of Port, Wayland Weston, Pittsford, Saratoga Rowing, Greenwich, and CRI C. So we've got CRI A and CRI C in this one. In final 1 was CRI B. They did pretty well off, but we'll see. This is a CRI C off to a hot start, followed by Greenwich. And then there's lane 9, CRI A.
Just
We're
about
going bold.
3 seats,
Be
4
bold, start
seats up.
cold.
It has stopped raining, so that's doing wonders for us.
Yeah, weather's looking pretty sweet right now. So these leaders are feeling comfortable in the tanks and the shorts. That coxswain is taking a look around at the very start of the race, knowing that her boat got a good lead to start. She's off to a nice...
She's already open water lead here. That's Pittsford in the blue, yellow, and red. Trying to make sure that all athletes are getting those blades in and out together. That's like the first step of matching in a crew.
Saratoga, Greenwich, and CRI all hanging right in there. This is fun. Like, you look over and you got
So
3
many
boats
friends.
next to you. That's a party. There's nothing like it.
And it's just that competitive spirit, right? It's like that relentless, like stubbornness.
I'm not going to let up. You
Right.
better not let up.
Or keep up with me, I'm setting the pace.
Yeah, yeah. And
And
so
it
all
can be hard when you're down. If you're
it
like
can be so
a
hard.
few seats down, the person that's okay. So basically, each seat is numbered 1 through 8, and
Yep.
so if you're in the
And
bow,
we're going backwards. So 1 is the first across the
Right.
line.
and if you're in the bow, you've either got open water if you're ahead,
Mhm.
which is freeing because it
Yep.
can be a little overwhelming, stimulating to be in a pack of close 8s like that. So once you break free of that, you rise above the fray.
Yeah.
That bow seat, 2 seat, the bow 4, that's a fun place to be. If you're down though, and you're in the stern pair,
You feel a little bit lonely, like left behind.
you feel left
Yeah.
behind. Having that open water is a bad
Yeah.
thing.
And this is, I mean, all 4, even those 2 boats a little bit further back, Friends of Port and Wayland and Weston, like, we've got visibility. We've got connection on almost everybody.
Greenwich B had a moment there on the buoy line trying to make sure they're small, right? They're
Little
maybe
baby buoys,
maximum
but
5 inches in
destructive.
diameter. But hitting one with your blade is just a little bit jarring, as if you're like hitting a wave or just like
Hannah, check out CRI C's tracks. Out of the frame, far left-hand corner of your screen. Out of the frame, so quick. But you can see that wake, that track of where they've been. This is Greenwich. In that neon. Looking pretty good for a novice 8. Blades in, blades out together.
Takes
Keep-
a lot of work to like really coordinate all those
Mhm.
body movements. Rowing is a full body sport, so you're using your legs to push before you start to open your torso, get with your hips, and then the arms kind of follow through at the end.
We talked about it earlier today about if you had 8 people in a 3-legged race, you're all tied up, however many legs that would be, and you all had to move together, and you all had to run together, and
In the
you were
8,
going backwards, and
you have a smaller person strapped to your backs,
that you're carrying along,
and they have a
they're
microphone
yelling at
shouting
you.
at you to go faster.
It's the epitome of the team sport, and that's what's pretty cool. Looks like Greenwich has made a pretty
this
considerable move,
blade
maybe
work.
trying to hang
Super
with
cool.
CRIC, who's up ahead out of the frame. CRI A.
So we're taking a look at the fight for bronze, really.
Oh, excuse me. CRI A is out of the frame. Excuse me. CRI B is still in it. Saratoga Rowing and Pittsford.
Yeah. So right now it looks like Saratoga's made quite the move here on
They did
Pittsford.
drop back early, and they've
They
made
were
some
trailing
ground.
at the first half of this race, but coming in the last 500, Saratoga's made a strong move, even pushing on CRI C on the right side of your screen here. We'll see if Saratoga can take that medal position or if CRIC
it's gonna be a
will be
fight
able
for
to
third.
hold them off.
It's gonna
These
be a real
coxswains
fight for
are
third.
screaming. They're hundreds of feet away from us here on shore, and you
we've
can
got
hear 'em.
headphones on. We're talking to ourselves, and you can still hear these 15-year-old girls like unreal amplification here.
So CRI coming in strong here. They're over here in lane 9, so they're kind of out of the fray as those trailing crews in the top of your picture give them a little bit of space on the rest of the field. It's kind of sneak attack.
Sneak attack. There they are. That's
CRIA.
CRIA. 10 strokes to the line. Clearly still pushing margins. You can see bodies we're tired. We've been rowing
tired.
for
We're
6.5
hard.
minutes.
We haven't
but
had lunch.
Moving together. We're ready for lunch. CRIA across the line in that girls novice 8 final 2. Greenwich with a little bit less pop, I'd say, through that drive than CRIA, but managed to hold off a blazing
Hold on to your seats.
CRIB, CRIC, and a Saratoga. CRIC and
It's going to
Saratoga.
be whoever's
beep,
on the
beep.
drive, whoever's blades are in the water.
I'm going to give that one to Saratoga.
I think you gotta.
I think
Pittsford
Saratoga
just got
pulled
out
that
sprinted
through.
there in the second half.
There they
They'll
are now.
finish in 5th.
And it's a contact race here in the back two between Wayland Weston and Friends of Port. Like, even though those two teams were a little bit out of that top mix, here comes Friends of Port, followed maybe 2 seats of open, Wayland Weston there. And both those coxswains, same excitement through the line, regardless if you're fighting for a 6 or fighting for a first. Pretty darn cool.
So, Megan, we've got 3 more races before lunch.
3 more races.
We've got 3 finals of doubles, each 10 boats across.
just a casual
so
30
we will
boats
have
before lunch.
Less athletes than those 8s races. Those multiply up real quick. But these next races will be the girls' varsity doubles. So this is the top event. It's not impacted by any like year or age category. So the varsity is any grade level,
Yep.
any experience level.
You've got a senior who's just finding their speed. Great. You got a freshman who big, strong, talented kid. Great. Like this could be anybody, which makes it a little bit fun.
Yeah, and you'll see a lot of crews have multiple entries as well. So in this next one, we have from closest to us here on shore in lane 9, Maine Coast Rowing, then Port Jefferson in 8, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough in lane 7, Niskayuna in lane 6, Arlington Belmont crew in lane 5, Shen in lane 4, Albany in lane 3, Ridley B in lane 2, Oakneck B in lane 1, and Cambridge Boat Club B in lane 0.
Here they go.
So again, farthest from us here is those low lanes, so that's Cambridge
Oakneck and Cambridge.
Oakneck B.
Up out
in your
early.
screen. Oakneck B with a early lead. We'll get our drones up to you. They're coming from the finish line, speeding up to that first 250. Again, it's 10 boats across here, so actually pretty hard for these athletes to get a sense of where they are in the mix of all of these boats.
You're
unless
looking
they
at like
take a full look over their shoulder.
each lane's what, 15 feet? 10
Something
feet,
like
something
that,
like that. So looking over 100+ feet, trying to compete while you're also at peak physical exertion.
Right.
Like, look at
It's a
this
bit
spread.
distracting.
Look at this. So looks like Oakneck with a slight lead over Cambridge, and then out of lane 8, Port Jefferson, back to Niskay.
And the double is super special because you just need a combination of 2 athletes that row similarly and work well together.
Yep.
You don't need to come up with 8 people like we saw in the last race. This is just a partnership of 2. So you'll see different combinations that kind of naturally row very similarly doing well. You'll see other athletes that have spent a lot of time together to
I've
match
seen
up.
twin sisters.
A lot of times you'll see the twins.
And it's super interesting because in these doubles, this is the girls' varsity double. It might not be your two fastest rowers. It might be your two fastest athletes who row fastest together. So you can take, athlete number 1 on your team, and she might row best with athlete number 4. And then you put 2 and 3 together, and that makes another powerful combination. So a lot of a double is about matching up and moving together as opposed to just like raw power. But I think that's our Niski boat, bottom left-hand corner, followed
Really
by
nice.
maybe a Bromfield, maybe Port Jefferson there. We'll have to spread out to see her a little bit. But there's Oak Neck with, I'd say, a decent lead here into the final 300.
2 seats of open water over the trailing Cambridge Boat Club. Again, these are their B entries. Sometimes coaches do A and B very randomly. Other times it's a priority of which boat is faster during practices. But your leaders are Cambridge Boat Club in second and Oak Neck B in first. Being challenged over here on the far side.
Looks like Niskiuna.
I think that is Niskiuna A.
And potentially that's an Albany Rowing Center and a Friends of Shen there looking across
to those last red buoys here. Again, it's 10 lanes of racing, various speeds as programs from all over the Northeast and even the East Coast are coming here together.
Cambridge has been sitting on Oak Neck all race. Like it's a confidence building thing for both boats, I'd say. 1, knowing that you can hold someone off, and 2, knowing you can hang with someone. It's just time. I think Cambridge didn't quite leave enough time or didn't quite have enough tank to catch up to Oak Neck in the end. But there's Oak Neck through the line with the win in your girls varsity 2X final 1, their B boat, followed by Cambridge's B boat.
And here we have it. This is what I thought. The drone was we couldn't quite capture
sneaking
the full
out.
field. Port Jefferson.
There they go
here in
with
lane
the
8.
bronze.
And they'll be just a length over that Niskiuna boat, falling short of the medals. But there comes Shen.
Shen in that beautiful green. And then a little bit of a race to the end between lane 7, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, and I think that's maybe 5, Albany.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
that's Maine
This
Coast.
will be Maine Coast through the line here in that sharp black.
And we have one more coming down the course. I think this is going to be Ridley College B rowing coming through the last 250 meters. This is where most athletes would call it the sprint of your race.
The sprint. Here they go. That's picking it up. A little bit of rate increase, a little bit of intensity increase. I had a coxswain in college that we hit that 250. Drop the hammer. What hammer? I don't know, but we were dropping
Metaphor.
it.
We'll drop the hammer.
Here's Ridley College rowing coming through.
Yeah, they're from Canada.
A?
They're not going to say sorry for this performance, though. Proud of it.
They've got a lot of summer programs, a lot of Saratoga rowing heads up to Canada for the end of the summer. There's a big race called Canadian Henley. One of those ones where you get in every class of boat, every type of boat, just a lot of racing experience. Let's see if our second final of girls varsity doubles is on the course yet. In the meantime, it is lunchtime in 2 races. If you don't have lunch at your chuck wagon or food tent or summer plans, in addition to Saratoga being, I don't know, kind of a hotbed for fun food, all within a 15-minute drive of the race course. In the vendor tents, we've got Ben & Jerry's and Kaleidoscope Cafe selling their wares, some foods for you, as well as 550 Waterfront by Druthers, the restaurant right next to the Saratoga Rowing Boathouse, has some lunch specials. They've partnered up with a comfort barbecue spot, some brisket, some pulled pork, and a hometown favorite, Druthers mac and cheese. So make sure you get that. We'll have racing. Last race will go off at 11:54. 2 more there. And then we'll resume hopefully promptly at 1:20. So make sure if you need to take a lap for food or snacks or to stretch your legs, you do that after these next 2 races.
So we're live in the second final of the girls varsity double race. We've got another 10 lanes of racing. Narragansett is over in lane 9, Shaker in lane 8, Ridley in lane 7, Cambridge Boat Club in lane 6, Oakneck in lane 5, Maritime in lane 4, Augustin Classical Academy in lane 3, Wayland Weston in lane 2, that's their B entry, Niskayuna B in lane 1, and Litchfield Hills B in lane 0. There's Narragansett on your screen, currently in that medal contention.
I believe that stroke seat was their single sculler earlier this morning.
I believe you're right.
Wouldn't put money on it, but we look familiar. We've can see
That's an Oakneck.
That's
there
an
in the
Oakneck right
background.
across. Yep.
That's Oakneck A. They're
Out of
in
lane
lane 5.
Yep. And then we'll pan forward. Looks like our Cambridge Boat Club in that pink and that baby blue is off to an early lead. They're like, let's get out, let's get ahead.
So you'll see different styles too as you kind of like watch this day of racing with us here if you're just tuning in. So the Cambridge Boat Club has a really like fluid handles in, handles out, and around. Other crews you'll see have more of that gather or pause as they take the blades out. Just different styles, and as long as all the athletes are doing it together, you'll see that they can go very similar speeds. And coaches just have different preferences or philosophies on the technique that produces the best speed for their athletes. But here you see pretty similar across the board, same sequencing. So you'll see the legs go first, followed by the torso swing, and then the arms, we call it an arm draw, as the arms come in and back around.
It's pretty cool. Like, there's so many different ways to row, even obviously at the high school level, but even collegiately, elite, Olympic level. There are people doing all sorts of different things. And as long as you're doing it in a way that moves your boat quickly and works well with your teammates, you're going to go quick. That looks like our, was that lane 7 perhaps?
Probably Maritime.
Maritime, lane 5, yep. There's Narragansett out of lane 9.
We'll just stay with us here as this race unfolds. You have Oakneck there with a commanding lead over the rest of the field, except for out ahead is still that Cambridge Boat Club A entry.
A little bit more spread in this field than the previous one.
It's true.
And that's just all draw. Like these are not super seeded events or anything like that. They're not heats to finals. They are give it your best shot and then get back in the boat tomorrow or this afternoon for your next race.
And just taking advantage of whatever like that race experience can give you too. So like sometimes you'll be in a race that's more spread, and other times you'll be in a race that's really tight competition.
Right, and either no matter whether you're super tight with your competitors or you need to focus on having an internal race, you can still take some things away from that experience.
Just readying the mind for future you to race whatever race you're in.
And putting yourself in an experience that you can't always replicate in practice. Like even this Cambridge Boat Club boat, which doesn't seem super phased, having a pretty commanding, pretty confident race. They can't always fake this in practice, even if they can get up on some teammates. There's still the nerves of being on a different race course or rowing against people whose speed you don't know. I think a lot of the times in practice we show up and I should be beaten by that individual or I should beat that individual, and here they're showing up and
out. Oakneck
they
is
don't really
saying
know.
I'm not being beaten by anybody. They just brought the rate up about like 8 beats in one stroke. Quite the impressive shift here as they tap into that last 250 mentality, trying to outpace the challenging Narragansett, who's kind of falling off the pace a little bit. Oakneck really taking that like
they're not giving up. We're going for margins.
That sudden shift to just kind of like rattle their competitors.
We're a half boat, a boat maybe. Cambridge had to pull out a little bit of a sprint. There they are through the line.
But Oakneck will really take that
good
second
fight, second
place.
half. Yeah.
Narragansett holding on for the third place over the trailing Maritime.
Hannah, this water's real nice. Rain
It's
has
really
stopped.
nice.
Water's flattened out. This looks like it's our Maritime. Through the line there.
Coming up, I think this is Ridley College. Again, our Canadian friends.
And on the far side, Litchfield Hills just
Really tight
beating out
finish.
Ridley. Hard. I wonder if they even saw each other or if they were
Right, 'cause
acknowledging
there's
it.
so many lanes
They were what,
across.
6 lanes across, 7 lanes across?
Here comes Niskayuna.
Some connection. Niski just ahead
That's
of
Shaker. Or, no,
uh,
excuse me.
Augustine Classical.
Yeah, you're right.
Lane 3, 1, 2, 3. Yep. And even these two boats, we've got 2 more boats still on the course. Quite a bit of distance between them and the field, and they are also in lanes 2 and 8, so even 6 lanes across between them. But I'm hoping even just a little bit of competition, something different than practice. Again, in a situation where they wouldn't normally find themselves, they're finding a little bit of something. They're learning something, whether it's I need to have a stronger start, or I feel good through the middle, or I need to look across more or less or whatnot. I think all part of the game, all part of the process.
And you can even see these athletes over there from Wayland Weston taking a look over, bringing the rate up, trying to find that sprint mentality of a race piece.
Even though you might not have someone directly next to you, you can still execute race plan and all of that. So this will be Wayland Weston, 3 strokes to the line. Saratoga 8, just moving out of the way in time.
Good. And fun fact about Saratoga, and actually common in a lot of race courses, the actual finish line is this red and yellow buoys.
Right there. Yep.
Right there. And then the big red buoys, it's more of a safety and like cue for the athletes.
Yep.
So
And wow, just like that, they are eager to get to lunch, our race officials. We are early on the 11:54 race, the final of the morning, the girls varsity double. That's lane 7, Mohawk Homeschool. Looks like another Oak Neck double out of lane 0. Looking really nice, Mohawk Homeschool down on Litchfield Hills, perhaps?
I think you're right.
Litchfield Hills in that either really dark blue and white or black and white, matching really nicely here. You can see the profiles of the athletes pushing those legs together, swinging it through, and then allowing that arm draw to just complete the stroke.
You might think it's easier to match up in a double than maybe like a quad or an 8. And to a certain extent, you're right. There's just fewer variables at play. But at the same time, the smaller boats are much more responsive or just
much more telling.
Much more telling, exposing. Like the single is the most. But in a double, if you're mismatched even in the smallest part of the stroke for the smallest partial second,
your boat's going to tell you.
The boat speed responds a lot. So
there's
really
Connecticut Boat Club next to St. Andrews from Georgia. That's going to be a fun race. 2 crews who typically wouldn't interact quite at all, getting to go stroke for stroke.
Yeah, St. Andrews is down from Georgia, so making a huge trip up here to Saratoga Springs just for some good 10-boat across racing.
And even better, side by side with all these other guys. You can see we're entering the red buoys, all crews. Looks like that Litchfield Hills boat's going to maintain a little bit of a lead on Oak Neck, but as we've seen through the rest of the morning, Oak Neck's got a sprint.
Litchfield's already sprinting. You can see them starting to bring that cadence, that stroke rate up. Still staying matched. Oftentimes bringing the stroke rate up and coordinating.
Just causes a little bit of chaos.
Coordinating that full body movement in even less time each second can be maybe exposing, as athletes can kind of like fall apart or come different from each other.
But they pulled this
Litchfield
off.
Hills, really nice job matching up those legs in the swing.
Solid
together.
race piece. Good execution right there.
Oak Neck, and I think this is Mohawk Homeschool.
I think Mohawk is going to come in a connection just behind.
They're just about a length off.
And then we've got another race back here, St. Andrews taking down Connecticut Boat Club.
Really
That was
impressive
quite a
sprint.
second half there from St. Andrews.
And it'll be just enough to also beat Narragansett over there in the high lanes. Or might have been, yes, I think
Yeah,
so.
Connecticut and Narragansett side by side there. It looks like that's going to be
Jefferson, I think,
Port
with
Jefferson. I
Blue.
think you got it.
We're
We've
getting
got
our,
3 boats on the course for the morning.
here comes Manhasset, just trailing our friends from, I think,
Maybe that was Litchfield
they hit that
Hills.
big red buoy. But they're okay.
Maybe that was Friends of Concord with the win. Excuse me, that might have been. We'll have to confirm for you. I think that was Litchfield Hills that just crossed the line.
Concord
so
is
Friends
usually
of
that
Concord.
red.
And our final boat of the morning coming in, I believe, is going to be Bromfield Acton Boxborough.
This is the last race of the morning session of day 1, Saratoga Saratoga Invitational Regatta. I'm Hannah, this is Megan, and we will be back to you after this lunch break. I think the next race starts 1:20.
1:20.
So we'll be back
Final
to you
strokes across the line for the morning.
in about an hour
see
and 20.
See you soon. Grab lunch at the vendors, 550 Waterfront by Druthers. Food tents are crushing it. Keep sending us your Instagram DMs, and we'll talk to you soon. Happy morning from the Saratoga Invitational. Hello, hello, and welcome back to the Saratoga Invitational Regatta 2023. We're up here in Saratoga Springs, New York. We will start our afternoon racing fairly shortly. Looks like our girls' middle school coxed quads are getting into those stake boats, getting ready to go. In the meantime, a couple of things from this morning. We've got 2 lost and found items. Someone has lost a Apple cell phone with a flowered case. If someone finds it, if you could bring it to the registration tent, that tan building with red trim, that would be great. Secondly, they have found a Bluetooth earbud, only one of the ears, so if you're missing either your left or your right earbud, go ahead into the registration tent and you can describe it and they'll have that for you. While we wait for these boats to get started, just a reminder that we've got our vendors over on the Regatta site, a couple of food vendors, and then some merchandise, some jewelry, some souvenirs from upstate New York's finest Regatta site. All right, looks like our middle school coxed quads are getting into those stake boats. For those of you either new to rowing or your child has been rowing and you're not quite sure what all of these numbers and letters mean and symbols on your program schedule, the middle school 4X plus, that means 4 athletes. X means it's a sculling boat, so each athlete will have 2 oars. And then the plus means you've got a coxswain in the boat, so someone who is there specifically to steer and motivate and prepare the race plan.
They're usually mic'd up.
So they can hear
speakers
throughout
all
that
the way
whole
down
boat.
the boat. Surround sound.
So none of these middle school ladies are going to miss a single beat with their coxswains. These are probably mostly 8th graders, maybe some 7th graders thrown in, but the middle school coxed quads can be a little unusual because some people, this is their first time down a race course. Others, they've had a little bit of experience either in 7th grade or previous 8th grade races or things like that. But if you're just tuning back in, my name is Megan. My partner on the mic here's Hannah.
Hello, hello.
And we're here to give you our color commentary for the next, we got a lot of races this
5
afternoon. Last race will be at 6:32 if we stay on time. We did actually a pretty good job this morning staying on time despite
the nature of novice.
The nature of freshman novice boys 8s. A little collision, but luckily everybody and all the equipment made it out unscathed, and we restarted that race a time or 2 later. You can see in these boats, there are platforms, small floating platforms called stake boats that we've got our awesome volunteers on.
MVPs,
especially on a gloomy day like today. They're out there, they'll hold the boat, make sure that all the boats start equal, and then once everybody's aligned, they'll get going.
The shifts are pretty long out there for those volunteers, too.
I
They're out
think it was
there
the whole morning, the whole 5 or 6
at
hours.
least half the morning. And the inside scoop from Antonella is that she lost feeling in her toes. So please.
Bummer. Bundle up, everybody.
If you're going to be a stake boat holder, know that it's actually maybe the most intense and worthwhile. You know, you're in the action. There isn't a volunteer position where you get more of the action.
Closer to anything. They're actually physically holding those boats.
Come prepared, because it's a dog-eat-dog world out here.
It's a doozy.
Your toes are very susceptible in these elements.
It does look like this morning, for those of us that weren't here in Saratoga on Fish Creek, beautifully flat water. Almost a little bit too nice, a little bit suspicious there.
It was
rainy, cold, gloomy this afternoon. We've got bits of blue skies peeking through, a slight tailwind, hopefully just enough to allow these crews to find some pickup, use that tailwind to their advantage, but not enough to make it too choppy where they struggle.
But we've got volunteers everywhere. They're working food tent. They're working parking. That is a hard job.
That's the hard.
If you're coming in here to the Saratoga Springs loop, drop-off loop, please keep it moving. We don't want any accidents.
Get ready
on
to
9P.
go. Backpack on. Ready to
That's
jump.
the reason. I think some people don't realize there's a reason. You know, it's just like a power trip. No. Our volunteers are here for a reason. Parking, we got to keep traffic moving so we have no accidents on 9P. What else do we have?
Keep pedestrians in safe areas. We've got lots of gates out, tell you exactly where to go. Don't go where the caution tape tells you not to.
We got people on the docks, making sure that everyone on the docks is moving quickly.
You can see here, this is an awesome view of our finish area. On the left-hand side of your screen will be the Lees Park docks. Now, as the summer comes and it gets warm enough weather for recreational boating activities, all of those docks will be filled up with motorboats and yachts and people out having a fun time. Then you can see that 9P bridge. That's where probably a lot of the parents and spectators are hanging out.
There's a surprising amount of spectating for the angle that bridge is at. It's
straight down
to the course. So you can't really see anything of what's transpiring in the race.
You just see little boats
10 dots
Yep.
coming closer.
And that's why you can have us propped up on your phone as you're sitting on the bridge.
Get all the angles.
And then on that right-hand side will be the Saratoga Rowing Association property. Got a couple of teams in addition to Saratoga Rowing launching out of here. And then across the street will be 550 Waterfront, where some more teams will be launching from, and where you can pick up lunch and snacks and go in to get warm from the weather there.
Right, so we're just getting ready for this girls' middle school coxed quad to start. We've got just one and only heat of this event. So your middle school sculler, this is it.
Final only.
This is
straight to it. This is everybody you're going to compete with.
Ultimate event, and the boys will follow just after. Should be at 1:28, but we're running a little bit behind, as we talked about earlier with the novice and freshman events.
There's a lot of moving parts.
Like the actual maneuvering of a boat, like rowing itself is, I think, what
straight line down the course looks difficult. Actually trying to get that boat around into these stake boats is tricky stuff, especially in a middle school coxed quad where most of those girls are pretty new to the sport of rowing. Even if you've started rowing really early, middle school is about as early as it gets.
Plus, I feel like at the middle school level, truly, like, growth spurts are so difficult because you think you figured out how to row, and then you grow 6 inches.
And then you got a whole new body to row with.
A few months. And basically have to start over because your muscle memory is not quite the same muscle memory now.
We've had some teams pop in information for our commentary in this middle school quad, starting from the lane closest to the Saratoga shore, will be Augustine Classical, Litchfield Hills, Niski, Riverfront Recapture, Saratoga Rowing, Maritime Rowing B, and Niski B. And we've got some information. Let's see, who should we pick on right now? Niskiuna sent us in some. They are the Silver Warriors, established 1987. Their warm-up routine may include choreographed dynamic dancing. So I wonder if these middle schoolers danced it to warm themselves up. The night before a race, they like to have a pasta party, or if they've got school the day before, they'll dress up for school. So all of these athletes are somewhat affiliated with a school or a club or something, so they're out there, you know, getting ready for tests and finals and things like that, and then show up today to race their hearts out. Niskiuna also said that their favorite thing about coming to Saratoga was the weather, and that might be just dripping with a little bit of sarcasm, Niskiuna. We'll see. We'll see. There are some water droplet emojis and a sad face. So, Niski, it's not raining anymore. Hope you are thrilled about that. We've got a view from the starting line now. Looks like that referee's flag may be close to lifting. We might have all of our middle school girls coxed quads in line. Just waiting for that start of our first race of the afternoon. Flag is up. Look at that.
There's the aligner flag. Perfect.
We've got a couple of different camera footage angles here. We've got our finish line, which I believe you're looking at right now. We'll have a drone if the weather stays nice, and also a launch camera. So hopefully a camera that can follow along and keep you the race in real time.
So again, if you're just tuning in, this is the girls' middle school coxed quad. So four people, X sculling or quad, and then plus is with coxswain. So we have, looks like 7 boats in this race. Augustin Classical Academy, or ACA, Litchfield Hills, Niskayuna, Riverfront Recapture, Saratoga Rowing, Maritime Rowing, and Niskayuna Rowing. So it's that bow seat's job to actually turn around while you are sitting at the start line to make sure that the boat is pointed straight down your lane. And if it's not, trying to take tiny little taps way up at the catch or way out with the handle actually over the water, so that the little taps you're taking are more for steering leverage than leveraging the boat forward. We have stake boat volunteers, most of them middle school and high school rowers from Saratoga, and those guys are trying to hold on to those boats level. And so if you try to take those steering strokes forward, not only does it mess up the alignment, but it also pulls our poor stake boat holders' arms out of their sockets.
Long arms there.
So making sure those middle schoolers have been prepped on how to get a good point while locked into the stake boat.
All right, flags up again. Again, these are middle schoolers. All sorts of shenanigans can happen, so these referees are just trying to make sure everything stays fair and safe. We know everybody loves an on-time regatta, but we also love a safe regatta. Flag is up. Here we go, kids.
And it's super cool to have all these views of the race course. Like, we usually have that angle from the finish line, but we can actually give you footage from during the race, up the race course, seeing the action and the race unfold. Super lucky to have that kind of footage. And we haven't gotten any word on the source of this delay, so bear with us. We know that the crews are trying to get aligned in their stake boats.
For times like this, when we've got some short delays, we had teams send in comments in response to an email from our regatta director, Christy Wagner. And we've also got our Saratoga Rowing Instagram open. So if there are things that you want to know, if there are people you want to highlight in any of your boats, send us over race time and boat type, and we'll make sure we give them some shout outs.
All right, so we're seeing if we can get you guys some footage up at the start line. But basically,
we got to start.
We got to start. The line. These
Let's go, middle school cox squads.
Often you see kind of the starting sequence is dependent on the crew, but often you'll see some shorter strokes to get the boat moving, and then longer strokes that are super, super powerful as you kind of use free speed of the adrenaline at the start, that explosive muscle power you might have worked on in circuits and strength training.
There goes explosive Augustine Classical Academy.
And then they'll settle into that base pace. So you might see crews start off fast and furious and then settle into something that looks like more sustainable for the crew.
That'll be out of lane 9 is the boat on your screen right now. Next to them, lane 8 will be Litchfield Hills, who looks like they're sticking right with them. Lane 7, Niskayuna. Lane 6, Riverfront Recapture. Lane 5, Saratoga Rowing. Lane 4, Maritime. And lane 3 will be Niskayuna B. So it looks like there's a lot of connection in this first 250, 300 meters between the crews, which is going to make for some exciting racing halfway down the course.
Again, this is a 1,500-meter race, though. So it's about 6, 7, sometimes 8 minutes long, depending on the boat class and the kind of development stage of the crew. And so while you might have a very explosive 2 minutes, if you can imagine sprinting for a full mile, how you might start off fast and then
you might feel
run out of
good for a
steam.
little bit, and then as soon as you're in a space that's maybe a little bit uncomfortable, unusual, like these middle schoolers who have probably had minimal rowing, 2 years max, right? Maybe some learn to row camps, but this is Litchfield Hills and Niskayuna going head to head.
Super cool to see these guys together side by side. You can see the coxswains looking over at each other, telling their athletes what's going on around them as the rowers try to focus on matching one another.
Is that a Maritime out in front? I believe so. You can see bow seat of our lane 9 checking out the competition across the course. So what makes Saratoga rowing a really cool place to have these types of regattas is we have 10 lanes, which is extraordinarily unusual in the rowing course circuit. I'd say 6, 8 are a little bit more traditional, but we get to go 10 across. In this race, we've only got 7 across, but there'll be some further out in the afternoon where all 10 lanes are being used, and you've got 90 athletes going down the course. Pretty cool, pretty cool.
And fast and furious, too. It's not like we're all holding hands walking down the course.
Oh, no.
We're pushing on each other, getting that competitive spirit from one another. Good drone shot here. You got that Maritime crew closest to us over in the high lane, or the low lane, I guess. Lower numbers on the right side. And then that ACA crew trying to separate themselves out from that dogfight that's unfolding between, let's see, it looks like.
Maybe Niski and Litchfield, and then
Yeah,
throw
Litchfield, exactly.
Saratoga over there.
All three of those kind of battling each other for that bronze medal position,
Yeah, so
while
all
Maritime
of these,
pushes out.
all of these heats that go down are actually called finals. So we've got medals for all gold, silver, and bronze boats in every race that you see come down the course.
This is your current silver medal hopeful here.
I love
ACA,
that
purple and green.
That's so fun. And the striped tees. We're wearing long sleeves, keeping ourselves warm in these conditions.
I like to squint a little bit sometimes watching rowing and just focus on the handles moving together.
There's lane 5, that's Saratoga rowing. Lane 7 chasing them down. Looks like Riverfront Recapture there, trying to get their bow right back in the mix. Oh, that might be Niskayuna.
But you got the Litchfield Hills right with them.
Litchfield Hills
I think
and
Riverfront might
Niskayuna
be
chasing down
trailing
Saratoga. Yep.
in this one.
Yep.
So Saratoga seeming to get a good advantage here as they come into the last 500 meters.
And those Saratoga girls, they know there's a landmark you can see on your screen. There's a gazebo right about 500 meters, and then maybe 300 meters left, there'll be a kayak beach. And even though those Saratoga girls are out there in lane 5, they'll still know. They'll feel that beach. They'll feel the red buoys. They'll know when it's time to kick it up a notch, and we just have to hope it's not too late to chase down Niski and Litchfield Hills that are trying to hold tight. That'll be a race for third right there.
Yeah, it looks like Litchfield Hills taking a move here. They've got 3 seats of advantage over Niski. Saratoga trying to stay in that mix here as Litchfield's got quite the sprint here with 400 to go.
Whew.
Can they hold on, or did they start their sprint too early? We'll find out.
And it's not just a holding on of physical exertion. It's, can I hold on technically? Can I keep my blade work clean? Can we continue to move together? You can see that Niski boat was swirling a little bit in terms of steering. So can the coxswain stay in command of the rowers and the boat and the rudder?
And we've got a tailwind, so the water's actually going to get worse and worse as the race goes on, unfortunately.
A little bit choppier.
As the water just picks up more and more effective from that wind. So you'll also see, not only are you getting more tired, but the water is getting more challenging.
Look at these. This is a race. This is contact. This is awesome for these middle school boats to have so early in their rowing careers some good competitive racing. But Maritime not even blinking at all.
Super powerful, super together.
6 boat lengths on the field.
They look in control, and not
cruising.
only because they're in so much of a lead, but just because of their body
That's
movements.
beautiful.
They
Good
have their
job,
blades
girls.
getting in direct, and then they're pushing really nicely with the legs and swing for that first place
Through
finish.
the line there, Maritime.
Litchfield Hills still in that lead here for your bronze place position.
It's going to be tight.
ACA in a very solid second place.
ACA Coxon just sat up there. She's ready to be done. She's checking out those red buoys, and then a fight for third. I do think Litchfield Hills is going to hold on to
Saratoga is giving Niskayuna a run for their money.
Saratoga and Niski, classic upstate competition here. A little bit of a
Niski
rivalry
taking
between
a good
these
move
two.
Here.
I think Niski's going to take this one, just slightly ahead of Saratoga.
But it will be Maritime, then ACA, then Litchfield for your top 3 positions, followed by Niskayuna and Saratoga for 4th and 5th.
Got 2 boats still out there cranking.
We were talking about this earlier, Megan. It can be actually quite challenging in a tailwind, almost like slippery feeling.
Yep.
Like you can't quite grab onto the water with your oars.
Imagine you're wearing a pair of tennis shoes and you go to step on, like,
ice skating.
You're not moving at all, right?
You're trying to sprint on an ice skating ring.
Good luck
in
finding
Converse.
that connection.
It's almost too easy.
This is lane 3. This is perhaps a Niski B boat coming through. Well done.
We should have a riverfront recapture still.
Here they come. Last 10
Our
strokes
sheets
or so.
correct.
There they are, trying to move together towards this finish line. Again, a very grueling 6-7 minutes. There's some statistics out there somewhere that I could double check if we wanted to, but a 2,000 meter race, so 500 meters longer than what these ladies are out there doing, is equivalent to playing like 3 basketball games back to back to back in that 6 or 7 minutes. So here is your riverfront recapture, and that will conclude your middle school ladies. On to the boys. If you're just joining us now, this is Megan and Hannah. We're here from the Orion team, our high performance elite team here in Saratoga Springs, and we'll be chatting all afternoon about your Saratoga Invitational 2023. We just finished up with the 120 race, the girls middle school coxed quad, and we will follow it by our boys middle school coxed quad, scheduled to be at 128. We had a little bit of trouble getting into our starting gates, our stake boats, with the middle school ladies, so running a little bit behind, but our regatta officials did a great job this morning, get everything back on track, so we're excited to see that hopefully happen again this afternoon.
Absolutely.
We can hear, we're very close to the timing hut down here at the finish line, and we can hear the officials on the water saying the times to the officials in the timing hut. If you want to check that out, since you don't have quite the ear that we do in our position, Streamline Rowing, where you find all your scheduling, streamlinerowing.com/regattas. You'll be able to find Saratoga Invitational 2023. There'll be a drop-down result for overview information, teams invited, event list, schedule, and then results. So whether you're racing, we've got everything from this morning, from the 7:30 a.m. race all the way to that 11:54 race. They were posting about 20 minutes from race start time earlier today, so hopefully we'll keep up that awesome turnaround. We'll have all your times, and what's cool about that is that because all of these are final only, should there be 2 finals, you can't necessarily compare directly. So
Why not, Megan? Why can't we?
Well, because
so bad.
we are this crazy outdoor Mother Nature dependent sport. So the winds could pick up differently. The water conditions can change. We do have a bit of current here on Fish Creek, so that could change. But it is sometimes nice to kind of check in on your competitors that you didn't get to race directly, that you might race later this season. And all of those results, all those results across the board will be available. So you can, if you're in a girls varsity double and you were in final 1, you can also check in on final 2 or final 3.
We do have the middle school boys cox quads underway here. So early leader, looks like again Maritime, if I know that light blue. Let's double check.
I think you're right.
So Maritime, not in a yellow boat this time. They're in a white boat.
Coxon's got some yellow.
That's true. Can't quite see what kind of boat it is. And then there's, what'd you say?
I think that's ACA there in the purple.
Again, this is coming live to you from a media launch.
So they've come off the start. They're pretty hyped. Adrenaline is racing, especially if you're a middle schooler and you don't have a ton of racing experience. That start's going to be pretty fiery, pretty exciting. Looks like that's Niskayuna B across the way that ACA is taking a look at out of lane 9 and lane 2.
And as you get more comfortable racing, it can sometimes feel like at the beginning the race is happening to you.
Yep.
And sometimes as you get more and more practiced, you can feel like you're actually executing the race.
And the more in control you can feel executing the race, the better handle you have on anything that's going to come your way. So if a weight comes in or something doesn't go according to race plan, you're better able to respond to that. But it looks like, I believe that's still Maritime leading the way in their boys middle school coxed quad. So 4 athletes, 4 oars, and a coxswain.
Looking sharp with their matching hats, matching long sleeves, matching pants. Again, it is still pretty cold. The rain has subsided for now, but it's, what did we say, 50-something, 54?
It's not balmy yet. I've got 49.
49?
Feels like 49.
The wind is considerable. There we have our next boat. See, it looks like
That's
a Saratoga boat.
rowing. It is.
Currently sitting in second here.
So water you can see is a little choppy. I wouldn't say anything crazy yet, but for these crews, especially middle schoolers who maybe don't have a ton of race experience, hopefully it's just enough that they go a little bit faster and not enough to totally take them off their game.
These Saratoga crew members really getting those legs down all together. Maybe just Maritime able to sit up a little bit more, get a little bit more acceleration out of the boat. You're kind of looking at all of these crews on your screen at home wondering like, well, which one, like,
why are they going fast?
Why is one way faster than the other? And so we can kind of help at least technically look at these crews as they come down. We can't quite tell you their exact fitness
Can't
stats
tell you their strength, but a lot of it in middle school
in the weight room or
has to do with just number of strokes they've been able to take. So looks like Maritime out in front there.
But Saratoga not giving up.
No.
Again, this is a coxed quad event, and so you have that cox in position to help kind of tell you what's going on around you, to help motivate you, and to help unify the crew.
Maritime, Saratoga, then that outside in lane 2, Niskayuna, followed by lane 1, Port Jefferson, and then a little bit of a race in the back there between Litchfield Hills, Greater Lawrence, and ACA.
You can just kind of compare rhythms here too. So you'll see most of these boats, especially with those white blades, it's easy to see. The really powerful accelerated drive, so the blades kind of seem to accelerate as they come out of the water. And then really nice, smooth together recovery speeds, no one rushing up and getting to that front end early, everyone arriving there at the same time.
You're watching their hands. They're nice and horizontal, so it's
No
wild
wasted
to
effort.
think, but even moving your hands an inch in either direction can really impact the speed of the boat. And what we see Maritime's been doing a really nice job of is just staying calm, staying horizontal, blades in, blades out.
Yeah.
While rowing is super complicated and super technical,
Sometimes blades in, blades out is all you need.
It's all you need. If you can do blades in, blades out well, and everything in between, you're going to move as fast as this Maritime boys middle school coxed quad. Quite a bit of separation between our leaders, our top pack. We've got a little bit of a middle pack, and then some racing happening in the bottom. But we can hear the cheers from the Saratoga dock for
Pretty
that
solid position
current silver medal.
Medal position. So Maritime with about 2 lengths of open water over Saratoga. Saratoga holding on to that position, not letting them walk away too far. So Saratoga will finish here for the silver medal.
Maritime
We have an
pretty
issue in
happy
the
with
Niski
that
quad.
gold. We got
Something's
some
happening.
punches.
We've got a
Niski has
little
stopped
crab.
up, but we picked ourselves back up.
A crab in the last
Yeah,
250.
good work, Niski.
They do have about a lead of 3 lengths, so hopefully 1 length lost still means bronze.
There's your Niski uniboat. They're moving together again. Out of lane 2. And again, these lanes aren't seated in any sort of pattern, so we can see winners from any lane today, really. I
Good. And looking at these
believe
handle heights, even
Port
as they
Jefferson.
coming across the line now.
That's a
think
cool
you're right.
shot of crossing that line of that Port Jefferson quad. Well done, kids. These young athletes out there fighting. This looks like Litchfield Hills.
And so the true finish line is these yellow and red buoys. The big red buoys are more of a safety signal for the athletes to actually see.
You can
Sometimes
relax. You can take a deep breath. There's Litchfield Hills through the line, and ACA, it looks like.
ACA had a strong start there at the beginning, and it kind of was that situation where the race just kind of happens
Got
to you.
just
They
too
looked
excited.
great,
Yeah.
just maybe a little too fast and furious to hold on through the whole race. And now we have a dogfight here for the last 2 spots.
Looks like we might have lost a bow number on our friends over there.
Some red caps.
Niskayuna B, perhaps.
Wow,
And then
super
out of lane
close.
8, Greater Lawrence and Niskayuna B to wrap it up. Good race, middle school boys. What I think is another super cool thing about rowing is we just saw, how old are you in middle school? 12?
Yeah, something like that.
Saw 12-year-olds go down the race course. And in a year and a half, we'll see Olympians literally trying to do the exact same thing. Just like we were talking about blades in, blades out.
True.
We're just focused in there.
Good, so we'll head back up to the start line, trying to get back on schedule here. We have the first boys varsity 8 final. We did get a little bit offset from our original schedule. They are underway, but those middle school quads just taking a little bit longer than the allotted time allowed. So in this first final, we have St. Andrews, Row America Rye, CRI, Pittsford, Saratoga, Wayland Weston, Arlington Belmont, and Liverpool High School.
And these 70 athletes, 65 athletes, it's loud, it's exciting.
It's like Row America Rye here with the
Out
early
early.
lead.
CRI not letting them get too far away.
Again, this is a tailwind, so these times are going to be fast and furious. It might feel a little bit slippery to the athletes, so you'll see crews trying to get those direct blades in so that they're still getting as much leverage as possible, even though it might not feel as heavy or as loaded up.
Yeah, we've got our actually both middle school times up, and they're going quick. Boys middle school quad was done in like 5.5 minutes.
So it looks like CRI with open water over Saratoga, who's leading the charge ahead of just 2 seats ahead of Wayland Weston, followed by Pittsford crew, who's about
Pittsford's holding
a
on
deck
to
overlap,
deck.
maybe
Yep.
bow seat on the coxswain. So we have a really tight battle here for third so far, with Pittsford just falling off the back of that pack. CRI about a length up on Saratoga, who is a length, or just actually contact with Row America.
Yeah,
Again,
CRI I think
1500.
has held that. It's gonna be fast. They're in
Saratoga
that last
and
500.
Wayland Weston are neck and neck. Saratoga has maybe half a seat of advantage here as they come in to those last 250-meter buoys. They'll turn red, and that
And
means
you can see
time to go. The oars are
they're
super
close. We just
Coxswain
got
over
called.
the buoy line from Wayland
Referee
Weston.
letting everybody know,
We
take
need
your
a fair
space.
race. We need a fair race. No collisions.
You
This
can
is
see
not a
Saratoga
contact
and
sport.
Wayland Weston have opened up maybe a seat off of Pittsford, but coming through here to our finish line, you can see Row America Rye still holding off CRI, but CRI is pulling a charge here.
Great view of this battle here. Row America Rye holding off a charging CRI, and Saratoga holding off a charging Wayland Weston. Pittsford crew trying to maintain contact on that field, but hard to hold contact when other people are battling seat for
Row
seat.
America Rye is just tapping it along, using that tailwind to their advantage. There's Row America Rye through the finish line right here. Good
CRI
work.
unable to hold that contact through the last 250. They'll be
It
3
is
seats
stroke
down.
for stroke, Saratoga and Wayland Weston. Stroke for stroke. It's going to be whoever's blades are in the water.
Saratoga
At
just
Saratoga
over.
with the bronze medal over Wayland Weston.
It's the second photo
Woo.
finish for a Saratoga boat medaling today.
There's Pittsford crew through the line, just couldn't quite hold the sprint. Looks like that's St. Andrews Rowing Club from Georgia. And then another fight over there, Arlington Belmont over Liverpool. That's some men's varsity 8s racing. That's fun stuff. That'll be just your final one.
Your
yeah. Oh, you were behind from the
centers.
women's,
I'll present
the girls' middle school quads.
Race.
We'll just jump it up real quick.
So we have another one of those.
Two more.
Two more of those varsity races here for you today.
And there's going to be some teams that want to race everybody in those 3 finals, right? So Row America Ryan, CRI are going to want to go take down the top 2 finishers of Final 2 and Final 3. And that's kind of the fun part. It's still early-ish in the season. Championship season isn't for another month or so. So they'll be able to kind of take those compared times from different finals and know what we need to work on.
And at this point in the season, most crews won't be having their perfect execution.
Right.
They'll have
still working
points
through
in the race that they think they can work on. They'll have kind of moments where it didn't feel like they were totally unified around a certain point of the technique. And that's actually really exciting because that means if you were off your goal pace,
there's room to grow.
You have room to grow. You have room to catch up. Just knowing that those top crews probably had room to grow as
also
well.
Room to
so
grow.
It's kind of exciting.
Yeah. Looks like we might have movement here on our second final of the boys varsity 8s, starting from closest to the Saratoga side. We've got New Trier High School, Greenwich, St. Louis, Riverfront Recapture, Pelham Community, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, Friends of Shen, and Fayetteville, Manlius. So all of these will be the top 8 sweep athletes, top 8 athletes with 1 oar in each of these programs. Lineups. We've got a lot of safety launches out there. Media, we got a media launch.
We got the Adirondack
officials
charter out there
we
for
do.
spectating.
We've got a fancy spectating one. So lots of I think eyes on the course, because unlike a soccer game or a basketball game, you're not 3 steps away from your team doctor or the EMTs or anything like that.
Or the referees.
Or the referees. So we've got chase launches, things like that, and then we do have a full, should you need, there's a full EMT setup over at the registration tent parking lot. They'll be able to help with hopefully just some minor cuts and dings, nothing too crazy today. But right now we can see the 8 boats coming down the course in that men's varsity 8 final 2.
So it looks like the high lanes, or the lanes close to Saratoga, are leading so far. So that's going to be your New Trier, Greenwich, St. Louis.
There's Greenwich in that telltale neon. New Trier in the green out of lane 9.
Yeah, they're all the way out from, they're Midwestern crew,
I believe so.
Looking super strong, not giving up anything here, knowing that in a tailwind, there's just less time for the race to unfold, so there's less time to respond. If you give up 2 seats of advantage to your competitor, you have less time to make up that ground back up.
And New Trier, a public high school in the North Chicago suburbs, got 4 seniors to row at UNC, UCLA, Wisconsin, and BU, and they are playing right with Greenwich there, not letting Greenwich get any move, and also not letting St. Louis walk up too far.
So we're already at the 500 meters.
It's a quick race in these 8s.
That's that big
race.
white buoy you see in the center of the screen there on the top of the race lanes. And it seems like the medal contenders are running away with this race. Unable to catch up are those trailing crews. So in front you have New Trier, Greenwich, and I believe that's St. Louis, those top 3 crews.
I think so too. That's BAB out of lane 4, 5. Nope, that might be Pelham Community.
I think you're right.
I think Pelham Community trying to just, if we can get contact,
but
stay in the margins.
Like the rest of the field's totally gone.
Gone.
It's crazy how fast competitors can push you.
How fast it develops, right? Yeah.
And how kind of it's hard, psychologically discouraging it can be to not be in that fight.
Right.
If you find yourself behind the fight,
and
it
it's
can be
quiet.
hard
You don't want
to
to redefine
your race.
In 8s. Yeah.
But
I
here's
can
Greenwich
hear
still
Coxsons.
ahead. New
Greenwich
Trier
leading.
really pushing here.
We came all the way from Chicago. We're going to show it. Greenwich, I think, still with a smidge of a lead here. We've got 10
New Trier
strokes
is
left.
definitely a
Both
bit
crews,
higher
we are
stroke
moving,
rate.
though.
I don't think they have enough room here as they're in the last two.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Greenwich with 2 seats, maybe. Here comes St. Louis Rowing Club. Bow to stern on Pelham Community Rowing. What a race to those top 4 crews. Way to separate. And then here we've still got 2 races still in play.
That's Bromfield
Riverfront
there.
Recapture. Nope.
Bromfield here, and then next over should be Green, Fayetteville,
Fayetteville
Manlius.
Manlius. Yep, so another race coming
and then
through
Riverfront
there.
Recapture coming
And
up
then
here.
our
holding
third
off-
race of the race.
I know, holding off a charging Friends of Shen entry here.
You can hear the Coxsons, just like last 10, giving it all they've got. There's
That's why I love the
Riverfront
invite.
through.
10 lanes across.
and Shen.
Everybody gets a race. Everybody gets a buddy to spar
We're all
with.
going to fight. And what's cool is, like we saw in those first 4 teams that crossed the line there, the fast guys bring along whoever can hang.
Right.
If you can hang to the 1,000, you're going to be close at the 1,500.
You're in striking distance, and there's light at the end
Just
of the
hold
of
on,
the tunnel.
hold on. So sometimes in a short race like this, when you're going up against crews that you know are going to be competitive, that you know in historical times and
There's some rower's choice polls.
right, like that may be
Yada, yada.
quick. You might go out treating a piece like a 1K. I've done it.
Many a time.
And then it's
kind of a trust your fitness.
right.
You know?
How
It
how
can
long
feel like
my
a
fitness
risk.
hold me on?
But at the end of the day, you've put in the training, you've put in the work. That
you hope
you feel.
you hope you put in
well,
enough, right?
That's why we show up every day.
That's
right?
why we show up every day.
And so when it gets to the halfway mark and you've done
holy
all this
smokes, I
risky
can't do it.
pacing,
You can do it.
you can actually do it. And sometimes you get to that 1K and maybe it's a
And
different
maybe it's
story.
a little much.
maybe you can't hold on to it. And that's just feedback for you in your training and
Right.
for your coach to kind of see how things are going.
Our next race will be the boys varsity 8 final 3. And that'll be starting from the Saratoga Shore out of lane 9. PNRA Mercer, Cincinnati Junior Rowing, Northampton Community Rowing, King's School, Friends of Port, Burnt Hills, and Wappingers Crew Club. I don't see blade movement yet, but it looks like we'll be close. That was the scheduled 152, so running about 10 minutes back. We should be able to make that up over the course of the next few hours. If you're just tuning in, my name is Megan, and I've got my partner Hannah here. We'll be giving you the color commentary on the Saratoga Rowing Invitational 2023 racing right here from the shores of the finish line on Fish Creek. We've got something like 39, 49 trailers that showed up today.
39, yeah.
39 trailers, some with 2 teams each, and this is the 152 scheduled boys varsity 8 final 3 race.
And it's underway here. You can see they're coming through the first 500 meters now, so still super early on in the race. Kind of the fiery start, high adrenaline, high speeds, high intensity, knowing that you can actually sprint at the start
And at the end.
then at the end again, kind of like a bookended situation.
There's Princeton National Rowing Association Mercer in that red and blue, looking like a couple seats over Cincinnati Junior Rowing here to start.
And it's worth noting a lot of these programs in the 8s really prioritize working in 8s.
Right.
In terms of their racing strategy and racing lineups they submit. So we haven't actually seen these crews a lot this morning. This morning was a lot of smaller boat racing with the singles, the doubles, and even some of the quads. And so it's kind of fun to see different players here coming into the 8s.
Right, half these
category.
guys totally may have raced in the single or the double this morning. Or twice.
Are you pro bucket hat or anti bucket hat, Megan? Cincinnati
Pro
stroke seat is
Bucket
making a
hat
statement.
for others,
but not for yourself.
Personally, I'm not sure it's something I should pull off or can. Pro backwards cap, stroke seat of your Mercer 8.
Not frontwards cap.
Backwards cap.
So
Mercer,
really nice here to see
be bold, start cold.
these guys in just the uni. The uni is actually, people wonder why wearing a uni in rowing.
Why do I gotta wear
It's
this
not
little wrestling
it's
singlet?
not swimming. It's not about the aerodynamics, really. It's more about the logistics of not getting caught in the tracks that the wheels slide on.
Yep.
And the boat's just a bit narrow, so you want to make sure that
Some
you're
nice
not getting
spandex,
stuck.
form-fitting clothing,
Yeah.
and it's all dry wick and you know, sports material. So you're trying to feel good. You're trying to be able to
really
sweat
just to
through
keep,
it.
because kids just wouldn't tuck their shirts in. So here we are.
So you'll see this coxswain right here of the Cincinnati Junior Rowing. They were in the shot for a second there. They've got a whole headband that's attached to a microphone, attached to speakers throughout the boat, so that even the guy sitting 8 seats away from them can hear those calls, that technique, focus, those motivational words, whatever it may be.
You see really nice suspension here through the release of the stroke from Mercer. You can kind of see it in just how the blades come out of the water. They're not just falling out. They're actually kind of
Snapping a little bit.
Snapping out.
Yeah.
And you can really see how that helps them get rhythm around the release.
Mercer and Cincinnati Junior Rowing into that last 500 here. Looks like we might have a race in for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, but Mercer and Cincinnati Junior Rowing really kind of established that, hey, we're not going to play the game for 3rd. We're gonna separate ourselves.
Look at all these athletes, Megan. It's so fun.
70 of them, 60 of them. Yeah, it was cool. Illustrious flag volunteer, thank you for being here today. Here comes Mercer, strong, long, through the line here. Rates coming up, I saw that.
So these 8s can actually get up to really fast speeds. I'm not sure what the high school speeds are, but up at the Olympics, I'm pretty sure, is it 20 kilometers an hour or 20 miles per hour?
But it's quick. There's Cincinnati Junior Rowing through the line.
No seatbelts.
No seatbelts. No helmets.
We'll try to get who that is there crossing into the bronze
Friends of
medal.
Port, followed by King's School and Burnt Hills. And we've got a race even in these final 2 boats, Wappinger's Crew Club, and I believe that's Northampton out of lane 7. Bow to stern there. So there's Wappinger's Crew through the line, and there's Northampton Community Rowing through the line.
Wappinger's Crew, fun fact, their entire coaching staff right now is made up of alumni from Wappinger's who graduated years 2012 to 2013.
That's fun.
And then a bonus recent grad from 2018. They have 76 athletes on the team.
And that's the fact that your coaches want to come back and coach and live in that world again is a testament to the culture of that team.
Absolutely. They've got 9 seniors on the team too, which is a lot on the men's and women's side of things. But since this was the boys 8, we'll talk about them. We've got Miles, who was recruited to Sacred Heart in Connecticut. Oh, sorry, that's Olivia. Miles was recruited full scholarship to Bucknell, where we actually have a Saratoga alumni right now. Let's see what else.
Do I have blades moving?
Probably soon. But go Wappingers, you guys are doing great things. Jake is going to RPI, and we'll see these girls later on from that side of things who are also going on to row in college.
This will be the boys 2v8s. So the second 8 athletes of each team will have just 2 finals, but they will be loaded finals, all 10 lanes. In this first one, starting closer to the Regatta side, Lee's Park Shore, Arlington Belmont, Saratoga, Fayetteville Manlius, Friends of Concord, CRI, BAB, Mercer, Pelham Community, Romare Karai, and Burnt Hills. This is going to be some fun racing across the board, these next 2 races. 8 athletes. Each athlete has an oar, and then they've got another athlete in their coxswain seat who's the driver, the voice, the brain the coach
The
in the
brain.
boat.
The athletes also have the
Just
brain.
the muscles.
It's just a little oxygen depleted.
Or it is by this point.
No shade meant at our athletes that are rowing.
Student athletes.
Yeah, student of rowing.
There they are, lane 4. It looks like CRI's out with an early lead, but Romerica Rye not letting them go anywhere. And Mercer holding on tight, too, in that red and blue. That's Romerica Rye closest to you in the red, white, and blue. Mercer in the white, blue, and red. And on the outside there, CRI. They've got black unis, but that red boat. All these boats moving well and fast, and these are the top crews of a program. So we would expect some quality rowing out of these athletes.
Yeah, we can kind of like analyze it a little bit. So we're seeing our front runner here this is Romerica Rye, correct,
I
Megan?
believe so. Yep.
So they're really doing a great job of getting those legs down fast. It almost looks like they snap down at the end of the stroke, but it's pretty heavy. An 8 is almost 60 feet long, and you have the weight of each athlete in addition to the coxswain. So it can be a little heavy at the beginning, but then accelerating through, and you can see that body or torso swing and the arm draw kind of accentuating that acceleration.
Looks like CRI's made a move here, if our angle's telling us right things, in that red
Looks
boat.
close.
Mercer goal there, if I was sitting bow seat, would be just hold on to those other 2 boats.
But
Don't let them
CRI is
walk
really
through.
making a charge here. They've had a few years where it wasn't quite the dominance that I remember of when I was in high school. CRI used to just come up and stomp on everyone. So really exciting to see this kind of powerhouse activity coming out of Community Rowing Incorporated.
Mm-hmm.
A
A nice, like,
Boston.
18-story boathouse. Okay, maybe
Yeah,
it's
a lot
2.5 or
of
3,
Boston
but
pride.
very beautiful boathouse out there, and they're making Romerica Rye work to stay in the game here.
And this is awesome to see it at this early stage of the season. So we hate to see someone go undefeated all season, then get to the championship down in Sarasota or wherever Youth Nats is this year. I feel it's usually there. And then get spooked by competition from Dallas or competition from Florida. So getting this early stage challenge, CRI versus Romerica Rye, will only help push both programs forward.
Looks like that might be Mercer out to a little bit more of a, that's CRI, excuse me. CRI out to a little bit more of a lead than Romerica Rye.
But yeah, your top 3 right now, CRI, Romerica Rye, and then
Mercer.
PNRA Mercer. Followed by in the low lanes, it looks like could be Saratoga
I think
Rowing.
that might be a Saratoga out on
Coming
the
in
far
4th.
side, but CRI 3 seats up on Romerica Rye,
And
who's
this looks like
half a boat up on Mercer. And
Pelham
about
Community here in lane 8 trying to hold on to Saratoga as they run away with it for
Saratoga
4th.
through the line.
Open water lead there for Saratoga.
Yep, to Pelham Community, I think you're right. And then I believe that's
Friends of Concord.
Friends of
potentially?
Concord. Maybe Fayetteville Manliness. We'll confirm there. I believe Friends of Concord.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be, we've got Bromfield coming through here with the blue blades. Followed by, I think that's Fayetteville Manlius.
Yep, I think you're right.
That
on
green,
our close shore, the 9.
Really nice fight there between BAB and Fayetteville Manlius.
That's Burnt Hills through the line.
Capital Region.
And coming in hot will be Arlington Belmont. Whew.
So
these boys varsity and 2v8s
fun fact
just
about
keep
lane 9 is it quickly disappears as a lane as you approach the marina here on shore.
Yep.
So you might see your athletes holding water and trying
to
make sure
slow
they
that
don't
boat down real quick
they
from
don't
going real fast.
into a dicey situation.
We'll keep the diciness to the internal boats today. We'll keep all the hype there. Don't need any hype into marinas or into buoys or into other boats.
Stay in your lane. Really. Next we'll have the second final for the boys 2v8s, the second varsity 8. So if you're new to the sport of rowing, second varsity 8 is kind of just short term for what you might have like as a second string in another
It's
sport.
not quite a JV because it's the same team.
Yeah, it's more like the athletes
The
on the bench
the
for the
second
varsity,
half
right?
of the varsity.
And the
Yeah.
great thing about rowing is that everybody gets to participate. No one's
Right.
on the bench unless you've got a
An
wackadoo
odd number or injury or things
but
like
even
that.
now, in the beauty of the Saratoga Invite, if you have that odd person out, you
They
can
can race
find them
again.
another race, maybe the single or the double or another place, or
Right.
people are double racing, some people are triple racing, so no one on the bench. So this next one will have 10 lanes as well. We have New Trier, Deerfield Academy, St. Louis, Greenwich, Riverfront Recapture A, Pittsford, Port, Cincinnati, Wayland Weston, and Fordham Prep. I feel like I'm just listing every team.
I mean, we had 20 boats in the 2Vs.
Like, which
Did
team are we leaving
everyone
out?
who showed up bring a 2V? Maybe.
Maybe.
There were more 2V8s.
Not Oak
I
Neck.
guess not.
Oak Neck doesn't do that.
There were 23 1Vs and 20 2Vs. That's crazy.
So if you're just tuning in with us, we just finished the second varsity 8 final, where it was, my short-term memory, it was
CRI,
Romerica
Rye.
Rye, and
Mercer.
Mercer.
And
PNI
here's
Mercer.
our second final of our boys 2V8s with
It's too soon to tell. But it looks like in the green could be New Trier.
I believe so. Out to that early lead out of lane 9.
They're a
But,
Chicago suburb, so came quite a ways over to Saratoga Springs for some really high quality racing opportunities. They're pushing off on,
I believe that's
very
Cincinnati
speedy.
Junior.
it's an interesting looking 3. It looks like a 7. I don't know.
And I'm not sure, that doesn't look like Friends of Port, who should be in lane 3, but we'll figure ourselves out. Lane 8 will be Deerfield Academy. Lane 7, St. Louis.
Got the hood up in Deerfield Academy's.
I've done a practice
Varsity.
like that on a warm day, maybe not on a day like today, but this is really fun. Into that first minute or two of the race, you're still stroke for stroke.
So New Trier falling off the
Maybe
pace
that's
a little bit.
7. I think that's
I
a
think
7.
So too. I think so too.
St. Louis rowing with that fun
But
looking.
really impressive surge here from lane 6.
Greenwich.
Really making a move there across.
Look at
was the-
that. Look
the
at that first
halfway.
4. That's gorgeous.
And then pan over here to, looks like lane 1, Wayland Weston, really trying to stick it into that group of the leading 4, even though they're a few lanes over.
They're just like, get me away from, looks like Friends of Port and maybe Cincinnati Junior rowing, trying to be a part of, you want to put yourself in the right
I'm
race.
looking at it. Sorry, this is the issue with 10 lanes. We're blessed, but we're too blessed. I can't tell if it's Cincinnati or Wayland Weston here at the bottom of our screen.
It may be Cincinnati. You may be right there.
But your front runner is Greenwich, here right in the middle.
There they go.
Really strong, connected. Even though it's a bit of a tailwind, they're still able to find that load, that weight behind the oar.
There's our fun lane 7, which will be St. Louis, Deerfield Academy in 8, and then 9, New Trier.
We'll see what New Trier
Proven
can
to be
do here.
I mean, we got 4 boats and
They
3
had a
medals to
pretty
make it
spicy.
happen.
They had a spicy start. Same kind of energy system you use in the sprint. That explosive, punchy rowing that we can tap into. We'll see if they can tap into it early enough.
90 athletes coming down the course.
we
That's
go.
for sure.
New Trier making a
New
move
Trier
on
making
Deerfield.
a move. Yep. Who's going to get that
Deerfield
bronze
trying to
here?
respond, but New Trier's
New Trier's got
the bat out of
seat and
hell
a half
running
up.
at it.
Flag is up. We're in the last, 20, 25 strokes here. Greenwich.
rising above the fray.
We're going to push ourselves. There's open water. Back to St. Louis.
Really using this race opportunity to practice what it's like to decide to go faster.
Decide to move.
Right?
Yep.
Because it's the practice of deciding and
that when you get
being
in a
that
position
racing.
that you can't make a decision,
Exactly.
then you're ready to go. Greenwich
Deciding in
super
the pain
clean across
cave.
that line. Looks like New Trier is going to try and touch out St. Louis. I'm not sure it's going to happen. It might.
Deerfield also
Oh, this is
not
gonna be
letting up
close.
here.
Deerfield's off. I think it's going to be St. Louis. over New Trier, closely followed by Deerfield.
And it looks like in blue, so not Wayland Weston, but that'll be, I think that's the Cincinnati
I think that may be Cincinnati
juniors,
across the line. We'll
followed by Friends of
confirm
Port
here.
and Pittsford. And coming up, you have Wayland Weston. Fast and Furious there for our top 6. And here finishing out in the last 250 now, we have Riverfront Recapture and Fordham Prep.
I'm hearing splits being shouted. You know, in a tailwind, and especially as the tailwind will pick up in the last 500 meters, you want to see fastest splits of the day, even faster than off the start, if you can make it happen.
No regrets. Crossing
Empty
that line.
that tank. Just heard the coxswain yell final 5 of that Riverfront Recapture crew.
It's a dangerous game to
It's
play.
a dangerous
as a
game, I was
coxswain.
just going to say.
If you take a 6th stroke, you're going to have some
You're
people
going to have
in the
some
boat that
pretty
are
upset
displeased.
athletes, because the athletes want to know. This is, I believe, Fordham through the line here.
Then we'll head up back for the next race that's already underway. Girls Varsity Quad Final 1. We have 9 boats: Narragansett, Port Jefferson, Ridley, Wayland Weston, Oakneck, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, Connecticut Boat Club, Litchfield Hills, no one in lane 1, and then over to Albany Rowing Center.
And this doesn't surprise me. It does look like we've got Oakneck cleanly in the lead. Those navy and pink type unis. This is a girls varsity quad, so you can see 4 athletes, 2 oars each. They're sculling, and they don't have a coxswain. So these athletes are not only responsible for hanging on the blades, pushing their legs, but also steering, motivating, communicating as a crew. And it's easier to do that when you're up on the field. When you feel a little bit more confident in your position, if you're fighting for a spot in the middle of the field or towards the back, how do you easily and quickly communicate, like, now's when we need to move, now's when we need to do this. I believe that's Ridley there, across from Connecticut Boat Club. Yep.
So we'll try to get a shot of as many of these boats as possible. Again, we've got a 9-lane race, so really trying to get as much of the race as it unfolds. You've got Oakneck there in a commanding 3-length lead.
That's Narragansett.
So these are kind of
just
the
back
trailing
on
crews.
Ridley.
No coxswain in this race, so if you're trailing, you really have
You
a hard
gotta
time
communicate it.
of figuring out where
How
that
far
boat is
back
ahead of you.
Looks like that's Port Jefferson in the baby blue, trying to fight back into Ridley College, our friends from the north, the
And
Canadians
Narragansett.
down here.
Trying to hold both them off and trying to get back up against Ridley.
You can see our Connecticut Boat Club up ahead and Oakneck up there as well.
So these 4 crews battling here for the gold, silver, and bronze medals. Looks like Narragansett able to push off of, let's see, sorry.
I see, who are you? Port Jefferson making a move here. We've got Oakneck about 3 strokes to the line, up there ahead.
Narragansett falling off the pace here in the last 20 strokes. Ridley picking it up.
Connecticut
Watch out
Boat
for this
Club.
far lane that we didn't quite get in the drone shot.
Oh, it's going to
I
be a
lied,
4
it's
boat to the
5
shot.
boats in
Ooh.
contention here.
I'm saying that's Ridley through. Yeah, those
I
last
don't
3.
know.
Good luck. Definitely Oakneck with the win, Ridley with the silver, and then between
I think it was the
Narragansett,
baby
Port
blue,
Jefferson, and Connecticut Boat Club. It's going to be a close one. That was also fun. I think Albany over Litchfield Hills.
And then here comes Bromfield,
there you
Acton,
go.
Boxborough.
BAB. BAB's warm-up routine is about a 1.5 kilometer run, followed up with some stretching and yoga, some circuits to prevent cramps. 1.5K run. I wonder if that's related to the 1.5K race they just smashed. Big call for them is legs loose and catch send. So a lot of the times if you've got a coxswain in your boat, the words that they say are not as important to the rhythm. So I'm anticipating in the capitals and lowercase and italics that BAB just wrote their catch send in. That's a coxswain call that we love. Next up, we'll have the second final of these girls varsity quads. So another 9 boats. Closest to us on the Saratoga shore: Mohawk Homeschool, Row America Rye, Oak Neck B, Niskiuna, Maritime Rowing, King's School, Cambridge Boat Club, Shen, and Maine Coast Rowing.
I'm going to be refreshing streamlinerowing.com for the finished result of that last race. If you're looking for the results, it's streamlinerowing.com, and you should be able to find under regattas the Saratoga Invitational, and then from there, results.
Got our race underway here. Final 2, girls varsity quad. Looks like Maritime. Looks like we might have another quad up ahead here. That's lane 8, Row America Rye. Lane 7, Oak Neck holding in here. This is going to be a good race, ladies. Good race. Moving together well. The white long sleeves help with the illusion. I don't think it's an illusion, but it does help.
It does. Really cool to see programs like Row America Rye, just to give them a shout out, of really trying to be dominant in both sweep and sculling.
Yep.
Oftentimes you'll see coaches just kind of specializing in one.
Which is also a good idea. If you want to be fast, try
right?
your one
and
thing.
The season is short, and especially if you have multiple sport athletes that might not be there for the
Can
fall
only learn
or
so
winter
much
training.
so quickly.
Spring starts in late March or early April, and the water might not be thawed until mid-April, especially up here. But Oak Neck there in the pink and blue, homage to Leander Club in Henley,
Mohawk
London
Homeschool, and that beautiful
area.
blue boat. Built, Chris Meyer, a friend of Saratoga Rowing, built Mohawk Homeschool's trailer. So all these
blue.
upstate New York teams, I think we trade around a lot of resources and things like that. But that's Cambridge Boat Club out ahead. Row America Rye, Oak Neck, and Maritime still in that fight for the silver and the bronze.
It's really close here. One of the closer races that we've seen, they're coming across that halfway mark, so it'll be kind of more about who decides to keep going. The first half, it's very exciting, very adrenaline filled, and then second half, it's who decides to keep going, even though it's become quite uncomfortable.
Boston crew from Cambridge checking in there, leading the field.
If we can get that overhead again, it's that neck and neck
Woo!
for these 3 crews. Wow, really cool to see this angle too of the oars moving through the water to get a sense of like this rhythm that each crew is putting down. You'll see most of them are actually quite similar. Some boats might be rating higher, so they're just coordinating the movement a little bit faster. At a certain point, a crew might like tap out at the speed at which they can
no matter
do this
how
movement.
many strokes.
So it's maybe higher.
Yeah.
The boat's technically slowing down for less, but it's not actually as fast because the athletes are having a hard time doing it. But that's Oak Neck here, currently in second place. Row America Rye, really trying to challenge here. And then you have that Maritime crew really pushing. Really cool to see these blades moving in unison together from the overhead shot. Especially as we come into these last 250-meter buoys, can become even more difficult to stay together as everyone's fatiguing and that focus can start to fade or get distracted by what's going on. But we do have this crew in the lead about a length of open water between them.
Cambridge, Oak Neck, Maritime, and then just closing behind, it looks like Row America Rye.
So
Oak
Cambridge
Neck
taking
through.
gold, Oak Neck silver, Maritime bronze, and then Row
Row
America
America
Rye
Rye
with a close
just out of
fourth.
our medals. Still a good race. Still probably lots of learning happened, lots of growth, lots of excitement. Mohawk Homeschool with a nice row into our 5th place here. A much smaller club than some of these big CRI, CBC, Cambridge programs, so well done, ladies.
And that should be Maine Coast rowing, followed by Friends of Shen. I think maybe that was.
I think so too.
Okay.
And then this will be Niskiuna. That red, distinct red uni.
And I think this right here is going to be King School.
I think you're right. King School bringing up the rest of this girls' varsity quads finals. So we talked about earlier today what novices meant. That'll be your first year of rowing. Junior means you just can't be a senior, so junior or below. But varsity is kind of an open-ended thing. You could be technically a brand new freshman, and if you're quick enough, you get moved to varsity. You could be a senior ready to go off and row in college, and you could be on varsity. So the reason we see a little bit more discrepancy in some of these boats is the size of the team. There's a lot of other factors, right, that lead into what does varsity mean for a team.
And we have results from that girls varsity quad final 1 race that ended with first place decisively to Oak Neck,
and
second
then
to
4
Ridley,
in a row.
and then it was basically 2nd through 4th.
In a half second.
5th.
Yeah.
Within a second of each other. So Ridley finished at 5:31.67, and then Port Jefferson 5:32.9. So that's a margin of, what is that, a second and maybe 0.2.
Second and a third, yeah.
And then off them for 4th, we had Connecticut Boat Club, or CBC, 0.39 off of Port Jefferson. So 0.3 away from a medal.
Just a quarter of a second back.
And then even less, 0.25 was Narragansett. So super tight finish. You can see those results on Streamline.
Also on Streamline, your lane assignments for the race currently going now, which will be the girls' junior quads. So similar field as your previous 2 races, just none of these ladies are seniors. So in the lane furthest from us over here on the Saratoga shore, lane 1, Burnt Hills, 2, St. Andrews, 3, Maritime, 4, Row America Rye, 5, Oak Neck, 6, Shen, 7, Manhasset, 8, Niski, and 9, ACA. So we can see the Niski girls right here in that red. We see the Shen in green. Row America Rye over there with their red, white, and blue. Maritime in their M-Pockers with their blue unis. I think we've got St. Andrews in the field over there in that all black.
But the white hats.
With the white hats.
So again, no coxswain in this.
No coxswain. You're on your own. I actually worked with some of the Niski girls earlier this week, and I got to take out a double with one of the girls in this quad.
You got the real insights.
Oh, I was real in it.
But often you'll hear in rowing, you're supposed to keep your head in the boat, eyes in the boat. Don't look out around.
What if you have nobody else to look?
Well,
then do you get to look?
If you're a stroke seat and you want to look at your point because you're steering maybe, if you're bow seat and you're going down a river, yes, turn around, look where you're going. But in the quad, it can be really hard because you have the 2 seat who is usually in charge of making those coxswain type calls, like unifying cues, race plan execution, general motivation. And so they need to take a peek out and see where they are in the field. Like
this St. Andrews boat has to know, we got to keep walking on Maritime, and Maritime's got to know, let's fight back.
Otherwise, other crews are just going to walk all over you, and you're not going to know what happened. You're going to get to the finish line,
and the race has
go back to the dock,
you.
coach will ask, what happened?
I don't know.
And you'll have no idea.
It's happened to the best of us. It happens.
So trying to find that balance between going as hard as you can while keeping some consciousness.
Yep.
To go back to coach or stay in the moment in the race, actually.
St. Andrews is our club from the south. They're a Georgia-based team. They row on the Chattahoochee. And here is Maritime rowing. And both of these teams looking real smooth. You can see those blades just enter together, exit together. Nice quick drop from both teams, too.
As in the blades
those
going
blades
in.
disappear fast. That white on Maritime's blades goes away fast. A little harder to see St. Andrews, black blades, black boat. But there's not much to see. It's happening quick, and it's happening smoothly.
They might be dark blue. I can't tell. It's a navy, maybe?
A dark navy, I think. I think you're right.
Midnight blue. There's Row America Rye there with the red, white, and blue, based out of New York. That's Maritime in the blue with the Empacher. Now St. Andrews making quite the charge. You remember earlier in the race, Megan, they were neck and neck.
Yep.
St. Andrews really
decisive middle 700 there.
And sometimes you'll have like a power 10 in high school rowing, but really trying to make sure that every time you accelerate the boat, you're just setting a new standard for yourself, especially in the last 500. Every time you take that power 10, you're just going to get faster and faster.
This is a fun Niskayuna versus Shen. They row on the same river. They pass each other's boathouses all the time. So definitely feeling that competitive spirit there, I'm sure, in those two boats. I hear screaming from the opposite shore. Someone's excited, as they should be. We've got, looks like St. Andrews has made quite a move in the last 500 meters. They are making a stand that, hello, we are going to row this junior quad, and we are going to row it well.
So I believe, Megan, we've got St. Andrews in first, Maritime in second, but then Row America Rye is kind of battling to hold off these charging crews. You got Shen, got Niski. In this red boat, I think that's going to be
Manhasset, perhaps? We'll see. Look a little far away for that. But definitely, I would say about a half boat of open between St. Andrews and Maritime. St. Andrews has done well on a sprint. Still looking sharp, still looking clean.
Nice one
well
swing
done.
together.
There's a gold for St. Andrews, a silver for Maritime. Row America Rye with a closing Shen coming in hot. Row America Rye will hold off the third place. Shen with a fourth. Niski with a fifth. I do think that is Manhasset High School through the line, I believe. And this will be ACA, just ahead of our friends Burnt Hill out there. I believe we might not have had Manhasset come through yet. We've still got that vibrant orange out on the course. So we'll get that all squared away for you. But in the last 20 strokes or so, our bright orange bow number 7, Manhasset High School. No coxswain. These leaders are doing it all themselves. The steering, the calling, the race strategy. You can see that rate pickup. Even though they've got nobody to race, they're racing the clock. They're racing the margins. They're racing the previous standard that they've set for themselves. So
do you remember
still
the
pushing all the way
that,
through the line.
That Oak Neck set in the first varsity quad final? 5:19. 12 seconds ahead of the next one, right? Well, raised the bar. Cambridge Boat Club and Oak Neck Academy B both went faster at 5:13 and 5:18. Again, you can't
wind,
quite
we'll say it
compare.
with a grain of salt with an asterisk, but
It's competitive.
That's competitive. It's going to be some fun racing when we get to later in the spring, and there's heats to finals.
Even tomorrow.
Even tomorrow.
We're all facing off against each other all weekend. So we'll make sure we get the results to you probably after the upcoming race. So that was the girls' junior final one, junior quad final one.
Junior quad final 2. Doesn't quite look like they're moving yet, but that'll be a full 10-boat race starting in lane 0, Maritime, then Row America Rye, 2, Oak Neck, 3, Narragansett, 4, Saratoga, 5, Burnt Hills, 6, CBC, Connecticut, 7, Albany, 8, Litchfield Hills, and 9, St. Andrews.
So up there at the start, you can kind of see from this camera angle, we've got 10 lanes across. Each one has a stake boat or a floating like platform that's anchored all in
A boat that's
a line.
staked.
And we've got a lot of our Saratoga athletes actually volunteering today. They're all suited up, hopefully with warm socks and maybe doing some jumping jacks in between without falling in. And they're holding on to the sterns of the boat and making sure that when the aligners call them to go an inch out, 2 inches back, we have that fair level start so no one has that millisecond of advantage.
Which is crazy. Over 1,500 meters, we're looking at inches. Sometimes we are. Sometimes we were just reading those rules. Sometimes we're looking at 0.35.
Yep. We've got a state-of-the-art timing set up here at the finish, so we can go back to the camera footage if a race is too close to call by human eye.
We've got, in that timing hut, there are people that have been timing for Saratoga Rowing for 10 years. They've been sitting there, timing, making it work. So trust that system, trust that we're making things as fair as possible. Looks like our girls' junior quads final 2 are out on the course. I see those blades moving. Looks like lane 7, which will be Albany Rowing Center, those orange blades. That should be quite a mix in here, trying to pick out some bow numbers.
Here we got lane 5. We can pick them out.
That's Burnt Hills there. I see some chevs of Saratoga, some stripes of Narragansett.
Super close racing here between 2, 3, 4, and then panning up here we've got,
looks
I think
like
that's
our
CBC.
CBC has taken a little bit of a push ahead.
But we haven't really panned over to Albany, Litchfield, and St. Andrews either, so we'll try to get you the full field of racing. Again, 10 boats across coming from all different parts of not only the Northeast but other areas of the country as well.
Connecticut Boat Club looking sharp here. That telltale black uni, but then can't hide it, green stripe, that lime green stripe. And then there's Saratoga lane 3, Narragansett, and I think that's lane 1, which will be Row America Rye.
So Saratoga making a little push here, trying to get a seat of advantage. You can see the bow seat of the Saratoga crew looking over and feeling that she's overlapping with bow decks, not bow seats.
That's a nice thing to feel. If you're looking over and all you see are bow balls and bow decks, but you don't have to look someone else in the eye, it means you're up. It's a good sign.
But Row America Rye with a strong response there. They're not letting them take an inch.
I believe that's Oak Neck and Maritime.
Those are their B entries in this junior quad final 2.
There's a Litchfield Hills, a St. Andrews, those black unis matching white hats. They look sharp, same as that, I believe, the varsity quad entry that took it away from St. Andrews. Maybe it was the previous quad, but looking sharp, just like their previous teammates had. That's Connecticut Boat Club.
St. Andrews just won the junior quad.
Yes,
Yeah.
good.
That was their B entry, though, so this is their A entry.
Yeah, okay, good. I knew it. I knew St. Andrews was moving.
You got it.
For those just checking in, this is our 240 race of the girls' junior 4X or quad. Final 2, Connecticut Boat Club with what looks like a pretty confident lead angles are hard to tell from here on
Yeah,
shore.
we'll try to get as much of the drone footage as we can to you
Let's
guys. I know we had some troubles with it in the morning just with the rain.
There's Saratoga. Yep.
Still battling with Row America Rye and Narragansett. Now Narragansett charging on Row America Rye, who kind of fed back into Saratoga's lead. Saratoga's bow seat still sitting on the bow deck of Narragansett. So Saratoga really trying to stay in that commanding second place position.
Stroke seats on bow seats now.
But
That's
it's
got to
close.
feel good.
Yep, we
Go,
have St.
ladies,
Andrews
go.
clearly in the lead with about a length of open water. Saratoga in second place currently with just about half a deck, half a seat over Narragansett. And then don't discount lanes 9 and lanes 8.
Yeah.
Yes.
Here they are right there. St. Andrews and Litchfield Hills. You can see we had that Row America Rye,
this is
Oakneck,
not a great
and Saratoga, like the fight between those three right there that we can see, and then right below, which are out of the drone footage right now, but we saw Litchfield Hills and St. Andrew fighting, and you've got to wonder, does Litchfield Hills and St. Andrew see?
I think this is actually CBC in the lead, if I'm not wrong,
Yes.
unless they swapped lanes on us.
Yes, I believe CBC's way up there,
But
in the black,
St. Andrews is here on the bottom right of your screen.
right next to Litchfield.
Trying to charge
Yep.
back into that medal contention position. Litchfield also just a little bit off the mark. Saratoga currently barely in second, trying to hold off Narragansett. They're just going stroke for stroke.
Look at Connecticut Boat Club.
We'll see which of them has a better sprint.
We got
Saratoga or
5 boats almost.
Narragansett, and then don't discount Row America Rise, also right in it.
But there's Connecticut Boat Club breezing, working very hard clearly, but making it look easy, bringing that rate up. I saw that shift. Go, ladies, go.
Really exciting to see that awesome technique from CBC. You can see nice long straight arm hang, allowing those legs and torso hip swing to shine, and then really fluid around the release.
And super tight. Saratoga, Narragansett, and Row America Rye. I can't tell quite yet.
Row America Rye with a really strong sprint here. They were almost a length down. Saratoga charging, Narragansett charging.
I'm going to call it
Saratoga.
Row America Rye, Saratoga, Narragnsett.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree.
And then Litchfield Hills,
and that's
St. Andrews.
Wow.
Whew. That was some
Those
spicy
three
racing junior
pushed
ladies.
on each other the whole way down.
And still on that outside,
Here's
coming
Maritime
in,
B.
Maritime B. And I
then that's
believe
Oakneck B.
Oakneck B. We've got Burnt Hills about 15 strokes from the finish, and then Albany Rowing Center, maybe 2 boat lengths behind them, maybe 3. Both boats back here just still trying to create a competitive environment within themselves. You can see Burnt Hills here still booking, still putting those blades in, still walking through that sprint even though there may be nobody to sprint through.
Good, and while those results come in and these guys finish off their piece, Albany coming through here in the last 10 strokes, we have results from the first final of this event, the girls' junior quad. St. Andrews B with a time of 5:26, Maritime A 5:31, Row America Rye 5:36 for bronze, followed by Shen, Niskayuna, Oakneck, Augustin Classical Academy, Burnt Hills, then Manhasset.
And that's it for our ladies' quads today.
Yeah, we'll come back to you as soon as we have those results for that second final, which just finished. We had a really tight finish between Saratoga, Narragansett, and Row America Rye in lane order. Not necessarily finish
Not
order.
necessarily finished.
By our eyes here stationed at the finish line, it looked, human eye, like it was Row America Rye, followed by Saratoga, and then Narragansett.
In agreement.
But
you can see an awesome shot.
If we were in March Madness lead change count, 18.
Nothing.
18,000.
Here's our boys 3Vs. So these will be your third 8 of athletes. Looks like Row America Rye out of lane 6.
I'm obsessed with this
Deerfield
with the
lane
green
8.
accent.
Well done,
for
Deerfield. It's kind of fun.
That's really
Match
fun.
it up.
Color coordination.
We also have lane 9, BAB. That's Deerfield, lane 8. Lane 6 will be Greater Lawrence. Lane 5, Row America, Lane 7, Greater Lawrence. Lane 5, Romerica Rye, as we saw there. Wappinger's Crew, and then in that neon is Greenwich out of lane 4.
So really cool to see these programs with huge teams able
3V,
to field
4V.
not only the 3V, but we'll see in about 15 minutes they also have 4Vs and 5Vs. So 40 athletes, not including the coxswains, sweeping in 8s, not counting all the other boats they might be rowing.
There's Romerica Rye out with the lead. Deerfield trying to maintain connection. I feel like so much of rowing in 8 is just being in the race, being able to hear the other blades, being able to hear the other coxswains. As long as you can hear them, they're not too far away to strike, right?
Exactly.
Greenwich on the other side. We got flat water too. That's some nice water.
The conditions have improved since lunch. If anything, the wind has kind of disappeared on us.
I'm okay with it. As I'm sure these athletes are.
I mean, a tailwind can be nice. But again, you got Romerica Rye currently in the lead. They've extended their lead to almost a full length up. That coxswain is sitting just between bow seat and 2 seat. Undoubtedly, they're calling on that crew to really push and keep working their margin to a bigger advantage, just giving them a little bit more cushion. You don't want to come into the last 250 with any risks, and some crews have really strong sprints.
Can't leave anything.
You have an insurmountable lead.
Our coach, Orion coach, Eric Catalano, and he's also the Saratoga Rowing Executive Director, so wearing many hats around here. You can see this awesome shot. Romerica Rye, Greenwich, and I believe Deerfield Academy just back far enough. But our coach, Eric Catalano, says get to the 1,000 with an insurmountable lead. So no matter what you got, you hit the 1,000 feeling confident, feeling strong, and then you hold on to your fitness. And I think that's what some of these crews get out early, be able to see the field behind you, and then bring it home.
Yeah, so we've lost our tailwind effect. It's just an east wind here on the course, so these athletes might be feeling a puff actually from port side, pushing them to starboard. Coxswains maybe having to correct for it, probably not too much, pretty low wind. But here comes, that's Greenwich in the neon, Romerica Rye in the position next to them.
I think Romerica Rye still got a lead, maybe not insurmountable. We'll see what Greenwich can do in these last 20 strokes.
And we'll try to get, it's hard to tell from this angle exactly the margins. From our drone intel, we've got
just about a boat. I think it's too much for Greenwich to make up in these last 10 strokes.
10 strokes is a lot.
But
unless
they are
had
moving.
A boat stop and grab.
They are moving.
It's going to be Romerica Rye, Greenwich, and then here coming up, we've got the trailing green Deerfield.
Nice. There's Romerica Rye through the line, Greenwich through the line, about half a boat length back. There's Deerfield. Really, those 3 separated themselves very clearly from the second half of the pack here. 6-boat race. Let's make it 3 and 3.
Again, this is the 3rd varsity 8, so this is
wide range.
We're starting to get into the JV level. If we talked a little bit about what does this all mean, we don't really have a junior varsity 8 is not quite the same as a JV squad in soccer or basketball. It's more like the athletes that sit on the bench for the varsity are in the 2V, if we had to do the analogy.
Right.
And then the 3V might be those floaters between the varsity and the JV.
That's Greater Lawrence through the line. And it also depends on the size of your team, right? Your 3V might be your freshmen that are not quite fitting with a freshman 8 or something like that. I believe that's BAB, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. We can hear that BAB coxswain yelling to hold water out of lane 9.
You do sneak up on the marina there.
Yeah, in lane 9 that's closest to this Saratoga shore. The marina comes out quite a bit out of lane 9, so coxswains need to make pretty aggressive adjustments very quickly.
And I think this is our, is this Greater Lawrence crew coming through?
I believe.
Or Wappingers.
This is lane 5, Wappingers. And that red, those splash jackets, been very noticeable all day. Maybe having a little bit more of an internal race, less external competition, but That just means we got to focus on what we wanted to focus on, make it happen during this race, and gain some speed for the next one.
So we have times from the previous race. That one's still being finalized here by our officials. But the previous race, if you all remember, or just tuning in, or still with us from the previous race, was the junior quad. Sorry for the girls.
It's there.
With the win, we had CBCA 527, Row America Rye B 537, closely followed, get ready, Saratoga Rowing 538.1, followed by Narragansett B 538.5. Super tight margins there, just under a second between second and third, and within half a second between third and fourth. So just out of the middle contention, but hard fought Narragansett B, followed by Litchfield Hills, St. Andrews Maritime, Oak Neck B, Burnt Hills, and Albany Rowing Center.
Looks like our boys 3v8 final 2 is on the course. We've got, starting from the lanes closest to the Saratoga shore, lane 9 will be CRI in red, Friends of Port, Greenwich, PNRA Mercer, who you can see right there, lane 6, Pittsford Crew, Saratoga Rowing, and Row America Rye. Looks like Mercer out with a couple of seats, but not much over Greenwich, CRI, and Row America Rye on that other side.
These are hilarious unis.
That's a fun one. CRI, come trade me a uni. I would like that.
We're at the finish line. On the Saratoga boathouse
I like
shore.
those little stars and stripes, but there goes our bucket hats, our backwards hats. PNRA Mercer with maybe a seat or two of lead.
I don't know.
CRI might be pretty close in there. Definitely slight trail from lane 7, Greenwich. But we're still early in this race, so lots to happen, especially in 8s. Boats move fast. They pick up speed fast.
And we're still in our high strokes. We're just
they're moving.
Maybe 250 meters into this race. There's that red buoy that signals the first 500 done. So we're through that first quarter.
Under 2 minutes, just like that.
And this is really where it starts to get a bit uncomfortable. We're crossing the middle 500.
You're over the adrenaline.
Look at the beanie. What
we
are
got
they trying
some
to
fun
do to
hats
us?
over there in CRI.
We live to entertain here. CRI 3V in this final 2. They are falling off the pace a little bit. Mercer able to extend a lead here. And watch out for lane 7. I think that's Greenwich.
They're not letting anything happen. Greenwich is just going to stay right there. Can see Mercer with a half boat lead, then Greenwich, then our outside there, our fun hat friends at CRI, and then Row America Rye. Trailing a little bit.
Does this mean that's their 5V? Row America Rye?
Perhaps.
So a lot of depth there, Row America Rye. And it looks like CRI trying to challenge back on Greenwich here. Again, this is the boys 3v8.
We've got Saratoga, Pittsford, and Friends of Port creating a little race back there. But right now we've got Mercer in the lead with Greenwich just hanging right there, not letting them walk, and Mercer not walking away.
Wants open water. He's like, I've got
go,
the bell ball.
Buddy,
I would
go.
like to give
I
it to
have
you.
Open. Give you open. There's that red Bladeson bow of CRI, who hasn't let up either. Got a little bit walked through after that first 500, but these 3 crews.
And we can see with our drone footage too, we still have that really persistent Row America Rye C entry, maintaining contact on third place of CRI over here on the left.
Not backing out yet, not backing out yet. So their center of the screen in the red is Mercer, to their left is Greenwich, all the way
Mercer
over to
took
the
some
left.
Risks getting
They
up
did.
there.
I mean, they pulled the try and get to the 1,000, and we'll see what Greenwich can do on the way back.
Greenwich seems to have some fitness, some stubbornness here in the last 500. They're approaching those red buoys, much like waving a red flag in front of a bull, wave a red buoy in front of a rower. They know it's
their
the end
time
in
to
sight.
go.
Greenwich seeming to have a bit of an earlier step than Mercer can muster here.
I think Greenwich has walked a seat or 2. CRI maybe walking on Mercer, maybe holding just a seat or 2.
And we'll see about Row America Rye Row America Rye C over kind of in a sneak attack lane just on outside of our drone footage here, but charging nonetheless on the now trailing CRI, who's just about
it's electric.
about a
These
stern
coxswains.
contact on these leading crews.
Greenwich has absolutely made a move in these last 10 strokes. I think
Greenwich
they can
is
hold
at
it
a
off.
50. Hold on.
Just clean, Greenwich. Get across the line clean, and it's yours. There's Greenwich. Maybe 4 seats, 3 seats over Mercer. CRI back to open water. I think Romerica Rye might still have contact with CRI.
Yeah, that's good.
Whew. Whew. Greenwich, way to have that second half there. Mercer, way to go out hard in the first
We've
half.
got this race still unfolding here between the trailing crews. Got Saratoga currently looking like with a slight advantage over Pittsford. Again, this is 3v8. Coming across the line, Saratoga, followed by Pittsford. Just about a stern contact, maybe a little bit of overlap there. And closing out the field, we have our friends of Port.
Hannah, were you
Megan.
tired of boys varsity 8s? No, because we've
How could I
got
be?
4Vs and
They've
5Vs
been
coming
so
your
entertaining.
way.
It's like, is this a trick question?
It is a trick question. You can never be tired of boys 8s.
If you're still here with us from the first 3v final, that was just the tail end of the second one, but the first results are in. We had a winning time. Are you ready?
Hit me.
Boys 8s for you with a time of 4:31.
That's so fun.
Some of these earlier
That's
races
so
today in
quick.
the singles were in the 6-minute,
Yep.
7-minute range. Could you imagine?
No,
3 minutes longer, almost twice as long. Anyways, boys 8s.
doesn't get easier,
Rome
just gets
America Rye,
longer.
4:31. Greenwich Crew, 4:34. Deerfield Academy, 4:39. Those are your top 3 finishers. And then about 13 seconds back from that leading pack, Greater Lawrence, followed by Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, and Wappinger's Crew.
And just for a little bit of comparison, our winners in almost all of the boys' first varsity 8s finals were 6:20, 6:25. 4:20, 4:25. So those 3v8s, those 4v8s, they're not
They
that
got
far
some
back.
competitive depth there.
Yeah, way to
No
go.
drop off to speak of.
Let's watch these 4v, 5vs. Looks like they haven't quite started yet, but we'll have a 9-boat race. CRIA in lane 9, lane 8, Deerfield Academy, lane 7, Friends of Port, lane 6, Greenwich, lane 5, Row America Rye, lane 6, lane 4, Pittsford going the wrong way, lane 3, Deerfield B, lane 2, Greenwich B, and lane 1, CRI B. So we have, there's only 5 teams in this event. Just 3 of them have A and B boats in a 4v, 5v.
It's crazy.
And they're off. There we go.
Beautiful. I love when the pans we get to see of the Fish Creek as well from the drone, and you just see the
It's
S-turn
so
from the
pretty.
head of the fish. So
Yeah.
fun. But
It looks like
just
there may be some, maybe they started and got pulled back. Maybe I misread them starting, but we've
Maybe.
got something going on up there. We'll keep you updated should we know.
But super special to have the both media launch and the drone footage up there for you guys watching at home, or even here down at the finish line in the vendor tents, or just somewhere huddled in your car for warmth. Super cool to be able to see the starts of these races and be up there in the action. Oftentimes you look at your clock, you say it was supposed to start at 3:04. It's 3:04. And you just imagine them going,
Right.
but you don't actually get to see any of it play out. So these crews getting aligned. You have an aligner official up there.
What
so
is
they've
aligned? How do you
they've got
tell
little
if they're aligned?
binoculars.
They do.
And they've got a point on shore that helps them kind of line up the bow balls right there. And then you've got a starting official who has a megaphone usually and a flag. And the rowers are instructed to go at the drop of the flag. It's a pretty calm day, so most likely the official will actually name each crew. Just like you've ever seen the Olympics, they'll name every crew in order.
Hannah, lane 1.
Oh, come
Megan,
on.
lane 2.
Could you imagine if we could both be in the Olympics?
I
next to
mean,
each other?
I sure hope so, my dude.
In different lanes, though. What country would you represent?
My mom is very, very Irish. She's always
Oh,
wanted that
big,
for
strong
me.
whirls.
Big, strong, yeah.
That's what they
Go
call
Irish,
themselves.
I know. So it looks like something's happening. We've got a little bit of a view up at the start on our media launch. These are 4v5s, could be novices. These could be brand new coxswains. These could be people that haven't had a ton of race experience. So something's happened up there. But in the meantime, I'm not sure if it's been claimed yet, but we did at the beginning of our afternoon live stream had a found Bluetooth earbud. So if you show up and let them know what color it was, they can help you out. And then we did have a cell phone lost. It was an Apple phone with a flower case. If you happen upon that, bring it to registration. Coaches, if you are needing to scratch anybody, that can be done at registration. And if you lose anything, go ahead and get in contact with the ladies over there, and they'll hopefully be able to let us know so we can shout it to the rooftops.
So this is our last boys 8 race of the day. We'll take a little break from the 8s racing and do some exciting novice coxed 4 racing for the girls side. Both of those finals will be 10 boats across. Here we have the start finally underway from the boys 4v, 5v, 8s. We've got 9 boats: CRI A, Deerfield Academy, Port, Greenwich, Row America Rye, Pittsford, Deerfield, Greenwich B, and CRI B. So here in lane 9, that's CRI A, closest to you. Just down lanes 8 and 7, so Deerfield and Port, just a little bit off the pace early on. This is the first 250 or so, followed then by Row America Rye. So Row America Rye and CRI with the early lead. That's the first 250 meter buoy there, that green buoy. So we'll see which of these crews has the most effective shift to base pace. Sometimes the fast and furious starting strokes might be impressive, but the shift to base can actually be peak speed if you can do it together. Row America Rise seeming to have that better lengthen out to base. Strong rhythm here. Greenwich also a strong settle to base, able to catch right back up to CRI. But Rye really lengthening out to a commanding lead here. They're about 7 seats up on the rest of the field, the next closest boat being Greenwich. That's the first 500 meter down, so they're in the second third of the race. Really admiring here too the sequencing of these leading crews. So this is the 4v, 5v of these programs. So really the depths of these teams are being tested, both fitness and with finesse as well. You can see these crews still trying to shooting for legs first, body swing, arms draw in at the end, trying to use the big muscles while the boat's the heaviest, accelerating the boat through. Again, that CRI here currently sitting in third behind Greenwich and Rye. And next to them, we've got Deerfield Academy here in green. Kind of gives a Dartmouth vibe almost. A very similar color scheme going on. Coxswain's wearing a GoPro. Hope that footage makes it somewhere fun.
I bet that'll be on CRI's Instagram within 3 hours.
I'll give CRI a follow just to see it. Got a man bun and bow seat. Everyone's showing off different looks here.
Is that Pittsford ahead right up there?
It's Rye up ahead.
Rye. And then Pittsford.
I think it's Rye, then Greenwich.
And Greenwich in that neon.
Yeah, and then Pittsford, I think,
CRI
is just off
hanging.
the back, trailing
This
Deerfield, which
boat.
now I'm going to call Dartmouth because I've done it to myself.
I think that could be a compliment.
There you go.
Water's looking real nice. Bluster of a tail, but honestly, she's glistening. Here comes our CRI. You can tell the weather's, I wouldn't say warmed up, but maybe not as cold.
Yeah, the wind
CRI
and rain
full,
going away helps a little.
Full unis, no shirts, no longs.
If you are here watching at the course, the rain is supposed to come back a little. It's supposed to drizzle again sometime in the next 10 minutes or so.
Ooh.
So make sure you didn't put that rain jacket away.
Not too far.
Hold on to it. It's drizzly. But again, we got Romare Karai here at the lead currently at the 500 meter to go mark of the boys 4v, 5v, 8s. Followed by Greenwich. And then back to CRI. They've been your top 3 pretty much the entire race so far.
And I would expect there'd be a little bit of, like we see here, a little bit of a space between the A crews and the B crews because this is a 4v, 5v race. So there's no specific race for those 5Vs. So we see
But
Row America.
CRIB is in the mix.
CRIB is, hey, we're going to be a 4V today. Let's
They're
go.
challenging this Deerfield Academy crew here. Unable to really break into their lead, but definitely with contact here.
Row America Rye through the line. Ooh.
CRI with a good charge here on Greenwich for the last 250.
I think Greenwich still's going to hold that with CRI A, Deerfield, and then, I don't know, maybe a half boat back will be CRI B. So that CRI B boat doing a really nice job.
Sometimes
hanging with would be the 4Bs.
Yeah, you'll
or
use
maybe they've got mixed boats.
Maybe sometimes you have seat race opportunities earned by racing.
Oh,
right? You have
yep.
a 4V and a 5V, or an A boat and a B boat, and let's say the B boat beats the A boat. What do you do as a coach?
Got some switching to do.
So it can be a great time
Greenwich
to.
And Pittsford. Greenwich B and Pittsford having a race to the line. Greenwich will take it maybe by 3 seats, just a bow deck. Some of these athletes have been at the course literally since 6 a.m. Yep. I don't believe we have a bow number there, but I'm going to guess that's Deerfield B. And then finishing up here, Friends of Port in that black with a nice deep purple. And that'll be your 4V, 5Vs of our boys' 8s. We can give you some update on results here. The boys 3v8s, we had Row America Rye, Greenwich, and Deerfield in that first final as our medal winners at 4:31, 4:34, and 4:39. In final 2, we had Greenwich, Mercer, and CRI at 4:35, 4:34, 4:35, and 4:40. So pretty competitive across the field, which is what we would expect based on the fact that these finals are not seeded or anything, so we're not putting historically faster boats or more competitive boats with each other. This is, you get what you get in your final, and then you go on to the next race and you make it happen. Next up will be our girls' freshman novice coxed 4s. So these are freshmen or brand new to rowing, 4 ladies with a coxswain sweep rowing. Full 10 boats, and we'll have 2 finals of that. So we've got some movement among our referee boats. This might be a shift changeover. So all of our helpers that have been stake boat holding or refereeing or driving a launch for our officials or things like that. Looks like this might be a turnover time. We've also got our novice coxed fours in the stake boats, which, again, brand new to rowing. It's like your first basketball game or first season of basketball. So it might take a second longer to get into stake boats. This will be the 3:12 race, so really running pretty well on time here.
And again, we are taking submissions for more color commentary or shout outs. If you head to the Saratoga Rowing Instagram account and you go to the story, you should be able to find a question for you to submit responses. And we will read them out in real time.
In real time. We are also here live.
Let's see if we have any more results to give you guys. Do we read out these 3V results already?
We did. The first
Okay.
2 finals.
So we're just waiting on the 4V.
Waiting on our last one. We've got at least one Pittsford crew boat in
we've
this
got
race,
it.
maybe.
We've got the final results from the
Oh,
last
hit
one.
final 3.
So Row America Rye, we saw, took the victory, 4:53, followed by the tight finish, 4:58.3 to 4:58.9.
Half a second.
Greenwich over CRI.
In lane 5 of this upcoming race will be Pittsford Crew. They are founded in 1997, so relatively recently in the history of rowing. But they've got 2 boathouses, an indoor training facility, 200 feet of dock over east in Pittsford, New York, near Rochester area.
Mm-hmm.
We attended a dual race there with the Saratoga kids last year, the year before, and it was super fun. They're very hospitable. They were fun to race against. The racing was dual style, so you would show up and just race
Right, they're
one
on a
other
canal,
team.
right?
They're on a canal. You can only fit two
Very
boats.
different energy than here at
At our
Saratoga, where
10
you've got
boats. Yeah.
10 lanes across.
Yeah. So welcome
Chaos.
Pittsford. We're happy to welcome you to our 10-lane chaos.
Organized chaos. We run a
They're on
pretty,
the Erie Canal.
we run
That's
a pretty
exactly where they are, I'll
tight
tell
ship. So we've got quite a few. So this is the girls' freshman novice 4 race we're waiting on. And it's kind of cool to see the future of these programs here kind of squaring up against one another, right? The future versus the future.
This is going to be in 4 years. This is your varsity. This is half your varsity.
And you think like of where the seniors on these teams are and thinking about the amount of growth and the amount of memories these
Right,
guys have made
right.
over 4 years, if not longer, just if like COVID has thrown off
Yeah.
any timelines. But
I'm also reading some of our responses to the email that our regatta director, Christy Wagner, sent out to coaches the other day about comments. And we asked, what other things does your team do? When you're not rowing, do you cross train? Do you row full time? We've got answers like burrito eating contests,
Oh my
cross
God.
country skiing,
basket weaving underwater.
weaving, swimmers, track stars, shadow boxing. Very fun, very fun. We've got some field hockey players, volleyball players, soccer
Wow.
players, wrestlers.
Maggie Lansley of, which team is this?
That is Burnt Hills
Burnt Hills. Maggie is a New York State champion
in field
in
hockey.
field hockey.
And then she's out here rowing her heart out.
That's pretty cool.
Nathan of BAB is a pickleball player. Basketball, swimming, model UN, lots of other things that these athletes do. So as this freshman girls novice 4 gets started, just a reminder that that these are all around. A lot of these ladies and young gentlemen are all around athletes, and it's super cool to see them putting maybe the skills and hand-eye coordination that they used in one sport and the endurance they used in another, and it all gets put together here in rowing. So full squad here, freshman, novice, coxed fours, 10 boats across, starting in the lanes closest to the Lees Park Regatta side, Friends of Port, Greenwich B, Connecticut Boat Club B, Manhasset, Emma Willard, Pittsford, Row America Rye, SA Rowing Club, Wappingers Crew, and Connecticut Boat Club A. It's a lot of freshman novice girls.
And the water's only getting nicer, guys.
It's beautiful.
Folks at home,
you
taking
can
a
see
look
that
at this
glitter
field
on the camera.
It looks like we've got a race underway here. These boats are clearly in motion. Again, this is a 10-boat race. We've got competition for everybody. We'll obviously be racing here for medals, as each race is going to be a final this
telling
afternoon.
Me every race gets 3 medals?
Yep.
Only in Saratoga.
Unless there is a dead heat tie, and then I guess we might have to give 4.
Or 6. You could have dead heat first.
Oh my gosh. All right, I challenge it to you.
Go make some fast equal times with all your friends. But we can see we've got these 4s coming down. We'll get our media launch and our drone up as we can. But for now, you can see the adjustment of the rest of our staff happening. A little bit of turnover here. Labor laws or volunteer laws or something about them working all afternoon.
Breaks. Thank you to all of our volunteers. Truly, you guys are making
there
this.
We are. I believe that is St. Andrews in that black with their white hats. But we'll get some footage here as we find the rest of these 4s.
So the girls' freshman novice 4 might not be the speediest event of the day.
Small boat.
Curious and looking at some times.
1 oar.
The coxed 4 is one of the slower events. It's just you got only 4 oars and you got the added weight of the coxswain, which does take a lot off your plate responsibility-wise. You don't have to steer. You don't have to think about motivating yourself.
They're worth their weight.
It's true.
But it is another thing. To keep in mind, you can see lane 6. This is Row America Rye. That water is almost glassy. It's gorgeous out here.
Really nice seeing these guys with the really fluid finish to catch that recovery sequencing. In rowing, we often talk about pushing the boat power per stroke, and we think about the leverage on the drive, but sometimes it's about keeping the boat moving as much as you can on the recovery, not disrupting your speed, not slowing it down. So that recovery sequencing, the recovery technique can be crucial. Like getting bang for your buck or squeezing as much out as you can.
Looks like that's St. Andrews there, potentially sitting in 2nd place. We pan back to the rest of the field here where it looks like we've still got some racing going.
Yeah, we got the drone just took off next to us here, so we'll get that up in the air as soon as we can to get you this race. Got a little bit of separation between 1st, 2nd, but then pretty much 5, 6 boats across here for that 3rd place position.
That's lane 9, Connecticut Boat Club, that black with the lime green. But holy moly, go Row America Rye.
Yeah, really dominant performance here from Row America Rye.
And then I believe followed by...
I think that's Merritt. Oh, sorry. St. Andrews.
St. Andrews, yep. Our friends from the south. And then you're right, Hannah. Look at that 4 or 5 boat race. Our outside lane of Greenwich B.
And then Port over on the other side.
Yep.
Port B. Just trying to push off those trailing crews. They've got Greenwich B and CBCB trailing behind Port.
But look at that clean blade work of our leaders, Row America Rye, out of lane 6.
Emma Willard, too, in contention here for that 3rd place position. Definitely advantage to Port and to CBC on the outermost lanes.
There's Row America Rye, 2 strokes to the line. Beautiful water here. It is flattening out really nicely.
Like
that means in these novice boats, might be a little bit cleaner, a little bit more fun, a little bit easier. There's St. Andrews through out of lane 7.
It looks like Port is the current third place favorite, but CBC Coxon looking straight across
Yep.
10 lanes away.
Literally could not be further apart. We'll see. I do think you're right that Friends of Port may have the upper hand as they cross to this line.
We've got Emma Willard
Friends
and
of Port through, Connecticut through,
Emma Willard and
Pittsford.
Manhasset, I think.
Pittsburgh? Manhasset?
Oh, that's
Nah,
Pittsburgh
closer
first.
to us.
We've got the rain again. I called it. I said in
You
10
did.
minutes.
You did.
It's going to rain. I can't
Over
take full
there,
credit.
Adam.
My weather app told me.
We've got 2 boats out there, about 200 meters from the finish. I'm hoping they're able to look out to each other and find some competition there. Looks like Wappinger's crew and Manhasset, perhaps.
Here's Emma Willard. Again, this is the girls' freshman novice 4 with Coxon.
That's Wappinger's through the line. And Emma Willard. Well done, final one, ladies, in your freshman novice coxed 4. Rain just started coming down a little bit. Water is still staying flat, which is really number 1 in rowing. And honestly, at that start line, I can still see blue skies.
Plus, it's a water sport. Often, if you're behind someone with really direct or backing it in catches, as we like to say,
You
the blades
might get a little
backing
splashy.
in.
So
You might get actually a lot of
but
you
not
might get a lot of more wet from the person in front of you, and their blade hitting the water, and that water splashing you in the face, than the rain.
and the actual rain. Well, we've got our final 2 on the course here. Girls freshman novice coxed 4s. Another full 10 boat race. Starting closest to the regatta side, Lees Park, Manhasset B, Row America Rye B, SAB, Wayland Weston A, Friends of Port A, Greenwich A, Friends of Concord A, Maritime A, Ridley College A, and Pelham Community A. So we'll see how these B boats fare up against these A boats, because really, we've talked about it previously today, but the distinction between an A boat and a B boat very well may be A is your top 4 rowers and B is 5 through 8, but sometimes it's a totally arbitrary distinction and the boats are even.
Coach could be doing mind games.
Coaches like to do mind games
Coaches
sometimes.
do. Keep you on your toes. You don't know.
So these athletes better just race as hard as they can and put themselves in a good position for the rest of the season. Drone will be down for a bit while it's wet out there. So we'll wait on this finish line camera to get us a good shot of these ladies cruising into their last 750 meters. For those of you joining us for the afternoon, this is Megan and Hannah. We are Orion athletes, so our high performance group here in Saratoga Springs, commentating on our lovely 2023 Saratoga Invitational right here on Fish Creek, Saratoga Lake in upstate New York. We've got teams mostly from the Northeast, a team from Georgia, a couple from the Midwest, team from Canada. So good racing for all these athletes among many a different boat class, from 1 person to 9 athletes in the boat.
Sure. Like different events in track and field. And these girls launched when it wasn't raining, and it's now raining.
And now they're
It
going to
might
be a
have
little
started
bit
raining
cold and a little
during
bit
the
wet.
race. So trying to stay adaptable not only to the race unfolding around you, but the conditions as well.
You can see our flag holder here. That flag goes up when they enter in the last 250, and then will drop and raise again every single time a crew crosses the line. So sometimes when you get some really close racing, that flag bearer is aggressively dropping and raising the flag to try and match the speed of these crews crossing the line.
And it looks like Could be Manhasset over there in the furthest lane. What do you think?
I think that's a good guess, followed closely by Maritime here.
Light blue checks out.
And then I'm going to go for St. Andrews there, out of lane 2. There's St. Andrews coming in.
And over here in lane 9, we've got Pelham Community. I take it back. I think that earlier finisher might have been Row America Ride B, because I see Manhasset here.
In that orange.
In that
There's
orange.
Waylon Westain
Forgive
going
us.
stroke for stroke with Friends of Concord. It does look like Friends of Concord will take the win. No! I don't have an answer there. I think Waylon Weston had a little bit of a sprint. I wonder if it was enough.
I think Will Weston might have taken it, but that was one of the closer finishes of
Results
the
will be available. They're on streamlinerowing.com/regattas. You can click on the 2023 Saratoga Invitational. All of the results will be there, as well as all of the entries. So if you're a parent at home and you know your child's in the 4X plus girls varsity,
Cox squad. For you at home.
all of those details will be there. All of the entries, whether they're male or female, will be there. So you can check out the schedule. That is, we believe, coming through
Manhasset.
our Manhasset team. All the schedules and all the results online at streamlinerowing.com.
We've got the next race in the blocks. If you can get up to that starting camera, that's a pretty cool angle of our start line. But just in case anyone's never been up at a start line before, basically you've got 10 lanes, which is a little bit unusual. And again, this race is still finishing out as we wait for them to complete the girls'
Wappinger's
novice.
crew there through
4.
the line. Yeah, they're moving quickly to put these new boats in their lanes. We still got race on the course. That's lane 5. Looks like Friends of Port, perhaps. Friends of Port through the line. And like Hannah said, it probably wasn't raining 6 minutes ago when we started our race. So props to these gals for getting out there, finishing it despite potentially unideal conditions. You know what? This looks like Friends of Port.
No bow number, so hard for
No
us to
bow
say
number.
here on shore.
So we'll check those results on the girls freshman novice coxed 4. Lots when you guys get all bundled up and all put on your dark black jackets and lose your bow numbers. A little bit more difficult to tell who you are out there. But glad we've got eyes on the course. We do have a camera up at the start line for our boys junior double.
This looks like they're just about aligned here. And so you can see these crews lined up here. Stake boat holder aficionados helping us out. Best volunteers out there. They just lay on their bellies for some high quality tummy time. Just stretching out those backs and the abs after all those core workouts we have these Saratoga juniors do.
Yes.
They're just laying on their bellies, hands in the water, probably getting pretty cold. We got to switch them out every couple hours or so. I think every 2 hours.
I think we're I do see actually a giant launch full of stake boat holders coming in.
I wish we could
crossing through the 500 right now. So looks like we've swapped out some stake boat holders. Hopefully these next ones can stay a little bit dry, but there's our start to our boys junior double. So no seniors. Starting closest to us, we've got Fordham, then Star Rowing, then BAB, ACA, Niski, Port Jefferson, Oak Neck, Shen, and Manhasset. Everybody off to a pretty quick start.
Yeah, Maritime, especially with that early lead in the yellow boat you can see there. Then we've got Fordham here closest to us, trying to hold on to a very charging Star Rowing.
That orange
Star
is
is a
nice.
pretty small team historically. I remember last year they said they only had 2 athletes on the whole team. More coaches than athletes.
Yeah, that coach to athlete ratio
Yeah,
though.
can't be beat.
Those
but
far lanes, maybe Oak Neck and Manhasset still hanging too. Yeah.
I think you're right.
Oak Neck with a little bit of a lead over Manhasset. I think Maritime is still contact with these two. Again, that sideways perspective is sometimes a little bit harder to see.
And the 10 lanes across is hard as well, as these athletes also have to look over.
Yeah.
They've got
It's not just referees and live
is
streams.
at least 10 lanes, 10 feet wide, and so you're looking over, and it's not a peripheral vision situation. You can't feel them there. You can't hear them because they're so far away. You actually have to turn your head, which can sometimes upset the balance of the boat or throw off your rhythm. If you are the bow seat looking over, you might fall out of time with your stroke seat. If you're stroke seat, you might just kind of lose that focus that you had on the rhythm.
It's a flow. It's a zen sometimes. If you really get into a comfortable rhythm, you don't have to think about it. And then as soon as you think about something else, whether it be competition or a certain part of your stroke, sometimes that can go a little haywire. But there's our star rowing athletes in that long sleeve red shirt.
They're currently in fourth, just over in red, probably our Niskayuna A entry. But that's our Maritime in lane 6.
With the hood.
With the hood up.
Nice long arms, nice connected there, Maritime.
A lot of white hoods. But there's Manhasset and Oak Neck, our current gold and silver place position holders around the halfway point in the race.
You can see the water is really not much chop at all. So hopefully as the day has gone on, as these athletes get a little bit more tired, the ease of putting those blades in, pushing hard and taking them out remains there because that water is so flat. Oak Neck Rowing has really just been pretty stellar with their sculling today. It's been pretty impressive. But there they are, not a single other soul in view.
The Oak Neck program really dominant in these small boats, especially in the sculling. That is, got quite a lot of submissions about Oak Neck. Their motto, a lot about their star-studded Kate Berry and Henry Davison. In this double, I'm not sure what our lineup is, but their team motto is, let me pull it up, sorry.
There's Niskayuna there, coming from just south of here in Saratoga Springs. These athletes probably got to sleep in their own beds last night. No travel.
True.
Full-time travel for them. That's ACA and Shen. Another two boats that probably got to sleep in their own beds last night. Sometimes
Both
it's nice to be
green
local.
Colors. Little duo. Yeah. Color coordinated.
They're hanging together.
I've got it. Sorry, it took a second to pull up.
Oak
the
Neck.
theme at Oak Neck is life begins at the end of your comfort zone. Coach Amadeus is spelled like the composer, apparently.
Very nice.
But they are out of Oyster Bay. They wet launch on a beach every morning or every afternoon. Sorry.
The dream. The dream. We see there in that final 300. I believe Oak Neck still got a pretty good lead on the field. It's a short race. These are six-ish minutes race, give or take a minute. Big boat, slow boat, small boat, fast boat. But you're running a full-out mile essentially. And you're doing it with two little sticks in your hands, with a buddy, maybe without a buddy, on condition-dependent water. So it can be a little bit nerve-wracking, but looks like conditions have proved to do these top two crews well, who have, there's 10 boat lengths, maybe 8,
it's
but like a pretty
impressive junior
insurmountable lead.
Yeah, you might say.
As Eric Catalano would say. Oak Neck with a seat or two of open back to Manhasset.
And Amadeus, the Oak Neck coach, often will congratulate his rowers with a simple job done.
Job done. Well, in 2 strokes. Job done. Oak Neck double. Job done. There's Manhasset through the line. And then maybe another 8 strokes, we'll have our maritime crew with those baby blue unis.
But
and
Star
that yellow
Rowing is
Empalker.
charging to try to challenge them.
Star's moving. Star is moving.
They don't have quite enough room to catch them, but they gave him quite the fight there.
And they've definitely pushed a little bit away from Niskayuna, who will be our next across the line. Over there in lane 3. Lane 1 will be Friends of Shen.
Just over ACA.
And I
really tight racing.
Fordham.
Yeah.
Got 2 boats still on the course. Don't go away just yet. Full 10-boat race.
This is Bromfield, if I know those oars.
I think you do. I think you do.
I do.
Which means we, I believe, still have a Port Jefferson boat out there. Good job, BAB. This is the part in the afternoon where if you've raced once or twice or 3 times, those legs start to get pretty rough about halfway through. So kudos to all these athletes who are still, regardless of whether you got competition or not, like this boat out in lane 3, Port Jefferson, still full press. That rate's coming up. That sprint is happening, whether it needs to for placement or not.
Nice job. It's good to practice those things all the time, right? Like, you rarely get that race opportunity.
We're right back in. We have our final 2 already on the course. They are trying to play a little bit of catch-up here from our middle school adjustments earlier today and whatever else may have happened. Boys junior double, final 2, so same race structure. We'll try and get to our media launch right there. Beautiful. Litchfield Hills out of lane 1. I believe that's Manhasset, Shen.
And maybe another Manhasset.
Maybe another Manhasset, I do think so.
Really great view here. Our friends in blue.
Mohawk. We are kicking.
Guys are hauling on it.
It looks so fun.
It does.
Don't you just want to go row? They're moving. Good job, lane 9. That was not Port. That was Port Jefferson. Mohawk will be in here somewhere. There's Shen, and a couple Manhasset boats. Looks like it's building up to be a pretty good race for everyone. Hopefully, everybody's got a little buddy to go fight with. Litchfield Hills, with a bit of a lead here. Hard to tell how much our angle is a little bit behind our leaders, so we can see the middle of our pack. So Litchfield Hills is just going to try and keep looking at the field. Rowing, you're going backwards, so if you can get up early, you can kind of place the field, control it a little bit more.
And this media launch, if you're at home wondering, why can't I see my person I'm trying to watch who's winning? It's actually really hard for media launches just because they put off a lot of wake. And
even at any level.
Right.
Like you go race internationally and you're like, why did I just get waked by a media
will
launch?
actually not be in a launch. They'll usually be on like a bicycle path, or even at the Olympics they usually have a like one-lane car lane, so that the media launch can track those front runners without disrupting the race of anyone else.
But here at Saratoga Rowing, we've got our lovely launch driver, Orion rower Katie Flynn. Earlier today it was Orion rower Caitlin Kynast out of Connecticut Boat Club, and one of our guys from our live stream broadcast, and they're doing their best to get you footage, which we think has been awesome. But here's our finish line camera. Looks like Litchfield still with the lead. Manhasset trying to hold on to them. That flag is up.
I think that's Manhasset C, actually.
Woohoo!
And Manhasset A is over here in lane 6, just out of frame at the moment.
Can hear some screaming from the shores. They're just close enough that people feel comfortable yelling. We can hear them. That's Litchfield, Manhasset C.
Watch out, Shen is charging on Manhasset here. Shen is taking some really intense strokes. I think they're going to be able to catch.
I think Shen is going to fight Litchfield.
This is crazy sprint from
Litchfield's
Shen
been confident that whole time. Go, Shen.
Sneak attack. Just turned up the dial to 11 in the last 25 strokes.
I think
Shen's going to take the whole win.
Way to go, Shen, with a heck of a last
Litchfield Hills
third.
there.
Then both Manhasset boats are first from
Manhasset C.
Manhasset C, and then Manhasset A.
And here's Port Jefferson coming across the line.
That long, strong, light blue color. And then we've got a race back here between these guys.
Mohawk Homeschool, I think.
I think
Or no,
right.
Bromfield. Bromfield Actonbacks. Where are they in this race? Let's see. Might be Bar.
No, I think you are right
No,
with
it
Lane
was.
7 Mohawk. Yep.
And then a second finish from.
Is that another maritime crew?
I think it's Maritime B. We've got 2 more boats coming at you. We reassess. I think our earlier sprint finish between our 2 orange boats was between Whalen Weston and Manhasset A.
Yeah, you think there's this is Manhasset B.
Because this is lane 3.
I think this is Niskayuna.
Niskayuna.
Yep.
And then back
I
here
do think that is Whalen Weston.
I think this one is Manhasset C.
Oh ho ho.
They did a switcheroo
These
on
oranges.
us.
We thought
Could
the
we have
orange
a
would be
purple
easy
team?
to see.
Could we have a pink team?
That
What
is
else
Whalen
don't we
Weston.
have?
No, that is. We had it.
Okay, we were right.
So well done to both Manhasset
Sorry,
boats and well done to
second-guessed
this Whalen
myself.
Weston boat. Coming in hot. Fun fact, Whalen Weston, our teammate, Tokyo Olympian Christy Wagner, who is also your regatta director for your 2023 Saratoga Invitational.
So coaches, you know her. You love her.
You know her. You've been seeing emails. Don't pretend you weren't seeing those. She's also been an SRA coach.
Every program
all of
except
them?
for the mod boys? No. She's coached every
couldn't tell you. I
program.
think
I think.
Masters?
Yeah.
She was a Whalen Weston alum, and she also just started a podcast that potentially sometime tomorrow we might try and sneak into some sort of live stream. Just
Great.
spoke with our director, Kat Catalano, and we're going to try Kat Catalano. We're going to try and get Christy Wagner's podcast out there about, it's called The Other 3 Years, and it's about all her time
rowing,
outside
the life of rowing.
of actually racing at the Olympics. Like, what do
Right.
you do the rest of your life when you're not racing at the Olympics? How do you make
Right.
that happen? Who makes that happen? So if we can't get that to you sometime this weekend, check it out on your streaming platforms.
The other 3 years.
All right, ladies doubles, same boat class and category, just our women.
So we'll have a 10-boat race here. Maine Coast Rowing, Cambridge Boat Club, Ridley College Rowing, Emma Willard, followed by Albany Rowing Center, Augustine Classical Academy, or ACA for short, Oak Neck Rowing Academy B, Narragansett Boat Club B, Albany Rowing Center B, and Ridley College Rowing D. Ridley College actually is from Canada, so they made quite the trek down here. Most other people came up to Saratoga Springs. We're in the capital region of New York State.
Upstate NY.
This race should be just about underway, if not getting set in those stake boats.
We're close to that on time. I think we're gonna continue to just push. We'll have some 8s up soon, so we'll have these will be the junior doubles, and then some freshman novice coxed 4s, some varsity 8s, and then all of those accompanying 2v3v8s, as well as some varsity 4s. So making our way through this afternoon. If you haven't checked out our vendor tents or the merch and the food, now's the time.
And
there we
here
go.
we're
Ladies are off.
So this is the junior girls double final one. Closest to you is going to be Maine Coast Rowing, followed by Cambridge Boat Club, Ridley A, Emma Willard A, Albany Rowing Center, ACA, Oak Neck, Narragansett. We'll get that picture to you as soon as we can. Albany Rowing Center B, and then Ridley D.
So double, that's 2 athletes, 2 oars each. So 4 oars, everybody's got 1 port and 1 starboard. a big boat for like boat feel and boat moving together. So less of a just push really hard and the boat's going to go.
Finesse, yeah.
A very sensitive technical boat. As we can see, I believe this is Cambridge and can't tell who you are, Maine Coast, with those black and white blades.
Love a vest with nothing underneath. My favorite style choice.
Especially a neon vest.
Come on.
Let's go bow seat of Maine Coast.
So we'll get this race as it unfolds, but it does look like Maine Coast rowing with a strong first 500 here. Being challenged by CBC. CBC with about a seat or two of a lead here as we approach the halfway mark. Followed closely by Ridley A, just next time in lane 7. So 7, 8, and 9 really battling here. And I just heard our drone take off, so we'll get that footage to you soon. But CBC really pushing here. Really nice straight arm hang, so allowing the legs and the hip swing to really shine here for these athletes, those really powerful movements. A lot of people ask about rowing and saying, oh, do you have strong arms?
They give you like a bicep flex. You're like, actually quad flex.
Please admire my quads and my hamstrings. And
Hannah, responsibilities of a stroke seat versus a bow seat in a double as we watch this Cambridge boat kind of start to make some room on our Ridley College and Maine
It's definitely
Coast.
a partnership, so most of the roles are kind of shared. The stroke seat won't necessarily be as much of the coxswain role, just because when they speak, it's actually hard for the bow seats to hear it.
From personal experience.
Just because they're projecting the opposite direction and sound doesn't travel that way. So most of the talking, if any, you'll see coming from the bow seat. They'll kind of be executing their race plan and talking any cues out that they can muster with the breath of race pace.
In between your
exactly.
Go!
Hopefully deeper breaths than that. But
we can try.
The stroke seat's more focused on the speeds and the rhythm, making sure that they're feeling that powerful rhythm that brings out the best of the both.
You'll notice
athletes.
In this Cambridge Boat Club, bow seat's definitely the one taking a little bit more of a look around, making sure they're still in a nice, confident position, and stroke seat seems pretty zoned into that rhythm and that rate.
Yeah, we'll try to get this
press.
This overhead shot from the drone is really cool. So we've got leaders from CBC followed by Maine Coast and over a few lanes over. Again, this is 10 lanes, so bear with us as we get our bearings as well.
That's Ridley College there with their orange stripe out of lane 7. Ridley College sitting pretty solidly in that third place. They'll be your far right-hand boat there.
We've got surging too from these other crews trailing.
Excuse me, that's not Maine Coast.
Right, Maine Coast in third, followed
by
to left,
Ridley, Maine Coast, Cambridge, Ridley, and then it looks like we'll go back to
maybe one lane of separation. So
potentially that goes back to Albany and ACA there.
I think so.
But if you're taking a look,
really
you can
nice
see
water.
Really the path that each boat has taken.
Right, the wake.
And that's only so evident because this water is unreal. Hannah and I are going to pause the live stream. We're going to go for a little row. We'll be back. I wish.
The water's so nice. I can't help it.
There's our Maine Coast ladies. They can see it looks like that's
charging Albany and
Rowing Center on
ACA
that other side.
There.
Yep. She's looking over. She's asking for just a little bit more of herself and her partner. You can see just the stroke seat of ACA trying to stay on bow seat of Albany.
ACA made quite a move there, so they're sitting a couple seats up on Albany. But your leader is still pretty strong, showing from CBC. If anything, they've lengthened or extended their lead over the rest of the field, followed by Ridley College, who's actually extended their lead as well for securing a second place finish. Maine Coast really trying to stick in it and hold off this push from ACA.
And ACA is all the way over there in lane 4 or 5.
You can't see them with your peripheral vision.
Maine Coast is probably pretty focused in on hearing Cambridge and Ridley that it's going to be tricky for these last 4 boats. Albany, ACA, looks like we've got maybe an Oak Neck there in the pack. But right now on your screen, there's Cambridge, which is a very clean couple boat lengths of open finish here.
So it looks like this crew from Maine Coast trying to hold off a really strong surge from ACA.
Yep. Let's see.
Trying to match desperation with clean rowing. ACA is going to take it.
ACA, then Maine Coast, then Albany. I believe that is Oak Neck in that pink and navy blue.
And then quite a race here for these last two positions. Oh, sorry, not last two, next two. Forgive me.
Ooh!
In the red, Emma Willard just short of a strong finish from Narragansett B. Narragansett, similar to Oak Neck, very focused on those small boat skills and a lot more sculling, if anything exclusively sculling. And we have two more of these women's doubles events here for you coming up. So as soon as these last two crews get over the line, we'll head right back up to the start for the second final of this girls junior double event.
That's, I believe, Albany through the line. And a Ridley College. And we scan right back up. It looks like this final two is already halfway down the course. We are moving things in Saratoga Regatta land. 9 boats, starting from closest to our shore in lane 9, Maritime, Oak Neck, Narragansett, Connecticut Boat Club, Manhasset, Cambridge Boat Club, Ridley, Albany, and Oak Neck. And some of these boats are B's, C's, and D's. So again, maybe your third, fourth fastest boat, but maybe just the alphabetical order in which Coach inputted the doubles. So we'll see kind of how this plays out with
We've got quite a front runner there.
Oak Neck B. I believe that's going to be 1, 2, Connecticut Boat Club. Narragansett. It might be Narragansett there.
Pretty impressive lead here, considering this is only a 1500.
6 minutes a rowing, give or take.
And everyone's going as hard as possible.
And not all of boat speed has to do with direct power. Let's see if we can tell you exactly who this is. I believe that's going to be Narragansett, followed closely
CBC, I
by
think.
CBC.
And then
Cambridge.
one lane over, you should have Ridley College, but also could be Manhasset. We're trying to get these bow numbers for you, but it's pretty hard to see from above 10 lanes across, or 9 in this case. Lucky
But
us.
what a beautiful shot. Look at those little boats with our strong ladies in there. Looking over, they're doing all the work themselves, remember. There's no coach microphone in their ear. It looks like this is Narragansett with 10 strokes to the line here in that leading dark boat, followed by...
And then CBC's out of frame, so next we have Manhasset High School in that red boat or orange boat. And then in second place, you have Cambridge Boat Club B for second place.
Yep.
And it looks like Manhasset High School will take that third place position.
With Oak Neck trying to charge through, I think they're a little bit too late. But Manhasset looking strong through the line there. That is Oak Neck through the line in that pink.
And that's going to be Oak Neck D over there in lane 1.
Maritime A.
And this is that CBC entry coming through the middle.
Connecticut, not Cambridge.
Connecticut.
These sneaky little CBCs. That's Connecticut in their black and green. Our Cambridge already passed through the line here. We've got 2 more on the course right now. Looks like an entry from Ridley College and an entry from Albany Rowing. Our orange guys.
Yes, sir.
I believe that is Ridley. Followed 2 strokes to the line, we've got Albany.
So I think, Megan, we have 2 all-girls programs here at the Saratoga Invite. We've got Emma Willard
Yep.
and
Connecticut.
CBC, Connecticut
Yeah.
Boat Club.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, advancing the sport, which was historically
A very
excluded,
male-dominated sport.
male-dominated,
In terms
if not
of like
male
historical
only.
races,
Yeah.
you know, boathouses.
We only
leagues.
achieved gender equality at the Olympic level in the last 15 years, I
It's pretty
think.
close.
If
yeah.
not,
yeah.
no, I
Since
think
I've known rowing.
2017 there was a men's coxed pair, which never existed for the women. So 2017 World Championships.
World Championships.
So I'm not sure about the
Not sure
Olympics.
Olympics, but there were
Historic-
more boys out there.
Historically, the women have not been included
So
as
pretty
much.
pretty
so
cool to see the future of. I think also with the advancement of women's rowing, you also advance men's rowing, right?
True.
Like they go hand in hand. So we're seeing the future in these girls junior doubles. This will be final 3, a full 10-boat lane race.
So, coming across your screen, we'll go from your right to left. The high lanes are on the left, low lanes are on the right. So Narragansett C, Oak Neck C, Maine Coast B, Ridley B, Manhasset B, Litchfield A, Wayland Weston A, Bromfield Acton Boxborough A, Concord A, and then Star Rowing on the far right. And here we have an awesome drone picture. You can kind of see these athletes steering, trying to make it as straight down the course as possible. Most doubles don't have any toe steering or rudder, so it's more about pressure steering and timing the blades together. So it's a symmetrical and unilaterally timed motion.
Because if I asked you if one hand or one leg was stronger, probably.
Everyone's got a dominant side, right?
So
or
you
most
just got to
people.
figure out at what time and what press and what motion can you even yourself
Exactly.
out. Looks like that is potentially our BAB boat ahead here in that black.
That's what I'm seeing. If
And
Concord's
we're
there,
missing some boats, but we'll figure out our numbers. Sometimes we get a little bit out of the drone shot or a little bit back.
because Concord is red and they're over there on the left of our screen and should be in lane 8.
There's our Litchfield Hills boat in that black and white geometric patterns. You can see bow seat was definitely turning around, checking in to see where they lined up with everybody else.
That's a Ridley crew. Should be in lane 4.
Yep.
Could be Manhasset. Let's
I
see.
think we've got a 4 there. I think you're right.
So that's Manhasset, and here's Wayland Weston in your screen.
Can't miss the maroon and orange stripes.
So if that's Litchfield Hills, it looks like Pittsford is currently, or no, sorry. Yeah, that's right. We're missing a few crews, I think, over on the far left hand of our screen that we just can't see on this feed at the moment.
But either way, you can see all the little wiggly lines, as straight as those lines can be. Right, fastest distance, point A to point B is your
And
shortest distance.
Ideally, too, you want to see the puddles as far apart as possible. When the rate gets high and people are just taking a stroke about every
Spinning their
second and a
wheels
half,
little bit is what we
here in the last
call it.
250, those puddles might get closer together as the rate comes up, but trying to still push the boat as far as you can in between strokes. There's Star Rowing coming
I'm gonna say
on the
that
far
leader
left.
is a Manhasset crew or a Litchfield
Because
Hills
we
crew.
saw their blades and it looked like Litchfield from our vantage point.
There you go. Did you see them just pick up that rate there?
Yep. And we've got
Yeah, I
some
believe that's a Litchfield
we've got some
Hills.
steering problems in the boat next to them. So it's possible that that crew is Wayland Weston or
Manhasset in
Mm-hmm.
that orange. But your leader for this final with a aggressive, I don't know, 8-boat lead is that Litchfield Hills boat. Looks
They
like
gotta
they've been
feel
leading
pretty
the
good
whole
about
time,
that.
and it just took us a second to figure out who you were. You speedy little ones. Well done, Litchfield Hills women's junior double. So no seniors in this event, all athletes that have another year.
So Waylon Weston coming across
high
the
school
last
rowing.
10 strokes here. They are your second place positioned
There
crew.
they are, that far left corner.
Silver medal
about to cross the
secured for
line.
Waylon Weston in 3, 2,
Brr, brr,
1.
brr, brr.
Exactly. And then that looks like a Ridley crew
I
to my
believe
eye. So they'll take home the bronze. Really tight finish here between lane 1 and lane 9. Star rowing, trying to give a fight, but unable to catch Oak Neck.
Yep, Oak Neck C there. There's Star in that bright pink, that bright orange. Ooh, ooh.
Really tight finish between Narragansett C,
yep.
Manhasset,
and BAB, perhaps. Potentially Friends of Concord. I think BAB is going to finish up here out of lane 7 in that bright blue blades. And there's Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough through the line here. Their coach, Gary, is listed as rowing legend, according to his athletes. 1976 Olympic competitor and MIT graduate. So teaching those BAB athletes all he's got. As we move away from our smaller boats, we'll go to our boys freshman novice coxed fours. So back to sweeping. Each athlete will have 1 oar. We'll have 4 athletes and a coxswain in the boat. Currently waiting for that 4:08 race to start. It is 4:07, so looks like in true Saratoga rowing regatta fashion, we're back on track. Full 10 lanes here. So we'll have, I believe these will be all A boats, except we've got a B CRI boat and a B Friends of Port boat. But A, Friends of Concord, Main Coast A, Greenwich A, Litchfield Hills A, Pittsford Crew A, Romerica Rye A, Wappingers Crew A, and CRI A. I don't see a ton of movement there of blades at the start yet. But like we've said throughout the day, some novice boats take a little bit longer. Just first-time experiences. It'd be like if you were going to drive a car and had to parallel park it.
At your driver's test they handed you a
Suburban
or even a trailer
and told you to parallel park, and all you had done was practice backing into a totally different spot. So lots of new things happening. That's why we practice. That's why we get to do these things before we head to any sort of regional, state, or national championship. Just a reminder to check in over at the registration tent if you've lost anything or if you found anything. They've got a nice lost and found setup over there, as well as a scratch record. So if you're looking to not race any crews that you had previously registered, coaches, head on over there. I see blades a-moving. Looks like our boys, freshman novice coxed fours, are headed down the course. Water looks great, maybe a little bit of a crosswind. The finish line flag is lightly billowing. Nothing that's going to really affect any cruise speed. So boys are on the course. Let's see what we've got. Lane 9, we have CRI. Lane 7, Row America Rye. And I believe out of lane 4, we've got our Greenwich. We can barely see that stern deck there anymore. CRI B on the other side of the field.
Greenwich with those neon vests really pushing away here in the first
Early.
half of the race.
Early.
Some confidence to do that.
Some trust in the fitness, maybe.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Really nice legs down together. Those legs are probably the most powerful part of the human body. The hip swing also super powerful, so really trying to use the power muscles that we have when the boat's the heaviest up there at the catch.
This Greenwich crew just looking really solid. The guts it takes to kind of commit to that open water lead this early in the race is pretty cool. There's a Row America Rye. We've seen those peach hats before, as well as those white and blue hats. These are novices or freshmen.
They look good.
Very
They look
early
good,
in their
Megan.
rowing careers. That's our CRI B boat on the far side.
You can just see at the bottom of the frame too that lane
There's our
9
CRIA.
little
Little
tight
bit
racing
inter
here.
squad with CRI's
Someone in that
pretty.
B boat's a little upset to be called a B boat.
We call that a little bit of a rage row. Happens to the best of us.
Watch out.
You get a little
CRI
bit of
and lane
adrenaline.
0.
Yep.
Not these guys. These guys have a target on their backs. They're CRIA.
But Row America Rye trying to stay ahead of both of those CRI boats, but not lose track of Greenwich. And I feel like maybe Greenwich has pushed far enough away to feel comfortable. You never really can feel comfortable, but if you're going to feel comfortable about anything, this might be the kind of lead that you're interested in.
And again, we are focusing on these top 4 crews, but this is a 10-boat race.
10.
So while we're focusing on those medal contenders here, right, we also have 6 extra boats who are picking fights with each other, leveling up, trying to get the most out of this race experience that they can.
And
putting
that's
themselves in
exactly
the
it,
fight.
right? For novice rowing, like it in retrospect, it doesn't matter if you're first or if you're 7th. But if you have a good fight out of the race and you learn something about how you work as a crew or how hard you can push
and
yourself,
then you drop a whole minute on your 2K
coach
next
is
year,
proud.
and then you can apply that strength and fitness in an even higher stakes environment. That's what this is about.
There's CRIA close up there through our launch lens. That media launch is trying to get maybe some expressions, some muscles bulging, some blade work.
Rowing is hard. If they are grimacing, it's because rowing is hard. Sprinting, full body.
Greenwich looking
exertion.
real nice in those neon vests against our gloomy little skies here on Fish Creek today.
Again, the water's super nice.
We've
Megan.
actually been, based on everyone's chatter yesterday, I was parking some trailers. Oh, stay dry. Oh, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. Oh, good luck. Like, muddy, muddy, muddy. I'm sure it's a mud pile. But, we've had it worse.
It's true. So
And
this
here-
is the boys freshman novice coxed 4 final 1. Looks like without major disaster, it'll be Greenwich here in these neon vests coming through their last 250. They've got about 4 lengths of open water behind them, if not 6.
Not more. Their coxswain's way tucked in. He doesn't have to look at a single thing. He is beelining for that finish line, going for margins maybe off of a crew in the next heat or just fastest time of the day. But yeah, great
Having
race
that
out of Greenwich there.
ghost calls where you're fighting against a big rival or a future opponent that you know will have that extra gear to challenge you.
Can hear Row America Rye right here. Those coxswains fighting. I think Row America Rye will keep about a boat length up on that CRI A boat.
And CRI B had a pretty strong first half of the race, got a little bit outdone in the last 500 or so.
Catches
They're
are still
finishing
sharp.
here.
We're, boat number 4. We'll take that in a full 10 boat race.
And this is Port Rowing B coming across the line now for, what is that, 5th place?
Yep, I believe so.
And I think by those blades, I think that's Litchfield Hills.
I think so too. Port rowing, our friends out of Long Island. Litchfield Hills with that geometric black and white.
That might be Maine Coast. I'm trying to see their blades here.
Friends of Concord or Maine Coast. Let's see who.
I think Maine Coast.
I think Maine Coast. You're right as well.
Concord here, only rowing stern pairs, so something's happened.
There's Pittsford through the line. And then you're right, our buddies over there in lane 2, stern pairs setting up the boat nice and easy, and stern pairs having to do all the work. So hope everybody's okay in that boat. Hope equipment can be fixed nicely. But here we go.
Good, and we'll just get reset here really quickly for the next race. We've got the second final. Again, these are relatively random seating, so trying to give everyone a good race experience without a heat to final kind of progression. This is the boys freshman novice coxed for final 2. We've got 10 boats: St. Andrews from Georgia, Pelham from Pelham, New York, Manhasset. Where's Manhasset from, Megan? We'll get that to you.
Manhasset.
Greater Lawrence, Hudson Valley, I think, somewhere in there. Manhasset. Port A, Wayland Weston, Manhasset B, and then Pittsford B, Greenwich B.
And when you see this 4+, that plus means the coxswain, and that's often an athlete who
Great shot here.
starts with a little bit smaller stature, I'd say. Is not necessarily the biggest guy on the team, but also somebody who can be kind of a leader in the boat. We see this St. Andrews crew moving pretty well together. You can see their coxswain
I love
there.
these unis and the blade.
Yeah, if I could
fan.
use a black with a little bit of SA and yellow uni. If you got an extra in a women's large, you know where I live.
And then you got over there on the far lanes, really strong contention here. I think that must be Greenwich B.
and Port A.
I think so.
Yeah. But St. Andrews, they're like, we came all the way from Georgia. We're going to go out firing in the first 1,000 of
Just
this
2 weeks
boys
ago,
freshman novice.
our
Cox
Saratoga
4.
juniors went almost that far. They went down to Georgia. Or no, to Virginia.
Virginia.
Excuse me.
Yeah. To row on the Occoquan.
Yeah, for the, what is it called? The Ted Phoenix Regatta?
I believe so, yeah. So lots of like spring racing been happening. I feel like there's been a lot of little scrimmages. This is absolutely one of the biggest races in the Northeast.
And look at this race unfold here. Our top 3 are pretty much exchanging leads here. This was March Madness. We'd have about 12 lead changes so far. Maybe just the number of strokes taken. St. Andrews trying to hold on to that lead. They've got it by about a seat. But Greenwich and Port are pushing each other over there. But again, they're 4 lanes apart as well. This
I've seen
view
the
is deceiving. These crews are really far apart
Yeah.
from each other, just width-wise.
in width, not even in distance. I've seen stroke seat and bow seat of this St. Andrews crew pop a little peak. They know their coxswain's talking to them, but they're like, if I can take a look and I can see bow,
motivation
maybe I can get my partner to bow. Maybe
as long
I can
as
push
you can
bow
stay
to you.
together. If
Which they're
people
doing a
start
really
looking
nice
out
job.
and
Yeah.
they start fracturing, which might happen in freshman novice quad more than any other type of event. Really awesome racing here. St. Andrews is a bit higher in stroke rating. Takes a little bit of technical finesse to be able to race at that high of a rate and still
stay
be
clean.
effective.
Yeah, yeah.
Not flailing, but trying to actually stay connected to the water and propel the boat forward.
And Port and Greenwich over there probably doing the same thing that this St. Andrews crew's doing and looking to the left. Looks like St. Andrews has opened up a bit of a lead here. Greenwich might be falling slightly back on Port, but that's a move right there. That rate is coming up. That coxswain is ready to go.
The decision.
Telling his boys, time to move. We're not going to wait till the end. We're about 600 meters left of this race.
A call like, don't trust them. Because you never know what
You
kind of
never
tricks
know what
people have
anybody's
up their
got up.
sleeve.
You never
we saw
know.
earlier today, was it
Shen
That
just
boys,
walked that
was it
last.
a 4 or a double?
It was a 4 quad. It was a
4 of a
bigger
quad?
boat. Yeah.
And they came out of nowhere.
Guns a-blazing in that last 300.
Oh my gosh. They were a full length and a half down, and the last 250
Go.
just clicked into that new gear.
So we'll see
really
what
trying
Port
to
can do ahead of this Greenwich boat. We'll see what St. Andrews can do. Keep walking. And then likely, again, 10-boat race. We're able to see these 3 top boats, but there are 7 other boats throwing punches and making moves.
Here we go,
back
Megan.
there.
Wind is picking up. We've got a cross. Thankfully, we've got coxswains in this race, so any impact the wind has on their boat steering, the coxswain
rowers
can
doesn't have to worry
really
about.
quickly adjust. The
You can
rowers
see that
don't
flag
have to
of the
think
finish
about
flag
it.
blowing towards the Saratoga shore. So not going to give you a tailwind, maybe a bit of a tail, but mostly from that port side to that starboard side. But this is a pretty cool shot for us, looking at it straight across the line, because St. Andrews Port and Greenwich, like, there's so much room between these boats. It does look like St. Andrews is going to pull off it here.
And again, that's the Greenwich B and Port A entries. I know there are a couple of
St. Andrews right there with the win. Nice and clean. Well done
Just
there.
a bit of open water. That's got to feel good.
That's Port, say the Port A and Greenwich B. And then looks
and
like...
we got to remember, this is the future of these programs. They're
These
freaking
are
out like they
babies.
won the championship, but it's like, this is the future of
Yeah.
these big programs. St.
Yeah.
Andrews and Greenwich and
Yep.
Port are huge programs.
Yeah, that's Manhasset through the line out of lane 7. Looks like we've got Pelham Community out of lane 8, just ahead of Greater Lawrence. Greater Lawrence?
Might have been Maritime.
Might have been
entry.
Maritime. Might have been Maritime.
We're so used to Maritime sculling.
In yellow boats, you row a different
I
kind of
know.
boat. What am I going to do?
It's okay.
So,
Keeps us
well
on our
done,
toes.
Maritime.
We've got a
This will be
4
in lane
here
2.
off course.
That's Manhasset B.
We've got a safety launch here helping 4 that's a bit lost.
That crosswind is getting people blown into our shore, so just cautious with launching and docking. Through the line here, we've got lane 5, which will be your Greater Lawrence crew. And then out on that far lane from us, the closest to the Regatta shore, that's your Pittsford crew B. Bucket hats abound. Well, really just one, but he is rocking it.
So we've got a boat over here on shore. Not sure which boat it is, because can't see their bow number, but they are actually over here in the launch docks. They're a little stuck. So we'll try to get you which crew that is as soon as we can, because I know those parents are probably on this live stream wondering, where is my child?
Where is my child? Ah, the adventures of outdoor water sports.
They're still a bit stuck.
This will be your Wayland Weston crew, lane 3, and our boys freshman novice coxed 4. Small crab here in the Wayland Weston 4. Not entirely unusual in these freshman novice boats. We've all been there. So he got his blade stuck under as he tried to take it out feathering, and the boat was just moving too far in the direction of the finish line. It looks like they would get themselves all settled in their cross legally
It's like
without
when you,
any
envision like swirling a cup of hot cocoa, right, with your spoon, and then twist your spoon the other way, and it catches that momentum, and you get stuck, and it tries to keep going. That's my analogy.
That was pretty good. Well, there you go, Wayland Weston through the line, and up next,
this crew doesn't have a bow number. Their blade is red with a blue stripe vertically through the middle of it. Do I know what that blade is? Not at the moment.
In the meantime, hopefully these boys will make their way across the line. We've got our girls' final varsity 8, so these crews are going to come down quick. Out of lane 0, Greenwich, Arlington Belmont, Emma Willard, Wayland Weston, Connecticut, Port, Riverfront Recapture, Saratoga, New Trier, and Cincinnati Junior. Looks like that is New Trier right in front of us with Saratoga. Maybe a seat or two behind.
I think New Trier has, maybe, I'm not sure if it's in the first varsity, but Grace Joyce, who just won the Pan American Games in the women's single.
Was she
for
a New
Team
Trier?
USA. She's a New Trier. And her sister is currently here. And rumor has it Grace came to watch.
Hello,
but
Sister Joyce.
it was a secret. So
There's Cincinnati Junior, New Trier, Saratoga, and then I believe on that far side, Arlington Belmont, but no promises there. We'll have to take a look.
But Saratoga and this far lane of Cincinnati currently duking it out just about level. You can see the coxswains almost in the same spot, maybe a seat or two of advantage.
That Saratoga rowing 8, all 6 seniors in the 1V are continuing to row in college, as well as another athlete. Carly Fay, Maddie Anderson, Annabelle Grosclose, Megan Fairley, Claire Macy, Elizabeth Arneson, Lane Emanation, Lizzie Whitney, and McKenna Billington, all going to some pretty cool schools. So last Saratoga Invitational home course for those ladies. I bet they're ready to rip a big one.
Take home a medal.
Looks like this Cincinnati rowing team has opened up a bit of a lead here.
And New Trier and Saratoga have been just exchanging blows down this
I don't think
race
anybody's
course.
had more than a seat or two. You can see just little peeks out of some of their eyes. They're trying.
Only non-seniors. You got sophomore Sam Dodds in this race. Stepping into some pretty big shoes here. Saratoga fan squad from other boats coming down to the docks to cheer him on as these crews enter the last 250. You'll see those buoys turn red.
That's Cincinnati Junior, I believe, still with the lead. We'll watch those outside boats from the far low lanes, but otherwise New Trier and Saratoga, I mean, stroke for stroke,
New Trier
almost
is a
the whole
little
way
bit higher
down.
rates. Let's see if Saratoga can answer that step up in the racing cadence.
Girls varsity coaches, head coach Lauren Shaw and assistant coach Ricky Flowers. They're sprinters. Can they get sprinters out of this
You have
8?
sprinters for coaches. What can you do? But still Cincinnati now with open water on this field. Must feel pretty good to be a Cincinnati sweep rower right now. Saratoga really trying to answer all these pushes from New Trier, and neither of these crews really being challenged by the trailers. It's a battle between second and third.
Well, we've got this outside lane
fifth.
that hasn't been in the shot.
You're kidding.
Who is that? Greenwich?
Who is that?
Greenwich? It very well might be.
This is the only limitation of 10 boats across. Cincinnati still charging for
with
first.
the lead.
Saratoga
and
New Trier and
Trier,
Greenwich.
stroke for stroke. I think New Trier's going to have about a seat or two on Saratoga there.
Yep,
Saratoga with the bronze.
Greenwich.
I believe that's Greenwich out there.
We'll double check it for you.
And then looks like Connecticut Boat Club.
You can see how close they are to that marina
Friends
here
of
at the
Port,
finish
maybe
in lane
Friends
9.
of Port first into Saratoga Boat, into
Megan, we've got a
Friends of
collision
Port.
happening.
There's a lot happening right
in the
now.
cool down. That marina, we have just enough for 10 lanes of a 1500, but no more. No more.
3 boats still on the course. Looks like that will be lane 1, Arlington Belmont. So I do believe that was Greenwich in our 4th place there. 5th
What
place.
a sneak attack.
4th.
Here's Emma Willard.
Emma Willard, big boats.
It's been a developing program for the past few years. Really cool to see them in those 8s.
And Riverfront recapture with the rear of that very exciting first round of varsity.
Seriously.
We got 2 more, so don't wait up. Or do wait up, I guess.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
This is TV, and we're not going to a commercial break. You're just getting more.
We're just another
action.
one. I mean, that was a 10-boat race. That was the Greenwich Crew B playing with the big dogs. So we'll see in this next final.
A 2V playing with the 1Vs.
Next final, starting from the Regatta Lees Park Shore, CRIC boat, Northampton A, Niski A, Friends of Concord A, Liverpool A, Deerfield A, Greenwich A, Mercer A, Pelham Community A, and St. Andrews A. So CRIC has got their work cut out for them if those boats are appropriately A being your top, B being your middle, and C being your third. Could be 3 dead even boats, and coach trying to make some decisions.
So pretty.
Drone footage back up here. There she is.
Green foliage coming in.
If you're looking to run, if you're looking to bike, if you're looking to hike, if you're looking to row, Saratoga Springs might be the place for you.
We can see these crews just getting lined up there at the start. Again, this is our girls varsity 8 final 2, scheduled to go off at 4:32, so they got 3 minutes to chill up there. Within 2 minutes, a referee does have the license to start early if they see everybody's locked in and has no objection. But we're running on schedule. I don't anticipate any schedule changes from here on out.
Pretty within 20 minutes all day, 15 minutes. Wind's picking up a little bit from that port side to that starboard side as the crews come down the course. Nothing that should be earth-shattering for any of these. I believe we only have varsity crews.
We've got some 3v4
Some 3v4vs and a couple of junior coxed 4s, but all boats that should, in general perspective, be ready for a little bit of conditions.
So in this race, we'll have St. Andrews over here on the left side of your picture from the drone shot. Pelham next to them, PNRA Mercer, then Greenwich A, Deerfield, Liverpool High School, Concord, Niskayuna, Northampton Community, and CRI out of Boston. That's their C boat, as you said.
Yes. Yeah. Bring it.
Bring it.
CRI is a very deep team, a very big team. They can pull from all parts of Boston. They have a beautiful boathouse.
It's worth mentioning, too, this is the Saratoga Invite takes both scholastic and club teams. It's
what
kind of
does that mean, Hannah?
all
Goodness
free for all,
gracious,
free
junior
flowing.
rowing.
So high school teams, some people believe, have just a different set of constraints on their recruiting, if you know what I mean. Like
High
you
school based out of
only-
the school.
Right. So you're
Yes.
competing for your high school program, and thus you can't recruit from other towns,
Right.
neighboring areas.
I don't care if there's a
around
fast
you.
girl that is homeschooled next to you. Sorry.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got to be able to represent your high school, and so that's a scholastic type of team,
Yep.
and so they race in scholastic championships, and then club teams will race in the club championships.
Yep. And so club, you pick whatever schools you want. Anybody can come. It's based on location.
So they're usually more inclusive because
Right.
you can have both high
Whoever
school
you want.
athletes and club athletes.
And look at these. Here we go.
those.
Girls varsity 8's final 2s are off. Looks like everybody's off to a little bit of a raging start. Here we go, ladies. Looks like I see that dark green of Deerfield.
It's worth noting how loud. I wish we had the audio to
We
give
gotta
you guys
mic up
at
one
home.
of these coxswains
I know,
one of these days.
All 8 of those athletes rolling up and down the slides, rotating their oar in the oar lock each time you come out to the
Maybe
finish.
grunting a little bit, maybe splashing a little bit.
Sometimes people are shouting. They're giving hoots and hollers.
That's lane 5 and lane 6. Liverpool. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I
That's
think
Deerfield and
yeah.
Greenwich, excuse me.
So Deerfield, usually more specializing in the 4s in my memory, but really crushing
Out
it
to a
here in
quick
this
start.
women's varsity 8.
Can see that water's just a little choppier after the boats come through, a little bit of a crosswind. Really quite a nice water day here. So we'll
Concord
see lane
coming
3.
across.
Yep, Concord. We see the CRI boat on that far side. Those blue blades of Mercer. Northampton Community out of lane 1. Awesome shot here. You can see some of these boats warming up in the other direction.
Yep.
And then
But
our
here's Deerfield
racing
and Greenwich,
lineups.
those
Yep.
first 2 crews. You've got Deerfield in the, I think, the lighter boat.
Yep.
And then Greenwich in the dark boat. Both
And
of them
then
have
look
white
at-
blades, really, or Deerfields are half green, but you
Yeah.
can't really see
Look
that
white
from here.
And then furthest to the bottom of your screen is St. Andrews, Pelham Community, and then Mercer. With looks like St. Andrews has put a little bit of distance up on the other 2, but another fight for third. We'll see what happens with these top 2. Again,
Yeah.
who's in the plan of saving a little bit for the end, and who's in the plan of I'm going to race to the 1,000 and see what happens.
It's a little bit of a tailwind still today. We do have a slight impact of a head current going on. So the times are pretty fast, but maybe not ripping fast. But in
No
an
more
8,
4-minute 1500s.
in an 8 though, this 1500 is going to go by quickly.
Faster than you want.
Yep. So we've got
Gotta
Greenwich.
take advantage quick, just
Greenwich
like
has
this
got
Greenwich
the
and
advantage
Deerfield
here.
boards
So in
are.
this last 500, Greenwich has walked about 7 or 8 seats. They were down in the first 500. In the middle 500, they really leveled up, and if not took the advantage. And here in the last 500, it is Greenwich's day.
Just
They're
for
taking
your,
it from this Deerfield Academy crew.
Cincinnati Junior Rowing in that first final of the Varsity 8 went 5:01. New Trier 5:05, Saratoga 5:06 for our medal winners there.
So we'll see how
we'll
this
see
race
if
compares.
I wonder if this push from first place, instead of a 4 seconds back, being just a boat length, if our friends in the
bring out the best of each other.
Right, if
make
Greenwich
us all
is
go
going to get
faster.
pushed a little bit. But yeah, we can hear screaming already. And they're
And
300
it looks
to
like,
the line.
is this the PNRA Mercer in that
I
red
believe
boat?
so, that little bit of red.
They're really putting some distance between them for securing their 4th place, seeing if they can challenge
Go
St.
fight
Andrews
for that
for
third, right?
Get in the mix, take a seat, take
and I'm
another.
Sure that
You're
St.
running out
Andrews
of room.
Coxswain sees Deerfield out of the corner of her eye and is willing to try and go get it, or at least push away from Mercer. You see, here's Greenwich, our leaders. Deerfield, that dark green white boat. But Greenwich absolutely moved away with it in the last 300 meters. They're up there, I don't know, 46, 48.
Yep.
Greenwich, I want to know what you finished that race at.
A lot of high buns.
There's Deerfield, and then a bigger margin than anticipated, but Mercer and St. Andrews have absolutely pushed away from
And kudos to
who's
the
our friends there?
CRIC boat. Are you
Pelham
kidding
Community.
me? Over here in the far
St. Andrews
lane.
through the line. Mercer, will CRIC take down Pelham Community? Yeah, yeah. Well done, CRIC. Pelham Community right behind. And then look at this.
Another
a whole nother
dogfight.
race. Awesome.
It's like raceception.
I believe
A
that
race
will
within a
be
race within a
Friends
race.
of Concord, bow to stern on Niskayuna. And then back to Liverpool and Northampton, I believe. Good race, all ladies.
Northampton's blades are cool. It's like the radioactive yellow and black.
That's because they're so dangerous.
Yeah. Watch out.
We'll see as the results come in. I'm going to guess they were a smidge faster, but we
We'll
will
see.
see. We still got one more race in the varsity 8s and then a couple 2Vs. So these big girl boats, keep them coming.
And you might be looking at your watch thinking, almost 5 p.m. Must be almost time to end this day of racing.
But
well,
Hannah,
you thought wrong.
don't let the day end.
You thought wrong. We want this fun to continue. So we will be here with you for another 2 hours.
Make sure you get your snacks, get your merch. Tomorrow, who knows? The shirt you wanted might be gone.
I have a conspiracy theory for you at
Hit me.
home. Not
Oh.
you. You are in on it.
I'm conspired.
You're
Conspired.
You've conspired with me. If you ever notice, Hannah's been talking a while. What happened to Megan? It's because we're going to get snacks. We escape very
I'm going to give a
carefully.
shout out to Lori Kennery, hero of rowing regattas here at Saratoga Rowing. She is the one that is our fearless leader of the food tent. If you have been chucked a breakfast sandwich,
And
it
it's
was
got
by
a hash
her.
brown in it, specifically.
It was by her. So, and I'm sure all of our other teams out there also can say thanks. I'm sure there are team moms and team dads and team grandmas all over the place chucking hash brown filled breakfast sandwiches at people.
I personally would like to give a shout out to Fordham Prep because they have a disco ball in their
What?
food tent. I know.
That's unreal.
I know.
If
I
you
have
go
eyes
into
in
the
sky.
registration tent,
We also
the
have a disco
registration
ball.
building, there is a disco ball hanging off that garage door,
Mm-hmm.
hung by Miss Hannah herself.
And if you're wondering, why isn't there disco music playing? You can find someone named Scotty, and he'll remedy that for you. Just shout Scotty until he
Into the
responds.
void. Into
If
the
anyone
void.
has a walkie-talkie,
Scotty
ask
it.
them to get Scotty. He's the man. With
We'll
the music
have
powers.
he's just the man.
He's just
period.
the man.
Our next event will be our girls varsity 8, same class and boat style as the previous 2 races in the final 3. Lane 9 will be Row America Rye A. Lane 8, Pittsford Crew A. Lane 7, CRI. Lane 6, Litchfield Hills. Lane 5, Bromfield Acton Boxborough. Lane 4, Shen. Lane 3, Fayetteville Manlius. Lane 2, Burnt Hills. Lane 1, Wappingers Crew. And we are in an empty Lane 0. So an only 9 boat race here, but to be fair, we do have 29 varsity 8s. It's a few 8s. That's a few 8s. Gonna read a little bit about that St. Andrews Rowing Club that did very well in that previous race. They were a club team founded in response to Georgia Tech wanting to start a rowing club. So the collegiate club team was required to start a junior club in order to gain riverfront access. So pretty cool kind of how it circles around more college varsity rowing equals more college club rowing equals more junior rowing, and then those junior rowers end up wanting to row in college, and kind of a full circle there. They've got 3 seniors on their team. Riley Vincent will be rowing for the University of Louisville out of St. Andrews. Their pre-race night before ritual: eat food and sleep. And I think it would be so smart if we all paid attention to that. But anyway, back to our current racing. We've got varsity 8s, final 3.
So from left to right, oh, now we're zoomed in. But again, this is a 9-boat race. Looks like our
Row
front
America
runner is
Rye
Row
already
America
out.
Rye.
Already out.
Pretty impressive, as we saw. They're only about a minute into the race, so they've got some good strength
Row
training
America's
going on.
ready to prove something.
They're super speedy there over in lane 9.
You can see
And then
even
it's
in this
pretty
field,
tight.
like
Everyone's
everybody's
got
within
contact.
2 boat lengths of each other, we think here.
Yeah, it looks like in lane 7 could be second place early on, CRI, followed very closely by Pittsford, and then pan over into lane 2. You've got, looks like Burnt Hills really pushing in on those 3 lanes in the or the 2 lanes in the middle, currently battling for 4th.
Shen, BAB, Fayetteville Manulus, a
Look at
smidge
Row
off the
America
pace.
Rye. Holy smokes.
Not even
They've only
making
been
it a
rowing for
race.
2 minutes. That's the 500-meter buoy right there that they're passing, that white one at the bottom left.
They've been rowing for 4 minutes. 4
That's
minutes.
500 to
But
go.
still.
Yes. Quite impressive
well
here.
done. You can see that coxswain's course straight down the middle of that line. And to be honest, that coxswain is probably not even turning around anymore. She knows her rowers can see behind him. She can hear less of the other coxswains.
And CRI's got almost open water here on the next crew from Pittsford. Pittsford with a really strong performance here in this first varsity 8 final 3. And especially being pushed by the next boats in this race. You've got right next to, so CRI is currently in second place behind Row America Rye, then Pittsford, and then you've got a battle going on between Litchfield Hills, Bromfield Acton Boxborough, and Burnt Hills.
This is fun. This is why 8s are such a blast. That CRI boat's feeling pretty nice about themselves, sitting ahead of the field, probably a little bit, I don't know, scared, frightened after that Row America Rye boat went nuts off the start.
Right.
But still feeling confident in that silver medal, and then you bump back just a smidge.
Look at this battle for 4th.
This
You're
is
not even
gonna
going
be
to
fun.
get a medal winning this battle, but you're just
That's
relentlessly
so
getting
fun.
that competitive spirit, pushing on each other, using the experience to get anything you can out of it.
And at this point, you're probably not thinking medal. You're just thinking
Bromfield
get
Acton
ahead.
Boxborough is fighting here. They're trying to get contact with that 3rd place crew from Pittsford.
And we can see, look at this. Well, the Burnt Hills boat had a double bucket of sorts. There's Row America Rye cruising across that line. Did not
Strong
start
women.
pulling.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't hit the marina. That's my last advice. CRI coming across here for silver, followed by a mess of boats. Pittsford with the bronze.
has extended a bit of a lead into that
Thank
bronze.
goodness they did. I bet they are grateful for their lead, because that visual psychological advantage kept the rest at bay.
And that's
Bromfield,
BAB, right,
Burnt Hills,
Litchfield.
I think.
I think you're right. BAB,
Then
Burnt Hills,
Litchfield.
then Litchfield.
And
And
then
then
we've
we
got
still have another race happening between
Shen and Fayetteville
Fayetteville
Manlius.
Manlius and Shen, our green buddies.
Crazy. Wappingers will round out this field here. We've got a bright red hat going on there.
Let's go. You can see
Easy
them.
to spot.
That
Mom's
top
like,
right
will you wear
corner.
this, please, so I can tell which one you
man,
are?
Oh, man. Beautiful. Well, we're done racing, ladies. That was fun.
Oh, and just like that, that's our last varsity 8 race. But don't worry, we still have more Fast and Furious racing. The girls have just a
2V,
few
2V,
more.
2V, 3V,
And then we got a
3V,
little
4V,
break.
5V. And then some boys'
The
fours
boys
and
will
whatnot.
sprinkle in with some coxed fours. You ever have a drone suspended over the water and you just will it to come back?
We're trying.
That's the inside scoop here from the finish line. So coming up next, we have the girls' second varsity 8s. So as we kind of talked about with the boys' 8s that went earlier, rowing's a bit different from other sports. So in other sports, you have kind of the varsity team and then the JV team. And maybe in earlier days when rowing wasn't as huge of a team, the second varsity 8 was kind of like a JV. But nowadays,
But now you've got teams that have 50
5
kids.
8s.
Yeah.
And so instead of the first varsity 8 and second varsity 8 feeling like a JV, you have really more of like a basketball team where you have the starting 5, then you've got your bench 5,
But
and
it's
then
kind
you've
of fun
got
because
the
everyone
3,
gets to play.
but then everyone gets
It'd be
to
like
play
if
the whole
your
time.
benches were playing on a simultaneous game next to each other.
So this 2v8 should also be super competitive. It's the same level, just maybe a little bit less speed. But we'll have 8 boats in this second varsity 8 race. Row America Rye, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, Pittsford, CRI, Concord, Burnt Hills, Arlington, Belmont, and Greenwich B. So Greenwich B, maybe more of like a 3V for the program.
Right.
As Greenwich A will present itself in the second final.
So I don't see blades moving yet. I see
But they got a minute. It's 4:48.
Are we ahead of time?
We're ahead of time.
Rock and roll.
We've got 8-minute centers. These boats are finishing races in 5 minutes. 3 minutes of downtime for Megan and I to spew our best
what else can we
rowing
tell you
inside
about teams
scoops.
that have given us information? We've got a lot of information about seniors here.
We
So out of Narragansett, we've got 5.
yeah, Maeve's going to
Maeve's
BU.
going to Boston University. She's got double jointed shoulders.
Super
Lindsay
ginger.
Williams, Yale rowing, beast mode 100% of the time. I know a couple girls from Yale that are also beast mode 100% of the time. Jonah Cohen, WPI rowing. He's the shortest male at Narragansett. Best coxswain to rower pipeline. And then we've got Charles Adams, WPI rowing. Tallest one. So they're going to
Opposite end
be
of the
quite
spectrum.
a pair at WPI. And then Ben Kearns going to Emory Riddle. Hard pieces only.
No steady state.
There's nothing that's easy and there's nothing that's hard. It's all just rowing. So well done, Narragansett.
Arlington Belmont crew, who will be in this race that's about to head off. They've got 2 captains, Jane and Beryl. They'll be going to Loyola University of Chicago to study elementary education and Carnegie Mellon University for environmental engineering.
Very cool.
And then let's see anything else about this women's squad. Sophia will be attending UVM. to study early childhood education, minor in ASL or American Sign Language. Pretty cool. Arlington Belmont for the
Sounds like a
women's
bunch
side.
of kids with a lot of cool futures. What else can we tell you about Arlington Belmont? They were great and filled out our form. They were founded in 2005, so pretty relatively new crew. Their novice girls coach, so maybe works with this 2V occasionally, was a rower from the team in high school, and she went to UMass Amherst and returned back.
Jane, their captain, has worn the same St. Patrick's Day socks every race the past 4 years. Hopefully
That's
has
a
washed them,
commitment.
I would assume. But the coxswains encourage all rowers as like a team culture commitment, individually with motivating words during the race, from the first stroke to the sprint, ending with bow seat during the final sprint.
That's fun. So at 250, they call stroke seat, and by the end, they're hitting up bow seat. Well, it looks like the race has gotten started here. Again, this is the girls' 2v8, so kind of our numbers 9 through 16 athletes, and looks
Early
like we've
runner.
got Row
Who do you
America
think it
Rye
is?
ready to go. And they don't know how that 1v just
No,
went.
they were out
So
in the water warming up.
They are ready to follow in the shoes.
And you might have, if you've been watching all day with us, you might recognize some people.
That is not Row America Rye. I'm not entirely sure who you are.
I think it might be they might have just hot seated because they were definitely in the lane closest to us. In lane 9.
We'll figure you out.
They just might
here.
have the wrong bow
Might
number.
just be wrong bow number. That's a CRI out of lane 6, and I believe
Probably Greenwich.
probably a Greenwich over there.
Bromfield here in the blue.
Out of lane 8, there we go.
That's Burnt Hills in the maroon. That's
Yep.
currently kind of challenging.
Yep.
Bromfield. Orange is probably, let's see.
Yeah, I bet you're right with that that hot seating of a CRI shell. That's a
Or
6.
the Row America Rye.
The Row
shell.
America Rye shell, excuse me. Yeah,
that's
CRI in
CRI.
6 there. Greenwich there
Mhm.
in lane 2. But that's not a Row America Rye uni either. Maybe we went all black.
Classic ninja mode. Because they're definitely in lane 9. And that's the Row America Rye blade. It's not quite white. It's
Not
like an
quite
off-white.
Yep.
If you have a specific color shade, Row America Rye, and you want to DM us on Instagram, Saratoga Rowing, please let me know. I don't want to call it off-white if you have pride in your, I don't know, oatmeal beige. This is the awesome 2v8 second varsity 8s here. Second 8 of these huge programs. High
Your
level of
rowers
rowing here.
9 through 16.
Greenwich really pushing on CRI here. They were really neck and neck earlier in this race and now really battling one another. Greenwich trying to get open water, but CRI not letting them go. Row America Rye trying to hold on to that lead. They were almost a full length up
They
in that
moved
first
quick.
500. Big risks were taken. We'll see if they can hold on to that lead through this last 500.
You can see the send in this boat, just kicking those hips open. Boom! We'll get back to that drone. We've got the drone back up. It is beautiful. You can see out ahead what we believe to be that Row America Rye boat, followed by that Greenwich crew and our CRI in the red. That right-hand shore, you can see our 4s warming up of our boys. We've got varsity and 2Vs and junior 4s that'll come down the course later. But right now, it's all about that Row America Rye boat out of lane 9, cruising. And then what's fun is even though you've got Row America Rye up there, followed by Greenwich and CRI, our other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats are still having a party back there. Arlington, Belmont, Burnt Hills, Friends of Concord, Pittsford, and BAB.
Really beautiful drone shot here. You can see these coxswains basically steering. Coaches can kind of rewatch this and kind of take their coxswain aside just to kind of go over how the steering went throughout the race. Anytime a coxswain's on the rudder or steering, it can kind of slow the boat down, so it's really crucial actually for coxswains to nail that straight steering while they're also tasked with the job of motivating and executing their race plan.
There's been some international races where they also track the coxswains' like physiological stress, and their heart rate's going to get up to 160, 170. Talking.
Just
crunching
screaming
in the boat.
Yeah.
Like very engaged, but you're yelling. Your legs aren't moving. Flag is up. We've got that Row America Rye out of this closest lane to us.
Greenwich just
through.
Pushing off on CRI. CRI not letting up here. Really great fight from those two crews. That relentless or stubborn racing mentality.
But pretty good spacing between this final compared to other ones. Everybody's in a pretty good position. That's Row America Rye through the line out of that lane 9. They're going to hold as soon as they come up to this marina. And then CRI trying to push into contact with Greenwich. I don't think they're going to get it. But they're going to be real darn close.
And we can
Maybe
see
a little
from
bit of contact.
that drone footage too, we got these next crews. Those are our medal crews that just finished, but 4th through 8th in this race is still super tight. Looks like we've got Burnt Hills making a charge here for 4th over Bromfield, Axton, Boxborough.
But Arlington Belmont over there and Friends of Concord trying to play. There's Burnt Hills through the line. And then Friends of Concord and Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. Pretty darn close there.
And here comes Pittsford. And our friends
I
from...
believe that's Arlington Belmont through the line too. Pittsford with just a seat maybe. Just a seat.
Super tight finish from 7th and 8th place finish.
A little bit more of a crosswind happening now, sitting here facing the finish line from that left-hand Saratoga side shore. I've got wind in my face.
I've got wind in my face.
So hopefully these boats, we've still got I think almost everything still has a coxswain other than maybe our final race today. So they'll be able to take care of steering for the rowing athletes and make sure that, we're not going sideways.
So that was the girls 2v8 final 1.
Final 2 is already going.
Final 2 is underway. We've got another 8-boat race. New Trier should be this boat closest to us. St. Andrews next, Pelham Community
I think
in
that's
lane
7.
7.
It's already up.
Lane 6, Greenwich is already in the lead here, but watch out, New Trier.
There's lane 9, bucking in. You didn't mention us. Here we are.
I mentioned you. Fayetteville Manlius is next to Greenwich, then CBC, Connecticut Boat Club. Wayland Weston and Riverfront Recapture is the furthest boat from the Saratoga shore, closest to Lees Park shore.
You can see both of these coxswains from New Trier and I believe that's Greenwich. Both of them looking at each other, knowing that, all right, this is going to be our race. Can we get ahead of you? Can we make it my race? Are we going to go stroke for stroke? Kind of the whole fun of these big 8s is that you're 9 people trying to race against 9 other people. You're not directly, okay, I'm going to beat their 6 seat. I got to beat their whole boat. And if I take down their 6 seat, then maybe my 5 seat can take down their 5 seat. Kind of a fun little game to play sometimes.
Greenwich making a move there, trying to hold off that charging New Trier, and here's CBC, black with the green accents, coached by Liz Trond. Followed closely, we got CBC and our crew in lane 8, St. Andrews battling here. Just behind our media launch being careful not to wake out the actively racing crews.
But there's New Trier. We came all this way. Here we go. In that white boat with the green and blue blades. just a bit up on Greenwich, it looks like.
But
Maybe
everybody's got a
seats.
race. Like, we got this
got
battle
our
between
buddies.
first and second. We got a battle between third and fourth, and then fifth, sixth, and seventh are all with contact with each other.
And that will be bringing up the rear in this moment in the race. Riverfront Recapture, Wayland Weston, Fayetteville Manlius, and Pelham Community. So those coxswains are likely now looking side by side instead of front to back, trying to figure out, okay, how do I make a move on this guy to my right, this guy to my left?
Yeah, Wayland Weston is charging here for that fifth place finish, and looks like challenging or trying to hold them back is our friends from Deerfield Academy over there in lane 7. But this is your race here for the medals. Greenwich has extended their lead over New Trier here. They're about 7, almost a full length up here. That coxswain is calling for open water. They're in the red buoys. Oh, sorry, excuse me. That's the 500 meters to go.
Less than 2 minutes left of this race.
Bit of a cross tail here. Might make the rowers feel less of that direct tail speed, but still fast conditions
side-to-side
here.
Movement, maybe.
This angle making it look like it's a little bit closer. With Greenwich definitely
Greenwich
up
has some room.
at least 6 seats on New Trier. And so now it's become a race for third.
We know our first, we know our second. Well, at this point in time, we've got our
Port
first
seems
two.
to have a little bit of an advantage over CBC, but CBC and Port now 3 lanes
CBC
between
and
them.
St. Andrews,
Oh, yes,
I
thank
believe
you.
is our other
Thank you.
dark boat over there in the all black.
But it's close.
That you can see the gazebo on the upper left-hand corner. That's about 600 left. And as we cross, this drone footage will show you the beach with about 300 to go.
It looks like Wayland Weston is taking that lead in that trailing pack here over Deerfield Academy. But it is neck and neck between St. Andrews and CBC here. They're in the last 15 strokes of the race.
Greenwich has
We're running out of room.
Quite a bit of lead. I would say our third and fourth crews are almost closer to New Trier than they are to Greenwich.
That
Greenwich
rhythm
with a
is
pretty
just
outstanding
like angry.
Boom send.
You know when it just looks a little bit angry?
We're being aggressive. We're going
Greenwich
for that sprint.
looks aggressive here.
Nice, ladies. Nice. I can hear that coxswain across the line. And there's New Trier with about 3 strokes to the finish. Open water back to St. Andrews and Connecticut Boat Club. I think
Take
it's
notes from that
Connecticut
Greenwich
Boat
sprint.
Club.
Teach me.
Teach me. There's Connecticut Boat Club with your lime green through the line. St. Andrews from Georgia in that 4th place position. Ran the pack with the top group there. And I think you're right, Wayland Weston in those maroon and orange unis.
Home club of Olympian Christy Wagner, who rode here in her lead up to Tokyo in Saratoga Springs on this very body of water.
This very creek.
And here comes Fayetteville Manlius, I think.
Yep. Followed just behind by Pelham Community. So good race there for our trailing crews too. All about building up race experience, seeing what you can do when you're put in a hot spot. And I believe this will be our final crew in the 2v8 Final 2 Riverfront Recapture in that blue and green. Nice job, ladies. Nice job.
So that was final 2 of the girls' second varsity 8s. We'll move to the final 3, scheduled to go off in just about a minute or so. That'll be the last second varsity 8 race for the girls. And then we'll move on to some boys' boats again, to some varsity coxed 4s.
Got to keep things interesting. We can hear the referee on the course who followed the race, the chase launch, talking to our finish tower about times and orders and things like that. So there's many an eye on the course.
That first final was pretty quick. Row America Rye won the second varsity 8 final 1 at a time of 5:04, followed by Greenwich B 5:16, and CRI A 519.
Those varsity 8s were sitting right around 5, so well done to those quick 2Vs. And the conditions definitely have changed over the last half hour, like they will on any race course.
It's crazy what can happen in 10 minutes.
10 minutes. I think we're going to stay dry, though. I think we're going to stay dry.
Here we have the third final of the 2v8s. In this race, we have PNRA Mercer in lane 9, closest to our screen, not in frame at the moment. Lane 8, Port. Lane 7, Deerfield Academy. They're in lane 7, perfect. Saratoga Rowing in lane 6, Wappingers in lane 5, and Row America Rye in lane 4. Excuse me, 3.
Lane 3 is up already. Row America Rye making a statement here.
Really tight racing here. We are in the first 250. This is where these athletes are executing their starting sequence. You might have a first 5 to go from the standstill, trying to build up as quickly as possible.
Huge 60-foot long.
It's pretty heavy.
Multiple 100-pound
boat. Like just something heavy, like an elephant. Let's just dramatize it a little bit. And it's on wheels, and you got to start to get it
It's
moving.
pushing a car.
You might pushing
or
a
an
car.
elephant on wheels.
I like an
Either
elephant
or.
on wheels.
Row America Rye did a pretty
More
good job
fun.
with that start. Much more fun. Much more fun. We've got
but then you gotta settle.
Deerfield.
Right?
You gotta settle.
Your
You
high
gotta keep
strokes,
that
you gotta settle
momentum.
to that really strong base that feels both aggressive but sustainable.
Yep. Deerfield and Cincinnati Junior Rowing hanging almost still with contact with that Row America Rye boat, but Row America Rye making their statement real quick. Saratoga Rowing trying to hang on to Deerfield and Cincinnati Junior Rowing. Mercer.
Yeah, these high
and
lanes,
Port.
right, neck and neck. Mercer and Port duking it out here. A little bit off the pace of those front runners, who are about a length and a half up. Again, this is the girls' second varsity 8, final 3. This is the second 8 of these varsity programs. There's Saratoga battling with, is that Cincinnati and Deerfield?
And Deerfield, I think so. Cincinnati making some moves here, trying to get just a smidge, but you can see that overhead. Row America Rye taking a stand. Wappinger's crew off the pace, but otherwise, Mercer, Friends of Port, Deerfield, Cincinnati, and Saratoga Rowing Association, all within striking distance of each other. The middle 1,000 is going to be your most mentally tough part. It's where you're not quite still excited off the start, but you're not quite seeing the light at the end of the tunnel yet.
That Cincinnati Coxston is trying to get in a fight with Row America Rye. They're like, I don't want to be in a fight with Deerfield. I want to be in a fight for gold.
Let me in.
Putting everything
Let's
into
go.
their crew, trying to motivate those athletes to gain back into Row America Rye's pretty
You can see that bow ball.
strong lead. Like they have
Cincinnati's trying to make
contact.
that move.
Once you can hear those athletes, an 8 is pretty loud.
Yeah.
When an athlete can feel the contact on another crew in that bow seat, can feel Row America Rye next to them, that can be a huge change in momentum for them. But Row America Rye has that psychological advantage.
They
being
can
out the
see
length.
if Deerfield or Cincinnati or Saratoga try to make a move, the athletes in the Row America Rye boat will see it happen and will maybe intrinsically just push a little bit more, right?
Right? But it's currently a battle between, who's that in the outermost lane, Megan? Is that Mercer?
I believe that's Mercer.
So Mercer and Saratoga currently duking
Those
it out.
Princeton
for
ladies.
fourth place. Saratoga has about 4 seats of advantage over Mercer here. We'll see what they can do in this last 500. These red buoys are coming. Rye's already in them.
Flag is up. Flag is up.
Yeah, these leads are pretty hard to change. If anything, Row America Rye is extending their lead.
Yeah,
They've got
they're
half a
moving.
length of open now.
They're moving.
Looks like that Cincinnati crew just unable to challenge that lead.
Or to
Saratoga's
shake off Saratoga or Deerfield. They've done it by a seat or two.
Deerfield with just about about a stern lead over Saratoga. Saratoga trying everything to get out ahead, trying to get into that margin, but they're just going to run out of room here.
There's Row America Rye, cool, calm, collected, still pushing, racing themselves in that time margin to the finish line here.
Saratoga with a pretty demanding lead here for fourth over Mercer, but it will be Cincinnati coming in here strong for second place, seeing if they can get open water over Deerfield, which is pretty crazy given how tight these crews have been.
Bow to stern, Cincinnati to Deerfield, Deerfield to Saratoga.
Just a testament how good it feels to be up a length and how hard it is to be down a length.
There's
this
Mercer
final
right here. And still within a boat and a half here. Lane 8 will be our Friends of Port Rowing, that deep purple. We've got, looks like Wappinger's crew approaching that last 250.
Good, so that's the last of here as Wappinger's finishes it out. This is our last 2v8 final. Final one was won by Row America Rye A in a time of 5:04. Row America Rye B just won this current final. We'll have those times for you as soon as we have them. Final 2 was won by Greenwich 5:08. All very close times here.
There's Wappingers in those beautiful splash jackets.
They do look good.
They're sharp. That safety launch is there. They're going to check in, make sure that everybody in the race, all 80 athletes, 70 athletes are doing all right, post a very physically enduring 6-7 minutes, 5-6-7 minutes, however long these have been taking. And there's our final 2V crew through the line.
Up next, we have the boys' varsity coxed 4 final. So they do make a straight 4 or a 4 without a coxswain. Pretty uncommon at the high school level, Megan.
It's just a very technical, independent boat.
It's challenging for sure.
It's tipsy. You got to do everything by yourself, but you also have 4 people to organize. So a little bit more
and really hard to steer
personality than like
well.
a pair or a double. But not as much assistance from a coxswain as a coxed 4 or an 8.
So here today with this crosswind, we're very grateful for our coxswains here. Most of them you'll see tucked into the bows of these boats.
Like when you see
so
right here, this Row
you
America
just
Rye
see their
coxswain
head,
right
but
there.
their whole body is tucked in there.
Starting from lane 9, this boys varsity coxed 4. There's Row America Rye right in front of us. Lane 8, Friends of Concord. Lane 7, Greenwich. Lane 6, you can see that red boat, will be CRI. Lane 5, Manhasset. Lane 4, Litchfield Hills. Lane 3, Wappinger's Crew Club. Lane 2, Arlington Belmont. And Lane 1, Mercer. And you can see, I believe that's Mercer out there holding on to CRI and Row America Rye. This is a race. We're running, I guess, a minute ahead of time. Here we go.
Here we go. Nice vest here from Row America Rye.
2023 Saratoga Invitational 5:12 scheduled race. Boys varsity coxed 4 final 1. Row America Rye looking real long here.
Long and explosive. The perfect combination.
You can see bow of lane 6 CRI there. Just trying to hang tight, trying to inch in. Again, our media launch is probably a smidge angled, so we'll see as they get closer to this finish line.
PNRA Mercer B also right in that fight with CRI. Both of them just about 2-3 seats down on your leader of Row America Rye. Row America Rye rowing a King 4 today. One of the first ones I've noticed just with video coverage. We've got a whole boat manufacturer tent over there if you want to check it out up close and personal. CRI rowing a bright red Hudson, very classic CRI fashion.
I think you see a red boat and you think CRI before you think anything else. which means they're doing a good job
That's true.
in rowing red boats.
And branding. But Mercer is making a
Mercer's
move
holding.
here.
Yeah.
Mercer's taken a 3-seat move maybe up on CRI here.
I still think our guys here in the Row America Rye 4 are in a confident enough lead that they're maybe slightly settled, trying to push another inch away with every stroke. CRI and Mercer maybe a little bit more stressed about fighting for that second place or walking up on the first. And there's 500 left.
And racing still in this race of 9 boats across. Your medal contenders here we've been covering quite a lot, but you've also got Concord, Greenwich, Manhasset, Litchfield Hills, Wappingers, and Arlington Belmont also vying for a spot in this ranking here of 3 finals of boys varsity
Varsity
fours.
fours. It's like 30.
And
we're
obviously
not
the
quite, we're at
conditions are a bit
27,
gusty. It's not totally comparable final to final, but you're racing the
comparable
clock, and
enough.
your coach will probably add or take away a margin of 5 seconds here or there, and trying to inform just how you're doing in the season and what you can look forward to
We'll
in
try and
the
get
next
to our
few weeks of
finish
racing.
line camera here. It looks like our media launch is making their way back up if we can. Great. There's our finish line camera bringing it in. That's Mercer on the outside. Finish line flags up. You can see a little bit of blustery, a little bit of crosswind, not quite as calm as it was midday. But hey, we got clear skies. We got not freezing temperatures. We're doing all right.
So Mercer trying to make a charge here, but Row America Rye had quite the lead to start this sprint. We'll see if Row America Rye has the gas to hold off a charging CRI there in the middle and holding off Mercer as well. CRI able to make up some ground here. Mercer had that 3-seat advantage coming through the middle of this race. Row America Rye will take the gold. CRI.
Still open water back to CRI.
CRI will come back for silver. Mercer will
Bow
just
to
take
stern.
third. We got a full deck of overlap there. Greenwich here coming into view. They'll take 4th
That
place.
neon, those white hoodies we've been rocking all day.
All day.
Litchfield Hills. A little bit more independent racing from these crews in the back half of this race. That's lane 2, Arlington Belmont. I'm going to say that's lane 8, Friends of Concord.
And got the coxed saying we're almost there. The light at the end of the tunnel. You're in those red buoys. Just count to 10 3 times. That's what I do.
I'm not a counter.
I know, we've talked about it. We've talked
I'm
about
going
it.
to sit up and just hold on for dear life. Looks like that's
Classic red splash
Manhasset,
jackets.
and then our beautiful Wappingers Crew splash jackets. That's a sprint. I saw that rate come up. Let's go. Nice work there. First
racing.
final of your boys varsity fours.
And
We're in
we'll
the
turn
last
around and
10
do it again.
races of the day, Hannah.
Wow.
Wow.
Thankful for all these volunteers making this racing possible, especially those stake boat holders most exposed to the elements.
Yeah.
Literally hands in this cold water.
But you're keeping the boats aligned. You're the ones starting the race.
You'd have a floating
can't
start without
ya.
Wouldn't be nearly as fair.
So it looks like these fours are trying to get in there. Again, that crosswind, when it comes to
That's
getting into a
tricky.
stake boat, you'd rather have a headwind or a tailwind because then you're just being pushed forward or backwards. But this crosswind makes it really hard to feel centered in your lane.
So true. You're just
So.
constantly tapping. And it actually is kind of tricky for the stake boat holders because
To hold on.
as you tap to get your boat centered in the lane by doing those tiny little rowing strokes,
That stern wiggles.
you're pulling the boat forward, and the stake boat holder is just trying to keep you in place.
Yeah.
Just a inside scoop into the drama at the start line that you might not experience here down at the finish line waiting for the racing to unfold.
Next year, if you missed the start line drama, you should volunteer to be a stake boat holder.
True.
It is probably the most dramatic place to be.
It's true. And you can, some people like to crack jokes up there, like when you're nervous
Keep
up at the
things
start
light.
line. Some
Yeah.
people like to crack jokes. Some people like to, like they're stressed about a tight finish, so they'll chuck a water bottle to the stake boat holder,
Mm-hmm.
and say, I don't need this extra weight. It might make the difference of 0.05
Yep.
seconds, but
And it looks like we are on the road with our boys varsity coxed 4 final 2. Lane 9, closest to us here on the Saratoga Shore, Maritime. Then Riverfront Recapture, Pittsford, BAB, Greater Lawrence, Fayetteville Manlius, Romare Karai B, and Wayland Weston B. That right there is your Maritime Rowing A, varsity 4.
Bromfield Acton Boxborough has had great success here in the Coxed 4 historically. In 2017, I believe they won Youth Nationals in that event. So a pride kind of boat class for this program.
You
He
got
was
some
at the
history.
top of our 2015 national champions, excuse me. And that was with my classmate actually in college, Charles Watt.
Wow.
Shout out to Charles. And here's lane 2 or lane 3?
I think that's a 3. That'll be our Row America Rye B boat. And that Bromfield Acton Boxborough, lane 6, trying to hold on contact to that Row America Rye 4. So super interesting with these 4s and having a B boat. That could be your 1V split into 2 4s. It could be your
It's
2V
true.
split into 2 4s. It could be 4 from your 1V and 4 from your 2V. It could be 2 from your 3V. There are all sorts of combinations. Sometimes coaches will put different types of athletes in sculling boats and different types of athletes in sweep boats. So your varsity 8 might be split up. Your
Or you
2V
could
might be
be
split up.
You could be prioritizing the 4
4.
for youth
This could be
nationals,
your top
and
4.
your 1v8 could be your actual
Athletes
next
5 to
8 rowers.
Yeah,
Math.
yeah, 5 to math.
But this is the Bromfield Acton Boxborough, followed by Pittsford, and it looks like in green
think that's
probably,
Deerfield over Fayetteville Manlius over
Yep.
there.
and then Litchfield Hills, I believe, or is that Greater Lawrence? We're getting to your
That's Greater Lawrence
Greater
in
Lawrence.
6, and then Maritime right here in 9. But leading the charge, Row America Rye, followed very closely by Bromfield Acton Boxborough.
And what are we looking for here, Megan? What makes a 4 go fast in terms of the technique?
Right. So because it's a smaller boat, you can't hide as much in an 8. So if you really struggle with pushing your legs down, it's gonna be a whole lot more noticeable in a 4 than it will in an 8. So a little bit more technical skill, we'll say.
Maybe more of a finessed boat class.
You're also working with only 3 other people, so everything that you do is felt a little bit more. We see here in this maritime rowing boat that bow pair trying to match that swing together, match putting the blades in the water, and you can even see our coxswain here she's got her little megaphone.
If they're not
His or
tucked
her
down
little
in there,
megaphone.
sometimes if you got a big bow seat, their
You
back
could
will
tap- you
hit
could
their
tap
little
a
head.
back. There's Pittsford. And our Bromfield Acton Boxborough looks like our current silver position here, second to Row America Rye.
Yeah, and you can see here, especially in any condition really, but in any adverse winds, you really want to make sure that catch timing is really quick. So making sure that the blades are going right to the water as you change direction with your leg push. You'll see the really fast crews here, not only in this race, but throughout the whole Saratoga Invite. Those quick blades to water, direct catches, take a boat far places.
They gonna make you move fast, like they're doing to this Row America Rye boat.
We're in those red buoys here, really exciting part of the race. You've
They
done
are
so much.
Considerably
And you're
ahead
almost
of the field
done.
here. They've got to be feeling real good about going into this sprint with maybe a little bit of room to experiment. Like if they dive 4 strokes before the line, they've got a little bit of room to kind of test limits there.
If you don't count,
go some
Megan,
high
what do
rates.
you think about during the sprint?
Go!
Just go. Some athletes might think about like big legs. If when you're tired, you start to get a little bit more tendencies to grab at the shoulder. So big legs for those last 10 strokes.
But there's Row America Rye through the line. We can hear a lot now. These coxswains are talking.
They're
Bromfield
mic'd up.
Acton Boxborough, Pittsford, and then looks like we've got Fayetteville Manlius and Maritime Rowing. Pretty darn tight here. I'm going to give it to Maritime Rowing.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
think Maritime
I
just
think
took it. That's
Maritime might have
crazy.
eked out that one. Greater Lawrence, I believe, here. Followed by the blue and green of Riverfront Recapture. And in the last 200 meters, we've got that maroon and orange of our Wayland Weston B crew.
Good. Again, this is the boys varsity coxed 4 final 2. We've got just another hour and change, maybe hour and 15 minutes of racing left of this afternoon session.
I'd say now's the time to gather your teammates, head to the shores, cheer on these athletes that have been waiting until 5:30 to do their racing for the day. So this Wayland Weston 4, they've probably raced a time or two today.
Maybe
Even
come
if
to
they haven't,
come to
they're
the dock
ready
with their shoes.
Yeah.
Carry their oars
Maybe
for them.
a cup of hot tea. There's our Wayland Weston crew through the line, and I believe that is it for our boys varsity 4 final 2. We've got 8 more crews. They're going to row some varsity 4s, and then we've got some 2v4s.
And if you're looking for the official results, you can find them on streamlinerowing.com. We can refresh our screens here and see what updates we can give you.
We're all the way to that first final. So we're really
Beautiful.
only one race behind. That first final of the boys varsity 4 was our Row America Rye lead with a 4:59, CRI 5:02, and Princeton National Rowing Association Mercer B with a 5:05. So we'll have to check in and see how that final 2 and 3 compared. I know the wind has picked up slightly. That final 2 looked pretty casual. I know it was not casual. I know
They just made it look
raging.
casual.
It just looked confident, looked calm, it looked collected. So we'll see if there's a little bit more chaos in this final 3 or not.
This will be another 8-boat final. Beauty of Saratoga Invite. We've got 10 lanes of racing for this 1,500-meter race course. PNRA Mercer A is going to be in lane 9, closest to us here on the finish line shore, on the Saratoga Boathouse shore. Then King School in lane 8, Wayland Weston in lane 7, Nichols in lane 6, Maine Coast Rowing in lane 5, Port in lane 4,
Yep.
Greenwich B in lane 3, and CRI B in lane 2. This is what happens when I decide to count down.
Backwards.
It's just challenging enough
Just enough
on
to
my
test your brain.
hour 9 of commentating to really push it. So coming up, we've got the third final of the boys varsity 4. Again, these are pretty randomly seeded here, so no real reason to read into it. The caliber of racing should be pretty comparable between all 3 finals.
And I think it has been across the
It has been. Oh my gosh, proven every time.
Cool. Yeah.
But just if you're curious at home, wondering what's going on,
Looks like the boys are off.
this is just going to be the third final of the boys varsity 4.
We've got 8 boats, 2 B boats in our Greenwich and CRI boats, and the rest will be A representatives from the schools. That lane 9, we can see that's PNRA Mercer. That red boat, I'm going to guess, is our CRI friends in the B boat. This is the beauty of live footage, everyone. We're making it happen. There we go. PNRA Mercer off to a quick start. Feeling warm, feeling ready. Coxswain sitting up a little bit more than tucked all the way into the bow deck. Maybe just trying to get a look around, sense of the field. But over there in lane 2, we have CRI. Lane 8 here will be King School. Lane 7, Wayland Weston, Nichols School in lane 6. And then it looks like still in the field there, it will be Greenwich over there in lane 2.
We've got these front runners. I will tip my hat to them. But look at this racing between these next 4 crews.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
And in a 4, there's enough people to feel like you're in a team boat, but you're 25% of that boat. So those people, that group that's fighting for, I believe, our 3rd place in this moment, like, you're feeling every other guy out there.
Right.
You know you're one of 4, but Mercer looking strong and long here. They train out of New Jersey on Mercer Lake, which has been a spot for a lot of big races, junior, collegiate, elite.
I think the Mercer Sprints were just last weekend, right?
Yeah. So many of us have raced many a race at Mercer.
Yeah, often has been a big training ground for the Princeton or for the national team for the United States as well. So pretty cool to be able to train with
Right
that
next
caliber
door.
of athlete
Yeah.
too.
These backward hats are all the move today. So you
Awesome
can see
shot from the
Mercer,
drone.
that far left-hand shore, and then you got CRI on that far side, but between
Just nice bookends to
Keene,
very high
King,
fast
Wayland
racing.
Weston, Nichols, Maine Coast, Friends of Port, a little bit off the pace, and Greenwich a little bit close to the pace, but it's anybody's middle 1,000.
Yeah, CRIB really trying to have that sneak attack race plan here. They're on the outside lane. They know they're trying to compete with that Mercer 4. It's just a matter of trying to stay out of the minds of those 2 trailing crews next to Mercer from King and Wayland Weston. They're kind of distracted battling each other.
Yep.
And so that Mercer
Don't get
that,
sucked into the wrong
that
race.
CRIB
right.
boat is guns blazing for Mercer, trying to sneak attack over there in lane 2.
And this is a quick race. You can see that regatta finish line already. So a little bit of a swirliness in some of these boats. Could be coxswains trying to make motivational and strategy calls and maybe being on the rudder one way or the other, but it looks like our
Or
friends
even like
from
a little digger. You never know.
Right, could be the rowers. Sometimes we're uneven. Looks like Wayland Weston has maybe extended a bit of a lead up to Greenwich, and then CRI trying to hold off Greenwich and Wayland Weston while keeping an eye 9 lanes across.
Yeah, you're right.
To our friends at Mercer.
You can definitely see that King crew having a little bit of steering problems. Just a little bit of a wiggle can actually really throw off your boat speed here. That referee is there to help ensure the safety of all crews, making sure that everyone has that fair race. But CRIB really trying to hold on to their 2nd place position here with a charging Wayland Weston. They've definitely got their sights on them now. These coxswains are tucked into the bows of these cox 4s, so it can actually be pretty hard to see one another.
To look behind. Right, like
so
we've talked
looking
about
that
how
far over.
We've talked about how being ahead gives the rowers a bit of an advantage because you can see the field, but in a coxed 4 case, being behind actually gives the coxswain a good view of those ahead, whereas this Mercer coxswain can't see a single thing.
But they know they feel good.
They know they feel good.
The
they know their
vibes
rowers
must
are
be
moving
electric
well.
in this Mercer 4.
So
they
here
are
they come, 10
lengths
strokes to
up.
the line. I heard a call for 50 meters. That's a better accurate than counting. You don't get in as much trouble if you're off.
Nothing like having the last 10 be a last 15.
Out of lane 9, that's the win for Mercer.
CRI with some fun hats going on.
Trying to
Will
hold
they
off
be able
that
to do
Wayland
it?
Weston. Wayland Weston definitely moving here.
Just not enough room. CRI is
Yeah.
going to take that 2nd place. Wayland Weston 3rd.
Greenwich, I believe.
Yep, their B entry will take 4th. And then that was our friends from King School.
I believe that's Maine Coast, potentially Nichols School.
I think that might be Nichols.
Nichols
the blue
there.
and white.
That'll be lane 4, Friends of Port, and our final boat here, Maine Coast Rowing A.
Fast and Furious. That's the last boys varsity 4. We'll move on to the boys 2v4s. We got 2 finals for you. This first one will be 10 boats across. Pure chaos.
Ooh, we've got both of the boys 2v4s are 10 boats across.
Minus a sneaky open lane in the middle for the next one.
Oh, I see you. I see you.
Sneaky.
Sneaky.
It didn't want you to see.
Might have been a scratch.
That's true.
It might have been an injury or illness. So we'll hope it was a non-threatening
Yes.
scratch. But here in the boys 2v4, in final one, doesn't look like we've got blades moving yet, but starting from the Regatta side shore in lane 0, Bromfield Acton Boxborough, B, Row America Rye, B, Friends of Port, Manhasset, Arlington Belmont, Bromfield Acton Boxborough, A, Greenwich, Pelham, Mercer, and Riverfront Recapture.
Cute. Pupper. Let's go.
Hi, buddy.
Oh my god. This is the cutest dog I've ever seen in my whole life. Oh, this is what happens when we wait for the racing to start. So these athletes are all up at the start line. We've got 10 lanes of racing, as we've kind of said, at the Saratoga Invite for the 1500. We've got stake boat holder volunteers, most of them Saratoga juniors who actually raced this morning. Yep. So they've had a crazy full day. And they're all bundled up, hopefully with really, really, really warm socks and a hot beverage waiting for them when they get back.
And full bellies. That's all we can ask.
But they just lay on their bellies and put their hands in the water, holding on to the sterns of the boats. And we've got an aligning crew up there that's just looking down the barrel, looking straight at
all those bow balls.
At all those bow balls
all
and the mark on shore, making sure we've got fair racing for everybody here at the Saratoga Invite. And we've got a starting official who will, over a megaphone and with a flag in hand, announce the start by listing off all crews down the line and then saying we have alignment, attention, go. And on that call, it's go time. What's your favorite starting sequence in a 4?
In college, we were 3/4, half, 3/4 length, and full.
Very common approach.
Very common. Now, I think just because we row small boats so much more, I feel like much more of just a build.
Got it. More about the boat speed and connection than
and here they
slide
are.
lengths.
They are into that first 100 meters. There's lane 7.
The chaos of the start.
Pelham community there in that beautiful baby blue, royal blue. You can see water's definitely gotten a little crosswindy. Could also be some of the wake from these 10 boats rolling through a start. There's Greenwich in the neon. There's Manhasset in the orange. Here's Mercer. That far side, I believe, is Row America Rye.
So these high strokes are actually really hard to do technically. If you think about it, you're at a 40, a 38, a 36.
That's strokes per minute.
That's the number of strokes you're taking in a minute. So in a second and change, you're taking a full stroke going up the slide and back.
Yeah.
So it can be really challenging to both apply full explosive power and
keep it
finesse
calm and smooth
the
and
blades
easy.
together so that you're all together as one unit, not just flailing up and down the slide.
We'd love that. There's Row America Rye out of lane 1 with the lead so far. It looks like this lane 8 PNRA Mercer boat up from New Jersey. That coxswain's looking over. She knows we're close. He knows we're close.
Then lane 6 there, peeping into view.
Bromfield
That'll be,
Acton.
I think,
Greenwich, I
in
believe.
this one.
Yep.
Really hard for these coxswains, especially in the coxed 4 event when they're so tucked down close to the water level, for those coxswains to turn their head, maybe work on some neck mobility. You think mobility and dynamic warm-up is just for the athletes. No, the coxswains need to warm up their necks, make sure that they can get a full glance across 10 lanes of racing, which is what we have between, or 9 lanes between Mercer and Row America Rye right now.
And if you're just joining us, this is the 5:36 event. We look like we're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is awesome. The boys 2V, Cox 4, final 1. So this should be athletes maybe 5 through 8, somewhere in that realm of the team. Depend on prioritization of sweeping and sculling and big boats and small boats. But leading charge here is Mercer on that left-hand bottom side of your screen. And then I'm going to say Greenwich has made a little bit of a move.
They've definitely made a move.
On our friends out there, Row America Rye.
But Row America Rye still in a really strong position here as they come into that last 500 meters. That shoreline is full of landmarks for the athletes to kind of get a sense of where they are. Plus, we've got fully buoyed course with marked 250s and 500s. So if you're conscious enough to look for the buoys right next to you as you pass by, you can kind of tell where you are.
And a lot of the coxswains have a GPS in their
true.
boat as well.
Sometimes
so
even the athletes will put it on their rigger.
But
watch
the
out.
first three have really put themselves in medal contention now. It's just a fight of who's going to bring home that medal. It looks a little bit
Romare Karai's
like
got
Romare
a
Karai's
sprint.
made a move.
It's pretty impressive. And watch out for Greenwich charging on Mercer. Mercer's had a competitive first or second place position this entire race. And Greenwich is about to come and challenge
give them a run for their money.
They're only about a seat down, and they've got about 20 strokes left. We'll see if we can shake up this medal standing.
It'd be tough to call anything back there for fourth place, too.
Yeah, totally. We've got over here in Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough is that boat closest to us on the bottom right. And they're challenging
Romare Karai. Friends of Port slightly off the pace. And then
I think that's Manhasset that's currently charging for fourth.
This is fun. I think Greenwich might have made enough of a move. Sorry, I think Romare Karai might have made enough of a move.
Oh, absolutely.
And Greenwich and Mercer.
I think Greenwich is challenging Mercer here in these last two strokes.
It's
going to come down to the wire.
They're going. There's Romare Karai.
I don't know. Maybe Mercer?
I'm going to give that to Mercer. But we will see when those times come out. What a fight from
I challenge you at home to try to mimic that time difference between the two boots.
That was fun. Well done. Here comes Manhasset through the line. Looks like that's Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. And then a fight for sixth. And I think in a lot of times it doesn't really matter what place you're fighting for. The fact that you get a really competitive race.
Yeah.
This is lane 7, Pelham Community. It looks like we've got another Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough A crew and Arlington Belmont, as well as this will be Riverfront Recapture in our last 20 strokes of their piece. You can see them, that top upper right-hand corner of the drone there. And there's our completed boats we're waiting on. Riverfront Recapture, maybe 15 strokes left. Here they are in the blue and green.
Huge props to all these athletes coming out here. It's a really hard regatta just to race so many times.
So many times.
And to fuel properly and rest properly between them. Often these last races of the day are the most challenging to prepare for because you've been here all day and you've been maybe not used to the food you're eating, or you're going to the food tent and socializing accidentally instead of eating. You never know. It just kind of takes you out of your normal element to come to a regatta like this all day, and it's a huge effort for these kids to manage all of those distractions.
Balance it, and you've got maybe homework, maybe you've got family.
Of course,
that's come
AP
to visit.
exams are next week.
Well, that'll finish off final 1. We've got one more final of our boys 2V coxed for final 2. This will be from lanes 0 to 9, but we will be missing lane 4. Might have been a scratch, might have been some sort of altered entry. But starting in lane 0, we've got Manhasset, Greenwich, Mercer, Saratoga, empty there, Greater Lawrence, King, Pittsford, Romare Karai, and Maritime. And this is technically a 5:44 race, so anytime after 5:42, so 2 minutes prior to race, the referee has the authority to start calling the crews if everyone is aligned and in their space. And look at that, they're off.
And look at that.
So I guess we were aligned and ready to go.
Everyone's in a hurry to get to dinner.
I see blades coming our way. We'll try and get into our media launch and see if we can get you some close-ups of our crews. But until then, these are our 2V coxed 4s, so 4 athletes sweeping with a coxswain, someone who's doing the driving, the calling, the motivating.
And again, the notation can be a little confusing for those at home. If this is like your first time coming to a rowing regatta, looking at all these events, the notation can be a little confusing. So sometimes you see a 4X, sometimes you see a 4 with no X. This is a sweep event, so there's no X. X indicates sculling. And so all of these athletes just have one oar to worry about.
There's Row America Rye out of lane 8 here in that red, white, and blue. I can see the bow of that PNRA Mercer boat. Looks like it's going to be another cross race course race with our high lanes
Greenwich
and our low
and
lanes.
Mercer really battling there for the upper hand, as Row America Rye over here closer to us on the Saratoga Boathouse shore. That coxswain trying to look out as much as they can while holding on to his baseball cap.
Can't let that go.
That's the sad day when you lose your baseball cap.
Oh, it's happened too many
It looks like Mercer just took quite the move over Greenwich.
Greenwich, I think
unable
so
to respond here. Maybe took a little bit of a digger. We'll see as they come back into our view. Early on in the race, this is the halfway point, that green buoy line.
You can see that leg drive. You can see those bodies moving together, both in and out of the catch. So everything you do, from handle heights to hip movements to shoulder movements to leg pressing, you want to be exactly the same. And as crazy as it sounds, if anybody changes something by an inch or a second, it's wildly noticeable. So
Row America Rye had some
Rye
crazy fluid finishes too.
Yeah, doing a really nice job of it. And there comes Mercer.
Here's Saratoga.
There's our Saratoga boat.
Making a charge on that Greenwich crew, seeing if they can solidify a top 3 finish here. Got some backwards cap vibe going on in the Saratoga.
It must be the vibe of today. I've seen more backwards caps than I've seen in my whole life. There's Greenwich in their neon, Saratoga with the striped blades, and a Mercer with the white and red unis.
So they're about 500 meters to go here. The end is in sight, 1,500 meters. Just a 3 kind of third race. We're in the final third. It's time to go, now or never. Here comes all of these boats coming into the last 500. It gets exciting.
There's Maritime in that light blue GoPro on the coxswain's head, I believe.
What is he looking at? Just the water.
Just everybody else. He can see that Row America Rye boat that's made a pretty commanding
Maybe he'll send him
lead.
that footage. But we'll take it to the finish line camera here. Again, we have quite the battle between Saratoga and Greenwich here for third place. Mercer and Row America Rye really battling for first and second.
Flag is up. We're in that last 200.
We'll see what can happen here. Greenwich was in contention for that medal early on, if not for gold. So here to see them fighting for third is a bit of a surprise, Megan. Something must have happened early on there.
We'll see.
But Saratoga looking strong here, even challenging Mercer and Row America Rye.
Who's got the sprint? You got 20 strokes left. What do
Now
you
or
do
never.
with it? What do you do with it? What are your coxswains saying that are
We are
gonna make you
totally
empty
unbiased,
that
but
tank?
we're from Saratoga.
Row America Rye looking really nice. Mercer trying to hold off a charging Saratoga here. Greenwich
And they're pushing
for
away
sure
from
in
Greenwich.
that 4th place spot. Yep. There's Row America through the line.
And just 2 seats of separation between Mercer and Saratoga.
Mercer,
Fantastic
Saratoga.
finish there for all 3 medal positions. And watch
Maritime!
out, Maritime coming after Greenwich.
I think
They got
Maritime
it.
just took Greenwich.
Here comes Pittsford.
What a sprint from Maritime there, too. Pittsford through the line.
And
This
then
will
those middle
be
lanes, I think we've got Greater Lawrence, and closer to us should be the King's School.
I believe so. And then on our far outside will be Manhasset B in that beautiful orange. And they're through the line there. And that's it for your boys 2V coxed 4s. We'll move into our final ladies races of the day. We'll have 3 races of girls 8s. The first 2 will be a 3V. And then we'll have a 4V, 5V. So with big teams, sometimes you can field a 1V, a 2V, a 3V, a 4V, and a 5V. What is that? Like 60 people. It's crazy.
It's a lot of athletes.
So depth, commitment to the team, good team culture there.
So in this upcoming race, we'll have the girls 3v8s first final. We've got a couple shout outs to give here. Thank you for DMing the Saratoga Instagram. In this women's 3v8A entry from Row America Rye, we've got senior Lulu recruited to Northeastern, Amelia also recruited but to Boston University, and then Kendall recruited to Dartmouth.
Cool.
All in one boat here together. Pretty special. Falling in love with the sport of rowing is special enough, but then to be able to take it to the next level, and get that college athlete experience as well, and kind of share that with your high school teammates as you guys go off and explore different collegiate programs and can swap stories about that different experience at the different programs. All very cool.
We've got some shout outs from some girls in this Saratoga Rowing Association boat for Triangle Diner, a local downtown breakfast spot, or Uncommon, bagels and coffee. So should you be hungry tomorrow morning, check out some of the Saratoga Rowing girls' favorites.
Oh, Triangle Diner. Oh my gosh. They make this breakfast club sandwich with French toast instead of bread.
Wow.
And it comes with maple syrup.
Wow.
I've never dumped it on, you know? I've dunked it.
Yeah.
But it's a full breakfast sandwich with I think
all
your
the
choice
goods.
of meat, eggs, cheese, and French toast.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Tell
Classic
Triangle Hannah
diner
sent you.
diner vibe.
This will be our girls 3v8 final one. This is the 5:52 race. Looks like we may be off early as well. We'll see how this plays out.
And we're lucky here. We've got quite the broadcasting system. We've got a finish line camera. We've got a media launch on the course driven by Ryan athlete Katie Flynn. We've got drones up in the air getting you that really beautiful overhead shot of the lovely Fish Creek, all 10 lanes, and even some of that head racing course around the S-turn that we use for the head of the fish in the fall. We're very lucky here. Thank you for tuning in with us here on YouTube. YouTube. Who would have thought?
Sponsored by the Saratoga Food Tent.
I mean, made possible by.
Made possible.
We are fueled by Lori Kennery.
So it looks like these 8s are just getting into their stake boats. This crosswind, unlike a headwind or a tailwind that's just going to push you in or out, crosswind will push you sideways, but looks like we've got to start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boat race. Coming from lane 9, closest to me will be CBC, Connecticut. Friends of Port, Greenwich, Row America Rye, Saratoga, empty lane, and then another Greenwich C on the outside. So that's your
looks like early leader,
Row America Rye. Yep.
So that boat has those 3 seniors we just gave a shout out to, Lulu, Amelia, and Kendall, all going off to row in college next year and enjoying their senior spring here with Row America Rye.
That's like lane 7. Greenwich is not giving up too much speed off of that start, maybe half a boat length. We'll see if that was Row America Rye's wild start or Greenwich working through that middle 1,000.
And here comes CBC really pushing in on that top end of the group. Actually, all boats
we're connected.
really have a lot of contact with each other, which is really fun to be able to feel the rowers in the lanes next to you, just that peripheral vision, the sounds. You can really feel their presence.
You can,
when you have contact with another boat.
There's Port still connected to Connecticut Boat Club there. You look over, you see the Chevs of Saratoga and the Greenwich Sea Crew, that teal long sleeves we're working with today.
Yeah, Greenwich looking super strong there. They've got quite the alternating, looks like
I
Port's
think
got
that's
dark
purposeful.
blue and
I love it.
the starboards have more of a teal blue. I bet you like
7.
the teal.
It's
Too bad you're a
beautiful.
Port. You wouldn't be able to wear that
I
color.
could switch just for the teal.
Just for that color. Row America Rye maintaining their almost full boat length lead here. They are only about a third of the way through the race. Maybe about halfway almost now. Try to get you that drone coverage that everybody likes so much soon.
But looking real sharp in this 8, moving together, blades dropping in quick, and especially in this little bit of a crosswind. You want to be as stable as possible, nice and supported from the core, through the feet, through the seat. Lane 6, just pushing away.
But hotly contested by the crew next to them. You've got Romare Karai leading, but Greenwich is really pushing on these guys. They're just out of frame of this camera angle, but from the drone we can see they're really pushing on them, maintaining that just tiniest bit of contact, and that really helps that crew stay motivated to keep pushing on them. Maintaining that contact is huge.
Huge. Maintaining the hope. The
hope
to
the
sprint
belief.
back in.
And then over here in the low lane, you have Greenwich C, really competitive, across with the Saratoga boat, which is pretty much bow ball to bow ball, and then back over to the left, that'll be Connecticut Boat Club. Those 3 boats in contention for bronze here in the 3V final 1.
And Friends of Port a little bit back, but nothing out of it. It's not
I
over
mean,
till it's
there are only
over.
2 seats have opened down.
It's not over till it's over.
Anything can happen. You never know. Someone could catch a boat stopping crab. It probably won't happen, but on the
You
off
never
chance
know.
that it does,
You wanna be
wanna
ready.
in striking distance.
So there's our alternating colors Greenwich crew. Step stroke seat. Stroke seat's going guns out. Leading the charge there, that middle boat, Row America Rye, followed by the Greenwich crew. And then far over, we've got Connecticut Boat Club. Right in the middle there, Saratoga Rowing Association. And then
Greenwich C.
Greenwich C as
Yeah.
well. Greenwich C might be pushing into this.
We'll see if Saratoga can muster a response here as they come in the last 500 meters. They're approaching those big red buoys, much like waving a red flag in front of a bull. Lights of fire in these athletes to see those
time to go.
that color red. Saratoga
you're
Rowing
close.
just trying to push into that bronze medal position. It's going to be super close here. We'll see what these guys can do.
See if Romer Karai can light up the sprint. They've been lighting up all day. Push off. I believe that's Greenwich there.
That A crew, Greenwich A, super persistent. Like those
Not
athletes
letting
can't
go.
feel them.
Yeah.
But the coxswain is motivating them to stay on it, stay getting contact.
There's Romer Karai there. They will have the lead into the last 5 strokes. Greenwich is going to close just enough for contact.
It looks like Greenwich C is trying to push away from Saratoga. They've put themselves in a really solid position for bronze here.
There's Greenwich A. Greenwich C through the line.
And Saratoga pushing really strongly off of that CBC, the Connecticut Boat Club crew over here in
There's
lane 9. They'll
Saratoga.
finish.
There's our
Next.
black and lime of Connecticut Boat Club. And finishing up this first final of the girls 3v8 is Friends of Port. In that dark purple, blue, and black. Coxswain, neon. She's cold. She's wearing a survival suit. I get
I
it.
would be too. So that was the first final of the girls 3v8s. Next up, we have the girls 3v8 final 2. We've got just 6 boats. Just six. That's pretty much the max you'll see at any other regatta, but not at the Saratoga.
A light final here.
We've got CRI, Deerfield Academy, Greater Lawrence, PNRA Mercer, St. Andrews Rowing from Georgia, and Greenwich Crew B. So we just had Greenwich A and C in that race,
And they went 2-3.
They took 2-3.
Yeah.
So we'll see what kind of damage Greenwich B can do in this race. A delayed shout out. Apologies to the girls in the Deerfield 2V. Missed a shout out for you guys. But given that love for the 3V, the team motto for Deerfield girls is nothing works until we do.
Oh.
Shout out to
Keep
Jenny.
working, Deerfield. And what's cool here is we just saw Greenwich A and C. Then we'll have Greenwich B. And that's all in the 3V race.
Yep.
And then in the 4V, 5V,
So wait, that's how many boats are we talking?
we have
6?
Greenwich A and B.
So we're talking
In the
8
varsity,
boats?
8. In the
She
varsity
says,
8, no,
worrying
even
me.
more. In the varsity 8, we had
More?
Greenwich A and Greenwich B.
Oh my gosh.
In the
That's
2v8,
9
we
votes.
had Greenwich A and Greenwich B.
That's 10 votes.
In the 3v8, we had Greenwich,
Greenwich,
A, B, and
please
C.
DM us. Do you have 10 eights of people?
I think we got 9.
9?
Greenwich, we'd love the information. So, but here is our
Or
final
are they double racing?
Greenwich B
They
boat.
could be double racing.
Not in 1v, 2v, 3v, 4v.
Well, there was a delay between.
That seems crazy.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm
Well,
very
there's-
impressed.
There's lane 2. There's your Greenwich B. Lane 4 is St. Andrews. There's Greenfield right there, and there's CRI, and we've got Greater Lawrence and Mercer in this final as well. CRI right there, that's their A3V, as well as Deerfield's A3V.
Uh-oh. We've got glasses down, upside down on our 2-seat.
What do you do?
In
Do you
Deerfield.
grab it on the recovery? Do you let it
No,
drop?
You just leave. What? My question is, it's pretty overcast, Megan.
A
So
lot of them are wearing sunnies.
I'm not
like
gonna
a
question.
majority.
I'm not gonna question them, but I'm just gonna draw attention to it.
Just pose the comment.
Blinders
I
on,
mean-
blackout.
I
in a
mean,
new
maybe
way.
it's a fearful thing. Like, you look a whole lot scarier with sunnies on, I think.
Depends on the sunnies, and
I
depends
think
on
all
the
of these
depends
guys
on the
are
eyes
a whole
behind
lot
the
scarier
sunnies.
with the sunnies.
You never
on.
know. Some people have really good side eyes. Some people have
That
really
is
good
true.
death
That
stares.
is true. Well, this whole CRI boat's wearing sunnies, and almost that whole Deerfield boat.
It's
And
true.
then on that other side, we've got St. Andrews and Greenwich.
We're just you know what? Just let us know. DM. Let it come over to the commentating tent. We need the inside scoop. We've got CRI here in a really strong position. Got Deerfield battling them. They're just a few seats down, maybe 2 seats down. Great
Yeah, close
drone
racing
shot
all
here.
over.
Third place standing right now is going to be Greenwich B, followed by St. Andrews rowing here with those lighter, is it pink hat? I can't tell.
It's a light, yeah.
It's an off-white.
And then Mercer and Greater Lawrence bringing up the rear there. But I don't know, we're maybe halfway into this race. We still got time.
We got time.
CRIA has got to hold this nice strong rhythm they've been pushing, and Deerfield, it's time to start getting through them if you're going to get through them, right?
You're running out of room. We got about 500 to go. Maybe a little bit more. With CRI extending that lead, super
Yeah.
impressive here.
Looking nice and long.
Yeah, just letting that boat run out in between each stroke.
You can see where what we call the puddles is the place where the blades exit the water.
They leave
And
a
you can
little
see
vortex
A
swirl.
little swirly. And you can see in CRI boat, they're just clearing those puddles, which means they're making that boat roof real nice. Looks like maybe almost open water off of Deerfield.
And watch out, Greenwich B, classic Greenwich, is
Yep,
coming in
they're
strong
just
in the second
sneaking.
half.
Great
They're trying to make
in there.
a move here on Deerfield's crew in this 3v8 race. Final 2.
There's that far right-hand lane is Greenwich Crew B, then St. Andrews, Mercer, Greater Lawrence, and then back up with the lead pack, Deerfield and CRI. There's Deerfield for you. Probably within sensing distance of that CRI boat.
Yeah, they're
Maybe
just
looking
about
across the
3
field
or 4
to St. Andrews and Greenwich.
3 or 4 seats down. That Deerfield crew once was hanging with the CRI folks, so trying to avoid that discouragement, right?
Yep.
Like stay
Yep.
in it. You've got a full race here, 6 lanes across. Pick your battle. If it's not with CRI, make it with Greater or
Greenwich. Yeah.
Greenwich. Make it with St. Andrews. Push off of that Greater Lawrence crew. It's the beauty of so many boats to race against, is you can just define your race strategy and adapt. But CRI here with that commanding lead. They got open water on the whole field. Greenwich B trying to make a charge. They've got a pretty good sprint as a program here. We're in those red buoys. We'll see what kind of
Seen it
damage they can
before.
do on this commanding CRI lead.
I'd say about 10 strokes to the line for that CRI A boat. We can see those big red buoys.
And St. Andrews is gunning for third place. Can they take that away from Deerfield, or can Deerfield hand on? Looks like St. Andrews has a stronger sprint.
And CRI by a half second to Greenwich. To Greenwich, and then St. Andrews with almost a whole boat up on that Deerfield boat. Greenwich had quite a sprint there again.
I'm in shock.
A sprint.
I was so overwhelmed by St. Andrews' move on Deerfield. I didn't even look at one,
Greenwich. Too. And that is
Wait, do you know who
Mercer?
took it? Who won?
CRI.
CRI won.
I think CRI by maybe a C.
Holy moly.
Here comes Greater Lawrence in. Those nice white unis.
And shout out to all these coxswains racing multiple times. Like, it's one thing to put your whole, like, you know, the full body motion of rowing. Yes, we're exhausted, we're sore, and we're tired.
But that
these
poor throat.
These coxswains' vocal cords are shredded, and it's only day one.
It's day one.
So huge props to you guys for coming out and giving it literally everything for your athletes and your boats. Super inspiring, and you're crucial to these teams.
Couldn't make it happen. We'll have results in soon for that second heat, but that first final of the girls through V8, that was Row America Rye with a 5:12. And then Greenwich A, 5:16, and 10 seconds back, Greenwich C. So we'll see. We think that Greenwich B boat will be 5 seconds dead center in between their A and C boats. That'd be some pretty nice job by Coach making lineups.
Making that selection happen.
Our 6:08 event, so starting 3 minutes from now, we hope, will be the girls 4V, 5V, 8. So this could be either your 4th fastest 8 or your 5th fastest 8. And for Greenwich, it is their 8th and their 9th fastest 8s. And we've also got, starting from the Saratoga finish line shore, Greenwich A, CRI A, Deerfield A, Row America Rye A, CRI B, Deerfield B, Row America Rye B, and Greenwich B. So 4 teams, 8 boats. I think they'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. We will see.
If we're lucky.
If everything pans out the way that it should on paper, which is almost never how it happens.
Yeah, I feel like it's not why we race.
But last 4 races of the day, we'll have this girls 4V, 5V, and then 3 boys boats. That's our beautiful Fish Creek. It's starting to settle into a dusk around here. You can see that dark land, dark water. But our final crews are headed out for a warm-up, so we should be pretty close to everybody launching. For tomorrow, we will be here on the live stream. So if there's anything you'd love to see, we're happy to show it, to talk about it, to explain it. Reach out to Saratoga Rowing on Instagram, or go ahead and respond to that questionnaire that was sent out by your regatta director, Christy Wagner, earlier this week. In the meantime, here is our girls 4V, 5V. Row America Rye out of lane 6. And Row America Rye out of lane 3. Off to a hot start. We've got some sunnies up and some sunnies down in relation to the sunglasses conversation of the previous event. So that'll be a Row America Rye A boat with an early lead, followed by your CRI A boat. And then CRI A throwing some punches over to Row America Rye B. Followed by 7 and 9, which are Greenwich and Deerfield Academy. And you look over and you've got CRI B, I believe that's Greenwich B, and Deerfield Academy B, slightly off the pace, but still in it. We'll get your drone shot after a little bit of these up close and personal from our media launch.
super cool to see the depths of these big programs. Really cool to see kind of like the technical ethos of each program
Yeah.
going all the way
Yeah.
through. Like, it's one thing to have a team culture that everyone can get behind. It's another to have like
a team catch
the
or a team
technical,
drive.
like something that you take pride in that each of you is doing together. You can see really nice rhythm here in Row America Rye, accelerating that handle around the release. Mostly their legs are all coming down together. It's a good first check cue for a coach to look at is, are all those bodies moving mostly in the same coordination together?
It's the very first thing we work on the ergs, on the rowing machines on land, is just body positioning. I'm sure anyone who's been around rowing knows legs, body, arms, arms, body, legs, and obviously there's a whole lot more to it. But if you can get those three things together, you're doing all right.
And
cool
then the blades.
feature right here.
Look at those
Look at 'em
blades going
go.
in together.
So from your left-hand side, we've got Greenwich Crew A, CRI A, Deerfield Academy, and then a little bit up on the field will be Row America Rye A. Back in that fight for second or third will be CRI B, Deerfield B, slightly off the pack, Row America Rye B, trying to fight with their A boat for that lead spots. And then your far right-hand shore will be Greenwich Crew.
Here's Row America Rye. Your front runners. Got stroke seat and bow pair with sunnies, or bow 3 with sunnies on. We're taking a poll.
No sunnies.
Engine room has to have all the light on.
There's Row America Rye A with the lead.
I had
Row
a good
America
joke.
Rye B.
Ready?
Hit me.
They had to have their sunnies up because you need to have the lights on while operating heavy machinery.
Haha. It's a big,
engine room.
big heavy machine.
That's what I'm saying. Row America Rye here in the center of your screen, followed by CRI A, then followed by Row America Rye
Row
B.
America Rye B. It's trying to go 1-2 in this 4v5
We'll see if
event.
CRI can hold them off here. They are pretty far apart. They've got
You
4
gotta
lanes
look
between
across
them.
that.
Those coxswains are looking at each other, sizing each other up, because the athletes definitely cannot feel them. And you don't want those athletes to be looking out there for motivation.
Wiggling themselves around.
You want your coxswain to give you all the information that you need to know so that you can focus on your job of matching the girl in front of you.
And they're just little spiders making their way down the course.
Don't they look like little water bugs?
So we've talked about this maybe a time or two today, but new race, new topic. We've talked about trying to find the slipperiness versus the solidness of a catch. So you want that catch. You want, as a spider,
And look how solid
to plant your
this
feet
Row America
and
Rye
then
looks.
press instead of kind of splashing around, feeling slippery, getting your oar in and out. And it's super cool from this angle to watch them place and press
leverage.
and place and press.
And it looks like CRI is able to place and press a little bit better than this Row America Rye B boat, maintaining just a little bit of advantage.
Just a smidge of a lead. We'll see here. I don't know.
Last 10 strokes, anything can happen here.
Row America Rye A with a dominant performance. They were up from 3 strokes in. Well done, ladies.
They raced it hard all the way through.
Side, I think Row America Rye B might take this one.
I don't know. You're right? Oh my gosh.
There's Row America Rye B. Maybe a half boat up on CRI. Good sprint from that Row America Rye B boat.
I know. I'll have whatever they're having. Greenwich coming through here.
In those teal long sleeves. Well done, well done. And then here's our Deerfield boat. Followed by that outside.
These coxswains are
Greenwich B.
screaming. I can hear them giving it everything.
Yep.
It's a little
and
scary.
Then our CRI B boat. And we've got a boat making their way into that last 200.
Nicely done.
The
Girls
depth of this
4v,
team,
5v8.
even to field a 5v, even if
and to look that good.
Yeah.
They all looked so good.
Yeah. Our final boat here, I believe that is a Deerfield B boat. A little bit of a crab.
Oh no,
coming
she fell
from
off her seat.
Oh, and that's a bummer. That is hard to get back on.
The seat is crucial.
She's trying to make it happen,
Oh no.
but that seat missing
Just pause for a second.
is
Get back
causing
on the
a
seat.
lot of rhythm trouble. There could be something warped. We could have lost a wheel or something. There we go. She's back on. Coxswain is given everything, even though She's just racing the clock.
Super great persistence here from this Deerfield B boat.
That's it for our ladies today.
We finish off with the next 3 races, and then we're done for the day. We'll pick it back up with some 2K racing, full 2,000 meters tomorrow morning, and then we'll pick it right back up with the 1500s again after lunch. But for today, we have 3 more 1500s, fast and furious, about 5 to 6 minutes in length. Maybe even faster. We'll see.
We'll see what these boys can bring.
Call it a challenge.
We'll have a boys junior coxed 4. So 4 athletes sweeping. We'll have 2 finals of those with a coxswain. And then we'll have a boys quad with a coxswain. So it'll actually...
No coxswain in that one.
No coxswain, excuse me. Yes, correct. Just
They're
an
running
X,
solo.
not a plus, just an X. So there will actually be quite a bit of a speed difference between these 2 boats. Your first 2 finals will have 1 oar each and a coxswain, and then your final will have just 2 oars, no coxswain, so twice as much leverage. Quads are pretty darn quick. Pretty darn quick.
Good. So this next race is supposed to go off in just about a minute. They'll be up at the stake boats. We got wonderful volunteers up there. They've been laying on their bellies for the past hour or so.
Or we're getting up there. I'd say hour
more.
or 2. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
So they've been laying up there.
They're close.
They've got survival suits on. They're hopefully warm enough. And they're just laying on those stake boats, holding everybody level, and following the aligner's instructions to make sure we have a fair race. And looks like they're off.
They're off. Here we go. Boys junior
So
coxed 4, starting from closest to the camera, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, Friends of Port, St. Andrews, Romerica, Wappingers Crew, CRI, Nichols School, and Manhasset with an open lane in lane 1, and then PNRA Mercer in lane 0.
So we'll try to get, this is again 9 boats across. We'll try to get some video for you guys at home watching for this junior Cox 4 event. Oh, excuse me. But we're just about a minute into this race. So these athletes have gone through their fast and furious start sequences. They've used the adrenaline of that kind of high strokes, you might say.
Yep.
And we're shifting down into our base pace.
You want to pick something that's sustainable for the next 5 minutes, but not something that feels comfortable.
Right. It's getting comfortable being uncomfortable. And that's undoubtedly what these boys athletes are up to. And they've got a coxswain to help kind of convince them to be there.
Keep taking another stroke.
Because obviously we are human beings. We've evolved to survive
to avoid pain.
by avoiding this type of pain. And so everything in your body here in any rowing race is just screaming at you to stop or slow down. So, we can get a good picture here from our media launch. We've got, looks like some early leaders, CRI A, trying to get into that top mix as they come through the 1,500 meters to, or no, that's 500 meters in.
I believe so, yep.
But it looks like
that's St. Andrews Rowing Club in that gold and black, and then on the far side, Manhasset in that orange and navy blue. St. Andrews is visiting us all the way from Georgia. They row on the Chattahoochee.
They do.
They're up. We've seen them in many a different type of boat today.
It's true.
So they brought them all. This is Romerica
Rye.
Rye out of lane 6, I believe. There we go. Looking smooth. You can see the water on that top.
It's nice.
It's simmering down. That tailwind, that crosswind we were talking about a little bit ago. It's looking real smooth. So hopefully these last couple races of the day will be quick and easy, and everybody will have a nice way to end their race
as
day.
Quick and easy as race number 3 of the day can be.
But Romerica Rye looking tall, looking strong, looking long. Hopefully they've gotten up enough, quick enough that they can maybe feel a little bit more settled,
Mm-hmm.
a little bit more comfortable, a
That
little bit more
psychological
confident.
advantage makes everything
Yep.
feel so easy.
Yep. And maybe not. Maybe coach has given them margins to push off or something like that, and they're still moving. No doubt that they're still going to press every stroke, but if you can press a little bit calmly, there is something in finding speed there.
Right. So you've got a little bit of blending here in this row America Rye boat, seeing the legs and body finishing about the same time. And all athletes really doing that well together. You can see the knees all coming down and the body swinging together, or the torso swinging.
Right into that red hat of their coxswain.
Yeah.
Back to PNRA Mercer. This is a boat out of New Jersey, Princeton, New Jersey. Those telltale blue blades and the white unis with the red shoulders. So this will be their junior 4. Junior just means that you can't have any seniors. So I would guess most of these boats are full of actual juniors in high school, in their 3rd year of high school. But if you'd like to throw a sophomore in, I think you might as well can.
St. Andrews merely trying to make a charge here, trying to
That
gain
stroke rate was up.
a little bit more of advantage here over CRI, and over here is Bromfield. And we'll see if they can eat into that Mercer lead. It's pretty big lead, but we'll see. We've seen
more
it before. Ridiculous sprints happen before.
There's our flag. You can see the wind is pretty calm there. Flag person, you got 3 more races. You're so close to dinner.
But that's a great view of PNRA Mercer coming in here. They're currently in 2nd place behind Row America Rye.
Spread of the field's pretty big on this one.
It is pretty big. We've also got our 2 front runners almost as far apart width-wise as possible. So those coxswains doing all that work to look across and give their athletes the information they need for motivation, that competitive spirit. And it looks like St. Andrews unable to catch up to that leading pack as they pick a battle between one another.
But I think St. Andrews is going to come out with that bronze here. I think they'll be able to stay ahead of, it looks like, CRI and Manhasset here. But
Manhasset charging on CRI, and CRI
moving.
was up on them just a few moments ago.
Row America Rye with the win, Mercer with the silver, St. Andrews with the bronze, and it's going to be a real tight one. I don't have an answer.
Manhasset maybe?
I don't have an answer.
You should check streamlinerowing.com.
In about 10 minutes.
Maybe sooner.
Maybe they've been up quick. The previous race is already up, so check before the end of the next one.
That's Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. Followed by, I believe, that's Nichols.
I believe so as well.
Similar blade to Old Lyme, my alma mater, so I always got it confused growing up.
And there's Friends of Port.
Perfect. And we got one more boat in this race, just in their last 20 strokes. And again, just practicing your racing here. It's only April 29th. We've got a lot more racing ahead of us here with state championships, regional championships, and even some national championships. And many years ahead of us.
Yeah.
You know, like rowing is a lifelong sport, figuring out how to race.
Fun summer racing.
Oh my gosh.
Summer's a blast because it's like this but warm.
Exactly.
Here comes our lane 5, which is Wappingers Crew Club. Wah, as the girls do in their cheer.
Release all that bad juju.
And that is your final one of your boys' junior Cox 4. We'll have final 2, which will be a 10-boat race. Almost everybody's got one in here. We've got the Manhasset B boat. We've got the Row America Rye B boat. We've got the St. Andrews B boat. We've got the Fordham Prep A, King's School A, Pittsford A, Riverfront Recapture A, Wayland Weston A, Fayetteville Manlius A, and Mercer A. So lots of A or B boats of teams we just saw race. And then lots of A boats of junior Cox 4s we haven't seen yet.
Here we go.
So final call as we enter these last 2 races. Go for merch, go for snacks. Make sure you've got all of your things, and if not, check that lost and found at the registration building.
And as you get picked up, please help our volunteers help you stay safe. We know the parking, pickup, and drop-off can be a little overwhelming, but, you know, just
watch where you're going. Listen to those people in the bright.
Here we go. Mercer with
And
this
there's
early
Mercer.
lead here in final number 2,
We look
boys
smooth,
junior
Mercer,
4.
right off the top. Here
Waylon
we
Weston
go.
giving them a run for their money early on. That's the first 250 gone. So settling into our base rhythm here. We'll see whose shift to base is the most effective. Those high strokes can feel fast and exciting, but sometimes that shift to base is actually where the money is.
Mercer out of
you
New
up.
Jersey, Waylon Weston out of Boston. A lot of like 3 or 4 hour drives here. You come, spend the night or two, eat some cool Saratoga food, and race your heart out for 2 days.
Look at this battle over there in those low lanes.
St. Andrews rowing, and it looks like Row America Rye
I think you're right.
out of 1 and 2. Mercer still holding this early lead, but definitely not in any position to be comfortable quite
And it's
yet.
hard when you're in a battle with the boat directly next to you. You can unlock this kind of like potential for speed that you literally never would have thought possible.
It's close.
Because you just have that. It's an innate human like competitive spirit.
Yeah.
When you're just next to someone and you can
And you're
feel
ready to
them
go.
going stroke for stroke.
Like this Waylon Weston boat might be able to feel Mercer just inching a smidge away, but St. Andrews and Row America Rye, they know they're right there. That's a peripheral view. And our lane 4, King's School, it looks like, is right there in that silver boat too, just out of frame. But Mercer looking calm, looking collected out of that furthest leftmost lane on your screen.
So here we have this race unfolding. You got PNRA Mercer over there on the left. A ways back is 5L Manlius, kind of in contention for that middle of the pack. Next in a pretty solid silver right now is Waylon Weston from Massachusetts. And then duking it out, as we mentioned, we've got over there in lanes 1 and 2, Row America Rye B and St. Andrews B. And then 1 lane over, you've got King School.
King School,
You mentioned with that gray boat.
And then right behind Fordham, Pittsford looks like a little bit off. Riverfront Recapture a little bit off, and Manhasset slightly off that pace, but not over. We see our trailing crews have a race, our middle crews have a race, and Mercer is trying not to have a race with Waylon Weston, and Waylon Weston is trying to go race Mercer instead of holding back to St. Andrews and Row America Rye. We just saw 3C, our starboard here, just take a look over his inside shoulder to try and
that's
get
a risky
everybody.
move, Megan. You'll hear
Just
a lot of coaches,
a little sneaky.
a lot of coaches say keep your head in the boat, focus on matching with your crew members because the matched boat is going to go way faster than the unmatched boat.
I am of the belief
Tell me.
that head should be in the boat.
Okay.
Sure.
What do you
I
think?
hope my coach
You have a
isn't
hot
listening.
take?
But if that little look, and if I can control it, if it's a controlled look, is going to give me like 4% more energy.
Okay, so
That's worth a
controlled
look.
looks are okay.
If that look's going to give me enough like push, you know, I got to use that look.
Yeah.
But Mercer, not really needing to look. They know they've got clear water. Flag is up. We are in our last 250 for our final sweep race of the day.
Tight for third here.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
It looks like a slight advantage potentially to Row America Rye B.
I would agree.
I think they've got a few seats of advantage here, and it's becoming just a dogfight for
but
fourth.
barely.
And we'll see. We've had some really impressive sprints here. Sometimes you can just flip that switch and
go.
suddenly
Yeah.
you're moving
Yeah.
on everybody.
You
So
can
we'll
see the lanes here really nicely, those beautifully straight buoy lines. And then a couple of 4s are hard. 4s are very hard to steer, even if you got a coxswain. And you can see
It's true.
a few of our crews are wiggling a little bit. And
Especially in a
hope that your
sprint, people
wiggle-
are dying. People have been selling their soul for this piece.
Right, somebody might have a good stroke, somebody else might have a bad stroke. But Mercer, very, very commanding in these last 10 strokes, 2 to the line.
And it looks like Row America Rye B is gunning
they're
for
going
second.
Waylon
They're
Weston.
questioning Waylon Weston and saying, how much do you want it?
I think Waylon Weston did enough in the first half of the race. There's
yeah,
Row
I
America
agree.
Rye.
That's tight, though.
St. Andrews
Just
back to King, I believe.
really exciting.
Woo.
You can see what kind of competitive, like, environment can do to your boat speed. Like,
Yeah.
Pittsford just fell off that pacing,
Right.
just fell out of that fight, and lost that kind of like pressure
Like
makes diamonds
incentive
effect.
to sprint
Yeah.
at full capacity. Not that I'm doubting that they
But
sprinted.
it's just the
It's
environment you're in and like
Yeah.
what that can do for your speed. So just putting yourself in that fight is so crucial.
out there in lane 3. I believe that's Fordham.
Looking super strong here. Really nice blade work. You can see those blades going in and out same time.
I like the straight white unis or the straight white shirts, whatever we're going with. I think it's clean.
Looks sharp.
This is Fayetteville Manlius.
Repping the green. Big green.
And then on our far shore through the line now will be Manhasset in that beautiful orange.
Nice racing. So that'll be the last boys junior coxed 4 final. Here we go. Last
Here
race
we
of
go.
the day. We've got the boys second varsity quad, no coxed.
And it's on the course. We're moving already.
And we've got,
I see blades.
how many boats do we have?
All of them.
We've got all 10. We've got all 10.
What would a final race
Fordham
of a
Prep, Port,
11-hour Saturday be?
Manhasset High School, CRIA, and then skip over 4-lane CRIB, back Maritime, looking like a strong start. Riverfront Recapture from Hartford, Connecticut, Saratoga Rowing, Home Course Heroes, Port Jefferson, and then Manhasset High School B.
And look at this racing already. We've got a little bit of a lead. I believe that's from Port with two
Bucket
bucket
hats.
hats leading the way, a bucketed stern. Haha. And this is going to be a race. This is going to be a race. We've got our boys 2V quads. So our scullers number 5 through 8 on the team.
Who
Likely.
knows?
But
Yeah.
who knows? You could put anybody in this.
Coaches strategizing is a hero's effort
whole
I
different
could
game.
never understand.
But then look at
You've
this
got a
race
team
back
of
here.
60 people. What do you do?
We've got, I believe that's Manhasset in 7, Maritime in 5, Saratoga over there next to Riverfront Recapture. I think CRIB was in there.
There was an orange crew in there too.
Manhasset B, I'm going to guess. But leading the way, Friends of Port Rowing.
And again, no coxswain in this event, so this is totally self-driven,
OYO.
self-powered, self-sustaining, sculling, doing its thing here, bringing out the best in these athletes, demanding physical
Look at that.
execution and mental execution.
That Friends
Super
of Port
tight
slightly
racing.
up. Fordham and it
Over
looks
there
like
all
maybe
the way, Manhasset High School really charging in
Yep.
here.
But Maritime, Riverfront Recapture, Saratoga, Port Jefferson, CRI, and
What's a medal?
even Manhasset,
What's
CRIB.
a medal? Do
Like
you want it?
everybody's in that.
Have you ever heard of one? Does that sound like something you'd like?
Yeah, if I was the final race today,
Saratoga making a
for
big
sure.
move here. They've got 2 seats of advantage on this field battling for second place. Let's see if they can do some damage. Just out of the picture here is still our leading.
Friends of Port.
Exactly. Port moving
Do you think
and
there's a
grooving.
Friends of Starboard?
I hope someone's made that joke before. If not, I give you
There it
full
is.
credit. Saratoga still charging here. They've lengthened their lead to 4 seats up on the next crew, which honestly is dead level between those next 4 of Manhasset High School. Then one over, you've got Port Jefferson in the red boat. And then, let's see, can I do quick math? No. Then we've got Maritime A and CRIA duking it, or CRIA is a little bit far off, I think. Let me see. Who's this yellow boat?
I believe that is our Maritime friends.
Maritime
We've got
friends.
some you can see
Here
bottom
we
of the
go.
lane here. We had some people moving around in lanes, but that is out of lane 7 Manhasset. Saratoga in that 3rd position at the moment. Port still leading the charge. I think Port's going to be able to hold this one off, but holy smokes, is it going to be a race for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th?
Holy smokes.
So from the bottom, that's Fordham, from the bottom, excuse me, that's Manhasset, CRI, Port Jefferson, Saratoga. A little bit down will be Riverfront Recapture. Almost up on Saratoga will be Maritime, CRI back. There's Manhasset.
And your
Friends
winners
of
here coming
Port
across
with
the line out
lead.
of the picture right now is going to be Port
That's port across the line. You see those red buoys on your screen.
It's too close.
There's
I don't know.
Manhasset.
Megan, I don't know.
Oh, that was 3.
I think Saratoga
right
got
there.
it. Saratoga Maritime. And
I'm going to
oh
let
my
our
gosh.
friends in the timing shed take
okay,
care of
but my
that
human
one.
eyes. My human eyes. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh.
You can see those boats just drifting. We've got our final finishers here, CRI, and I believe that is out of lane 9, Fordham, finishing their piece right now through that lane.
I can't
you can
believe
see
it.
Closest. Okay. What a wild last piece.
I'd
that's
like to
it
be
for
in
the
that
day.
timing hut right now.
I would love to be figuring things out, but that's it for today. All the results will be on streamlinerowing.com/regattas. They should be up, I would say, everything in the next 15-20 minutes. I don't know, give that last race an extra 2.
I mean, yeah, this boys junior 4 is already up, so it should be.
All the scheduling and everything for tomorrow will be up on Streamline Rowing. And we'll be back here ready to talk some rowing, announce some races, and share all those lovely comments that you're going to send to that link that your regatta director sent out and the Saratoga Instagram.
Yeah. Help us help you. We want to give you a shout out.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Signing off.